Chapter 1. The Qingyang Demon Jar. Those well-versed in history are aware that the year 1960 was one of unprecedented calamity in China. The Yellow River experienced an extraordinary flood, transforming the landscape along its winding course into a marshy expanse. In the areas worst affected, such as Shaanxi County, a horrific incident of cannibalism even transpired. However, once the waters receded, some bronze artifacts unexpectedly emerged from the depths. Initially, these discoveries went unnoticed, but when a village teacher exchanged a piece for a substantial sum in the city, the villagers' interest ignited. They bound the teacher, subjecting him to a frightful interrogation, ultimately unearthing the truth. These bronze fragments were not mere debris, but ancient artifacts of considerable value. Furthermore, if these items had been unearthed by the floodwaters, it was likely that numerous ancient tombs lay hidden nearby. This commotion naturally attracted many antique merchants from afar, among them my grandfather, Luoyang. The era marked a golden age for antiquities, akin to today's stock market speculation. Recognizing a lucrative opportunity, my grandfather sold off his possessions and relocated to Shaanxi County, establishing a stall dedicated to the acquisition of local treasures. Within a mere month, he transformed his fortunes, multiplying his wealth exponentially by purchasing items for villagers and reselling them at inflated prices to foreign buyers. However, this period of prosperity was soon disrupted. One evening, shortly after 10, a gaunt old farmer arrived at the stall, clad in tattered clothing, his feet caked in mud. My grandfather recognized him as Wang Choujiao, a farmer from Shaanxi County, and jested, "Old Wang, are you carrying a jar once used by the emperor? Even if it were, I, oldly, have seen my share of such relics." Wang Choujiao, however, appeared anxious as he perched on the threshold. "I wish to sell this. 1,000 yuan, and not a cent less than my grandfather was taken aback in the market for local treasures. 100 yuan was already a remarkable sum, considering the average monthly wage in the 1960s was a mere 10 yuan. Was this amount truly a national treasure? He urged Wang to place the item on the table for inspection. Although Wang seemed apprehensive, the thought of money compelled him to grit his teeth and pour the contents of the jar onto the table. There lay 3 rectangular coins, encrusted with verdigris, inscribed with what appeared to be characters, and my grandfather took a soft brush and gently cleaned the coins, revealing the inscription, "Punish the treacherous, hate Qin." Upon reading these 4 characters, my grandfather's face flushed crimson, nearly biting his tongue in astonishment. Yet being a seasoned merchant, he quickly feigned disinterest and pushed the coins away, saying, "Old Wang, you might as well check other shops. These are merely common coins, lacking in collectible value, and no foreigner would want them." Upon hearing that the coins were worthless, Wang's rage flared, and he seized my grandfather's clothing, accusing him of attempting to deceive him regarding his treasures. Normally, Wang was a straightforward man, and his unusual behavior piqued my grandfather's curiosity. "Calm down, and I will show you something that will clarify the matter," he replied. My grandfather then retreated to the back room, emerging with several coins that bore an almost identical appearance to Wang's, and my grandfather chuckled wryly, saying, "Old Wang, I've received quite a few copper coins, but now they are piled up in my hands and cannot be sold. Are you jesting by asking for 1,000 silver dollars?" Wang Choujiao, in disbelief, seized a handful of copper coins. Seeing that they were indeed identical, he clutched my grandfather's leg and cried out, "Oh, son, I have wronged you for this worthless trinket. I have risked your life." As it turned out, with the increasing number of treasure seekers in Shaanxi County, the bronze nuggets unearthed by the flood had long since disappeared. Yet Wang Choujiao's family remained impoverished, and in a desperate attempt to secure a bride for his son, he turned his attention to the mountain behind their home. This mountain was the oldest place in Shaanxi County, fraught with wild beasts, and no villager dared to venture there. Wang Choujiao believed he could unearth some treasure, only to find his son trapped in a pit, clutching a handful of copper coins as he met his demise. Alas, those coins were worthless, and my grandfather feigned comfort, saying, "Old Wang, how foolish you are! That mountain is notorious for its dangers. Have not several villagers perished there? Moreover, there are only a few small pits belonging to affluent families on that mountain. How could one expect to find any treasure? It is all my fault, driven mad with desire. I ventured south of the mountain. Now my son is gone, and the money is lost." Wang Choujiao sobbed inconsolably in the corner. My grandfather secretly noted the words south of the mountain and then produced a jar of wine, engaging Wang Choujiao in conversation for most of the night, coaxing out every detail from him. Recognizing Wang Choujiao's plight, my grandfather offered him 100 pieces of money for his old age. Inebriated with gratitude, Wang Choujiao expressed his thanks profusely, but my grandfather forcefully ushered him away. Once Wang Choujiao departed, my grandfather hurriedly secured all doors and windows. After completing these tasks, he was drenched in cold sweat. Little did Wang Choujiao know that my grandfather had been an avid calligraphy enthusiast since childhood. Therefore, upon observing the inscriptions on the copper coins, he was certain they bore the script of Li Si, the chancellor of the Qin dynasty during the Warring States period. Li Si is indeed a notable figure in history. Born amidst the chaos of war, he was a statesman of extraordinary intellect, aiding Qin Shi Huang in establishing the Qin dynasty. However, his cunning mind was matched by a ruthless heart to solidify the Qin's rule. He advised the infamous burning of books and burying of scholars. Ultimately, he met a grim fate after Qin Shi Huang's death. Li Si, due to his high rank, was executed along with his entire family by Qin heir Shi, his body fed to dogs. It is said that Qin Shi Huang entrusted Li Si with a treasured artifact, admonishing him to keep it concealed from all, including his own son, and to bury it alongside him after his demise. Yet, Li Si did not heed these instructions. Instead, he sealed the treasure within a colossal bronze ram vessel and hid it away, and my grandfather speculated that the mountain behind Wang Choujiao's home could very well be the grand tomb of Li Si. Although Li Si was executed alongside his family, how could such an astute chancellor fail to prepare an escape route for himself? If he could locate Li Si's tomb and unearth the great ram vessel chronicled in the Warring States inscriptions, he would secure a lifetime of prosperity and comfort. Although there are rules in the realm of tomb raiding dictating that the uninitiated should not venture into the graves, my grandfather, after a day and night of contemplation, ultimately succumbed to his greed over reason that he invested a substantial sum to recruit a band of fierce individuals near the vicinity of Shaanxi County, all of whom had experience in the earth and soil, including a number of ex-convicts. After several days of preparation, the group, equipped and resolute, marched to the rear mountain indicated by Wang Choujiao to commence the process of pointing the acupoints. This pointing is no trifling matter. It is a true craft of the earth workers. It requires the placement of a Luoyang shovel in various locations to discern the soil's aroma, thereby accurately pinpointing the burial chamber. Experienced earth workers, often referred to as the golden fingers, can directly identify the main burial chamber while evading the numerous traps present in the graves. Yet, after 2 days of labor, having dug 7 or 8 holes, they found not a single treasure at this juncture. One of the team members voiced a concern, suggesting that old lease information was flawed. He argued that the southern mountain brimmed with yang energy, making it improbable for a grand tomb to be situated there. Instead, he proposed they investigate the small creek to the north, theorizing that the true burial site lay in that area, which reeked of heavy yin energy. Upon hearing this, my grandfather nearly drew his knife to strike Wang Choujiao, as he was astounded by the old man's cunning. The group then ventured northward, where Nan Paizi pointed out several locations for excavation. Suddenly, as one man drove his shovel into the ground, an unusual sound emerged, as if he had struck something solid. Nan Paizi urged him to swiftly extract the Luoyang shovel. The soil he unearthed emitted a nauseating stench, dark and foreboding. What was most alarming was that when Nan Paizi grasped the soil, it surprisingly dripped with a few drops of blood. Chapter 2. The Dark Malevolence. Nan Paizi's expression changed drastically. He remarked that the darker the soil, the more treacherous the burial site below. The fact that this soil could yield black blood was a harbinger of dire complications. My grandfather secretly pondered how the tomb of Li Si could be anything but perilous. Gritting his teeth, he offered each member an additional 200 yuan and privately negotiated with Nan Paizi, granting him 30% of the spoils from the tomb. Thus, they became as entwined as grasshoppers on the same string. After finalizing these arrangements, they resumed digging at the previously marked spots, finally detecting the scent of copper and iron at a depth of 7 or 8 meters. Following a zigzag pattern, they continued their descent until, around 2 in the morning, they finally breached the tomb. All present were seasoned in this profession and were well aware of the lore surrounding ghosts blowing the lantern. It is said that ancient tomb raiders would light a candle in the northwest corner of a burial chamber to communicate with the spirits within. Should the candle extinguish, the raiders would be unable to carry away any treasures and must bow 3 times before departing, otherwise they would meet a tragic end. Nan Pai's cautious demeanor instilled a sense of unease in my grandfather, who, despite being merely an antiquities dealer afraid of death, felt compelled to descend, spurred on by thoughts of the Qingyang Zun mentioned in the Warring States period texts. They cautiously navigated the Zape tunnel, eventually stepping onto a straight and solemn burial passageway that was a 2-meter-wide tomb passage, the ground laid with square, green bricks, while the stone walls on either side bore countless holes of varying sizes, their origins unknown. The first task for the southern scavenger upon entering the tomb was to extract a candle from the corner and light it. Almost instantaneously, the flame of the candle transformed into a sinister green grandfather, who dabbled in antiques and held a firm belief in superstitions, was taken aback and almost instinctively decided to leave with the southern scavenger. However, the tunnel they had entered had vanished. Everyone was left dumbfounded. The very hole they had dug had inexplicably disappeared, eluding all efforts to locate it. Meanwhile, the candle's flame shifted to a ghostly red, not the warm glow typically associated with candlelight, but rather a color reminiscent of a lantern, eerie and foreboding. Though it lasted only briefly before the candle extinguished, the southern scavenger collapsed onto the ground, incessantly muttering that a malevolent spirit was present. Observing the tremors overtaking him, my grandfather hastily inquired, "What is this malevolent spirit that instills such fear in someone like you?" The southern scavenger replied, "This malevolent spirit is a malevolent zongzi, the most fearsome of all, rarely seen in a century. When I unearthed black blood with a Luoyang shovel earlier, I sensed something was amiss. Now that the candle has transformed, it can only be the work of this malevolent spirit." At that moment, one of the men in the group scoffed, "What nonsense! I see nothing unusual here. If you want to chatter away, be my guest, but don't come looking for a share when you stumble upon something valuable." Unfazed, he strode forward, and the others followed, brandishing their torches. Yet my grandfather, being astute, recalled tales from those versed in the arcane, which spoke of a time when over 30 skilled individuals entered a general's tomb, and only the southern scavenger emerged alive. He recognized that the scavenger possessed some degree of talent, prompting my grandfather to steadfastly remain at his side, unwilling to stray even an inch. The southern scavenger rummaged through his pack and produced a foul-smelling black donkey's hoof, then cautiously advanced. Although the tomb passage was merely a few dozen meters long, each step felt as perilous as traversing a minefield, causing my grandfather's heart to race. Suddenly, a voice filled with excitement erupted from ahead, and my grandfather steadied himself and peered closely, discovering at the end of the passage a massive bronze vessel radiating a dim light. It was a square zun, each side intricately carved with a lifelike ram's head from which the light emanated. The azure ram zun was indeed here. Throughout history, bronze vessels have been treasured national artifacts, and my grandfather estimated that, with the right connections, it could fetch tens of thousands with ease. If one were unscrupulous enough to smuggle it abroad, the price could multiply tenfold or more. Yet, in the instant he beheld the azure ram zun, fear gripped him so tightly that his teeth chattered. Upon the ram's head, he discerned 2 points of crimson light, resembling bloodshot eyes that my grandfather fixated on the azure ram zun, and he could vaguely perceive the ram's face shifting. That entity was alive. Yet before he could articulate his thoughts, a piercing sound reverberated through the tomb passage, akin to nails scraping against glass. Almost immediately, my grandfather was seized by a chilling scream that sent shivers coursing through his body. From the crevices on either side of the passage, a fuzzy black claw suddenly emerged, seizing a burly man and dragging him into the abyss. A quick-thinking individual brandished a steel knife, attempting to sever the claw's grip, but the blade merely left a faint white mark, and even the wielder's palm was bruised from the force. Thus, the man was wrenched into a hole no larger than 2 fists, blood and brain matter splattering everywhere, while the remnants of his body convulsed on the ground. My grandfather instinctively retched, and as he observed the others fleeing, a visceral instinct for survival propelled him to scramble after them. The heart-wrenching cacophony within the tomb grew increasingly deafening, and unable to quell his curiosity, my grandfather turned to witness the scene. His legs turned to jelly. From the stone walls, a multitude of black claws reached out. Anyone ensnared by them could not escape. They were either dragged into the consuming darkness or torn apart, as the passage echoed with flickering torches and anguished cries. In less than a minute, the group of nearly 15 dwindled to only 6 fortunate souls who managed to burst forth from the tomb. The ground was now soaked in crimson. Countless black claws relentlessly battered the walls, producing frenzied howls. And my grandfather remarked that those who had never witnessed such horror could never fathom its magnitude. It was not merely a singular black specter, but rather a horde of them. Seated on the ground, the individual known as Nanpaizi lamented, "Who on earth crafted this cursed tomb? Not even an army could breach it." And my grandfather inquired, "What exactly is this black specter?" Nanpaizi replied, "The black specter is a phenomenon born from the corpse-transporting traditions of Xiangxi. Ordinary individuals dare not engage with it, for it incurs grave karmic repercussions, potentially leading to a lineage's extinction. I suspect that those entombed within these walls have been imprisoned since infancy, treated like livestock. Yet that alone is insufficient. They must also be subjected to torment. When they reach the age of 18, filled with resentment, molten iron is used to seal their 7 orifices, transforming them into zongzi to create this specter." Pausing for reflection, Nanpaizi continued, "Such entities are rarely encountered in a lifetime, yet to stumble upon a multitude here suggests that something extraordinary lies within this tomb." As he spoke, the few who had regained their breath were suddenly overtaken by avarice. My grandfather, entranced by the azure sheep vessel, felt a thrill of excitement, recognizing that even the 4 sheep heads could fetch an exorbitant price. However, at that moment, my grandfather was completely absorbed in the azure vessel, oblivious to the eyes he had glimpsed earlier. Suddenly, a nearby man began to claw at his throat, forcibly extracting his tonsils. My grandfather was utterly bewildered, unable to comprehend the bizarre occurrence. He raised his gaze, only to meet the blood-red eyes atop the sheep's head. He suddenly felt the entire tomb chamber tremble violently as the surrounding walls began to collapse, revealing a stone door at the far end. My grandfather dashed toward the stone door with all his might, only to be struck down by Nanpaizi, falling to the ground. When my grandfather managed to rise, he discovered that everything he had seen had transformed completely. There was no stone door. Instead, a massive, fur-covered black beast emerged from behind the Qingyangzun, gnawing on a severed arm. Beside it lay a corpse, devoured beyond recognition. The gruesome sight caused my grandfather to wet himself in terror. His eyes were filled with hallucinations. Had it not been for Nanpaizi's slap, he would have met the same fate as those unfortunate souls. Nanpaizi sighed and remarked, "Old Li, it seems we are finished this time. Today, I will fight to ensure your escape, but you must take care of my little one otherwise. Even in death, I will not spare you." With that, Nanpaizi forcefully shoved my grandfather aside and left him with a final piece of advice. "Close your eyes, and the black beast will not attack you." The last thing my grandfather saw was the enormous black creature pouncing upon Nanpaizi. The will to survive in humans is formidable. My grandfather wandered frantically within the tomb for over a day, bruised and battered, yet he continued to run desperately. Time passed unmeasured until a villager hunting in the mountains discovered my grandfather floating in a stream. He quickly pulled him onto a cart and rushed him to the village clinic, thus saving his life. From that moment on, my grandfather became increasingly reticent, drowning his sorrows in alcohol, abandoning his antique business. By the time I began to comprehend the world around me, he had grown somewhat eccentric. With a drink in hand, he would sketch the Qingyangzun he had seen, sometimes staying awake for an entire day to produce dozens of drawings, only to gaze at them with a foolish grin. Chapter 3. Grandfathers. Will time flies, and 2 decades have swiftly passed, ushering us into the era of reform and opening up. This is a time of soaring economic prosperity in New China, where antiques have skyrocketed to exorbitant prices. My grandfather, having amassed a considerable collection of bronze artifacts during his years of trading in the county of Shanxi, suddenly found himself a millionaire, gaining a modest renown in this realm. Yet, He continued to indulge in his daily rituals of drinking and painting the Qingyang Zun, often giving me the impression of being emotionally detached. He never once held me when I was born. I overheard some relatives mention that even when my parents fell gravely ill and were hospitalized, my grandfather did not pay them a visit. The Qingyang Zun seemed to possess an inexplicable allure that ensnared him completely. On one occasion, he became frenzied, painting the Qingyang Zun for 2 consecutive days. Subsequently, he pointed vehemently at a stack of paper, shouting at me, "I see it. It is coming for me." Eventually, the doctor administered 2 tranquilizer injections to stabilize his agitated state. This neurotic behavior rapidly deteriorated my grandfather's already frail health. There were times when he struggled to walk a few steps without pausing to catch his breath. On one particularly dire occasion, intoxicated, he collapsed on the ground and suffered a stroke. Had I not discovered him in time, he might have met his end. Following that stroke, my grandfather's health continued to decline, and he seemed acutely aware that his days were numbered. On January 10, 1999, he brought a stranger home, who I later learned was a lawyer. In front of all our relatives, he entrusted the lawyer with an inheritance worth $5 million, along with property deeds, a copy of a Warring States-era rubbings, and a multitude of his paintings of the Qingyang Zun. He insisted that the descendants of the Li family could only inherit his fortune upon locating the Qingyang Zun, and after uttering these words, he took his last breath. I had underestimated my grandfather's obsession with the bronze sheep vessel, for it had escalated to a level of madness. I shall never forget the scene that day. My relatives erupted in harsh cursing, branding my grandfather as senile, and one by one, they departed, leaving me alone to carry his remains for cremation. The $5 million, along with the properties, amounted to at least $10 million, yet I soon forgot about this matter. As I was acutely aware of my own limitations and had heard countless tales of my grandfather's experiences in Shanxi, I knew that even if I were to inherit this wealth, I would have little chance to enjoy it. At that time, although my finances were modest, my grandfather's influence had instilled in me a profound knowledge of antiques, surpassing that of many others. After his passing, I set up a gold stall by the Yangtze River Bridge in Wuhan, making a modest profit, and I cast aside the will into the depths of my memory. Shortly thereafter, I received exhilarating news from a friend. A recent excavation in the Qinling Mountains had unearthed a batch of items, with a seller eager to part with them. Priced around $3 million. Upon examining the photographs, I discovered that among the finds was a jade toad from the Western Han Dynasty. Although jade artifacts from this period are plentiful, the exquisite craftsmanship of this particular piece was indeed a rarity. What drives me to the brink of madness is that my friend mentioned a businessman from Beijing willing to pay an exorbitant sum of $5 million for a jade toad. In a fit of desperation, I reluctantly resorted to high-interest loans, managing to secure a staggering 2,500,000 yuan. I had fallen victim to my friend's cunning trap. The loans I took were of such a predatory nature that I would be unable to repay them even if I sold myself. And the lenders bore connections to the underworld. Failure to repay would indeed lead to a grim fate. A chill ran down my spine as I contemplated the urgent need to procure funds, resolving to address the initial payment before devising a plan for the subsequent ones. I rifled through my contacts, aware that a few wealthy relatives and friends might be able to assist me. However, upon mentioning my need for a loan, they either claimed to be unable to help or abruptly hung up, leaving me with a sense of icy despair. I had nearly exhausted all the numbers I knew. Yet not a single cent could be borrowed. Sitting in a daze on my chair, I cast my phone aside, utterly uncertain of whom to turn to in this dire moment. Suddenly, a sharp ringtone jolted me from my stupor, and I scrambled to answer it, filled with hope. Li Dingyang, why has this month's rent for the store been transferred? The voice on the other end drained me of all strength. Landlord, I'll send it over in a couple of days. I just received the stock, and the funds are still being sorted out. After hanging up, I instinctively dialed a number belonging to a childhood friend, a steadfast companion who had grown up with me. He was also in the antique business, albeit with a knack for deception. Known by the name by Furong, his considerable weight earned him the moniker Fatty. Fatty, I'm finished, I lamented. Upon hearing my tale of woe, Fatty replied, Ding dang, my heart aches for you. But no matter how tragic your story, I cannot assist. I'm currently peddling wares at Panjiayuan. If you needed a few thousand, I could manage, but 250,000 in high-interest loans? Even if I were to slice off my own flesh, it wouldn't suffice. After a moment's hesitation, Fatty suggested, didn't your grandfather leave a will? If you can locate what S mentioned in it, you could settle your debts. Suddenly, a glimmer of hope ignited within me. I had almost forgotten about my grandfather's will. In that moment, With audacity surging through me, I resolved to risk everything. It was merely a Qingyang zune. If I failed to find it, I would be doomed, but if I succeeded, I could strike it rich. I shouted in determination before hanging up. Our destination was indeed Shaokai County, though the exact location remained unclear. If it were just Fatty and me, without pinpointing a specific site, we could spend at least 10 days searching the entire county. While we were adept at dealing in antiques, locating the precise spot would surely require more than just the two of us. I find myself plagued by a throbbing headache. As I inscribe all my queries upon paper, I resolve to seek out the bronze vessel, only to discover the monumental challenges it entails, far from a matter easily resolved. Were it otherwise, my relatives would not have remained indifferent to this will, valued in the millions. Information. I raked my fingers through my disheveled hair. What I require most at this moment is knowledge pertaining to that tomb. The more, the better. Without hesitation, I dialed the number of the lawyer inscribed in the will, requesting to view my grandfather's testament. Ah, you've finally come to your senses. Do come to my residence. The voice on the other end, slightly aged, seemed to tremble with a mix of fear and excitement. I hailed a motorcycle taxi to the lawyer's abode, where the middle-aged attorney awaited my arrival at the entrance. Are you ding-dang? I must have held you countless times as a child, that you likely do not remember me. You may call me Uncle Ming, he greeted, shaking my hand warmly. Uncle Ming, adorned with thick black-framed glasses, appeared to be in his 50s, impeccably dressed in a tailored suit, exuding kindness. Entering his home, an inexplicable reticence enveloped me. After all, tomb raiding is a capital offense, and I was entirely unfamiliar with this man. If he were to betray me, my life would be irrevocably altered. I shared a profound friendship with your grandfather. Simply follow the instructions in the will. Do not worry about anything else. Uncle Ming seemed to read my thoughts as he spoke, gesturing towards the documents laid out on the table. These are copies of the materials your grandfather entrusted to me. The originals are secured in a bank vault. I took a seat and perused the documents, while Uncle Ming stood silently by, creating an atmosphere that felt distinctly peculiar. Attempting to break the tension, I inquired, Uncle Ming, are you the only one at home? My wife passed away during childbirth, he replied, still wearing that affable smile. His expression sent a chill down my spine. Could I truly place my trust in this man? As he spoke, I scrutinized his face, noting that his countenance remained unchanged, as if the loss of his wife were akin to the death of a mere dog. Such emotional detachment suggested a deep-seated complexity. My apologies, Uncle Ming. I spoke without thinking. I quickly added, redirecting my focus to the documents. The records from the Warring States period detailed that, before his demise, Emperor Qin Shi Huang instructed Li Si to seal a precious treasure within the Qingyang vessel, to be buried alongside him, hidden from the eyes of outsiders. Suddenly, an unsettling thought struck me. It seemed I had overlooked something. My grandfather had never mentioned the treasure entombed within the Qingyang vessel, fixating solely on the vessel itself, a notion that felt illogical. I shook my head and posed a question to Uncle Ming. Uncle Ming, even if I were to locate the Qingyang vessel, how can you be certain of its authenticity? This inquiry served merely as a probe, as I sought a definitive answer. If it proves to be a counterfeit, you shall inherit nothing from this legacy. I felt a shiver run down my spine, prompting me to hastily place the documents into my bag and rise to take my leave. If you were genuinely intrigued by this will, you might consider visiting your grandfather's old residence to explore further. Just as I was about to depart, Uncle Ming unexpectedly spoke from behind me, abruptly slamming the door shut. He also mentioned that he shared a profound bond with my grandfather, yet I realized I had never heard my grandfather speak of him. Chapter 4. The Haunted House. Throughout my journey, I found myself desperately pondering the role that Uncle Ming played alongside my grandfather. The only certainty I possessed was that he harbored no ill intentions towards me. Furthermore, his unwavering confidence in discerning the authenticity of the Qingyang zune suggested that he was far more than a mere attorney. I genuinely suspected he might be a local sage. Yet, whether Uncle Ming was benevolent or malevolent had become irrelevant. I was now ensnared in a perilous situation, and I was determined to procure the Qingyang zune, even if it cost me my life. Upon returning to the shop, I brewed a cup of tea to calm my nerves before meticulously examining the documents. My grandfather's sketch of the Qingyang zune, although merely outlined in pencil, emanated a striking three-dimensional quality that even a layman could recognize as invaluable. I perused the materials, but despite my efforts, I encountered no unexpected revelations. Suddenly, a loud banging at the door startled me. Peering through the crack, I saw the rotund figure of my friend Fatty struggling with a large suitcase at the entrance. Impressive efficiency, Fatty, I hastily opened the door, my heightened anxiety stemming from an irrational fear of loan sharks barging in. Naturally, such significant matters could not proceed without my esteemed fatty overseeing them. Moreover, the situation in Panjiayuan had grown dire, compelling us to peddle counterfeit goods to foreigners. Remaining idle was a waste of precious time. Fatty clumsily maneuvered his suitcase inside. Hurry up. We need to get going. I have a strong feeling that my grandfather's old house holds some clues. After issuing my instructions, we quickly shared a bowl of noodles before hailing a taxi to the outskirts. My grandfather owned an ancient house beyond the city, where he sought refuge to drink and paint after succumbing to madness. Nearby lay a foreboding cemetery, and to be honest, I would never dare venture there alone at night if not for Fatty's company. The taxi driver refused to proceed any further as we approached the cemetery, a site notorious for its numerous robberies. Driver, are you really leaving us here at the cemetery? What if we encounter something unclean? Can you afford to take responsibility? I exclaimed, my irritation mounting. If you refuse to drive us further, I swear Fatty will have a word with you. Fatty, incensed by the driver's reluctance, chimed in. This place is desolate. How do you expect us to get there? Look, just take us to our destination, and we'll pay you an extra 20 yuan for the return trip. I quickly played the role of a conciliator. All right, but don't keep us waiting for too long. The driver hesitated but ultimately acquiesced. As we drove past the cemetery, Fatty remarked, your grandfather certainly knew how to pick a location. It's eerie enough to make one shiver. And I wonder how anyone could live here. 5 minutes later, we arrived at my grandfather's old house, a 3-story brick structure, its walls adorned with climbing ivy, and the entrance sealed with a large court order. Given that my grandfather's estate was currently in a state of suspension, the house had been sealed by the court. The taxi driver regarded me with suspicion as I waved my keys before him, stating, this is my grandfather's house. I have come to retrieve some belongings. With that, I opened the door, and my companion, a portly man, extracted an emergency light from his bag and followed me inside. Hurry up, you two. The taxi driver bellowed at the entrance. Get to work. This house is quite large. Quickly search for any clues. I felt a surge of anger. I had expected my companion, who had honed his skills in Panjiayuan for 2 years, to exhibit greater composure, yet he remained as unreliable as ever. Fine. I'll start searching from the 3rd floor while you begin on the 1st. Let us regroup on the 2nd floor afterward. The portly man handed me another emergency light. I commenced my search, illuminating the living room, bathroom, and storage room repeatedly. After my grandfather's passing, the furniture had been removed and sold, leaving the spacious abode bare, allowing me to easily spot anything out of place. I scoured the 1st floor thoroughly. Aside from a layer of dust, there was nothing else. Suddenly, I heard the portly man call out, his voice jarring in the stillness of the house. Startled, I dashed up to the 3rd floor, where I found him squatting on the ground, his backside protruding. I kicked his rear, asking, what the devil is going on? The portly man's face had paled, trembling as he pointed to a corner. I quickly directed my light toward it, and the sight sent chills down my spine. In the corner of the 3rd floor, neatly arranged, stood a series of altars for the deceased, with a statue of Yama, the king of the underworld, seated amongst them. The scene was undeniably eerie. It was then that I noticed a thick layer of ash on the floor, likely remnants from the burning of paper offerings. What is there to fear about a few altars? Let us see what we can find. I feigned calmness. Li Ding Dang, what sort of person was your grandfather? Surely he wasn't insane? Look at these altars. They all bear a single date, and none have names. With these 30 or so altars here, even Guanyin would be frightened away by the oppressive energy. We should leave. The portly man stammered. I urged him not to panic. Picking up an altar to examine the inscriptions. April 1st, 1980, deceased. Could this date be when your grandfather ventured into the tombs? He inquired. No. That doesn't tee it up. Oddly enough, my grandfather never mentioned this date. He was excavating the tomb of Li Si back in 1960, I mused, furrowing my brow in confusion. The entire 3rd floor felt sealed, devoid of a single window, and a thick odor of ash permeated the air, making it unbearable to remain inside. Finding nothing further, I descended to the 2nd floor with the portly man. Upon our arrival, we discovered an even more unsettling sight. The 2nd floor was cluttered with flower wreaths, paper effigies of young boys and girls, gold ingots, and spirit-evoking banners. The corpulent man trembled as he spoke. Ding dang. Your grandfather specialized in dealings with the deceased, did he not? Why are there so many ghostly items piled up here? Can anyone truly reside in this house? A sense of unease welled up within me, yet I mustered my resolve and replied, we must quickly search for clues. These objects may very well be deliberately obscuring our vision. The stout man and I rummaged through the second floor, turning it upside down, but to no avail. Undeterred, I tore apart the wreaths and offerings, meticulously examining each one, yet still found no traces pertaining to the tomb of Li Si. It's over, ding dang. You should make a hasty retreat. With just those tattered paintings left by your grandfather, where shall we procure this grant? The man, exhausted, collapsed onto the floor. This house was perhaps the only place where he might have left a clue, if he truly wished for the descendants of the Li family to discover the Qingyang Zun. Oh dear, what a pain. Why is the ceiling of this second floor so low? As I had anticipated, after nearly 3 hours of tireless searching, the stout man and I finally uncovered a hidden compartment within the floor of the third level. Inside that cramped space, I unearthed a small, black box. I struggled to contain my excitement as I placed my hand on the box's latch, ready to unlock it. Chapter 5, The Death Note. Ding dang, wait a moment. Are we being watched? The portly fellow suddenly wore a grave expression, halting me in my tracks, and whispered that someone had been loitering in the room since our arrival. A jolt of alarm surged through me as one name flashed into my mind, the only individual who knew of my presence here, Uncle Ming. Could it be that you're mistaken? Perhaps seeing a mere vagabond? Upon returning to the shop, I sighed in relief. The portly fellow shook his head, stating, I am no oracle. How could I know? I cleared the table, my hands trembling slightly as I unlatched the black box and retrieved a stack of papers. He snatched up a map, his face lighting up with exhilaration. Ding dang, this is it. The location of the great burial site is marked here. I suppressed my urge to exclaim in joy and cautioned him to remain calm, snatching the map from his grasp. It was a handcrafted map of Shaanxi County in Hunan, each point meticulously detailed, with pencil-drawn lines that seemed to trace my grandfather's excavation route. However, a blood-red cross marked one spot, instilling a sense of unease within me. Was it a warning? As I continued to sift through the contents, I stumbled upon an ancient notebook filled with disjointed thoughts. Furrowing my brow, I read aloud, The heart of Li Si, how utterly mad. How many souls does he intend to take with him? In my second venture into his tomb, I have doomed us all. The clues remain buried. I am a sinner, destined to atone for the dead. Never return to that place. On the final page of the notebook, a black and white photograph was tucked away, depicting a group of over a dozen individuals. At the center sat my grandfather, beaming joyfully beneath a large straw hat. To his left was Uncle Ming, scholarly in appearance, sporting round spectacles. To my grandfather's right sat an unfamiliar man with a bushy beard, his expression grim, with the notable peculiarity of a missing thumb on his right hand. A tumult of emotions surged within me. The revelations contained in this notebook were profoundly unsettling. I had not anticipated that after my grandfather's initial failure at excavation, he would have organized a second attempt. Furthermore, the information suggested that their subsequent endeavor was even more catastrophic than the first. During their initial expedition, my grandfather and his companions had encountered dozens of black spirits imprisoned within the walls. What horrors had they faced during the second venture? A contradiction nagged at me. The tone of my grandfather's words implied a desire to prevent further intrusions into the tomb. Yet, why would he leave such a testament before his demise? Ding dang, if we are to undertake this task, we cannot do it alone. The portly fellow's countenance darkened upon seeing the photograph. Before I could respond, he pointed to the bearded man beside my grandfather. Do you know who he is? The infamous Chao Siji, a renowned local excavator from Hubei, missing a thumb on his right hand yet capable of retrieving burial artifacts from within Zongzi coffins. Even now, in Panjiayuan, he is still remembered. If he couldn't handle that pit, we would be walking to our own demise. I remained silent for a considerable time before uttering, Fatty, I am deeply in debt with no way out. Even if it leads me into a treacherous abyss, I must leap forward. You must think this through. Fatty retorted dismissively. What is there to ponder? I've already closed up shop at Panjiayuan. If you dare abandon me, I shall ensure you meet a dire fate. I was somewhat touched, realizing that Fatty regarded me as a brother. Our acquaintance began quite simply. Fatty had once acquired a blue and white porcelain vase worth a mere 25 yuan and sold it for 25,000. Only to be pursued down 3 streets when the deception was uncovered. Witnessing him being cornered, I intervened with funds to resolve the situation. Fatty often claimed it was merely a trifling sum for me. Yet for him, it was a matter of life and death. I inquired of Fatty, I have a candidate in mind. Do you know any capable individuals? Preferably someone knowledgeable about tombs, but they must not possess a treacherous heart, for if this scheme leaks, we might find ourselves in dire straits. I happen to know an adept individual, known on the streets as Chen Tuzi, who holds considerable reputation in Panjiayuan. His skills in divination are commendable, and most importantly, he is well versed in the literature of numerous dynasties. In his own words, there is nothing he cannot comprehend, Fatty replied. Excellent. That is essential, but we will require several skilled hands as well. I frowned, recalling the malevolent specter my grandfather had encountered, which sent a shiver down my spine. That night, I was plagued by unease. Could the shadowy figure I encountered with Fatty at the old house be Uncle Ming? After all, he was the only one aware of my visit to that decrepit structure. What were his intentions? Disturbed by these thoughts, I resolved to seek solace in sleep. Early the next morning, Fatty ventured to Panjiayuan to gather reinforcements. After much hesitation, I mentally compiled a list and ultimately decided to seek out a certain individual. I only knew him as Wang Yuanchao, a veteran of the Sino-Vietnamese conflict, and he was undoubtedly in dire financial straits. He had once sold a watch, a keepsake from his father, at my antique shop, which is how I came to know him. I knocked on the door of a dilapidated house a few streets away from my shop. A man in his 30s emerged, his expression inscrutable. Li Ding Dang. What do you want? He asked flatly. For reasons unknown, I felt as though I were facing not a man, but a wolf. And the words I had prepared seemed to elude me. The room was thick with the scent of Chinese herbs. I wondered for whom he was preparing medicine. Do you have any means of procuring weapons? I inquired, steeling myself, only to be met with a glint of lethal intent in his eyes. I had no doubt this man could easily twist my head off like a pretzel. Hold on, let me explain. There's a job that could yield 200,000. Perhaps even more, but the risks are substantial, I blurted out. 200,000? Wang Yuanchao's expression shifted subtly. My assumptions had proven correct. He was indeed in desperate need of money. After speaking, I turned to leave. The antique street was rife with individuals far more ruthless than Wang Yuanchao. Yet I trusted him. Such a person would at least not betray you with a knife in the back. Chapter 6. As night fell, Wang Yuanchao indeed came to seek me out. He could procure 2 Type 54 pistols, and within a limit of 5 AKs, the lethality would be assured. Though the loading speed was rather slow. Then let us acquire 2 Type 54 pistols and 2 AKs. Can you obtain explosives? We might find them necessary. I contemplated and replied. 30,000 yuan. I can fabricate the explosives myself, as long as I can acquire the gunpowder. Very well, make the necessary contacts. And I shall provide you with the funds tomorrow, I resolved with determination. Rest assured, if this succeeds, I am not overly concerned about the money, he chuckled wryly. After Wang Yuanchao departed, I steeled myself and liquidated all the antiques in my shop, for if this operation were to fail, I feared I would truly face ruin. The following day was spent poring over the materials in my shop. There were several markings on the map that puzzled me, but I could only continue to decipher them en route. The portly fellow's progress was notably swift. By the third day, shortly after my midday meal, he stood outside my shop, accompanied by a hunchbacked middle-aged man with an unsightly grin, his breath reeking of smoke. This is the Chin to Ozi I mentioned. The portly man nodded at me. I am surnamed Chin. Just call me Old Chin. The hunchback smiled, not inquiring about the target of our endeavor. Wang Yuanchao was likely finalizing preparations. If we delayed further, we would hastily gather our belongings and set off. Indeed, one must exercise caution. Just last month, a band of itinerant ruffians was apprehended in Tianjin and executed within 2 days. The crackdown on underground rats is quite severe now, Chin to Ozi remarked with a nod. He appeared well versed in the underworld's affairs, engaging both me and the portly man in idle chatter until past 10 o'clock. With inconspicuous bags slung over our shoulders, we proceeded to rendezvous with Wang Yuanchao at a long-abandoned dirt road, overgrown with weeds, which led out of Wuhan toward Shanxi County. The vehicle Wang Yuanchao had procured was an old van, and the weapons and explosives lay concealed beneath a canvas. Impressive, brother. To secure Type 54 pistols at a time like this, and explosives as well, are they securely bound? I would hate for them to detonate during transit, the portly man exclaimed, caressing the 2 Type 54 pistols with great satisfaction. Wang Yuanchao did not respond to him, as they were not well acquainted. The confiscation of firearms had intensified, making such items treasures in their own right. Chin to Ozi picked up an AK-47, remarking, "These goods are exceedingly satisfactory. Encountering such a bounty ensures we at least have the means to defend ourselves." Chin to Ozi spat derisively, telling the portly man to mind his tongue. Now, where exactly are we headed to dig? He cautiously inquired. Shiazikan in Shanxi County. Our target lies in that direction, I replied, glancing at the map in my hand with a nonchalant demeanor. Shiazikan. Chin to Ozi's complexion suddenly changed. What happened in Whistle Village? I inquired, maintaining a calm demeanor. If I had known it was Whistle Village, perhaps we would need to reconsider our plans. It is a ghost village, and currently, no one dares to venture there. Chen Tuozi remarked. Ghost village? Both the fatty and I were perplexed by the term. Chen Tuozi lit a cigarette, exhaling smoke as he began to explain. About 20 years ago, Whistle Village underwent a transformation. It had previously been a normal village, where people farmed and went about their daily lives. However, since that time, the able-bodied young men in the village fell ill. They could hardly get out of bed, and eventually, it was as if they had become specters of tuberculosis. With half the villagers succumbing to death, those who remained were neither fully alive nor truly dead. Who would dare to go to such a place? Is it possible there was an infectious disease? Didn't the Japanese invaders once employ biological weapons, unearthing something from the villagers? Fatty interjected. This was common knowledge among those in the know, and later some claimed that the village had poor feng shui, unearthing malevolent remnants that cursed the villagers. Nonsense, Fatty retorted, expressing skepticism as he was also familiar with the underworld. How come I hadn't heard of such bizarre tales? Fine, if you don't want to listen, then don't. Chintuozi snapped, turning away in anger. At that moment, my complexion turned pale, and cold sweat began to bead on my forehead. Chintuozi's mention of 20 years ago suddenly reminded me of the tablets I had seen in my grandfather's old house. The dates aligned perfectly, didn't they? Could it be that my grandfather was venerating the spirits of the villagers from Whistle Village? This thought only reinforced my growing conviction. Although my grandfather dealt in antiques, he was a devout Buddhist. I found it difficult to fathom that he would acquire so many relics of the dead without having committed some heinous act. When they first excavated that grave, they encountered a dark malevolence. What did they unearth during the second excavation that caused such devastation to the entire team and even affected the innocent villagers of Whistle Village? A profound fear gripped my heart. Just then, as we were driving, Wang Yuan abruptly slammed on the brakes, causing my head to collide with the seat in front of me. Despite the soft cushioning, a large bump formed on my forehead. Someone was blocking the road. Prepare your weapons, Wang Yuanzhao whispered. My heart tightened as I hastily reached for my 54 type pistol and jumped out of the car. Illuminated by the headlights, I could see that the roadblock was a young man with a detached expression, appearing to be around my age. I felt a sense of unease. This person was quite handsome, with 2 arched eyebrows and skin as pale as a peeled egg. He donned a black sharkskin jacket and carried a small backpack, looking more like a mountaineer than a robber. Wang Yuanzhao opened the car door and stepped out to confront the young man. For some reason, I sensed that Wang Yuanzhao was very tense, his body trembling slightly, as if he held a deep apprehension towards this youth. Chapter 7. The fourth young lady, are you Li Dingnang? I am Ming Shu's envoy here to recruit you. The young man scrutinized me, his brow furrowing. What is Ming Shu up to this time? I thought to myself, infuriated to realize that despite my attempts at discretion on this expedition, every move I made was under Ming Shu's watchful eye. Now, he had sent someone to monitor me. You have mistaken me. We are here to harvest wheat, I replied, a flash of murderous intent flickering in my eyes as I raised my gun. Hold on, young man. Might I inquire if the individual ahead is the fourth young lady? At that moment, Chintuozi rushed over, firmly restraining my hand, and shouted at the young man across from us. I was momentarily taken aback. What did fourth young lady mean? Wasn't this fellow a man? Wang Yuanzhao appeared as tense, as if facing a formidable adversary, while the fourth young lady stood coldly to the side, nodding at Chintuozi. Young man, if you trust me, heed my advice. You must be aware of the illustrious Chao Siji, right? This person is Chao Siji's own son, possessing unparalleled skills in the art of tomb raiding. Our venture would be impossible without him, Chintuozi urged, casting me significant glances as if to suggest avoiding conflict with this individual. Chao Siji. The mention triggered a memory of a black and white photograph, wherein a bearded man sat to my grandfather's right. Without the beard, the resemblance was striking. A headache began to brew. This expedition was originally aimed at procuring the Qingyang zone. But Ming Shu's enigmatic identity and the emergence of this fourth young lady had rendered the situation increasingly precarious. Seeing my hesitation, the fourth young lady casually opened the car door and settled in for a rest, leaving me and the portly man to stare at each other, guns in hand. Young man, if you are concerned that this person might betray us, you are mistaken. He is quite reputable in the underworld. His joining us is a favor to us. And perhaps our chances have just increased significantly, Chintuozi remarked. Who exactly is this fourth young lady? Speak clearly, old Tuozi, the portly man interjected. None knows his full background. All we know is that he is the son of Chao Ciji, due to his delicate appearance. He is commonly referred to as fourth young lady in the circles. He has established his own faction, with fingers as tough as steel. And his skill in the double-finger dragon probe surpasses that of his father, Chao Ciji, Chen Tuozi explained. Very well, since he has not exhibited any hostility, we shall proceed together. But let us all remain vigilant, I concluded after some thought. The presence of a stranger in the vehicle felt exceedingly strange, yet the fourth young lady remained undisturbed. Sleeping on the seat, seemingly unafraid of a potential betrayal, I slowly retrieved my grandfather's notebook and focused on the photograph nestled within, suddenly sensing something amiss. The resemblance between this person and Chao Ciji in the photograph was uncanny. Notably, the fourth young lady had identical ears. Could it be that such striking familial resemblance existed? What sent chills down my spine was their posture, both seated with hands parallel, resting on their thighs, and each missing a thumb. Were it not for the decades separating their eras, I would suspect they were one and the same individual. The journey lasted nearly 3 hours, and the van was on the verge of falling apart by the time we arrived in Shaanxi County, well past 2 in the morning. Following the map left by my grandfather, we finally approached a cluster of low hills. The winding roads were fraught with twists and turns. Had it not been for Wang Yuanchao's previous experience as a scout, we would never have found this place. It was no wonder that no one had dared to steal from here. Its location was exceedingly remote. I surmised that even the locals of Shaanxi County would struggle to locate it. The path ahead was completely obstructed by dead branches and leaves, rendering our vehicle immobile. Wang Yuanchao halted the car and, with a sense of resignation, remarked. I alighted and scrutinized the terrain through my binoculars, assessing the surrounding environment to ascertain our position on the map. To reach Shaoxi village, we would need to continue southeast. Traversing this mountain should get us there. But given the late hour, should we not wait until morning? I furrowed my brow. We must proceed now, without delay, for Sisters declared, having exited the vehicle. She gazed at the mountain for quite some time before suddenly speaking. Without further ado, she began to ascend the mountain path, leaving the fatty and me momentarily dumbfounded. Let us heed her words. Chen Tuozi seemed to possess an unwavering trust in Four Sisters. If we are to go, then we shall. Are we to be cowed by the darkness? Fatty grumbled. For reasons unknown, the trees on this mountain grew particularly dense upon entering. It felt less like a small hill and more akin to a vast forest. With the aid of 2 flashlights, we pressed onward. Suddenly, a faint noise startled me. I felt something icy drop onto my neck and slide down. Alarmed, I flailed wildly. Stay still, it's merely a mouse. Look at you, so jumpy. Fatty exclaimed as he lifted my shirt and tossed the rodent aside. Embarrassed, I chuckled nervously. I thought it was something peculiar. For Sisters remained fixated on the ground. Lost in thought. Following her gaze, I gasped. Before us lay at least 7 or 8 mice wriggling on the ground. How utterly revolting, Fatty muttered, rubbing his goosebumps. We must be nearing the ghost village, Chen Tuozi remarked softly. As we continued, we encountered wild boars and mountain chickens, but these creatures appeared lethargic. As if afflicted by some ailment, even when we approached, they merely shifted slightly. Could there truly be an infectious disease here? With such dense foliage, it stands to reason that the beasts may have perished and become fertilizer. Fatty shivered, his apprehension palpable. Let us vacate this place. Something feels amiss with this little hill. We shall discuss it further upon reaching the village, Chen Tuozi suggested. Yet, the more we contemplated leaving, the more the heavens conspired against us. We became lost amidst the thick underbrush, wandering in circles without finding our way out. It was hardly our fault. The weeds towered above us, and discerning direction in the dark proved exceedingly challenging. After a brief respite, the corpulent gentleman could no longer endure the fatigue. He sought out a clear patch of ground and plopped down, soon succumbing to slumber, his form sprawling awkwardly upon the earth. Old Chen, Yuanchao, you two should also take a moment to rest, I suggested, noting that Wang Yuanchao had been driving throughout the night and was likely utterly exhausted. Meanwhile, the fourth girl wandered aimlessly, her intentions unclear. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she darted into the thicket, leaving me in a state of confusion. It seemed as though she existed on a parallel plane, utterly incomprehensible to us. Finding a spot to sit, I welcomed the cool breeze, which lulled me into a state of drowsiness. After an hour of struggling against slumber, I finally began to doze off. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle around 4 in the morning. I was abruptly roused by a peculiar noise emanating from behind me. Startled, I leapt up as if jolted by an electric shock, only to discover half the face of an elderly woman peering out from behind a large tree. Her visage was a grotesque tapestry of mud and blood, casting an eerie gaze upon me. In that moment, my body felt paralyzed, unable to move, as I fixated on her with unblinking terror. Chapter 8. The Terror of Whistle Village. Fatty, something has happened. Get up, damn it. I stammered, but Fatty remained motionless, sleeping like a log. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The old woman lay on the ground like a dog, drinking from a puddle. It dawned on me that the sound I had heard earlier might have emanated from her. My nerves calmed slightly. Perhaps she was merely a villager from Whistle Village, albeit a bit mentally disturbed. I hurried over and kicked Fatty's backside. Yet he remained oblivious to my efforts. Water, water. Suddenly, the old woman spoke, hesitating. I took a few steps closer only to see her frantically burying her head in the dirt, her mouth filled with mud. Water, water. She suddenly cried out in a fit, producing incomprehensible gurgling sounds. In an instant, the veins on her face bulged like ropes, and her eyes were filled with crimson blood. Before I could react, a tremendous force knocked me to the ground, nearly rendering me unconscious. Then, a foul stench assaulted my senses, and the old woman lunged at my neck, ready to bite like a beast. Get away. At that critical moment, a thunderous shout came from behind. Wang Yuanzhao kicked the old woman away, but she clung fiercely to his leg and bit down. A look of madness spread across her face. Wang Yuanzhao roared, attempting to push her away, but despite his military background, he could not dislodge her. I rushed to assist, but it was as if the old woman possessed an innate strength that rendered her immovable. I witnessed the skin on her face tear at the corner of her eye due to her exertion, the gash slowly widening until half her face was grotesquely revealed, sending a chill down my spine. Suddenly, the old woman's body went rigid, and she released Wang Yuanzhao's mouth. What are you doing? Why are you killing him? Fear gripped me. This was my first encounter with murder. Shintuazai, who had just awakened, was equally bewildered, unsure of what had transpired. Fourth sister ignored me, crouching down to press on the old woman's abdomen, seemingly engaged in some unknown task. Stay calm. She is no longer human, Wang Yuanzhao said, gripping my shoulder. The old woman on the ground twitched slightly. Under normal circumstances, a person with a pierced throat would be utterly lifeless by now, showing no signs of reaction. These must be the villagers of Whistle Village. They resembled madmen, and two strong men had struggled to withstand their frenzy. Good heavens, what had transpired in this village? Chen Tuazai's expression reflected his fear. Fatty, bleary-eyed, stood up, still unaware of the situation. It was only when he saw the corpse on the ground that he jumped back in shock. At that moment, none of us had any inclination to sleep. Chen Tuazai hesitated. Are we really going to proceed, lads? If the entire village of Whistle were like this, even entering with firearms would be tantamount to seeking death. The villagers appear to be relatively normal, and would not behave this way, the fourth girl suddenly remarked. What do you mean by relatively normal? The fatty inquired. The fourth girl furrowed her brow and replied, they are not like ordinary people. There is likely something sinister afoot here. Unless we uncover the source, we can forget about living in peace. I was taken aback. How astute of her to perceive this. I need to know everything your grandfather left behind regarding the tomb of Li Si. The fourth girl fixed her gaze on me. After a moment of hesitation, I divulged. What you said is mostly accurate. When my grandfather first descended into the tomb, he encountered the black evil. On their second expedition, they entered through a different passage. But in the end, only my grandfather and Uncle Ming emerged. The map is here. This tomb is actually Li Si's. Chen Tuozi's eyes widened in astonishment. The fourth girl took the documents I handed her and began to read. If we could unearth even a couple of artifacts, we would live comfortably for the rest of our lives, Chen Tuozi said, somewhat excitedly. Why are you so worked up? You know nothing, the fatty retorted, annoyed. What do you know, you little chub? Li Si was the most powerful chancellor in Chinese history when Qin Shi Huang was gravely ill. His words held more weight than even those of Qin Er Shi. Rumor has it that before his entire family was executed, Li Si found someone who resembled him to take his place. He himself did not perish, but instead went into hiding with the treasures of the Qin dynasty. Chen Tuozi, a diligent scholar of literature, spoke confidently about these matters. Let us first visit the village. Since this tomb is located in Whistle Village, we must at least take a look, I said with a frown. The silver lining is that not all the villagers have gone mad. Otherwise, I would truly be at a loss for how to proceed. We followed the fourth girl through the mountains and arrived at Whistle Village. At this hour, the village was eerily silent, save for the occasional barking of dogs. Suddenly, I noticed a household with an oil lamp still lit. We cautiously approached and saw an old man sitting inside, smoking a pipe. We stared intently at him, noting that he exhibited no unusual behavior before we dared to knock on the door. "Villager, open up. We are good people." The fatty knocked a few times, only to discover that the door was not locked and swung open effortlessly. The old man, however, seemed oblivious to our presence, engrossed in his smoking and sipping water from a basin beside him. "Villager, are you feeling unwell? We are doctors from Beijing here to help." I formulated a lie in my mind and approached him with a smile. "It's of no use. Everyone is about to die. What is the point of seeing a doctor?" The old man replied vacantly. After a few questions, we realized that the old man's mind seemed somewhat clouded. He kept drinking water incessantly. "Fatty, try to remove that basin of water," I instructed him. It appeared that the villagers of Whistle were not merely ill, rather, they seemed to be under some malevolent influence. After much contemplation, I finally managed to articulate these few words. "How should I phrase it?" Shintaozi inquired, furrowing his brow. "Yuan Chao, please press down on this old man's abdomen," I suggested. Wang Yuan Chao approached and forcefully pressed the old man's belly, causing a torrent of water to spill forth. You see, he is not thirsty at all, yet he has been incessantly drinking from the basin. The elderly woman we encountered in the mountains exhibited the same behavior. "It seems that without water, they might descend into madness," I remarked, a sense of unease creeping over me. "Indeed, it appears to be the case," Ding Dang concurred. "Just look at this old man's belly. It's as round as that of a pregnant woman," the stout man chimed in. I instinctively cast a glance at Si Gunyang, who stood at the entrance, her expression far from pleasant. Chapter 9. The strange illness. Although this old man is somewhat foolish, he possesses many admirable qualities. We shall investigate the situation further tomorrow. This village is indeed rather peculiar, Wang Yuanshao remarked, his brow furrowed in thought. After a night of restless toil, our physical endurance was at its limit. This time, Wang Yuanshao took the watch, allowing the rest of us to take turns resting. I fell into an unusually heavy slumber, feeling as though I were engulfed in flames. Parched and desperate, my throat nearly aflame. Suddenly, I sprang upright, seizing the water bottle from my pack and gulping down its contents. Yet, the sensation of thirst merely subsided slightly. At that moment, a chilling realization struck me, rendering my face ashen. I quickly looked up to see Chun Tuozi sitting despondently on the ground, while the hefty man was frantically drinking water like a man possessed. A wave of dread washed over me, dispelling any lingering hope. Wang Yuanchao and I exchanged glances, and he said with a bitter smile, "It seems we have all fallen victim." The atmosphere in the room grew heavy. Observing the old man's vacant expression on the bed, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, especially recalling the elderly woman in the forest who resembled a dog as she drank from the stream. Could I soon find myself in such a state? I opened my mouth, inhaling deeply to compose myself, and then inquired of Wang Yuanchao, "Did we come into contact with anything that could have bitten us, or was anyone near us while we slept?" Throughout our journey, we had applied potent mosquito repellent, so it was unlikely we had been bitten. Moreover, I had been on watch, ensuring no outsiders approached our dwelling. Wang Yuanchao asserted with conviction. The hefty man lamented, "This is it. I feel as though insects are writhing within my stomach." "Shut it, you're talking nonsense." His words startled me, but upon closer reflection, I realized he was merely panicking, which only fueled my irritation. "Sister C, do you have any insights?" Chin Tuozi hesitated before asking. Sister C sat motionless like a statue, then suddenly drew a dagger and slashed her wrist. The swift motion startled me. She then delicately licked the blood that flowed forth, murmuring, "It's not poisoning." I shook my head. It seemed relying on the enigmatic Sister C was futile. The others nodded in agreement. As time passed, we discovered that the situation remained within manageable bounds. Approximately every hour, we experienced an intense thirst, but after drinking, we returned to normal, exhibiting no other discomfort. After several hours of exploration, we began to feel a sense of relief. Good heavens, I'm thirsty again. If I drink any more, my stomach will balloon like a water balloon. The hefty man grumbled. "Wait, hold on. You must endure for a moment. Let's observe what happens if we refrain from drinking." A sudden idea surged within me. The hefty man nodded, yet soon his face contorted in discomfort, and he yawned repeatedly, resembling a drug addict in search of their fix. "How are you feeling, my friend? Are you all right?" I inquired anxiously. "Damn, I feel horrendous. My throat feels as though it is ablaze, parched and desperately thirsty." Before he could finish his lament, he suddenly let out a blood-curdling scream, writhing on the ground in agony. "Quick, pour water down his throat," I exclaimed in alarm, urging Wang Yuanchao to hastily feed the remaining water from the basin to him. After a considerable time, the pig-like wails of my friend finally subsided. Damn that Li Ding-dang. Always coming up with such rotten ideas. I nearly lost these 200 pounds of flesh because of your foolish words, he muttered weakly. What exactly happened just now? Why did he suddenly transform like that? Chun Tuozi asked gravely, witnessing my friend's distress rekindle our earlier concerns. I'm not sure. It felt as if something burrowed into my heart, causing excruciating pain, my friend replied, equally bewildered. Village chief. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing a dark-skinned youth with bare feet and a shirtless torso. He looked around the room, perplexed, and asked, "Who are these outsiders?" "They are all foreigners." The elderly man in bed suddenly rumbled, startling me. Turning around, I found the old man lively and alert, a stark contrast to the dazed figure from yesterday. "Are you all right, sir? You didn't respond to us when we tried to converse yesterday," I asked. "I'm fine. Sometimes my head feels foggy. What brings you outsiders to Shatzi village?" "It has been decades since we had visitors," the old village chief queried, intrigued. "Ha ha ha, splendid." The old village chief cackled, his laughter reminiscent of a night owl, sending shivers down my spine. He grasped my hand earnestly and said, "Child, you need not seek a cure. Sincerity of heart will heal your afflictions. Once your heart is sincere, you will be able to perceive them." As he uttered those words, an unsettling fervor gleamed in his eyes, akin to that of a zealot. His statements left me utterly confounded. Sincerity can quench thirst? And who are they that I am supposed to see? We exchanged bewildered glances, and I furrowed my brow, posing further inquiries, but the village chief continued to speak in riddles. Eventually, seeming somewhat impatient, he exited the room with the villager. Is this old man merely feigning madness? Should we not bind him and whip the truth out of him? My friend frowned. Whether he is pretending or not, I noticed a fierce glint in his eyes when he mentioned healing. This elder must possess a wealth of knowledge. His demeanor last night was likely a performance, Wang Yuanchao remarked seriously. Knowing Wang Yuanchao's background as a scout, I understood that when he voiced such concerns, they bore significant weight. Let us first ascertain the true nature of this village, I suggested after a moment of contemplation. To be honest, I am quite curious about what kind of village this ghost village, which has vanished from the map, truly is. Chapter 10. The ghostly village. We set out with our bundles. And along the way, it struck us that this village appeared to be utterly ordinary. By 7 or 8 in the morning, some villagers were tending to their crops, while elderly folks leisurely smoked their pipes at the doorsteps, and a few young men ventured into the woods, presumably to hunt. If this were merely an unremarkable village, everything would seem perfectly normal. Yet, this was the ghost village. These individuals seemed untouched by the strange affliction. Had they grown accustomed to such a life, becoming numb to it? I found myself perplexed. Do you sense a faint metallic scent in the air? There has been death here, and not just a few. Wang Yuanchao's expression darkened as he squinted around. Indeed, something felt amiss. Several unfamiliar faces had suddenly appeared in the village, yet the locals wore expressions of indifference. Damn it. I discreetly revealed my pistol moments ago, and they acted as though they hadn't seen a thing, the fat man muttered quietly. This village is definitely harboring secrets. A wave of heat surged from my throat, and I irritably gulped down several mouthfuls of water, trying to quell my thirst, but instead, I felt nauseous, the water threatening to rise. It was an utterly revolting sensation. My stomach was full, yet my mind incessantly screamed of thirst. Let us investigate that courtyard over there. Surely, there must be some clues. I refuse to believe that every soul in this village is ensnared in madness. I pointed toward a courtyard at the end of the village. As we entered, we encountered a gaunt woman, likely in her 30s, sharpening a kitchen knife. She glanced at us briefly before returning to her task. Damn it. There's a dog. The fat man suddenly shouted. He had once been chased by a Tibetan Mastiff, and now the sight of any sizable dog made his legs tremble. In a corner, a large black dog stared at us vacantly. It neither barked nor wagged its tail in welcome, merely observing us as though it were a spectator. This is bad. A low voice echoed in my ear, and I quickly turned to see fourth sister staring intently at the dog, her face ashen. She suddenly shouted at Wang Yuanchao, "Capture that dog and slaughter it." Her voice was laced with urgency, startling us all. Before the last word escaped her lips, the dog bolted from the courtyard, leaving us in stunned silence. You all stay here. At noon, find the sunniest spot in this village and dig 6 meters down. If you uncover anything, stop immediately and await my word. Fourth sister instructed, enunciating each word carefully before swiftly dashing out to pursue the dog. Chen Tuozi turned pale and sank to the ground. I said, "Old Chen, don't play the villain here and scare us." What the hell is this nonsense? I didn't understand a word, the fat man queried from the side. My own complexion had also turned pale. For my family had been in the antiques trade for 3 generations, and I possessed a modicum of knowledge regarding the sinister. The so-called Einhound is said to exist only in the villages of the Miao people. According to historical records, these dogs must be nurtured with human blood and flesh while still in the womb. After birth, they are raised using secret techniques, and once matured, they become Einhounds. Have you noticed that the dog we encountered earlier was a large black one? Black dogs are believed to possess the strongest yang energy, which is why we practitioners often use black dog blood to dispel evil spirits. Yet this large black dog has turned into a Einhound, indicating that something terrifying must be buried underground nearby, perhaps even a king of the Zongzi. Chen Tuozi's face was as pale as a sheet of paper. This situation is akin to encountering a ghost in broad daylight. My hands and feet were icy, and my heart raced frantically as I instinctively asked Chen Tuozi what we should do next. We found ourselves in a predicament with no way forward or back, relying solely on whether the fourth sister could resolve the village's issues. Otherwise, we would meet the same fate. Chen Tuozi pointed to a woman sharpening a knife, her indifferent expression sending chills down my spine. We waited until midday, and I took out the map to examine it. At last, I found a spot in the village that was not obscured by large trees or buildings, a location marked by my grandfather on the map. Look, the soil here seems to have been disturbed. Should we start digging? The fatty suggested, nudging the earth with his toe. I nodded, and several of us eagerly grabbed shovels and began to dig fervently. After digging nearly 5 meters deep, I suddenly caught a whiff of a foul, rotten egg odor that made me nauseous. With a swift thrust of my shovel, I unearthed a large clump of viscous red soil. A corpse. There is a corpse here. Chen Tuozi exclaimed in a piercing tone, his shovel striking a decaying head. The remains appeared to have been buried not long ago, still far from fully decomposed, and they looked utterly grotesque. There is one here too. The fatty stammered, having uncovered a foul-smelling female corpse, seemingly buried just days prior, her eyeballs rolling in their sockets, exposing a mouth filled with ghastly white teeth. My legs felt weak. What on earth was happening in this village? How could the dead be buried directly in the ground without even a coffin? No, this woman was buried alive. Chen Tuozi gasped, pointing to the ropes binding the woman's body. A sudden jolt of alarm shot through me as I heard Wang Yuanxiao shout, "Stop digging. Something is amiss." The previously oblivious woman sharpening her knife had somehow appeared behind us, her bulging eyes fixed menacingly on us. A few young villagers were also approaching, and my hands and feet turned cold. What did these soulless beings intend to do? Wang Yuanxiao gripped his shovel tightly and shouted for us to follow him. We hurriedly trailed behind, aware that if we were encircled in this open space, it would surely be our end. I stumbled, nearly falling flat on my face. A woman wielding a kitchen knife suddenly grasped my shoulder, her mouth agape, her expression ferocious as she lunged to bite me. In a panic, I kicked wildly, desperately trying to fend her off by bracing against her neck, denying her the opportunity to strike. At that moment, Wang Yuanxiao seized an AK-47 nearby and swung the butt of the gun against the back of the woman's head, rendering her unconscious. "We must hurry, others are approaching," Wang urged me in a low voice. Peering through the crack of the door, I observed that those individuals had not followed us. It seemed we had unwittingly breached some forbidden threshold. The villagers of Shaoxi had begun to assault us. I pressed my hand to my racing heart and confessed my fear. I had never experienced such terror before. Being targeted by a horde of zombie-like figures, a scenario that typically exists only in films, was now vividly unfolding before my eyes. Chapter 11. The Tale of the Ghost Village. This entire situation is utterly insane. The plump man gasped for breath as he leaned against the door. It is far more than mere madness. If they were truly insane, they would either ignore us completely or continuously assault us. I suspect that while we were digging earlier, we inadvertently triggered some forbidden taboo, prompting someone to command the villagers to attack us. Furrowing my brow, a sudden chill coursed through me. Could there be a hidden mastermind lurking within this village? Old Chun, do hurry and elaborate on the origins of this ghostly village. The plump man tugged at Chun, clearly bewildered by the events of the day. This matter is indeed eerie, and the reason you are unaware of Whistle Village, Fatty, is quite justified. There were details I initially withheld from you, thinking them trivial, but also because I was uncertain myself. Chun spoke slowly. Enough, enough. Focus on the essentials. The plump man interrupted with irritation. That is precisely the crux. Chun was displeased at being interrupted. Whistle Village was sealed off in the 1970s. At that time, my father was among the first to enter the village. They intended to investigate the villagers' mysterious ailment. However, after nearly a year of staying there, they still could not identify the root cause of the illness. I gasped in disbelief, pondering what secrets Whistle Village might conceal. When I was younger, I was utterly oblivious. As I grew older and visited the mental hospital to see my father, he spoke of a presence residing within his mind, one that incessantly conversed with him at night. This entity was something he had brought back from the ghost village. Shin chuckled bitterly, admitting that some of his father's tales might have been mere fabrications, considering he was already deeply afflicted by madness at that time. Yet, I must caution you. The reality here may be far more terrifying than we can fathom. Why would such a robust village vanish so swiftly? Why was Li Si's tomb chosen for burial in this place? And most critically, what transformed my father into what he is now? My head throbbed increasingly with confusion. Was the transformation of Whistle Village a consequence of my grandfather's actions in unearthing Li Si's tomb, or was this inherently a cursed land? The others fell into a contemplative silence, initially believing it to be a mere treasure hunt, only to realize that they were all ensnared in a dire predicament. Have you ever heard of an entire village suffering such a fate? I broke the silence, directing my inquiry towards Chun, who, being an old hand at this, surely possessed more knowledge than we did. Are you suggesting that there are zombies beneath Whistle Village? The plump man trembled in fear. In the eyes of a local, zombies are far more fearsome than rice dumplings. While rice dumplings may only bite and claw, one can simply stuff a black donkey's hoof into their mouths, and at worst, a few strong men could bind them with ropes. However, the zombies are venomous and impervious to blades and bullets. Whenever a zombie emerges from a grave, the grave diggers, armed with machetes and shotguns, inevitably face complete annihilation. Moreover, if one is bitten or clawed by a zombie, they too succumb to the same fate. If my grandfather truly unearthed a zombie back in the day, it would not be far-fetched to think that, akin to the Chengdu incident, the villagers of Whistle Village could have been transformed into such ghastly figures. Could it be that we have been deceived by the fourth girl? Logically, as the son of Chao Siji, he should possess greater familiarity with this tomb than we do. Yet, he directed us to dig, inciting the villagers to attack, clearly intending to bring about our demise. The fatty suddenly remarked. I furrowed my brow, remaining silent. I had never encountered the fourth girl, and thus, there was no question of camaraderie. However, one thing was certain. By heeding his words and digging, we had drawn the ire of the villagers. There was no remedy for being fooled. Only the fourth girl understood the intricacies of Whistle Village. Chun Tuozi sighed. Have you noticed that the intervals of our affliction are growing shorter? Wang Yuanchao suddenly interjected. I nodded. Initially, it seemed to occur roughly every hour. Yet merely a day later, I found myself needing to drink copiously every half hour to alleviate the oppressive heat. Damn it, in a few days, we might be forced to huddle by the ditch, drinking water at all times, the fatty said with an eerie shiver. Not only that. Do you remember how you felt when you had tea and water? My complexion darkened as I contemplated some unsettling thoughts. It felt as though something were burrowing within my body, driving me to the brink of agony, the fatty recounted, still shaken. Yes, precisely. As time progresses, the thirst will manifest more frequently. If we fail to hydrate in a timely manner, those entities will invade our brains, transforming us into beings akin to the villagers here. My expression grew grave. The villagers, regardless of age or gender, displayed signs of mental distress, likely stemming from this very place. The fatty was startled by my words. Li Dingdang, stop scaring us. Have you found a solution? I pondered for a long while before resolutely stating. We still hold a semblance of initiative. The map is in my possession. To resolve our predicament, we must first uncover what my grandfather and his companions unearthed back then, regardless of the zombies or the bizarre affliction. We must dig it up first and address any issues afterward. Are you suggesting we take matters into our own hands and excavate Li Si's tomb? Chinda Ozi sprang to his feet. Yes. Rather than remain completely in the dark, it is better to actively investigate what my grandfather unearthed. I have an inkling that the village's transformation is intrinsically linked to what my grandfather discovered, possibly even that Qingyang zone. I remarked, young man, you do not grasp the gravity of the situation. Such rash actions could lead to dire consequences for everyone. It would be prudent to wait for the fourth girl. Chun Tuozi shook his head. I concur with Li Dingdong's sentiment. Wang Yuanchao stated solemnly. I too agree. Old Chun, if you have such unwavering confidence in the fourth miss, then remain here and see if she will come to your rescue. The hefty man scoffed. I unfolded the map and circled the enormous red cross marked by my grandfather. This location should be near the yard of the knife-wielding woman we encountered in the morning, not far from our excavation site. Gazing at that daunting red cross filled me with unease. Any area denoted in red ink on a map typically signifies peril. Yet, since we set foot in Whistle Village, we have had no path of retreat. Chapter 12. The blood-soaked sacrifice. Damn it. Don't these people ever sleep? The stout man remarked with a hint of bewilderment. It seemed as though the inhabitants of this village had vanished entirely. Could it possibly be due to our arrival? Wang Yuanchao expressed his confusion. Suddenly, a chilling wail echoed from afar, sending shivers down my spine. An inexplicable sense of foreboding overcame me. Quick, let us investigate what is happening, I shouted. We sprinted toward the source of the sound, the eerie cries accompanying us along the way. It resembled a cacophony of various animals, foxes, wild chickens, porcupines, intermingled with human screams. Wait, Wang Yuanchao abruptly halted us, furrowing his brow as he approached a patch of bloodstains. He scooped up a handful of viscous soil, inhaling its scent before informing us. This is human blood. The stout man switched on his flashlight, and upon surveying our surroundings, I was instantly taken aback. The ground was drenched in vivid crimson, rendering the area eerily reminiscent of a slaughterhouse. What on earth is happening in this village? Surely, all this blood cannot be human, the stout man said, visibly shaken. Cough. A sudden, hoarse voice emerged not far from us. Wang Yuanchao gestured for silence and pointed towards a location ahead, indicating that the sound likely originated from there. We held our breath, too fearful to move. The events of the day had already left a shadow over us. After what felt like an eternity of 10 minutes without any sign of movement, I finally exhaled in relief. I pulled out the map for reference and was startled to discover that the source of the commotion corresponded to a location marked by my grandfather. Could it be that these villagers were exhuming graves? Let us go and see, I exclaimed, disregarding everything else as I dashed toward that spot. As we approached, the noise escalated into a chaotic clamor. We were indeed not mistaken. The sounds of various animals' roars mingled with human groans in the stillness of the village. Such cries were particularly terrifying, causing Chun Tuzi's complexion to turn as pale as a sheet. I cautiously parted the dense thicket before me, and in an open space not more than 10 meters away, the villagers of Shatsi were gathered in a tight circle. They sat on the ground, their expressions grotesque, as if engaged in some sort of worship. The old village chief was encircled by the villagers, holding aloft a blood-soaked head of a black cat, occasionally pressing it to his chest, then raising it above his head. The cat's eyes glimmered eerily, appearing not entirely lifeless. A wave of dread washed over me as I glanced at the head. Suddenly, the old village chief commanded, and a villager was hoisted by others as if he were a sack of grain, parading around the crowd. As I approached the elderly village chief, he raised a rusted machete and, with a motion reminiscent of slaughtering a chicken, inflicted a deep gash across the throat of a villager, causing blood to spurt forth with a sickening sound. The villager instinctively attempted to struggle, yet was firmly restrained by other villagers, leaving him helpless as blood sprayed in all directions. At that moment, Wang Yuanchao may not have felt the gravity of the situation as acutely, being a seasoned veteran. However, my companion and I were utterly horrified by the gruesome scene, overwhelmed by nausea, with a singular thought racing through my mind: to flee as far away as possible. Chun Tuozi, seemingly paralyzed by fear, chattered his teeth, repeating his words multiple times before I could comprehend his meaning. His face was ashen. You coward! What does it matter what sort of ritual this is? Once we unearth the treasures from the ground, we can simply take them and leave. Why are you so afraid? The stout fellow scoffed. What do you know, you little fatso? How could a group of villagers from Hunan possibly conduct such a ritual? Clearly, they are under the control of whatever lies within the earth. If we excavate it, we might find ourselves in dire peril, Chun Tuozi retorted, exasperated, wishing desperately to escape this place. At that moment, I too began to waver, as we crouched silently in the grass, observing the ritual unfold. Over the span of an hour, I witnessed 3 individuals succumb to throat slashing and exsanguination, while the animals met the same fate at the hands of the village chief, whose deliberate actions left them bloodless. The stench of iron hung heavily in the air, nearly suffocating me. Ding dang. Surely there is not a blood-drinking Zongzi buried in that pit. From the blood that has been spilled, there must be several buckets worth. If it truly is a Zongzi come to life, we ought to abandon all thoughts and flee at once. The stout fellow whispered urgently in my ear. Suddenly, his voice fell silent, his expression frozen in disbelief as he pointed toward a clearing. Is that not fourth girl? What is she doing? In a small grove adjacent to the clearing, fourth girl approached, leading a yellow weasel. She appeared utterly unfazed, her delicate features betraying no emotion. As she neared the villagers, she bent down to cradle the weasel in her arms, emitting a series of harsh, discordant sounds. I stood there, dumbfounded, unsure of the significance of her actions. She mimicking the weasel-esque call. Is she attempting to deceive the villagers with it? The stout fellow, having spent his childhood in the mountains, quickly discerned. How exactly is she deceiving them? I inquired hastily. The yellow weasel is considered a malevolent entity in folklore. I had often heard elders recount tales of how, whenever a weasel entered a yard at midnight to steal chickens, they would not dare to harm it, for fear of retribution and being possessed by the creature. However, it was said that some skilled individuals could utilize weasels to confuse passers-by in places heavy with malevolent energy, robbing them of their riches. The villagers, seemingly provoked, surged towards fourth girl in a frenzied assault, their hysteria reminiscent of a relentless chase. Quickly, I'll distract them. You all dig up whatever lies beneath the earth. We must act swiftly, or it will be too late. Suddenly, the fourth maiden turned sharply and addressed me before swiftly darting into the woods. The sight of a dozen individuals pursuing a single person resembled a scene straight out of a gangster film. Moreover, the villagers, when incited, seemed to have received a dose of adrenaline. Despite my youthful vigor in my 20s, I found myself surprisingly overtaken and embraced around the neck by an elderly woman during the frantic escape. Had the fourth maiden faltered in her flight, she would likely have been torn to shreds. What shall we do? Shall we dig or refrain from digging? Chapter 13. There is a child behind you. Do not dig. Should we unearth what lies beneath, our demise would be inevitable. It is highly likely that the fourth girl intends for us to perish first while she reaps the rewards. At this moment, even Chintu Ozi has withdrawn his support for the fourth girl. Both Pongzi and Wang Yuanchao turned their gazes toward me, awaiting my final decision. My mind was a tumultuous mess, and I felt a desperate urge to slap myself into clarity. Dig. This fellow is risking his life. If this is merely a performance, then so be it. Ultimately, I gritted my teeth and spoke. Without hesitation, Wang Yuanchao and Pongzi discarded their packs and retrieved their entrenching tools. As Pongzi secured his steel pipe, he covered his nose with a towel. I had never witnessed such a grotesque scene. Li ding dang, you beast. Come here and mark this for me. If you misplace it, Pongzi will surely end your life. Pongzi erupted, seeing me lingering nearby. As I approached, I nearly fainted. The ground felt akin to stepping onto a mattress. The viscous blood pooled beneath my feet, causing goosebumps to rise uncontrollably. The three corpses, drained of their lifeblood, stared blankly at the sky, surrounded by the carcasses of plucked animals, creating a veritable hell on earth. Right here, at the three bodies, commenced digging. I donned gloves and beckoned Chun Tuozi to assist in moving the corpses aside. With a single thrust of his shovel, Pongzi unearthed a vast mixture of blood and sand, the noxious stench causing him to cough violently. Observing his face, I could tell he was nearing his limit. Fortunately, Wang Yuanchao worked with unwavering speed, swiftly clearing away the viscous layer of blood. From our position, we could occasionally hear the cries of the yellow weasels and the inhuman wails of the villagers. As the four of us frantically dug, to my surprise, the excavation proved effortless, as if the earth were loose. With each shovel, we could reach depths of 70 to 80 centimeters, and with a flick, half a cubic meter of soil would emerge. By this point, Pongzi had regained his composure, no longer affected by discomfort, and began bantering with me as he dug. Hurry up, speed up, stop dawdling. My arms began to tingle, yet I dared not slow my pace. Thankfully, the soil was quite soft, or with our collective efforts, we would not finish even after 2 hours. Before long, we had reached depths of approximately 7 to 8 meters. Strangely, despite the sweat pouring from me, I felt a chill emanating from the earth. Hurry, someone is coming. Chintu Ozi trembled as he called from above. How many? I quickly inquired. I'll handle the villagers. You continue digging. I gritted my teeth and declared. At that moment, my stamina was nearly depleted. Remaining below would not hasten our progress, so it was wiser to confront the situation above for a while. Ding dang, take your gun, if necessary. Intimidate them. Wang Yuanchao nodded in agreement. The mere words of a few villagers should pose no threat to Chun Tuozi and me, armed as we are. As I ascended the rope, I immediately spotted several villagers rushing towards us, barely 6 or 7 meters away. Chun Tuozi had already been trembling and gesticulating for quite some time. Witnessing this scene filled me with terror. If those frenzied individuals were to charge at us, we would undoubtedly meet a gruesome end. I drew my handgun and aimed it at the three villagers, yet in that moment of uncertainty, I found myself unable to pull the trigger. Although these individuals appeared somewhat deranged, the thought of taking a life, even in self-defense, felt insurmountable. In that moment of hesitation, the swiftest young villager collided forcefully with me, causing my head to spin as I nearly lost consciousness. My heart raced, and I bit my tongue hard to force myself to remain alert. The young villager was now beside me, his teeth mere centimeters from my neck. Summoning all my strength, I grasped his hair with both hands and desperately pushed his head back. I held my breath, terrified that exhaling would give him the opportunity to tear into my throat. Bang, 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 bang. Just as my dizziness intensified and my strength began to wane, Chun Tuozi, witnessing my plight, finally steeled himself and fired his weapon indiscriminately, emptying the entire magazine. Several villagers collapsed in the distance, and the young man who had me in his grip was struck by a bullet, sent sprawling away by my forceful push. A few bullets landed in the dirt nearby, emitting a hissing sound. Seeing the bullet holes so close, I felt utterly drained, collapsing to the ground and remaining motionless for an extended period. It seemed that Chun Tuozi, likely experiencing the weight of his first kill, stood in silence, gripping his firearm. I finally understood how battlefield syndromes manifest. Even the act of taking a few lives weighed heavily on Chun Tuozi's conscience. While the death toll on the battlefield often reaches into the hundreds or thousands, some young soldiers, merely closing their eyes, are haunted by the specters of the deceased, likely trapped in this very state of torment. Suddenly, I heard the peculiar cries of the fat man from below, sending a shiver down my spine. I hurriedly crawled to the edge of the pit, and under the glow of the emergency light, I beheld a shocking sight. At the dark bottom of the pit lay a coffin. While an ordinary coffin would not have been alarming, this one was unlike any I had ever encountered. The upper part retained the conventional coffin shape, but the rear end tapered off, resembling the elongated tail of a gecko, curved in shape. The entire structure appeared seamless, emanating an eerie aura. There was a sound of breathing emanating from within that coffin. The fat man was visibly shaken, shouting at us in panic. However, my gaze was not fixed on the peculiar coffin, but rather drawn to the corner behind the fat man and Wang Yuanchao. When I finally discerned that object, a profound realization struck me. I would likely never forget the events of this evening, even after several decades. I felt an almost complete absence of warmth throughout my body. And it was only when I regained control over myself that I cried out in a voice reminiscent of tears. "Fatty, there is a child behind you." Chapter 14. The centipede coffin emerging from the earth was a half-buried head, faintly revealing the visage of a child, perhaps 4 or 5 years of age, with a pallid, bluish-gray hue enveloping the entirety of the head. What sent chills down my spine was the grim reality that the child's ears and nose had been severed, while its eyes had been gouged out and the eyelids sewn shut. I had never before encountered such a horrific visage, especially from my vantage point. Staring directly at that face, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread that I would be haunted by this image for the rest of my life. "Fatty, look to your left, dig quickly. Just dig." Chun Tuozi suddenly jolted, urgently urging the stout man. The stout man and Wang Yuanchao set to work, and I too leapt down to assist. To our horror, we discovered a total of 6 identical child corpses surrounding us. 6 children in a coffin. This is indeed a centipede coffin. How could you have attracted such a curse? This is a relic once used by ancient feudal lords to guard royal tombs. Is this what you call a treasure? Chun Tuozi pounded the ground in despair, suddenly breaking into tears. "Old Chun, why are you crying? Explain what this is all about." "We are still down here," I interjected. "Child, do not touch this coffin. If you do, you are as good as dead. The villagers of Whistle Village kill both men and beasts to nourish this coffin. It contains a living human curse," Chun Tuozi warned, his voice trembling as if struck by lightning. He leapt up, shouting down to us from the earth above. The notion he presented chilled me to the bone. This entity had the power to claim countless lives, more terrifying than any missile. So, does this mean our thirst is also due to the curse? If we burn this thing, will the curse leave our bodies? The stout man called out from below. If we burn the human curse, we are doomed. The villagers here will have their innards devoured by the parasites within them. This thing serves as a host, controlling other curses. The bizarre behaviors of the villagers are likely influenced by this centipede coffin. Should it encounter any issues, the parasites within us will revolt, Chun Tuozi explained, seemingly well-versed in the lore of the centipede coffin, urging us to ascend from the pit with haste. As I began to climb out, a tremendous force suddenly shoved me back, causing me to tumble painfully. A middle-aged villager had appeared, gripping my neck with a strength that drained me of all vigor in an instant. I clawed desperately at him, attempting to push him away, but my limbs felt utterly powerless. Within moments, my vision began to fade. Experienced the might of Fatty, the stout man yelled, crashing into the villager and sending him sprawling aside. The impact of his considerable weight shattered numerous bones, leaving the villager incapacitated. Ding dang, are you all right? Keep hold of your rifle. If it comes to it, just start shooting, Wang Yuanchao shouted as he tossed an AK-47 to the stout man. This is unacceptable. If we open fire, the consequences will be dire. These villagers are still alive. I instinctively protested. There is no choice. If they charge at us, we will surely perish. Wang Yuanchao abruptly pulled back the gun's bolt, gritting his teeth as he inquired, "Have you unearthed something?" At that moment, a chilling voice resonated from behind me. Startled, I turned to find the fourth young lady had somehow appeared at my back. Her face marred with several streaks of blood and a sheen of perspiration glistening on her forehead, causing her bangs to drip incessantly. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably, as if she had sustained an injury. It was evident that her efforts to divert the villagers had come at a great cost. "Is it this centipede coffin?" I pointed at the earthen pit. "Indeed, time is running out. Come down with me to open the coffin." She replied coldly. "What do you mean, open the coffin? Inside lies a human poison. If we open it, we are doomed." "Don't act as if we are oblivious," Chintaozi bellowed, his eyes wide with fury. The fourth young lady shook her head, a cold smile creeping across her face as she prepared to leap into the pit. Sensing something was amiss, I quickly seized her arm. "Fourth young lady, let us not speak of this. This is our first collaboration. We are all in the same boat now. You may need assistance, but we are in greater need. Please, before you proceed, could you elucidate your reasons? It would provide us some clarity." I hastily expounded on the matter, insisting she offer an explanation, for my greatest fear was that her words held truth. If we did not open the coffin, we would all perish. If we delay any longer, it will be too late. Soon those poison insects will burrow into our brains, and we will become as hopeless as those villagers, the fourth young lady said, furrowing her brow as she shook off my grip and leaped into the pit, leaving us in stunned silence. "What shall we do now? Should we follow this person?" the plump one inquired. "Let us take a gamble. We cannot allow ourselves to be ensnared by the poison insects," I declared resolutely. One by one, we followed suit and jumped into the pit. This was my first opportunity to closely observe the peculiar coffin, which seemed to emanate a faint chill. As my arm brushed too near the centipede coffin, goosebumps erupted along my skin. What unsettled me the most was the faint sound of breathing emanating from the opening of the coffin. To hear breath from a coffin buried for thousands of years was utterly absurd, perhaps even terrifying. The fourth young lady crouched beside the centipede coffin, seemingly scrutinizing something. While we dared not disturb her, she remained in that position for a full 5 minutes, as the villagers above encircled the pit, their eyes bulging with anticipation, occasionally letting out thunderous roars. Yet, for reasons unknown, they dared not descend, desperately reaching out with their hands in an attempt to grasp us. Some villagers had even scraped their faces raw, appearing like a horde of living dead from my vantage point, a sight that was truly spine-chilling. Suddenly, the fourth young lady extended 2 fingers and pressed them against the upper left side of the coffin. Chapter 15. The infant face suddenly. The entire coffin emitted a sound reminiscent of grinding gears, startling us all. The fourth girl, maintaining her composure, moved to the opposite side and pressed down on the same spot. This mechanism resembled a modern-day combination lock, with grooves on either side. Pressing the wrong area would trigger the mechanism. In a hushed tone, the fourth girl explained, and the glance exchanged between the chubby man and me confirmed that we were not ensnared in a dream. This individual was indeed elucidating the situation. Truly, the greatest bridge between individuals is communication. Under the present circumstances, I found this development most agreeable. Among us, the fourth girl was the most formidable. If she could remain cooperative, our troubles would be significantly alleviated. After pressing 4 consecutive spots, the fourth girl approached the rear of the centipede coffin and grasped the S-shaped tail as if turning a key. A distinct click resonated, indicating that the coffin had been unlocked. With a forceful push, the lid of the coffin opened automatically. An overwhelmingly foul stench permeated the pit, akin to the breath of someone who hadn't brushed their teeth for weeks. I nearly succumbed to unconsciousness. In an instant, the contents of the centipede coffin nearly suffocated us. Even Wang Yuanchao, the most composed among us, trembled slightly. I had previously been perplexed by the S-shaped design of the coffin, which starkly contrasted with any casket I had encountered before, even to the point of being grotesque. However, I now understood that the peculiar shape was not an intentional design choice, but rather a reflection of the corpse contained within. The skin of the body appeared akin to pork that had been soaked in water for over 10 days, somewhat swollen and pale, with crimson strands of flesh rising like veins. What was the purpose of this corpse, and who could be so inhumane? The chubby man turned pale, his face a shade of iron, seemingly on the verge of retching. 2 heads, 3 or 4 bodies and limbs. Was this truly the remains housed within the centipede coffin? I felt a wave of unease wash over me and hurriedly inquired of Chin-to-Ozi, who appeared to possess a deeper understanding of the centipede coffin. You should ask the 4th girl. He quivered. I've only heard rumors about the centipede coffin and have never actually seen one. After Chin-to-Ozi spoke, we instinctively turned our gazes toward the 4th girl, eager to observe her next move. This corpse was exceedingly sinister. I genuinely feared that any rash action might provoke dire consequences. At that moment, the pit was enveloped in silence. I fixated on the 4th girl, whose expression was grave, seemingly awaiting something. What are we waiting for? I could not help but ask. This is a human goo, and it is currently in a dormant state. I am waiting for it to awaken. The 4th girl uttered a chilling statement. Sensing our unease, she continued, within its belly, it harbors hundreds of goo worms. Once it awakens, it will unleash new goo worms, and we shall be its targets. I still find myself perplexed. How exactly does this phenomenon exert control over the villagers? The peculiar behavior of the inhabitants of Whistle Village cannot merely be attributed to the manipulation of the goo worms, can it? I furrowed my brow as I spoke. These human goo creatures, much like wolves, possess a pronounced territorial instinct, perceiving anyone who enters Whistle Village as a target for aggression, which is why the village has become a veritable ghost town. Furthermore, the most terrifying aspect of the centipede coffin lies in its pervasive nature, akin to a plague from which none can escape within its vicinity. 4th sister elaborated in great detail, pausing momentarily before continuing. The issue you raised actually pertains to a form of rudimentary control. What kind of rudimentary control? The stout man instinctively inquired from the side. Once the goo worms penetrate the brain, individuals lose a significant degree of their consciousness, experiencing only the dual sensations of pain and relief. Upon realizing that pouring blood into this vessel alleviates their suffering, these villagers gradually adopted this practice, thus establishing a ritual over the years. 4th sister gently articulated. This seems plausible. The Miao people's heart goo operates similarly. Any man with even the slightest lascivious thought faces dire consequences, leading to a culture where infidelity is virtually non-existent. Chin-to-Ozi nodded in agreement. Interring a centipede coffin, which exhibits territorial awareness. Here, Li Si has certainly invested heavily to conceal his own grave. 4th sister remarked coldly. Suddenly, I noticed the infant head protruding from the corpse's heart twitch slightly. As I examined it closely, I was taken aback to see the infant's mouth stretch into a grin. My mind erupted in disbelief. This thing is alive. The wrinkled infant face snapped open its eyes, which were minuscule, no larger than a fingernail, and entirely black. The moment I caught sight of those eyes, a chill ran down my spine, as if I were being stalked by a wild beast. The infant face emitted a chilling wail, reminiscent of a night owl's cry. This entity is reacting with fury. It is awakening. Chin-to-Ozi's complexion turned ashen as he shouted loudly. Do not move. This is the maternal body. Any disturbance could lead to our demise. Shine the infrared light on the ground, and you will comprehend the situation. 4th sister commanded, her gaze fixed firmly on the corpse, seemingly awaiting a critical moment. The stout man retrieved an infrared light from his pocket and switched it on. As the beam illuminated the area, the previously indifferent stout man seemed as if he had been jolted by high voltage. Not only he, but we all felt a sudden tingling sensation on our scalps. Within the range of the infrared light, countless translucent, finger-sized worms wriggled in abundance, and to our horror, we discovered that numerous similar creatures were also infesting our bodies. What in the world are these? Are they all transparent? The stout man's face turned as pale as a jujube, and he frantically leaped about, attempting to shake off the worms clinging to him. These are the goo worms emerging from the centipede coffin. Such creatures are nearly transparent. Moreover, when it ascends upon your body, its surface secretes a viscous fluid that renders your skin insensate, allowing it to burrow into your being through any orifice you possess. This is how we fell victim. The 4th sister swiftly captured a bug, brandished it before me, and then deftly pinched it in two. Chapter 16. Resurrection. I illuminated the scene with an infrared lamp, revealing countless insects incessantly crawling out from the 2 heads of the human puppet, subsequently making their way onto us. A glance at the rotund man's face unveiled several parasitic worms clinging to him, burrowing into his nostrils. The sight sent shivers down my spine, and I felt a wave of nausea rising in my throat. I could no longer bear to keep the infrared lamp on. The gruesome scene, suffused with an abundance of writhing insects, would surely be unbearable even for Wang Yuanchao. These parasitic creatures are poised to invade our brains within 2 days, transforming us into something peculiar. While our lives may remain intact, in a certain sense, we would cease to be human. This is the very reason why this place is dubbed Ghost Village. Those who depart from here are, in actuality, living corpses. The fourth girl elaborated on this matter in great detail, and then suddenly cast an odd glance in my direction. A jolt of realization struck me, and I thought of my grandfather. Had he visited this place in the past? Was he already afflicted by the parasites upon his departure? Recalling his strange behavior over the years, an unsettling chill coursed through me. My grandfather had left behind a will worth millions, compelling our family to pursue this elusive clue, while simultaneously penning notes urging us not to investigate further. Could it be that he had been under the control of the parasites for years, succumbing to a form of madness? The notion seemed absurd, yet the villagers' peculiar conduct suggested that such a possibility could not be dismissed. And what of Uncle Ming? Was he still human? After all, he had also ventured into Ghost Village. Moreover, the will was in his possession. He had provided me the lead to search my grandfather's old residence. Had he intentionally lured me here? What could his motives possibly be? My mind swirled with confusion, for the fourth girl's words had bestowed upon me a fresh perspective regarding past events. The situation was undoubtedly more complex than my grandfather had portrayed. A priceless national treasure could not possibly incite such a cascade of turmoil. Suddenly, one of the hands of the human puppet twitched, and the entire corpse began sprouting an array of soft black hairs. It had hair. The human puppet was sprouting black fur. Was it about to transform into something ghastly? The rotund man nearly broke into tears. Just the sight of this centipede coffin had nearly frightened our souls out of our bodies. And now this corpse was absorbing our vitality, seemingly on the verge of resurrecting as a dark zongzi. If it truly rose, even armed with a rocket launcher, we would be utterly defenseless. At that moment, Chintuozi could no longer remain composed. He picked up his AK-47 and directed a question at the fourth girl. Fourth girl. Once those black hairs grow, bullets will no longer penetrate the human puppet's body. If we don't act now, are you intending to lead us to our demise? It was no wonder that Chintuozi's tone was somewhat harsh. Encountering a zongzi during a treasure hunt is a grave omen, typically leading to dire consequences. Now quickly, urged the fourth girl, unexpectedly reaching out to press down on the infant head situated at the heart of the human puppet. She bit her finger, allowing a drop of blood to fall onto the infant's head. The hair of the corpse seemed to be growing at an alarming rate. The phenomenon of reanimation typically occurs when a corpse comes into contact with the breath of the living, and now, astonishingly, the fourth lady had placed her hand directly upon the body, undoubtedly accelerating the process of reanimation. In that instant, the corpse emitted a chilling wail reminiscent of a baby's cry, if one were to distinguish it from the genuine sound of an infant. The only notable difference would be its hoarse quality. Otherwise, it was strikingly similar. If we wish to avoid becoming like those villagers, we must heed my words. Once this human puppet transforms into a malevolent spirit, our fate would be sealed. The fourth lady stood, her gaze wandering as if captivated by the sky, seemingly oblivious to our presence. Follow his instructions. I maintain my belief that, despite his enigmatic nature, he posed no threat to us. Furthermore, he had already acted on our behalf. If there were any ulterior motives, they seemed unwarranted. With a determined resolve, I shouted toward the hefty man and his companions, steeling myself to mimic the fourth lady's actions by letting a few drops of my blood fall upon the infant's head. Chintuozi hesitated for a considerable time, his expression shifting between uncertainty and dread, ultimately remaining motionless. Instead, it was the hefty man who, following my lead, took the first initiative. As soon as he grasped the infant's head, we were met with a piercing shriek, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, a hairy arm swept him aside, sending him rolling like a gourd. The hefty man let out a wretched scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, struggling on the ground but failing to rise. By the looks of it, he had sustained a significant injury. The sight was unnerving. He weighed over 200 pounds, a far cry from my own slender build, resembling a bear in stature. What kind of strength did that arm possess to so effortlessly dispatch him? Quickly, Wang Yuanzhao, we must restrain the corpse. Do not allow it to rise. And you, hurry up. Stop rolling on the ground. I shouted at Wang Yuanjiao, gripping the limbs of the human puppet tightly, while the hefty man pressed down on the infant's head, allowing the blood to trickle down. To my astonishment, as I held down the arms, the human puppet was not as rigid as I had anticipated. Rather, it exhibited a peculiar elasticity. Its arms appeared to swell gradually, the veins protruding alarmingly. A sight that was truly disconcerting. Despite all my weight bearing down, the limbs were slowly lifting. Hurry, we must hold it down. It's on the verge of complete transformation, I urged loudly. After the hefty man completed his task, Wang Yuanjiao barely managed to finish his. Old Chen, act now. I called out the Chen to Ozi, who lingered nearby. His face a mask of indecision, his expression shifting erratically. After several prompts from me, he finally spoke. If I do not comply, I fear this could be the fourth lady's scheme. Chen Tuozi uttered a chilling remark that plunged us into panic, fixating his gaze on the fourth lady, as if seeking answers from her countenance. She remained impassive, neither affirming nor denying his words. The five of us found ourselves ensnared in an atmosphere of profound awkwardness, all thanks to Chen Tuozi's unsettling interjection. We are all aware that Chen Tuozi's family engages in the trade of earthen goods, and he gained a modest reputation in the bustling Panjiayuan market during his early years of dealing in soil products. Upon hearing this, I could not help but feel a sense of trepidation. Suddenly, the rotund fellow seemed to recall something, and his countenance drained of color. I sensed the atmosphere had turned peculiar. The stout man dared not move, silently gesturing for me to remain still. Slowly, I turned my head, and to my horror, I beheld the figure of a person who had risen to a sitting position. At that moment, the dark fur covering its body had grown to several centimeters, and its eyes, as black as ink, fixated on me, sending shivers down my spine. This is it. It has transformed into a dark zongzi. Ding dang. Why on earth did you not bring the black donkey's hoofs? The stout man muttered through clenched teeth, cautiously inching backward, fearful of attracting the attention of the creature. Just as we were engulfed in anxiety, Si Gunyang surprisingly sprang forth, supporting the coffin with remarkable grace, positioning herself directly in front of the creature. Before it could unleash its fury, she swiftly drew an object from her waist pouch. Chapter 17. The twin iron rods. At this moment, I discovered that the object pulled out by the fourth miss was, astonishingly, a small silver fork. It was my first encounter with such an unusual weapon. The entire length of it was scarcely 30 centimeters, even shorter than a mountain knife. With a sharp crack, the fourth Miss' hand trembled, and the fork astonishingly split into two, falling into her hands. This weapon is known as the iron rod, a tool that only ancient masters dared to wield. Chen Tuzi was initially taken aback, before quietly elucidating to us. Doesn't this resemble something a Japanese ninja would use? The fat man interjected. The iron rod made its way to Japan during the Tang dynasty, where it was referred to as the three-pronged fork. This weapon is perilous, as its thread increases with each inch shorter, and its portability made it a favorite tool among the skilled assassins of Japan, the ninjas, Chen Tuzi explained meticulously. In the hands of the fourth miss, the two iron rods seemed to possess a life of their own, swirling in her grasp. Then, with a fierce thrust, she drove one of the rods deep into the mouth of the human gill. Tuzi, I misjudged. This girl indeed possesses some skill. The rods she wields are not ordinary. They are the corpse-subduing rods of the Fho Zhong Lang Jiang. Chen Tuzi exclaimed in astonishment. What are the corpse-subduing rods? I inquired, with a hint of excitement. Chen Tuzi elaborated. The history of the corpse-subduing rods is as ancient as that of the gold-marking talismans. It is said that during the Three Kingdoms period, Cao Cao sought to conquer the world but lacked military funds. Therefore, he secretly established an organization to rob graves and unearth gold and jewels to finance his army, known infamously later as the gold-marking officers. The official who commanded these officers was titled Fa Xiao Zhong Lang Jiang. These officers were typically seasoned experts in tomb raiding, and before descending into a grave, they would carry a pair of iron rods inscribed with the characters, "Exorcise ghosts, subdue corpses," a phrase of utmost significance. It is said that as long as one possesses this pair of rods, not only can they defend themselves in a tomb, but they can also counter various forms of malevolent spirits, proving to be exceptionally formidable. However, after the Three Kingdoms period, the lineage of the Fho Zhong Lang Jiang was lost, and later tomb raiders have been unable to replicate these corpse-subduing rods. It is likely that these two are the last remaining in all of China. If these are indeed genuine, we will surely be saved. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the centipede coffin, and the human goose sprang up like a grasshopper, startling us all. Chen Tuzi exclaimed in alarm. The fourth miss, witnessing the ineffectiveness of one iron rod, furrowed her brows slightly. She reversed her grip on the other iron rod and forcefully jabbed it into the infant's head at the heart of the human goose 6 or 7 times before it finally pierced through entirely. The human goose struggled within the coffin, its shrill cries sending chills down our spines. What strength must one possess to create such a cacophony? Yet, throughout it all, the fourth miss maintained a firm grip on both iron rods. After approximately 10 minutes, the fourth miss finally managed to extract the iron rod with great effort. She promptly sealed the coffin lid, stating coldly, "I cannot subdue this for long. If it catches a whiff of human scent, we are doomed." Wiping the sweat from her brow, she commanded us to assist her. The fat man and I hurried over to help close the coffin. As the coffin was closed, I felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. The hefty man beside me was not faring much better. He retrieved a pack of his hand-rolled cigarettes and offered me one, and together we enveloped ourselves in swirling smoke. Damn, it feels as if I am in a dream. In my past, while living a rough life, I fancied myself a seasoned traveler, having witnessed the vastness of the world. Yet, upon arriving in this mad village and encountering the centipede coffin, I realized that my previous experiences were mere child's play. The hefty man, in a daze, remarked, "Rest assured. Ding dang, those debt collectors are exceedingly professional. They would never let you enter. You might even get intercepted on your way." At that point, I imagined the hefty man offering daily incense for my ashes, and we would still be together. We exchanged banter, and the tension in our nerves began to ease slightly. "Yuan Chao, have the villagers left? Why is it so quiet?" I inquired. Wang Yuan Chao, who had been leaning against the wall, remained alert. A trait from his reconnaissance days. "They should no longer be nearby. It's quite serene," he replied softly. He adeptly climbed up the rope, ensuring our safety before signaling that we could venture outside. What brought me a modicum of comfort was the absence of that peculiar thirst I had experienced earlier. Whether it was merely psychological or not, we should depart early tomorrow. The night roads are perilous, and the surrounding forest is too dense, making any danger hard to detect. Wang Yuan Chao stated, his demeanor reflecting his unease. I felt a pang of guilt toward him, for I had promised him a substantial reward for joining me in this venture. Yet here we were, completely empty-handed. The village had returned to an eerie calm, and as we passed a yard, we were astonished to see an old man cooking, a stark contrast to their earlier madness. "Be cautious." Wang Yuan Chao suddenly halted. Before us, the old village chief approached, wielding a hoe, accompanied by 3 or 4 villagers. I tensed up, fearing another attack from these lunatics. Thankfully, no such incident occurred. They merely cast a glance our way before continuing on their path, ignoring us entirely. What a bizarre place this is. An unsettling atmosphere permeates every corner. Could it be that the centipede coffin has altered the feng shui of this place, leaving its inhabitants as fools and lunatics? The hefty man murmured. And suddenly I felt I had grasped an essential point, yet I could not articulate it. "Where's the 4th girl? Was Tishi just around us?" The hefty man casually remarked. "This fellow is exceptionally astute. Little fatty, you could have 9 more lives, yet they wouldn't compare to his resilience, believe it or not." Shinta Ozi sneered. Chapter 18. The Tomb Raider. By the way, old Shin, why were you so adamant about not following the 4th young lady's advice? Is it possible that this place is haunted? I inquired, eager to understand the peculiar situation. The 4th young lady had just spoken, and now I was keen to question Shinta Ozi. Indeed, our earlier symptoms of thirst seemed to have vanished entirely. "Old Tuozi, you must not misjudge her good intentions," the plump fellow interjected. "Humph, judging by his gleaming weapon, he must be the one and only Tomb Raider of our time. Yet today, his actions are so enigmatic that there seems to be no semblance of order. I dare say he is merely a practitioner of the sinister arts from Miaojiang." Shinta Ozi retorted with a sardonic grin. Legend has it that the weapon of a Tomb Raider is wielded only in dire circumstances. Typically, they rely solely on their 10 fingers for tomb raiding and pinpointing. Each finger of a Tomb Raider undergoes rigorous training, which involves preparing a copper basin filled with blazing charcoal and placing eggs within it. They must then skillfully grasp the eggs with their fingers. After 5 years of such practice, they continue to crack walnuts and olive pits with their fingernails, achieving a single, decisive strike. Thus, the fingers of a Tomb Raider become as resilient as steel, capable of piercing coffins and extracting burial treasures. However, within the ranks of the Tomb Raiders lies a stringent rule. A single burial item may be extracted per expedition. Once an item is retrieved, regardless of success or failure, Even if the coffin brims with countless treasures, they must retreat. This is the doctrine of the tomb raiders, as my grandfather once recounted. In truth, the regulations governing tomb raiders are far more intricate than those publicly acknowledged, and the edicts established by their forebears must be adhered to, accompanied by a solemn oath. As the practice of earthly work becomes increasingly perilous, the successors of the tomb raiders have nearly vanished. Chun Tuozi continued. It is common knowledge that one must not disturb the corpses within a coffin. Moreover, allowing blood to drip upon a zongzi, enabling it to come into contact with fresh blood, is an egregious taboo. With a somber expression, Chun Tuozi shook his head and fell silent. A chill ran down my spine at his words. His warning was not merely an attempt to frighten us. I recalled a diary I had read belonging to a corpse driver from Xiangxi who used his own blood as bait to lead the corpse in a dance behind him. Under normal circumstances, I would dismiss such bizarre methods as nonsense. However, in that moment, I felt utterly disoriented, compelled to obey whatever the fourth young lady suggested. What did it matter whether it was auspicious or not? Tomorrow, we would be far removed from the Emperor's domain. What difference did it make if this great zongzi retained the essence of Fatty's blood? Would it somehow fly over to bite me? Nonsense. I decided to take a stroll outside. Wang Yuanchao nodded at me before stepping out, adhering to his habitual vigilance, never fully at ease. I remained seated on the bed, devoid of any drowsiness. My gaze fell upon the belongings my grandfather had left me, a map, a diary, and a photograph. Throughout it all, I felt as though I were tethered by an invisible thread, as if every event had been meticulously orchestrated by another. I sensed I had unwittingly fallen into a trap. Yet the specifics eluded me. Much like the enigmatic fourth sister and Uncle Ming, these two individuals undoubtedly possess a wealth of insider knowledge regarding past events. Yet they remain resolutely taciturn. I urged Ding Yang to retire for the night, exclaiming that he absurdly believed he could discern a wife from a mere photograph. The rotund fellow turned over in a daze and muttered, "Photograph?" My gaze fell upon the image. At its center stood my grandfather, flanked on the right by Chao Siji and on the left by Uncle Ming. As I scrutinized the surrounding faces, a sudden recognition struck me. There was someone I had seen before. The moment I laid eyes on this individual, a profound sense of familiarity washed over me. I had encountered this person recently. A cold breath escaped my lips as I shielded the person's hair with my hands and examined the image once more. In an instant, I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss, finally comprehending the sensation of being ensnared in a web of deceit. I let out a loud shout, jostling the slumbering figure beside me. The rotund man, roused from his drooling slumber, glared at me in fury, seizing my collar with the intent to retaliate. "Stop with the nonsense. Quickly grab your weapons. We must apprehend that old village chief and interrogate him first. We nearly fell victim to this cunning old man." I spoke with grave seriousness. "What is happening?" He retorted. "Ding dang, for heaven's sake, clarify. You're leaving me utterly bewildered." The rotund man appeared somewhat perplexed. "Hurry. We must set out and capture that old man before he escapes." I fretted like an ant on a hot pan. We rushed out into the village, fervently searching for the old village chief's whereabouts. Finally, just past 4 o'clock, we located him in the home of a villager. At that moment, the old chief was languidly puffing on a pipe, while a young man slumbered on the bed. Without hesitation, I kicked the wooden door open. The old chief gazed at us in a dazed manner, his expression blank. With a sardonic smile, I instructed the rotund man, "Bind this old fool. Let us see how long he can feign madness." Although my actions confounded him, he was well acquainted with my character and understood that I only acted decisively when warranted. Thus, he retrieved some rope and bound the old man's hands behind his back, while the three of us kept a watchful eye on him, apprehensive that he might stir trouble. However, the old man displayed an unusual compliance, showing no signs of resistance whatsoever. "I will ask you once, what is your relationship with Luoyang?" I demanded sharply. The old man looked at me, bewildered, his expression tinged with a hint of panic that rendered any suspicion implausible. He was either a master at feigning madness or genuinely simple-minded. With a cold smirk, I warned, "Continue your charade at your peril. Do you not realize the gravity of your situation?" I pressed on. "I shall inquire once more. What is your connection to Luoyang?" With that, I thrust the photograph before him, narrowing my eyes as I enunciated, "Shall I assist you in identifying your position? This elderly man is not merely the village head. He is, in fact, one of the members of my grandfather's tomb-robbing team, Old Jean." My grandfather meticulously inscribed the names of each individual on the back of the photograph with a pencil. However, The disparity in his hairstyle and age from those days to now has led us to overlook his identity. I have always felt a sense of familiarity with this individual, and it was only when I brushed aside his hair that I realized he is, astonishingly, the village head of Shoz village. Chapter 19. The Cursed Tomb. Now that I have unveiled the truth, the stout man hastily picked up the photograph, his face contorted with rage. He struck old Jean several times, his fury palpable, and growled, "You old fool, why don't you go act in a blockbuster in America? Have the villagers of Whistle Village been brainwashed by you? Speak plainly, or else I shall make you understand why the flowers are so red today." We had long remained oblivious to the events transpiring in Whistle Village, particularly the villagers' peculiar behaviors that left us utterly perplexed. This could not be explained merely by a centipede coffin. These villagers possessed their own thoughts and lives, yet their spirits seemed troubled. Moreover, if we outsiders inadvertently trespassed upon any taboo, they would launch frenzied attacks against us. We had previously jested that the villagers resembled members of a cult. In hindsight, this observation was not far from the truth, and the leader of this cult stood before us at this very moment. The villagers' frenzied assaults upon us were simply a manifestation of their blind obedience to old Jean. Yet the combination of this disturbing reality and the centipede coffin was enough to instill fear. Had I not been left with no avenue of escape, I surely would have chosen to depart. Ha ha ha. After all these years, there are still those who cannot let go of this place. Old Jean suddenly cackled, pointing at the photograph and inquiring, "Who is Luoyang? What are you? How did you come by this photograph?" "My grandfather," I replied, fixing my gaze upon old Jean. I noticed a fierce glint in his eyes when he mentioned my grandfather, as though there lay some unresolved enmity between them. "Clarify the events of those years for us. Otherwise, it will not bode well for anyone. We seek but one answer, and if you provide it, we shall coexist peacefully. Otherwise, I shall not hesitate to take action." I narrowed my eyes. "You should not have come here." Old Jean shook his head, his expression darkening, suggesting that he was not a virtuous man in his youth. "Why do you say that?" I asked, maintaining my composure. "This is a cursed tomb. None who enter shall meet a favorable end," old Jean stated, closing his eyes. Back then, a group of over 20 individuals, all renowned in our trade, each skilled in their own right, excavated this site. "Why?" Shinto-Ozi interjected. "What happened?" "When we began digging, we uncovered a bronze box containing a finely preserved golden silk burial garment. Just this singular item would have ensured lifelong wealth for each of us. Yet, blinded by greed, we were not satisfied. Thus, we continued to excavate, ultimately encountering the centipede coffin." Old Jean suddenly looked at me with a strange grin, sending a chill down my spine, and continued, "Is it the very coffin we speak of today?" "Hiki, at that time, Chao Siji warned us that we must cease our digging. Further excavation would surely lead to catastrophe." Immediately, someone scoffed. Ming and your grandfather represented the opposing side. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for wealth. Surrounding the tomb, we discovered casually discarded gold-threaded burial garments. And what lay within the tomb? This venture could undoubtedly render us overnight millionaires, perhaps even allow us to immigrate to America. And then, the plump man inquired. Then we would remove the centipede coffin and continue excavating, entering the tomb. We had never encountered such a lavish burial pit. In the outer chamber, we had already unearthed dozens of porcelain artifacts, and if we were to sell the gold-threaded burial garment, it could fetch at least 10 million. We listened intently to old Jean as he recounted events from years past. My instincts suggested that he was speaking the truth. How did he die? Was he murdered? The plump man quickly asked. I do not know. Perhaps, during the night, 3 individuals stood guard, and when the 2 perished, their pupils were distorted, as if they had witnessed something terrifying. Upon inspection, we found that these 2 had literally been scared to death. I gasped in astonishment as old Jean continued. The following day, another individual died, this time with a smile on his face, as if lost in a beautiful dream. He was also one of those safeguarding the porcelain. For 3 consecutive days, individuals continued to die, all of whom were tasked with guarding those 10 or so porcelain pieces, igniting our profound panic. For we had found no signs of struggle within the tomb. We were utterly baffled by their deaths. A bitter smile crept across old Jin's face. These exceedingly precious items ultimately transformed into a hot potato, and aside from a few brave souls, no one dared to touch the porcelain or the gold-threaded burial garment. Did everyone who handled the items perish? Could it be a case of black eating black? Chen Tuozi remarked from the side. At that time, there were 20 individuals, and inexplicably, 12 died within the tomb. The remaining 8 were from different factions. Making black eating black impossible, old Jean squinted as he spoke. After the 12th death, the entire team collapsed, No one wished to proceed, and we fled in disarray. At that moment, I too was utterly destitute, and with a determined resolve, I salvaged those 10 pieces of porcelain. Surprisingly, I emerged unscathed, and naturally, these items would rightfully belong to me. What transpired next? Why did you choose to conceal yourself here? I furrowed my brow and asked, sensing that the old man had yet to reveal certain truths. Once a person escapes danger, their mind inevitably wanders to other matters. It is worth noting that we had merely explored a few side chambers and obtained these 10 porcelain pieces, one of which featured a complete Taotai design. You must understand its value, right? Old Jean looked at me intently. I gasped. Items from the Warring States period. Some porcelain pieces were even more valuable than jade or bronze artifacts. The porcelain-making techniques of that era were still quite primitive, and typically, only pottery was unearthed. Porcelain was found in only a few tombs, making its collection immensely significant. Discovering a suitable buyer could easily yield millions for a single bowl. I previously heard from a stout individual that an expatriate Chinese professor in the United States openly sought to purchase porcelain from the Warring States period at a staggering price of $1 million. Such porcelain is a rare treasure, difficult to come by. It is no wonder that this elderly gentleman, faced with such a daunting situation, remains resolute in his determination to acquire these artifacts. Chapter 20. The haunted porcelain. Then why the hell are you still here? You've even incited the villagers to become something inhuman, the stout man inquired. Naturally, I intended to leave, but certain matters aroused my suspicions, which is why I remained. Old Jean replied. At that time, apart from myself, my brother, and a relative from home, the other 5 individuals had some connection to your grandfather. Although I was the one who brought the items out, under such circumstances, your grandfather would have had no choice but to allocate a few pieces. This matter is fundamentally governed by strength. Power defines reason. Did my grandfather not take anything? I asked, skeptical. Given his trading nature, it is unlikely he would forfeit such a valuable haul. This is worth millions in local goods. It is known that your grandfather once relocated the entire household to Shaanxi County just to acquire a few more bronze artifacts. Moreover, who among antique dealers is soft-hearted? Unless he had a compelling reason to relinquish this batch of goods. I sensed something amiss. One night, I overheard a conversation between your grandfather, Chao Siji, and Amin. I dared not approach too closely, but the crux was that the items could not be taken. Whoever does so would meet death. I suspect they intended to wait until I was gone to turn against one another. Old Jean chuckled coldly. The infamous Changsha Jade incident serves as a bloody lesson. A group of local tomb raiders stole exquisite jade ornaments from a lavish Western Han tomb, only for those ornaments to melt that very night, releasing toxic gas. That entire group, along with their families and neighbors, perished. The numerous rules set forth by the tomb raiders are not meant to prevent future generations from prospering. Rather, these rules were forged in the blood of our forebears, emphasizing safety above all. I felt a surge of anxiety, realizing that the next words might reveal the reason old Jean had lingered here. His speech quickened, as if the weight of his words compelled him to release them all at once. Long ago, Shuizi village earned the moniker Ghost Village. For while the path in was easily navigable, the way out twisted and turned, leading to a dwindling number of those who knew Shuizi. I spent several days searching for an exit, yet uncovered something that filled me with dread. Old Jin's face contorted in horror as he spoke. What did you find? The stout man, too, felt the tension rising. The bodies of my brother and my relative lay stiffly within the tent, their expressions eerily reminiscent of those in the tomb, their features grotesquely distorted. I cannot fathom what transpired. And those 5 pieces of porcelain were placed upon their chests. The final words erupted from old Jean with a ferocity that startled us all. Is it truly that sinister? If you do not take these items, can you not simply leave? After my grandfather exited, I did not see any ill come upon him. The strangeness of such occurrences sent chills down my spine. Little brat, do you think I am unaware of your grandfather's true character? Old Jin's voice erupted once more, seemingly provoked by my words. They must have been privy to some secret. For when we unearthed that golden silk burial garment along with the porcelain treasures, they did not even dare to touch them. Had I not overheard their conversation that night, it is likely that the corpses would have been consumed by maggots by now. Would I have had the audacity to venture out? After old Jin's outburst, we all fell into a heavy silence. Had I not discerned a clue from that photograph, we might have departed from Whistle Village without further ado. Now, confronted with such an overwhelming influx of information, we struggled to process it all. The revelations from old Jin's mouth were things my grandfather had never divulged to me. I only recalled his persistent obsession with that green ram vessel. In terms of value, the worth of these 10 porcelain artifacts might well surpass that of the ram vessel. Yet, why did my grandfather harbor such an intense obsession with this particular item? Furthermore, why had the grave robbers who encountered the porcelain met their demise one after another? The words extracted from old Jade not only failed to enlighten us, but instead plunged us deeper into a labyrinth of mystery. We hurried closer, only to find that the centipede coffin had been pushed aside, revealing a dark, gaping hole beneath it, from which a chilling draft emanated, sending shivers down my spine. Was this the theft tunnel old Jade spoke of? The thought that it might conceal treasures worth millions made my arms tremble uncontrollably. Ding-dang. I wish to give it a try, Wang Yuanzhao suddenly stated in a low voice, his expression imbued with an unexplainable resolve. It seemed that even if I opposed him, he would venture inside alone. Observing Wang Yuanzhao's demeanor, I understood that he, like me, had been driven to desperation by the lure of wealth. Ding-dang. How many opportunities in life do we have to encounter such a pit? Even if we do not take anything, we must enter to witness it, right? Chairman Mao once said that practice is the only way forward, and besides, isn't there a vanguard clearing the path below? The glimmer in Fatty's eyes as he urged me on was unmistakable. Chen Tuozi remained silent, seemingly in tacit agreement. Our situation mirrored that of drug traffickers. In the face of exorbitant profits, even the threat of execution would not deter us from taking risks. My mind was a tumult of conflicting emotions, to be honest. I felt like a child, both exhilarated and terrified. Yet, with the support of the two beside me, I ultimately made the most significant decision of my life, to venture into the pit. Chapter 21. Into the tomb. Fatty, Adong, let us speak frankly from the outset. This tomb, whether judged by the clues passed down from my grandfather or according to old Jin's words, is not an ordinary ancient burial site. Caution must be our foremost principle. Until we possess ample assurance, we must refrain from disturbing anything within the tomb. After pondering for a moment, I relayed my instructions to Fatty, realizing that this fellow is not particularly reliable. Thus, it was imperative to clarify the rules with him beforehand. Fatty scoffed at my caution. I wish to descend as well, old Jin's voice rumbled with an air of authority. If you wish to go down, do so on your own. Fatty fears you may cause us trouble, Fatty resolutely retorted. In the profession of tomb raiding, one typically risks life and limb, which is why, among a group of treasure seekers, 80% are often related by blood. Such ties alleviate the fear of betrayal. With so many of you, do you truly fear an old man like me? Moreover, I have been here before. I can warn you of any dangers, old Jade cryptically asserted. A flicker of menace crossed Fatty's face as he positioned himself at the forefront, abruptly gesturing with his hand in a manner reminiscent of a beheading. It was not entirely unwarranted. Old Jin's arrival had left us in a precarious situation. If we brought him along, we risked betrayal, yet if we left him behind, he might block our only escape route, sealing our fate. Let us proceed together. Do not betray us. Perhaps we might uncover some valuable clues once we descend, I urged. Noticing Fatty had drawn his pistol, I swiftly approached and grasped his hand to restrain him. Fatty glared at me fiercely, then angrily shook me off, clearly displeased with my intervention. I offered a wry smile. Truth be told, I lacked the heart to commit murder and found Fatty's methods distasteful. Furthermore, old Jade was a pitiable figure, having been trapped in Shozi village for decades due to a past tomb raid. We switched on our flashlights and crawled through the tunnel behind the centipede coffin. The passage was peculiarly constructed, while most tunnels were straight. This one twisted and turned like a labyrinth, causing my head to spin. Ah, you do not understand, do you? Surrounding us are sulfur pits. Should we inadvertently breach one, all within the tunnel would meet their demise. Why do you think we exerted such effort to carve this tunnel? Old Jade seemed to sense our confusion and explained ahead. A cold sweat broke out on my brow upon hearing this. Sulfur pits are notorious traps within ancient tombs. Archaeologists have discovered such mechanisms in the royal tombs of the Shang and Zhou dynasties. Typically situated near the main burial chamber, should tomb robbers disturb a sulfur pit, congratulations. They would be engulfed in flames from tons of sulfur and quicklime, leaving nothing but ashes. We proceeded with utmost caution, crawling for a good 20 minutes before reaching the end, where we emerged into the burial passage. This passage, adorned with azure bricks, stood 4 to 5 meters high, a remarkable display of opulence for an ancient tomb. Before us loomed 2 massive doors, now ajar, having been pushed open. The chilling air we previously felt emanated from this very place. Both doors bore the same ominous inscription, "Intruders shall perish." There was no doubt this was the handwriting of Li Si. This tomb is likely connected to him. Chen Tuozi activated the emergency light and scrutinized the surroundings, stating his observations. We squeezed through the narrow gap of the door, and I cast a glance at the stone that barred our entry, weighing at least several thousand pounds. Old Jean, how did you manage to open this door back then? I inquired, slightly astonished. This type of door is known as an iron ring stone door. At its base lies an iron ring. By inserting a tool to hook this ring, one can open the door with relative ease, Old Jean replied in a low, somber voice, his expression somewhat peculiar, as if he were haunted by fear. I shook my head, suspecting this place might have stirred up his terrifying memories. Upon entering, the sight within left me utterly astonished. The tomb chamber loomed over 10 meters high, resembling a grand palace, immediately instilling a sense of majesty. Indeed, it was a tomb from the Warring States period, perfectly square and magnificently imposing. From my perspective, this tomb could be considered among the finest of its era. I had perused numerous records of Warring States tombs, yet none were as extravagant as this one. Chen Tuozi gasped in awe. Standing in such a place, one could not help but feel an overwhelming sense of insignificance. Given the craftsmanship of that time, merely excavating this stone chamber must have consumed countless human resources, leaving one to ponder how such a monumental feat was accomplished. Look at the reliefs on the ground. You should take a closer look, Chen Tuozi urged, pointing to the floor before us. I then noticed the faint carvings etched into the blue bricks. These reliefs were chaotic and varied, depicting a myriad of scenes. Yet the deeper I delved into their details, the more a chill crept up my spine. Among the reliefs, a group of people danced around a monstrous figure, which I could only describe as a creature possessing a human body and a goat's head. Subsequently, this goat-headed monster raised a massive sickle and cleaved the dancers in half. Damn it, ding-dang, come look over here. Just as I pondered the meaning behind these reliefs, the portly fellow on the other side beckoned me frantically. Approaching him, I was immediately struck with a sense of dread. The reliefs on his side depicted scenes of brutal torture and slaughter, though the carvings were rather simplistic. The sight was still harrowing. The master of this tomb must be a sadist. Look at this image. The goat-headed monster extracts a baby from a woman's womb and consumes it, the portly man said, visibly shaken. Moreover, many of the murder methods illustrated in these images were beyond my comprehension. For instance, a series of connected reliefs portrayed a continuous event, a person's limbs severed and submerged in a vat of wine, while a group of people reveled in sampling the exquisite liquor. Experiencing such reliefs for the first time evoked a wave of nausea within me. I had unwittingly entered the tomb of a deranged killer. Previously, I harbored some skepticism towards the words of the old man, but now, I am convinced that what he spoke of is undeniably true. The bizarre secrets concealed within that perverse tomb are utterly unfathomable. Chapter 22. Shadows of the Past. These reliefs were once quite popular in ancient times, akin to contemporary biographies, serving to commemorate the heroic deeds of the deceased. Tales such as Lin Xiangru's Return of the Jade and Lian Po's Act of Contrition are examples unearthed by archaeologists from the tombs of the Warring States period. Yet, what message do these reliefs intend to convey? To glorify murder as a heroic feat? Chen Tuozi furrowed his brow in contemplation. Could it be that Li Si indulged in such acts during his lifetime? The stout fellow uttered a chilling remark. This is merely the beginning. Soon you shall understand just how twisted the master of this tomb truly was. Old Jean grinned oddly, a smile that sent a shiver down my spine. What else lies beyond? What further horrors await us? Perhaps it is best to cast aside these thoughts, regardless of whether the tomb's master is Li Si or another. Since we have descended into this abyss, we must forge ahead. I steadied my resolve and commanded. However, which direction should we take? Look at this chamber. There are 8 identical doors surrounding us. This place cannot possibly be a labyrinth, can it? The stout one, wielding a flashlight, spun around and suddenly exclaimed, Old Jean, how did you navigate this place back then? I inquired. Initially, your grandfather intended to split us into several groups, but was thwarted by Chao Siji. Eventually, we agreed to proceed directly, marking our path, ensuring that should any mishaps arise, we would not find ourselves with no retreat. I concurred with this approach. The tomb is simply too vast, each chamber leading into another, resembling a multitude of grids stitched together, and each chamber possesses its own door. One misstep could plunge us into an endless loop. Old Jean did not deceive us, but rather shared everything he knew. It is essential to realize that the mazes within ancient tombs can be dreadfully treacherous. Skilled ancients could craft puzzles that would bewilder even the most astute. When the Mwangdui tomb was excavated, archaeologists discovered that the suspended soul ladder had ensnared nearly 30 workers, who, until their last breath, remained oblivious to the fact that they were merely going in circles. We cannot risk following the path that led to so many skilled individuals meeting their demise. Who knows if the route chosen is indeed the correct one? Perhaps it was the very choice of path that led to their downfall. The stout one outright rejected this straightforward proposal. Had there been no prior incidents, it might have been acceptable. However, given the fate of my grandfather and his companions, total annihilation, this course of action is certainly unwise. Ding dong. That is the path they took. At that moment, Wang Yuanzhao brushed aside the dust on the ground and pointed to a door. Initially, I did not grasp the meaning of his words, but soon I comprehended. Are you suggesting that the fourth miss entered through this door? I approached to inquire. It was the smallest door, positioned farthest to the right, leading to a remarkably low passage that required one to stoop to enter. Wang Yuanzhao nodded, offering no further explanation. How can you be certain? Old Jean questioned, his expression one of skepticism. Old Jean, stop your incessant chatter. Brother Yuanzhao has indeed fought alongside the Vietnamese. During his military service, he was a reconnaissance soldier, excelling in tracking and surveillance. Do you dare to question him? He could uncover the color of your undergarments if he wished. The stout man interjected. I came to know both the stout man and Wang Yuanzhao through my acquaintances. At that time, Wang Yuanzhao visited my shop to pawn a watch, and the stout man kept insisting that he was a genuine person, someone worth befriending. Certainly not a swindler. Having spent many years in Panjiayuan, the stout man possessed an astute eye for character, and he rarely misjudged anyone. Old Jean, if Chao Si's son is treading this path, should we follow him? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Yes, if this individual dares to venture alone, he undoubtedly possesses remarkable skills. Once we ascertain this is the right path, we must follow him without hesitation. I have long suspected that Chao Si concealed much from us. Perhaps his son holds the key to the truth, Old Jean replied with a sardonic smile. The dust is definitely swirling this way. We cannot be mistaken. Wang Yuanzhao murmured softly. Very well, then let us proceed. I no longer hesitated, following the narrow tomb passageway ahead. The passage stretched approximately 40 to 50 meters. But we crouched low and advanced slowly. As we traversed nearly halfway, my legs began to weaken, and I found it increasingly difficult to continue. I squatted down, gesturing for the stout man behind to pause for a moment's respite. Just then, I suddenly perceived a shadow darting past before my eyes. A shiver coursed through me, and instinctively, I switched off my flashlight, whispering to the stout man behind, "Something feels amiss. Quickly, draw your weapon." The fleeting shadow was unmistakable. I was certain it was not a figment of my imagination. If something is amiss, why turn off the light? It's pitch dark here. If a vengeful spirit were to leap out and take a bite, where would Fatty go to weep? The stout man exclaimed, hastily lifting his pistol and firing several rounds toward the front. The bullets zipped through the tomb passage, illuminating the darkness momentarily. In that instant, we all discerned it was a human silhouette, seemingly burdened with something, as it swiftly passed before us. I promptly opened my backpack, searching for a more powerful emergency light that could illuminate farther. Meanwhile, Wang Yuanzhao urged us to charge forward, compelling me to crawl with determination. The narrow passage severely restricted our movements, and if that shadow harbored ill intentions, a blind spray of gunfire could spell our doom. Thus, our immediate priority was to break free. Fortunately, such a scenario did not materialize, and we managed to squeeze out of the tomb passage. In a state of sheer panic, we traversed those few dozen meters, emerging drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground in exhaustion. As soon as we exited, Wang Yuanzhao rolled onto the ground, taking cover against the wall while meticulously surveying our surroundings. After a moment, he signaled us with a gesture of safety, allowing my tense heart to gradually relax. I surveyed my surroundings, and after emerging from that narrow burial passage, I found myself in a more magnificent tomb chamber, its height surpassing that of the first. Yet, the chamber before me was utterly devoid of any artifacts. Not even the reliefs gracing the floor could be found. Wang Yuanzhao seemed to share this realization. Clutching his AK-47 assault rifle, cautiously searching step by step, never daring to relax his vigilance. Damn it, be careful, you guys. That ghostly thing vanished in an instant. The portly fellow was equally on edge, scanning the area for that shadow, but to no avail. Suddenly, the beam of the flashlight flickered, and once again, a shadow materialized on the ground, sending a chill down my spine. At that moment, the shadow was merely inches from me, and I could distinctly see it carrying a massive object, resembling a cross, as it glided past me. I spun around abruptly, only to find emptiness behind me. This unsettling situation made my skin crawl, I curled up in the corner, fearing that something might leap from the darkness. We five were enveloped in a profound silence, as an eerie shadow flickered in the desolate stone chamber. Surely, anyone would find this terrifying, wouldn't they? Moreover, this was an alternate path, leaving old Jean completely unaware of the precise circumstances. Within this bizarre ancient tomb, we encountered our first veil of fog. Chapter 23. The woman's face time seemed to stretch indefinitely when the beam of the flashlight flickered once more. The same eerie situation unfolded again, yet this time we discerned the figure clearly. It was indeed a person bound to a cross, burdened by a rectangular chest, their head tilted at an odd angle. A wave of despair washed over me. From where had this shadow emerged? However, old Jean seemed to have discovered something, as he called out to Chun, who was holding the emergency light, to shine it upward. Chun hurriedly lifted the emergency lamp, directing a brilliant beam of light above us. To our astonishment, we found a massive slab of blue stone precariously wedged at a 45-degree angle in the ceiling of the tomb. I was taken aback. This stone weighed no less than 1,000 pounds, suspended directly above our heads. If this were a trap, a sudden drop would surely turn us into mere flesh and bone. Keep your eyes peeled and take a closer look, old Jean urged, his brow furrowed. We waited for what felt like an eternity, yet the shadow did not reappear. Just as fatigue began to set in, an icy visage of a woman emerged from behind the stone slab. Uncertain of the technique used to preserve it, the face appeared eerily intact, its skin a ghastly white, hair cascading down, leaving only two hollow, dark eye sockets, reminiscent of the ghostly figures in Japanese horror films. My gaze locked onto that face, and in an instant, a chilling numbness enveloped half of my body. Good heavens, a female ghost. The portly man, unable to contain himself, abruptly pulled the trigger, and a flurry of bullets pierced that pale visage, striking the stone wall behind it and igniting a shower of sparks. You fool, are you trying to get us killed? Old Jin's expression darkened, and he swiftly kicked the gun from the portly man's grasp. I was secretly astonished, though the old man appeared disoriented. His swift actions revealed his true prowess. It became evident that those who had once accompanied my grandfather were indeed formidable individuals. Simultaneously, the woman's face became fully visible. To our horror, it was part of a coffin containing a female corpse. Her hands protruded from two openings in the coffin, and her head was ensnared by a long iron chain, resembling a grotesque turtle. The bizarre shadow we had witnessed earlier was, in fact, this apparition. A chill coursed through me. What kind of punishment was this? China has long revered the notion of resting in peace beneath the earth. Yet this woman was not only transformed into a mummified form post-mortem, but also chained, resembling the crucifixion of Jesus. This is a hanging coffin. Such customs did not exist during the Warring States period, did they? Chun furrowed his brow. What is a hanging coffin? I inquired. Chun, evidently well-versed in this historical aspect, elaborated in detail. The flow of culture in ancient times was incredibly cumbersome, particularly across different dynasties, where customs varied greatly. From the Shang and Zhou dynasties to the Qin. Spanning over a millennium, it would be unfathomable for Li Si to possess knowledge of hanging coffins, making the emergence of such a phenomenon truly astonishing. Moreover, the female corpse exudes an unsettling aura. A countenance preserved in such pristine condition is nearly unprecedented. I fear this may be a Zongzi. Lao Jitu squinted, his unease palpable as he fixated on the swaying coffin. Typically, even the most well-preserved cadavers would have succumbed to desiccation and decay after millennia. Unless, of course, this body has undergone some mutation, which is precisely what tomb raiders dread. I shot a fierce glare at the rotund companion, realizing why Lao Jitu had cursed moments earlier. If this truly is a Zongzi, those earlier gunshots would undoubtedly incite chaos. I instructed my portly friend to assist me in ascending the bluestone slab, eager to scrutinize the suspended coffin. This casket was secured by 3 iron chains, 2 affixed to the lid and 1 around the corpse's neck. Additionally, there appeared to be a shadowy staircase behind the coffin, from which a chilling breeze occasionally emanated, causing the coffin to sway. At that moment, I caught sight of a small stone tablet and promptly beckoned my companions to join me. The tablet was diminutive, inscribed at the top in small seal script, "Tomb of my beloved wife, Kai." This revelation left us all in a state of shock. Such ancient torture methods should rightfully be reserved for the most heinous of criminals, condemning them to eternal damnation. Yet, within this coffin lay the cherished wife of the tomb's owner, a paradox that defied comprehension. Could Li Si truly be a madman? To slay his own wife? What was his intent? Chen Tuozi's expression darkened. Frankly, when venturing into the depths, The greatest fear of a tomb raider is encountering a deranged individual who does not adhere to conventional norms. Such a person possesses no taboos. To safeguard the sanctity of his tomb, he may devise numerous unforeseen traps, much like a previous band of grave robbers who, while excavating the tomb of the Qing minister Saitu in Hubei, inadvertently triggered a hidden mechanism when one of them tugged at a necklace around the corpse's neck. This unleashed a barrage of hidden crossbow bolts from within the body, decimating those nearby. Few in history have shown such ruthlessness towards their own remains. I cursed under my breath, pondering the true nature of Li Si. Historical texts portray him as a paragon of virtue, a pillar of the state. Nowhere is he described as a lunatic. My corpulent friend became increasingly agitated. There are more inscriptions below. Let me examine them, I declared, furrowing my brow. The tablet bore a multitude of densely packed characters. I adjusted the emergency light to its brightest setting and leaned in to meticulously decipher the text. What struck me as peculiar was that many of the small seal characters were beyond my comprehension. Based on their overall arrangement, they undoubtedly belonged to the small seal script. Yet as an antique dealer, I found them utterly inscrutable. Even Chunda Ozi shook his head in confusion. How strange. Hasn't the field of archaeology produced a small seal dictionary? Moreover, small seal is considered one of the more legible ancient scripts. Why can I not discern its meaning? He lamented. I took out my camera and captured a photograph of the stone tablet, when suddenly, old Jean behind me spoke up, not only here, but in other places as well. In several obscure burial chambers, we discovered these incomprehensible small seal characters. A skilled linguist in our group remarked that these small seal characters had been encrypted, likely because Li Si feared that someone might uncover the secrets of this tomb through these inscriptions. I nodded in agreement. This theory holds considerable merit. Li Si was indeed a master calligrapher, having carved even the jade seal of Emperor Qin Shi Huang. To prevent forgery, he deliberately altered the final stroke of the character in the phrase, thereby leaving a distinctive mark that forgers could not replicate. I could only decipher a fraction of the inscriptions, which seemed to convey that Li Si's first wife had inadvertently stumbled upon his secret. To safeguard this secret, he was compelled to take the life of his companion of several decades. After her death, he placed her body in a hanging coffin, interring her here, ensuring that her spirit would remain eternally confined within the coffin, never to reveal the secret. Chun Tuozi translated with some hesitation, likely inferring many meanings on his own. Suddenly, I recalled my grandfather's obsession with the Qingyang Zun before his passing. Could it be that the Qingyang Zun was connected to that very secret? It was not the bronze vessel itself that captivated my grandfather, but rather the enigma surrounding this tomb. It is worth noting that even if the Qingyang Zun were a national treasure, its sale would not reach such astronomical heights. Perhaps what they seek is indeed the hidden secret within this tomb. Chapter 24. The White-Haired Zombie in a Moment of Confusion. I found myself entangled in an intricate web of past events. What? There are words on the back too. Old Shin, come over and take a look. The stout man directed his flashlight to the rear of the stone tablet, revealing four blood-red characters that nearly consumed its entire surface. Intruders shall die, Chun Tuozai announced. I distinctly noticed that as he uttered those words, old Jean beside me trembled violently. His features contorted, and his jaw quivered slightly. A chill coursed through my body. Despite his peasant exterior, old Jean had exhibited a formidable presence over the years while clandestinely indoctrinating the villagers of Shaoxi. And his earlier display of strength when he kicked away the stout man's pistol indicated he was no ordinary character. The tomb chamber where we had taken a dozen or so porcelain artifacts bore those same ominous words, and soon after, inexplicable deaths began to occur. Old Jean spoke in a low tone. Just as we were conversing, I was suddenly startled by the sound of rattling chains, a chilling clatter. Instinctively, I glanced up at the Kai family's female corpse, and to my horror, I noticed it was slowly writhing. Her head began to lift, her hair parting to the sides. I could not tell if it was merely my imagination, but her dark, hollow eye sockets seemed to fixate upon me, sending a shiver down my spine. I was also struck by the realization that thick tufts of white hair had sprouted on her neck and face. Run! It's a white-haired zombie! Old Jean bellowed, disregarding us as he hurled aside his belongings and bolted toward the staircase behind the coffin. Mere seconds later, a deafening crash echoed from above, as the three chains binding the coffin snapped taut, as if pulled by an immense force. Debris and dust cascaded from the ceiling of the tomb, resembling a rain of sand and stone. Another thunderous noise erupted as the chains were violently yanked downwards by 2 or 3 meters. the suspended coffin now precariously positioned before us. It was then that I noticed the corpse's face had transformed into a grotesque mask. Her once alabaster complexion had become deeply wrinkled, and blood seeped continually from her eye sockets. She emitted a terrifying howl, akin to a ferocious beast. The sheer ferocity she displayed was heart-stopping. A single blow from her could surely snap my neck. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Yuanshao unhesitatingly unleashed a barrage of gunfire upon the female corpse. Yet, to our dismay, the AK-47 rounds struck her and erupted in showers of sparks. As if they were ricocheting off steel, they could not penetrate her body. Run. This white-haired zombie has undergone a complete mutation. The bullets are ineffective. If we delay any longer and she breaks free from the chains, it will be our demise, Chen Tuoze screamed in terror. As we were conversing, the iron chains on the hanging coffin were suddenly yanked, causing the entire coffin to crash heavily to the ground. Behind us, heart-wrenching howls echoed. The sound so exaggerated it pierced our eardrums and left us pale-faced. We sprinted down the stairs for a solid 5 or 6 minutes before the cries of the female corpse gradually faded away. I clutched my racing heart. The combination of such intense exertion and overwhelming fear made it feel as though my heart might leap from my chest. Let us take a breather, no more running. The hefty man gasped for breath, collapsing onto the ground. I nodded and joined him on the steps. It was no wonder we were so frightened. When we first entered this place, the roar of that white-haired zombie pursued us like a ferocious tiger. At such a moment, who would dare pause for even a second? Have you all noticed that our current position feels quite strange? Old Jean's face was somewhat grim. I glanced around. We were in a stairwell surrounded by walls on all sides, and looking down revealed an abyss that seemed to have no end. We had been running for 5 or 6 minutes, which should have covered 100 meters, yet it still appeared bottomless. This realization struck us all with unease. Could this be a ghost wall, deliberately leading us to our doom? I furrowed my brow and inquired. The term ghost wall refers to the ancient trap known as a wall ladder, showcasing the pinnacle of ancient wisdom. Skilled tomb builders utilized clever techniques to create visual illusions at certain points, misleading one's sense of direction, making you believe you were descending the stairs when the exit was actually nearby. Those unfamiliar with such traps could easily succumb to exhaustion. And a substantial tomb raiding team had once perished in such a manner, their faces twisted in despair, having literally worked themselves to death. However, as the experience of the tomb raiders increased, so did their solutions. Ding Dang and Old Shin, you lead the way, while we follow behind, the hefty man suggested. Keep moving. How in the world can we still see you? This stairwell doesn't continue down indefinitely, does it? After a few minutes, the hefty man's voice still buzzed behind us. I jumped at this realization. Could this indeed be a ghost wall? If this staircase truly descended endlessly, our current location would be quite alarming, perhaps deep underground. Steeling myself, I continued downward with Chun the hunchback. This time we walked for another 3 or 4 minutes. Yet what chilled us to the bone was that the beam of light had shrunk to a mere flicker, resembling a firefly. From where the hefty man had stood to our current position, we must have descended at least 100 meters underground. Both Chun the hunchback and I exchanged worried glances. The ascent was far more arduous than the descent. After just 3 minutes of climbing, my legs began to tingle, and I felt I could barely hold on. Let us pause for a moment, kid. At that moment, Chun the hunchback suddenly shouted at me. Chapter 25, The Endless Staircase, I bellowed loudly. But my voice echoed only once before fading into silence. Undeterred, I shouted again, yet the same phenomenon occurred. Previously, when we were closer together, my voice would reach their ears almost instantaneously. I had never given it much thought. However, at this moment, as the distance between us increased, my voice inexplicably vanished before it could reach the others. This was a grave concern. Stop shouting, just look around, Chinda Ozi advised. No wonder our voices can't carry far. He drew his combat knife and forcefully plunged it into the wall, dislodging a fragment of the outer stone layer. Under the beam of the flashlight, the stone revealed a multitude of tiny holes, and the wall's material appeared rather soft. I tentatively stabbed it with the knife, and to my surprise, it penetrated a few centimeters. Chun Tuozi sighed heavily. We continued our ascent, hoping to uncover some clue. Furrowing my brow, I expressed my growing anxiety. At a junction where the staircase diverged, the trio of Fatty, Wang Yuanshao, and Old Jean awaited us above, while Chinta Ozi and I descended further to ascertain whether we were trapped in a disorienting labyrinth. As we ventured downward, we could initially hear Fatty's voice and see the bright light of the emergency lamp. Yet, as we pressed onward, we fell victim to the tomb's mechanisms. I had no inkling of where we had gone astray. All I knew was that the emergency light remained tantalizingly distant. After such prolonged exertion, we found ourselves utterly exhausted. Yet we had made no headway toward that light. This is a dead end. The intention is to ensnare us, Chen Tuozi remarked, taking a sip of water. His tone tinged with bitterness. We had been sufficiently cautious. Upon entering the staircase, we had devised a careful plan to avoid traps, yet we still found ourselves lost. It seemed as though we traversed an endless staircase. For the ensuing time, Chen Tuozi and I diligently sought the staircase's secret. We marked the walls and, undeterred, continued our ascent, but this path was not the labyrinth we had anticipated. We no longer encountered our previous markings, indicating that the route was perpetually extending, devoid of an end. After exhausting ourselves, I despondently realized that I was trapped within the staircase. We had brought no food or water, and if we did not find a way out soon, the consequences would be dire, Chen Tuozi murmured. We had only carried a jug of water during our descent, having left our backpacks behind. Sitting on the ground, we fell into a heavy silence, utterly spent. After a considerable pause, I finally spoke. This staircase is certainly cursed. Logically, as we descend further underground, the temperature should rise, a clear escalation, but we felt none of that warmth earlier. Moreover, I almost forgot, someone had arrived here before us. They are likely already out of the staircase. In the past, I often dismissed the notion that ancient people were exceptionally wise, considering the cultural advancements that have unfolded over millennia. However, today I find myself profoundly enlightened. The staircase before me is a marvel that even the most skilled contemporary engineers would struggle to replicate. Chen Tuozi, nodding in understanding, was aware that I referred to the fourth sister. Suddenly, both Chen Tuozi and I were startled by an eerie sound. Were I to gaze into a mirror at that moment, I would undoubtedly witness the pallor of fear etching itself across my face. For the sound was all too familiar. It was the chilling wail of the white-haired zombie we had encountered earlier. To our horror, at the edge of the flashlight's beam, I discerned a woman clad in white, her limbs sprawled upon the ground, long hair cascading around her as she fixated on us with an unsettling intensity. Though the distance obscured my view, the mere outline sent shivers coursing through my body, as if my feet were ensnared by a venomous serpent. The female corpse has crawled into the staircase, I shouted, my heart racing uncontrollably. Chen Tuozi's face mirrored my own ashen countenance. Moments ago, the corpse had effortlessly severed the iron chains binding it. If it were to pursue us, we would likely be no more than a mere snack for its ravenous hunger. Listen, we can hear the corpse's cries, Chen Tuozi exclaimed, his voice quaking with terror. The realization struck me like a cold wave. We had previously discovered that the walls of the staircase were riddled with small openings designed to absorb sound. No matter how loudly we shouted, our voices would be silenced beyond a few hundred meters. The fact that we could still hear the wails of the corpse indicated that it was perilously close. Run, quickly, descend, Chen Tuozi bellowed. In that moment, we raced down the staircase, summoning every ounce of strength we possessed. This white-haired zombie was not something that could be vanquished by mere firearms. Should it catch up to us, our fate would be sealed. The ominous clanging grew progressively nearer, and I knew it was only a matter of time before we would be overtaken. This creature seemed impervious to fatigue. Chen Tuozi's complexion turned a ghastly hue as beads of sweat cascaded down his forehead like rain. Gasping for breath, he drew his pistol, aiming it resolutely at the upper staircase, prepared to fight with everything he had. When one is driven to the brink, they become daringly resolute. At that moment, evading the white-haired zombie was no longer an option. We had to confront our fate head-on, though I felt utterly devoid of confidence. Chapter 26. Cannibalism. We both fixed our gaze intently on the path ahead. The situation was exceedingly bizarre. Although we could clearly see the female corpse lying motionless in the distance, the intensity of the sounds indicated that this white-haired zombie was drawing ever closer to us. This uncanny circumstance made my heart race as if it might leap from my throat. Squinting, I scrutinized the corpse and suddenly realized that it was not stationary but rather treading in place, its body trembling with alarming frequency. I was certain of this. I had possessed keen eyesight since childhood, and if I could see it, I would never mistake it. A spark of insight flashed in my mind as I seemed to grasp something crucial. We observed the corpse seemingly moving in place, yet it was actually approaching us. Old Chen, hand me the gun. I seized Chen's pistol and began firing bullets from the magazine at the position ahead, and upon the third shot, both Chen and I heard a sound reminiscent of shattering glass. Subsequently, the light that had been hovering over us and the female corpse vanished without a trace. Is it a reflection from a mirror? Chen exclaimed, slapping his thigh, a look of sudden realization dawning upon his face. We had been ensnared by that emergency light. Whenever we saw its glow, we instinctively believed we were moving in a straight line. Unbeknownst to us, at some point, the staircase had curved, and we naively thought we were descending directly. It suddenly dawned on me, and my mind raced to identify the key element. The essence of this mechanism lay in the placement of several mirrors. The architect of this trap had devised a staircase with thousands of steps, and at the turns, mirrors had to be strategically positioned to transform curves into straight lines, thus deceiving our vision. Perhaps we were traversing a vast circle. When a circle is sufficiently large, we could wander for 10 days and nights without escaping this staircase. Chun furrowed his brow, pondering aloud. If there are enough forks in the path, and no one notices the mirrors, even a whole army could find itself trapped. I offered a rueful smile. Indeed, such an ingenious mechanism. I wonder which genius conceived it. Can you find a way out, lad? Chen looked at me with hopeful anticipation. I cannot, I admitted, though I now understand the staircase's principle. We may already be ensnared in a side path. Escaping from it would be more difficult than reaching the heavens. Before I could finish, I suddenly saw Chen's body convulse violently, his legs trembling uncontrollably as if gripped by sheer terror. It was the white-haired zombie. At that moment, the creature had transformed entirely. The bones in its head appeared to have been grotesquely splayed open, each bone jutting out like the feathers of a peacock. Its snow-white face was marred in patches, covered in clusters of hair resembling writhing caterpillars. Just looking at it sent shivers down my spine. The white-haired zombie lunged towards me, and I desperately retreated. But its speed astounded me. It was akin to an extraordinarily agile monkey. Before I could even react, it collided forcefully with my chest, leaving my mind momentarily blank, and I was propelled backward by the impact. Fortunately, in the final moment, I instinctively crossed my arms tightly over my chest. Otherwise, my ribs would surely have shattered from the blow. Bang! My backside slammed against the steps, a cacophony of sensations flooding my mouth, and it felt as though my spine had fractured, leaving my lower body numb. At that moment, Chun, the hunchback, seized the opportunity presented by the white-haired zombie's distraction and frantically fled down the stairs. Unexpectedly, his movements caught the zombie's attention. Instead of continuing its assault on me, the creature pounced on Chun with the swiftness of a cheetah. Unsurprisingly, within mere seconds, the air was pierced by Chen's piercing screams. I finally managed to rise, albeit unsteadily, leaning against the wall for support. My gaze fixated on the darkness below the stairs, where my flashlight had been flung into the shadows, rendering it useless. All I could hear next was the chilling sound of chewing. Chen's cries faded into silence, leaving only the sound of gnashing, reminiscent of someone biting into an apple. I fought against the urge to flee. Chun's fate was a stark reminder that even with my energy at its peak, racing against the white-haired zombie would be tantamount to suicide. In what felt like an eternity, mere seconds stretched on, and I finally glimpsed the white-haired zombie crawling up the stairs, its long black hair trailing behind it. One side of its face was drenched in crimson, and to my horror, it clutched a severed arm in one hand. At that moment, I could no longer suppress my panic. I retreated step by step before abruptly turning to run. The rush of wind behind me was palpable, and I could even scent the overwhelming stench of blood emanating from the creature. My mind was a blank slate, dominated solely by the mantra, run, run, run. In a daze, I heard a familiar voice, likely belonging to the hefty man, shouting, "Get down." I had no recollection of how I reacted, but an overwhelming instinct for survival compelled me to drop to the stairs. Moments later, a cacophony of deafening gunfire erupted ahead, followed by a cascade of debris raining down upon me. I had never been so close to death, and perhaps it was merely an illusion, but I could have sworn a bullet grazed the back of my head. "Clatter, are you all right? Don't scare me." The hefty man, seeing my dazed state, quickly fanned me with his hands. I lacked the strength to swat him away and weakly inquired, "What about that creature? Is it dead?" Chapter 27. The art of tracking that damned creature is impervious to bullets and moves with astonishing speed. If it weren't for Fatty's timely shots, you would likely have met a grim fate, Fatty exclaimed, patting my shoulder. Suddenly, I recalled Shin to Ozzy and hastily interjected, "Old Shin has engaged that thing. You all should hurry and check on him." Wang Yu and Chao moved forward, seemingly sensing that Chun Tuozi might still be in peril, and shouted for Fatty to grab the medical kit and assist him. "Was it you who shattered the mirror earlier?" Old Jean asked, not offering assistance, but rather sitting beside me, his curiosity piqued. I nodded and recounted the deductions I had made with Chun Tuozi. "Fortunately, you noticed it quickly," Otherwise, we would never have reached this place in time. After you fired your gun, we lost track of you up top as well. When the beam of your flashlight vanished, we knew something was gravely amiss. Old Jean lit a cigarette and continued slowly. There must be numerous paths here. How did you manage to locate us? I inquired, intrigued. I had already deduced that the staircase was a labyrinth of countless passages and mirrors. The speed with which Fatty and the others had arrived astonished me. Wang Yuanchao is quite remarkable. His tracking skills surpass those of even the most seasoned veterans from our time. Had he been born 2 decades earlier, I would have certainly recruited him, old Jean remarked with a chuckle. I couldn't help but glance at the industrious Wang Yuanchao, silently grateful that I had chosen him. Initially, I had only known him as a destitute veteran, entirely unaware of his exceptional capabilities. I am curious to discover what your grandfather sought all those years ago and why he ultimately fled in disarray. I assure you, there lies an enormous secret concealed here, one so daunting that even the foremost tomb raider, Chao Siji, fled in terror. Old Jean suddenly chuckled maniacally, his expression bordering on madness. Perhaps recalling some haunting memory. I shook my head, choosing to disregard the old man. After decades imprisoned in Shaoxi village, I suspected his mind had become unhinged. Is Chun Tuozi unharmed? I asked, swaying slightly as I stood. To be honest, my inquiry was merely rhetorical, devoid of genuine concern or remorse. The image of Chun Tuozi abandoning me to escape lingered vividly in my mind. Had it not been for the female corpse turning to pursue him, I might have been the one lying motionless on the ground. Such matters are difficult to articulate. Humanity often reveals its selfish nature. Had the female corpse pursued Chun Tuozi from the outset, I too would have likely fled. It was merely the unfolding of events that left me feeling disgruntled. I lost consciousness from the pain. My forearm was nearly torn off, and I sustained numerous bites. Thankfully, the bleeding has ceased. Otherwise, I would have surely perished within that tomb. Fatty shook his head, his countenance grim. The sight of Chun Tuozi had been utterly harrowing. He lay amidst a pool of blood, which continued to gush from his wounds, leaving an indelible psychological scar on anyone who witnessed it. The plump man administered antibiotics to Chun Tuozi, applied a hemostatic bandage, and then took a moment to rest. Yuan Chao, can you trace the whereabouts of the fourth miss? I recalled old Jin's earlier words and inquired of Wang Yuanchao. When we ascended the stairwell, we had not spotted the fourth miss at all. It was highly probable that she had already traversed this endless staircase. I always held the fourth miss in high regard. If she did not possess sufficient confidence, would she venture into the tomb alone? She must have possessed certain clues that emboldened her to infiltrate the tomb single-handedly. Following in her footsteps would undoubtedly be the optimal approach, far superior to our own blind exploration. Indeed, Brother Yuanchao, do share your tracking techniques with us. Should we encounter a similar situation in the future, we would be better equipped to handle it. The plump man's eyes sparkled with eagerness, as if he longed to master this skill immediately. In truth, it was rather straightforward. In the field of reconnaissance, the key lies in meticulousness. With diligence, one can unveil myriad details. During the Vietnam War, the guerrillas donned specialized wild boar boots to traverse the jungle, leaving behind a series of wild boar footprints. Our captain once remarked that upon spotting such tracks, we should measure their depth. Those exceeding 5 centimeters need not concern us, while those below should be reported immediately. Wang Yuanchao, seated on the steps, spoke with a calm demeanor, which was a rarity for him. It is this mere few centimeters of difference that distinguishes whether the intruder is an enemy or a mere beast, and there has never been an error. Such is the essence of meticulousness. I acquired considerable knowledge in this domain during my past experiences. Dust on the ground, when untouched, disperses evenly, but once someone treads upon it, traces are left behind. The plump man retorted impatiently, enough of this trivial talk. We cannot glean any practical knowledge from your musings. Let us focus on locating the fourth miss. If we delay, she may have already pilfered all the treasures within the tomb. I began to grasp Wang Yuanchao's words. Each profession has its specialization. While we may overlook the seemingly insignificant dust, he possesses the acuity to discern its significance. It is akin to master builders, who, upon observing a house, do not merely admire its external beauty, but rather perceive its internal structure. After consuming a light meal and resting briefly, we set forth once more. As we resumed our journey along the staircase, we once again recognized its intricate design. Even with our utmost efforts to scrutinize the mirrors on either side, we nearly strayed into a wrong path. The angles at which these mirrors were positioned were nothing short of perfect, rendering it nearly inconceivable that a passage lay concealed within. Very clean. No one has been here. Wang Yuanchao remarked, crouching down to examine the dust on the ground, his tone assured. After an indeterminate amount of time, he halted before a fork in the path and whispered, "Someone has passed through here." It was a narrow side passage, cleverly concealed behind a mirror. To traverse it, we would likely have to crawl. Wait, do not rush forward just yet. Wang Yuanchao seemed to have unearthed something of significance. He halted us, carefully illuminating the fork in the path with his flashlight, and after a prolonged moment, he spoke. Though someone has passed through here, there are distinct footprints from 2 individuals. What? I was taken aback. Upon hearing Wang Yuanchao's words, a chilling sensation enveloped me. Aside from myself, the plump man, Wang Yuanchao, old Jean, and the 4th miss, there should be no one else present. It was inconceivable that others could be here. Old man, did you bring accomplices? The plump man glared at old Jean with suspicion. Humph, if I had accomplices, I wouldn't be tied up by you lot, old Jean retorted with a scoff. Could it be the female corpse? I instinctively recalled the white-haired zombie we had encountered earlier. No, the corpse was covered in blood. Had it crawled through here, it would surely have left a trail of it. Wang Yuanchao shook his head. Could it be the 4th miss herself? I inquired further. If it truly were the 4th miss, the situation would indeed take a bizarre turn, as there had been no sign of anyone else while she had been with us. Why would there suddenly be another person within the tomb? Wang Yuanchao nodded thoughtfully and remarked, moreover, the previous footprints were all left by the 4th miss. She must have encountered the other individual only after arriving here. I fell into a deep contemplation. If there were indeed inhabitants within this ancient tomb, it would be utterly absurd. The only conceivable explanation would be that someone had arrived here before us, much like the 4th miss. And this individual was well acquainted with the locale. At this juncture, a name suddenly flashed through my mind. Chapter 28. The Burial of 1,000 Bones. It is quite possible that Uncle Ming is the only one familiar with this place, I exclaimed loudly. Old Jin's expression immediately darkened, and he squinted, cautioning, "You would do well to be wary of this individual. His reputation in the underworld is quite disreputable." Noticing old Jin seemed to know the details concerning Uncle Ming, I pressed him for more information. However, for reasons unknown, he remained tight-lipped about the matter. "Let us follow," I suggested. Regardless of whether it is 4th miss and Uncle Ming, the fact that they have discovered this passage indicates their deep familiarity with the area. It would be far more prudent to follow them rather than blindly stumble about. After a moment of contemplation, I spoke. The stout fellow was the first to squeeze through, followed by old Jean. Wang Yuanchao turned to me and said, "Ding dang, you go ahead first. When the time comes, you must assist Chin Tuozi." I nodded and then made my way through the passage. Chin Tuozi, bound with a tourniquet, grimaced in pain as he shuffled along with Wang Yuanchao's help. Fortunately, the narrow passage was not too lengthy, and we swiftly pulled Chin Tuozi out. Following this, Wang Yuanchao and old Jean emerged as well. Old Jean pointed towards the entrance we had just exited, saying, "Do you see that ring of iron plates at the edge of the opening? This place was originally sealed with iron sheets, but someone has corrosively melted a hole through it. It must have been done by Chao Cizi's son. Thankfully, he was well prepared. Otherwise, we would have been unable to escape, even if we had cracked our skulls trying." Suddenly, I caught a whiff of an unpleasant odor. Everyone clutched their noses, wary of toxins. A strange scent wafted into my nostrils, causing me to furrow my brow in alarm. The odor bore a resemblance to decay, reminiscent of rotting corpses, though I could not ascertain its origin without consulting the stout fellow ahead. "What is the situation up there?" I inquired. Upon exiting the passage, we found ourselves in a vast stone chamber, yet a stone slab obstructed our view between the entrance and the room, necessitating a walk of several meters to circumvent it. At that moment, the stout fellow, being the first to emerge, had the clearest view. However, he stood there, speechless, as if turned to stone. A sense of foreboding washed over me, and instinctively I drew my pistol and rushed forward. As I reached the stout fellow's side, I was struck dumb. I finally understood the source of the repugnant odor. It emanated from the expansive stone chamber. Before me lay a sight that was both horrifying and grotesque. The chamber was densely packed with decomposed bones. The area spanned several hundred meters. Yet the skeletal remains piled high, surpassing my knees. One could only imagine the sheer number of deceased, 1,000, 5,000, 10,000. My scalp prickled in terror. The sight of such an overwhelming number of corpses was a staggering shock to anyone. What in the world? Were these individuals all grave diggers? I thought. Li Si must not fear the extinction of his lineage, having extinguished so many lives at once. Even if this place were a land of fortune, with so many lives claimed, it would surely become a cursed grave. In the past, I had ventured into the tomb of a prince, which was quite grand in scale. And I had also witnessed the fate of the craftsmen who met their demise. Yet, the number of those unfortunate souls paled in comparison to what lay before me now. Could this tomb truly be of such vast proportions? The sheer number of lives lost here is staggering. Each skeletal frame represents a living soul. Even old Jin couldn't help but express his astonishment. In ancient times, the fate of craftsmen who constructed tombs was seldom a fortunate one. As the completion of the tomb drew near, the owner would often have these artisans executed and buried alongside it, to prevent any disclosure of the burial site. The tomb owner's greatest fear was for others to discover the location of their final resting place. How could they possibly allow these craftsmen to escape? Observe the remnants of fabric clinging to these bones. Not only the craftsmen were slain, but also the soldiers who guarded this site. I suddenly noticed, beneath a pile of bones, a skeleton clad in armor, distinctly different from the cotton-clad craftsman. A sheathed dagger hung at its waist. Indeed, look over there. Another cluster of armored figures. These must be the guards, all victims of Li Si's treachery. The rotund man donned gloves, eager to pull the uppermost skeleton closer. But to his surprise, the armored figure fell apart in a cacophony of clattering metal. Among the remains were also women's garments. That black attire unmistakably belonged to a palace maid of the Qin dynasty. What could a woman be doing here? I found myself utterly perplexed. If these were merely craftsmen, my astonishment might have been lessened. However, now faced with armored soldiers, palace maids in their elegant attire, and an astonishing number of craftsmen, the situation defied comprehension. Could it be that they were cooks? The stout man pondered aloud. But that seems implausible. The sheer quantity, at least several hundred, paired with the fact that such garments were reserved for women of high status, makes it unlikely that a mere cook would don such attire. I, familiar with the history of the Qin dynasty, furrowed my brow and remarked, they are not cooks. Their status is evidently elevated. Could it be that Li Si slaughtered his own servants? These skeletons appear to have been driven into this stone chamber and suffocated by poison gas. Many of the bones are darkened. The stout man muttered in confusion, casting a subconscious glance at the nearby Chen Tuzi. Chen Tuzi was well versed in historical accounts and could surely discern some clue, but at that moment, he had succumbed to pain and was unable to speak. It is indeed a possibility. Recall the hanging coffin we observed earlier? If Li Si could transform his wife into a guardian zombie, what else might he be capable of? I stated, although history records Li Si's downfall at the hands of Qin Ershi, is it not true that these chronicles are penned by mere mortals? With Li Si's remarkable intellect, a prodigious talent who aided Qin Shi Huang in consolidating his empire, could he truly have been blind to the murderous intent of Qin Ershi? It is highly plausible that Li Si did not perish at that time, but rather executed a masterful escape akin to the golden cicada shedding its shell. Otherwise, this tomb would not have come into existence. Given the current circumstances, it appears that, aside from eliminating the artisans, Li Si seemingly exterminated all individuals privy to the knowledge. Such a large-scale massacre, logically speaking, seems insufficient merely to safeguard the location of the tomb. It is likely that it was undertaken to conceal a monumental secret, prompting such acts of silencing. Old Jane, could you enlighten me about your experiences from those years? You previously mentioned that my grandfather and his companions did not descend into the tomb for the sake of its treasures. What, then, were they seeking? I suddenly inquired of old Jane. Chapter 29. The golden silk robe. Previously, I was puzzled. During the second excavation, the golden silk robe and porcelain they unearthed were of equal value to the Qingyang Zun. Why did my grandfather never mention these items? Furthermore, upon entering, we encountered the tombstone of Li Si's wife, which indicated that she was murdered and turned into a white-haired zombie due to her knowledge of Li Si's secret. Now, we stumbled upon a large massacre site, all of which pointed to the fact that a monumental secret was concealed within this tomb. Old Jean initially hesitated to speak, but after my persistent inquiries, he reluctantly replied, I am not acquainted with your grandfather, so why would he disclose such matters to me? All I know is that he may have been threatened in some way, prompting him to steal from this tomb. Why do you say that? I inquired. The path we traversed was already fraught with unrest, with so many lives lost. We should have retreated, yet your grandfather insisted on pressing forward. One night, while sleeping, I overheard an argument through a listening device I had secretly placed in their belongings, fearing a betrayal among them. Old Jean hesitated for a moment before continuing. On the device, a voice seemed to be pleading for mercy, saying, Please, spare me. Another voice retorted, Do you wish to die? If we do not find that object, none of us will survive. Their argument persisted until the early hours of the morning. Could you discern who was speaking? I asked urgently. At that time, it was already quite a feat to hear anything through the device. The static was deafening. I could not clearly identify the speakers, but there were 3 individuals, your grandfather, Chao Siziz, and Amin. Additionally, there was someone who seemed to be a relative of your grandfather, a person who has never shown his face in this line of work. Old Jean furrowed his brow. I struck my head in frustration. I had originally come here merely to procure a few antiquities and settle my debts with the Qingyang Zun, yet I found myself ensnared in a vast enigma. The secret of Li Si's tomb had only revealed the tip of the iceberg, yet the implications contained within were enough to send chills down my spine. We trudged onward, carefully stepping over the piles of corpses. I noticed that the stone chamber possessed only 2 passageways, the small hole through which we had entered and a grand archway directly ahead. Logically, the archway should have been locked, yet I was bewildered by the means through which the 4 sisters had managed to unlock the door and push it ajar, allowing just enough space for a single person to enter. To be candid, after encountering so many harrowing events, including narrowly escaping the jaws of a white-haired zombie, I had grown somewhat numb. The thought of the millions owed to loan sharks outside gave me a reckless sense of invulnerability, akin to the saying that those without shoes fear not the well-shod. Suddenly, as we were queuing to enter, old Jin's countenance turned ashen, and I could see the flesh on his face trembling, indicating his profound terror. Within the door lies a disordered little tomb chamber, cluttered with pried-open coffins. I even glimpsed a coffin nearest to me, containing a fist-sized, high-quality, pale green jadeite. My heart seized in surprise. If this were to be sold, it could fetch several millions with ease. This is it. This time, Fatty has struck it rich, he exclaimed with boisterous laughter. For some reason, old Jean showed no signs of excitement throughout, but rather grew increasingly anxious. A chill coursed through me as I recalled old Jin's words, that the group my grandfather led perished due to meddling with these burial treasures. Fatty, hold on. Have you forgotten what old Jean said? I hurriedly interjected, noticing Fatty's eagerness. Ding dang. You are too naive. That old man is surely trying to deceive us, making us hesitate to take these treasures so he can profit from them himself. Fatty would not heed my warning. I implored him, please wait a moment. These items are not going to sprout wings and fly away. I was genuinely infuriated. Regardless of the veracity of this sinister matter, caution is imperative. Fine, I'll listen to you. But you must realize that you are the one in desperate need of money. Fatty, seeing my fury, could only reluctantly stick out his tongue. The ground bore numerous bloodstains, though they appeared to be quite old. Wang Yuanshao surveyed the surroundings and remarked, "This is the aftermath of our fierce struggle back then. With so many treasures at stake, it is only natural to lose one's composure, right?" Old Jean interjected, his expression somewhat peculiar. I noticed a profound fear emanating from him, to the point where he dared not approach the coffins. Suddenly, I heard Fatty exclaim in alarm, "Ding dang, Yuanshao, come quickly." While I was searching for historical records within the tomb chamber, Fatty's strange outcry drew my attention. As Wang Yuanshao and I approached, we found Fatty crouched before a stone coffin, his face a canvas of shock. However, upon witnessing the spectacle within the stone coffin, my mind went utterly blank. This was the most precious antiquity I had ever encountered. I had never seen anything so astonishing, not even in newspapers or on television. It was a golden-threaded jade burial suit enveloping the remains. Each jade piece shimmered with a soft green luminescence. Even a single piece carved into jewelry could command a handsome price. And here was a complete set of a golden-threaded jade suit. I estimated it to comprise at least 2,000 jade pieces, all interconnected by golden strands, presenting an image that could only be described as full of wealth and prosperity. This garment symbolized status during the Western Han Dynasty. Only emperors and feudal lords were permitted to wear such attire. My breath quickened. If I could take this garment out, I would not only settle my debts, but live a life free from worry. Look, there are inscriptions on the coffin lid. Old Jean seemed to have encountered this object before. From beginning to end, he exhibited no interest in the golden silk and jade burial garment, instead directing his gaze towards the coffin lid. Chapter 30. The Path of Murder. As I approached, I glanced at the coffin lid, where several lines of text were inscribed in small seal script. To my surprise, I could comprehend every character this time, unlike before when they were encrypted. In truth, this particular script ought to be the authentic small seal. During his tenure, Li Si accomplished several remarkable feats, one of which was his recommendation to Emperor Qin Shi Huang to simplify Chinese characters, transforming intricate scripts into exceedingly simple strokes. His reform is indeed commendable throughout ancient history. The encrypted characters, on the other hand, represent another script created by Li Si, which renders the meaning indecipherable from the handwriting itself, showcasing the mastery of his calligraphy. What astonished me was that these lines were addressed to us by Li Si. Just as I was about to examine those words, a sudden fit of coughing interrupted me. Chun Tuozi had awakened. He stared at his severed arm in silence for a protracted moment before letting out a heavy sigh, his demeanor seemingly despondent. Observing his forlorn state evoked a sense of pity within me. It is a profound shock for any normal individual to lose a hand. An ordeal not easily borne by all. The rotund man, who shared a decent camaraderie with Chun Tuozi, approached to offer solace. Having been the one to recruit him into our venture, Chun Tuozi smiled while wiping away his tears. In truth, the savings I possess are sufficient to sustain me for the remainder of my life. I have a wife and children now. Reflecting on it, one must not be too greedy. Soon, we shall all meet our demise within this tomb. Truly, a fitting retribution for greed. I have seen them trailing behind us all the way. I warned, old Chun, should you dare to utter such nonsense again. Do not blame me if I strike you dead with a slap. The rotund man flared up at this. In our line of work, discussing spirits is strictly taboo. Chun Tuozi fell silent, merely sitting on the ground with an incessant cold laugh. A shiver ran down my spine. His condition did not appear to be madness. So why would he utter such wild statements? It seemed implausible. Could it be that he witnessed something while fainting from the pain? I intended to directly inquire with Chun Tuozi, yet upon reflection, I decided against it. I genuinely feared that his ramblings could undermine our morale. All the treasures I have acquired in my life are placed here. Take them, and depart in peace without disturbing the tranquility. See, even Li Si himself declared that he wished to bestow the treasures upon us. Such goodwill, if disregarded, would invite heaven's wrath and earth's retribution. The rotund man dismissed old Jin's words entirely. I glanced at old Jin, noting that he showed no inclination to claim these items, which intensified my wariness. For a man who covets wealth above all, to undergo such a transformation, even if he had previously lied, suggests that the treasures here are dubious. Rotund man. This tomb is exceedingly peculiar, and considering the previous troubles old Jin and his companions encountered, we must refrain from taking anything from this place for the time being. Alas. Very well, next time, I shall embark on my own venture. I cannot prosper alongside a coward like you, the rotund man retorted with irritation. I looked towards Wang Yuanchao, who nodded slightly in agreement with my perspective, offering no dissent. I smiled gratefully at Wang Yuanchao. The chubby fellow was my steadfast companion, naturally beyond question. However, Wang Yuanchao was in dire need of funds, and his participation in this perilous expedition was entirely contingent upon his financial predicament. Along the journey, I was taken aback by Wang Yuanchao's unexpected honesty. Suddenly, a series of anguished screams echoed from outside the tomb. Perhaps the distance was too great, for I could only faintly discern a commotion. The cries appeared to emanate from a woman, which struck me as odd. How could a woman's voice arise in this place? Where have Yuanchao and the fourth miss gone? I hastily inquired of Wang Yuanchao. The tomb chamber had reverted to its previous arrangement, with a total of 8 doors positioned in various directions. Should each door conceal a passageway, it was conceivable that even 100 individuals could become ensnared within this labyrinth. This way, Wang Yuanchao indicated one of the doors. Old Chen, how are you faring? Can you walk? I asked Chun Tuozi. I'm fine. You needn't concern yourselves with me. He replied, gritting his teeth, appearing much more spirited than before. I led the way with an emergency light, followed closely by the chubby fellow, whose marksmanship was reliable, ensuring he could respond swiftly to any threat. Bringing up the rear was Wang Yuanchao, the most adept among us. This passageway was significantly larger than the ones we had traversed previously, resembling a proper corridor. Old man, did you ever traverse this path in your day? If so, do enlighten us, lest we fall into some trap, the chubby fellow queried old Shan. No, we proceeded through a singular path without deviation, encountering far more challenges than this time around. We lost 2 men to the mechanisms inside, not to mention what awaited us further in. Our luck seems to hold thus far. Only one has sustained an injury, old Jin responded. After a moment, he added, strange. How does Chaoxi's son possess such familiarity with this place? It shouldn't be so. I could discern old Jin's skepticism regarding the 4th Mrs. lineage. As we pressed on, we finally uncovered traces of mechanisms. In an inconspicuous corner, a row of cylindrical objects protruded, while the opposite wall was densely embedded with arrows. Each arrow was embedded deep within the stone, causing a wave of cold sweat to wash over me. If one of those were to strike us, we'd be instantly transformed into a porcupine. The chubby fellow trembled. We were utterly oblivious to the activation points of this mechanism. Had the fourth miss not triggered it beforehand, we would have been the ones in peril. Be cautious. There may yet be unactivated traps. We must not let a multitude perish here, I warned loudly. Indeed, not long after, I came upon a vast circular pit, its covering of blue bricks having crumbled away. At the bottom of this pit, several meters in diameter, stood a cluster of bronze spears, each 3 to 4 meters tall. If one were to fall in, even the Lady of the West could not save us. A chill coursed through my body as I observed the surroundings. Though I had previously read numerous accounts of ancient mechanisms, it was only through this first-hand experience that I truly grasped the inherent dangers. Walk slowly, do not rush. Be extremely cautious not to inadvertently step upon any traps. A single misstep could spell disaster. This tomb passage was fraught with an abundance of mechanisms, likely leading to a significant location. This is the Chinsong Road, and we have undoubtedly encountered grave trouble, Chinta Ozi suddenly remarked. The term Chinsong Road is a colloquialism within the southern faction of tomb raiders, derived from the phrase to openly repair the plank road while secretly crossing Chinsong, indicating that this passage would lead to the main burial chamber, yet it would be riddled with countless traps along the way. Fortunately, with the fourth miss clearing the path ahead, I felt utterly incapable of evading these traps on my own. Wait, do not proceed just yet, Wang Yuanchao suddenly whispered. Chapter 31. 3 seconds until death. Have there been any discoveries regarding Wang Yuanchao? At the sight of Wang Yuanchao's expression, I sensed that something was amiss. He shook his head, seemingly filled with doubt. It appears that someone is following us. Surely not. Could it be the fourth young lady and her companions? The portly man was also taken aback. He hastily adjusted the spotlight to its maximum brightness and directed it toward the tomb passage behind us. However, the space was devoid of any presence, not even a shadow. The Chinsong path we were traversing was relatively straight, so if anyone were indeed trailing us, we would have undoubtedly seen them. Perhaps I was simply being overly sensitive. Wang Yuanchao examined the traces on the ground and let out a slight sigh of relief. At that moment, the tension in my chest eased. Individuals like Wang Yuanchao, who had experienced the ravages of war, often possessed an acute sensitivity. Even the gentlest rustle could heighten his alertness. Ding dong, let me and Chintuzi take the lead. He might be more familiar with these mechanisms, and I can respond quickly to any dangers. You and the portly man should remain behind, Wang Yuanchao suddenly instructed me. He silently moved ahead of me, causing a lump to form in my throat. Deep down, we all understood that leading the way was the most perilous position. Yet Wang Yuanchao prioritized our safety over his own. Unbeknownst to him, I had begun to regard him as a brother. 2 individuals had passed through, their footprints unmistakable. One was the fourth young lady, while the other remained unidentified. As Wang Yuanchao walked at the forefront, he suddenly spotted a faint shoe print in the dust on the ground. He furrowed his brow and addressed us. Look here. All right. That seems to indicate there are no issues, I chimed in. The other individual must be Uncle Ming, since they chose to walk this tomb passage. It was possible that the main burial chamber lay ahead, and the Qingyang Zun we sought could be there. The thought filled me with a touch of excitement. But just then, a sharp crack echoed through the tomb passage. Wang Yuanchao's expression changed drastically as he shouted at us. Step back. I've triggered a mechanism. Above that mechanism, there lay a distinct shoe print. These treacherous individuals are attempting to ensnare us. Are you all right, brother? The portly man, upon seeing the shoe print, realized we had been deceived. This mechanism had clearly been identified by the fourth young lady, yet she had deliberately left a shoe print on the pressure plate, misleading us into believing it was safe. Who would have imagined that the footprint was precisely positioned on the mechanism, a trap designed to lead us to our demise? Suddenly, the entire tomb passage began to tremble violently, leaving us bewildered about what was transpiring. Moments later, a thunderous roar resounded, as if some immensely heavy object had crashed to the ground. This is bad. The path ahead is blocked, Chintuzi exclaimed, just as I finished speaking. Another deafening crash reverberated through the Chinsong path, and yet another iron door descended. We were effectively trapped, with one door behind us and another in front. Even in this dire situation, the tremor seemed to persist unabated. My thigh remained in a state of tremor, not due to my own shivering, but because the entire Chinsong road was vibrating. Hurry over and help press down on that pedal. It is likely the keystone of this place. If it bounces up, the entire tomb passage will collapse. Chinta Ozi bellowed, noticing Wang Yuanchao struggling, beads of sweat adorning his forehead. What kind of mechanism is this, old Chin? I inquired, my anxiety palpable. It was evident that the 2 iron doors descending were merely the beginning. Surely, a series of deadly traps lay ahead. Or else those doors would not have fallen at all. Suddenly, a phrase crossed my mind, closing the door to catch the dog. Crack, crack. The walls on either side began to show strands of fissures under the low-frequency vibrations, sending chills down my spine. For now, the structure remained intact, robust, and linking the two tomb chambers. Should this place collapse, so too would the others. Be wary of crossbows and such. Old Jean shouted from the side, his voice booming with urgency. In this life and death moment, he held nothing back, eager to unveil all his wisdom to surmount the impending peril. We cannot release this pedal. It is a trigger mechanism. We must press down firmly to delay its activation. Should we let go, all concealed traps will spring forth. Old Jean exclaimed with fervor. This mechanism was akin to a landmine. Stepping on it would set it off once we lifted our foot, neglecting any potential traps beneath. I dashed to the iron door and examined it closely. To my astonishment, the door was held solely by weight, with no apparent means of displacement unless we could lift this heavy metal behemoth, weighing 700 to 800 pounds. Quick, dig a tunnel to escape. Dig, hurry. Chinda Ozi stammered almost incoherently. We exerted all our strength with entrenching tools, soon revealing a spider web of cracks on the blue bricks. I pried open 3 or 4 bricks and forcefully thrust the shovel's tip into the earth. This damn ground is infused with molten iron. It aims to trap us alive. Even without the traps, we are sealed in by these doors. The fat man sat down heavily, his face betraying a mix of fear and confusion as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. The clattering sound of the mechanism echoed like the tolling of a death knell, leaving us to ponder what horrors might unfold next. Would a vile fluid seep from the cracks, or would the entire chamber collapse, burying us alive? These uncertainties loomed over us like a shroud of death. There had to be a way to breach the iron door. I must remain calm, utterly composed. Yet, time slipped away as the fissures in the Chinsong road widened to a full foot. What frightened me further was the sudden cessation of the vibrations. It signified that all mechanisms within this tomb were on the verge of being unleashed. Ding-dong. Aren't you the clever little ding-dong? Blast this door open for me, quickly. The stout man instinctively sensed the alterations in his surroundings, frantically pacing in distress. What the devil? How am I supposed to find a cannon for you? I cursed vehemently. But at that moment, a sudden thought struck my mind. Grenades. Hadn't we brought grenades with us? Chapter 32. The Great Explosion. Yuan Chao, take out the grenade. I urgently shouted at Wang Yuan Chao. Simultaneously, I discarded my entrenching tool to press down on the trigger plate, granting Wang Yuan Chao the opportunity to act. If we could create a hole in this place, our escape would be assured. Wait, there are methane pits nearby. We must not use the grenade. Laojian's face lost all color. This is an absolute deadlock. Methane is highly flammable, and in this sealed passage, introducing it would be disastrous. We cannot even use the entrenching tool to dig, as even a tiny spark could provoke an explosion. Moreover, despair washed over me as I realized that we had been left with no semblance of hope. Around us were several sealed methane pits, some of which had been dormant for countless years. Silver-white gas seeped from the cracks in the walls. Upon inhaling just a hint of this gas, it felt like knives slicing through my nostrils, an intense heat nearly choking me. This is mercury vapor. Do not breathe it in. I hastily removed my coat to cover my nose. Yet as the silvery gas continued to billow, I sensed that my life was ticking away. Get down. Just as my mind spiraled into chaos, a booming voice pierced through. Wang Yuan Chao had, at some point, inserted a grenade along with a package of explosives beneath the iron door. His intent was clear. He was about to detonate it. My mind blanked, and I instinctively shielded my head. Laojian's anguished cry echoed in my ears. This place is filled with methane. Are you trying to kill us? Then came a deafening boom. It felt as if shrapnel and small stones whirled past my ears, and the tremendous shockwave lifted me off the ground. My chest tightened, and I felt as though my entire skeletal structure had collapsed. In the haze, someone grasped my collar and pulled me up, shoving me into the forcibly created cavity beneath the iron door. I pressed my back against the door, clutching my head with both hands. To be honest, during those 10 minutes, my mind was utterly blank. I even questioned whether I had succumbed to death. When the series of explosions finally subsided, I jolted awake and began searching for the whereabouts of Fatty and the others. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness. The emergency lights had long since been discarded. In such a life-or-death situation, who could spare a thought for anything other than survival? Fatty? Laochen? Yuan Chao? I called out loudly, crouching down to feel around with my hands, wary of sharp stones beneath me. Suddenly, I touched something damp and warm, reminiscent of a caterpillar. A wave of dread washed over me. and I instinctively kicked out, stepping on that object. Who the hell ambushed Fatty? You are as good as dead. I cursed, ouch. My handsome face is ruined. Then, I heard Fatty let out a blood-curdling scream beneath my feet. In a panic, I retreated a few steps into the darkness, fearing that Fatty would discover my identity as the culprit. Snap! At that moment, a dazzling beam of light shone from the opposite side, causing my eyes to water painfully. Squinting, I soon realized that it was Wang Yuanchao who had somehow procured a flashlight. Wang Yuanchao was unharmed, though a large patch of charred skin marred his shoulder, which made me gasp in shock. Is everyone all right? I inquired hastily. They should be fine, don't worry. Wang Yuanchao nodded reassuringly. Damn it, Li Ding Ding. Was it you who just stepped on me? The hefty man, with his hair resembling a chicken's nest, approached, quickly deducing that I was responsible for his misfortune. Half of his hair had been singed, and the flesh on his cheeks looked akin to a roasted piglet. To add to his dismay, there was a black footprint on his left cheek. I couldn't contain myself and burst into laughter, rolling on the ground. How was I to know? It's pitch dark here. And you had to block the path, I retorted. By the way, I just touched something slimy. Suddenly, I recalled the odd sensation when I touched the hefty man's face earlier. Instinctively, I sniffed my hand, and a nauseating scent reminiscent of stale saliva overwhelmed me, prompting several dry heaves. Ding Dang, come over and help. Wang Yuanchao waved us over urgently. The hefty man had ceased his complaints. Upon reaching Wang Yuanchao's side, we discovered that Lao Jitu and Chinto Ozi lay on the ground, evidently knocked out by the blast shockwave. Lao Jitu seemed fine after a moment's rest. He was able to walk unaided. In contrast, Chinto Ozi's condition was dire. His face was as pale as paper, tinged with a sickly bluish hue. Although he had regained consciousness, he lacked the strength to sit up. He had inhaled a considerable amount of toxic gas. Had we possessed an antidote, it might have alleviated his plight. Unfortunately, when we arrived, most of our supplies, including the medical kit, were left behind. Wang Yuanchao frowned, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. Indeed, both mercury vapor and the gas from the cesspool were highly toxic, with the iron door sealing all exits. It was a miracle that we had managed to escape the tomb alive, thanks to Wang Yuanchao's decisive actions. Chinto Ozi took a deep breath and finally managed to utter a complete sentence. If it weren't for Ding Dong's reminder, I would have forgotten about the grenades. Wang Yuanchao waved his hand dismissively, saying nothing further. You truly are audacious. Had there been any more gas, we would have detonated the entire passageway, the hefty man said, his voice still trembling from the aftershock. I nodded in agreement, understanding that the gas was akin to natural gas. Once it reached a certain concentration, it could explode with the force of a bomb upon contact with an open flame. None of us could ascertain the exact concentration of the gas in the passageway. Had it not been for Wang Yuanchao's bold gamble, we might well have succumbed to the mercury vapor. Next time I see that coward, I will give him a full magazine of bullets. The hefty man exclaimed furiously. But the fourth miss is the only one who dares to descend into the tomb alone. If you were given a gun, could you handle the white-haired zombie? Old Gene sneered, his expression dripping with mockery. Do you really think I am afraid? If it weren't for that white-haired zombie disappearing, I would have dealt with it myself, the hefty man boasted. This time, it was my mistake. I fell into his trap. Wang Yuanchao suddenly interjected. We exchanged glances, none of us daring to respond to Wang's words. After all, he had been cautious enough, and without him, none of us would survive this ordeal. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of dread washed over me as I thought of the fourth Mississippi, his inexplicable appearance, his subsequent integration into our group, and his ability to pinpoint the exact location of Li Si's tomb were all unsettling. Upon descending into the tomb, he seemed to navigate it as if he had been here before, heading straight for the main burial chamber. He even appeared aware of our pursuit, leaving behind a deadly trap without a flicker of remorse. This individual was truly a wolf in sheep's clothing. We must act swiftly. We are down to our last 2 flashlights. If the batteries die, we will be utterly blind, Wang Yuanchao said gravely. In such a pitch-black tomb, light was of paramount importance. Initially, we had enough emergency lights and batteries to last 2 to 3 days, but with this unforeseen predicament, our situation had become dire. The 2 flashlights could at most last a few hours, a duration far too brief for our escape. Let us first assess what equipment remains, Chun Toozi's side. Chapter 33, Blood Footprints. The remaining supplies were woefully inadequate. The only sustenance we had was a substantial piece of spicy beef jerky concealed in my pocket, along with a mere dozen of compressed biscuits, hardly enough for a single meal. Our weaponry had dwindled to just a handgun and a paratrooper knife in my possession. as the recent explosion had nearly obliterated all our gear. We found ourselves engulfed in a profound silence, a state that effectively pronounced our death sentence, albeit a slow and agonizing one. Let us move quickly. Huddling here will yield no food. Perhaps fortune will smile upon us, and we might find some supplies along the path ahead, I remarked, furrowing my brow. Our retreat was now entirely blocked. Even if we wished to withdraw, there was no escape. The only course left was to march onward, resolutely. Agreed. Chun Tuozai nodded in affirmation of my proposal. I widened my eyes, scanning the surroundings meticulously. After all, with no route of retreat, knowing more about this tomb would enhance our chances of escape. Even though despair was creeping in, the environment was exceedingly dilapidated, a desolate expanse devoid of the previously laid blue bricks of the tomb passage, replaced instead by a mixture of sand and gravel. Stones lay scattered chaotically across the ground, with numerous uneven patches suggesting frequent habitation, which struck me as an unsettling anomaly for an ancient burial site. Yuan Chao, pass me your flashlight, I requested. Wang Yuan Chao, unfamiliar with the relics of the tomb, handed over the flashlight, and together with Chun Tuozai, we began to rummage through the dilapidated chamber. Could this possibly be an abandoned tomb? I pondered aloud, noting the refuse strewn about. The stout companion, initially eager to seek clues, found the flashlight's dim light disorienting and soon plopped down on the ground to rest. It is improbable that such elaborate traps would be set for an abandoned tomb. That would be sheer folly, I mused, shaking my head. Had we successfully traversed the Chinsong passage, perhaps my thoughts would have been more optimistic. Yet, that passage was undoubtedly lethal. Even a well-prepared team would face annihilation if caught unawares. I could not fathom that this place held no hidden secrets. There's a stone slab here. Let me examine it, Chun Tuozai said as he bent down to lift a moss-covered slab. I shone my flashlight upon it, revealing nothing but moss. Chun Tuozai, undeterred, began scraping at the green growth, but I shook my head, convinced that nothing of significance would be found there. I shall investigate over there, I declared, moving towards the edge of the chamber. The environment here was peculiar, with thin sheets of rock scattered about, resembling bamboo shoots at first glance. The stones bore what appeared to be faint bloodstains. Just as I raised the flashlight to scrutinize further, I was startled by the sound of hushed whispers emanating from the darkness ahead, sending chills racing down my spine. The sound I heard was unmistakably the hushed conversation of two individuals, though I could not discern their words. When I directed my flashlight towards the source, I discovered that behind the rocks, there was nothing at all. A chill ran through me. I had clearly heard voices just moments before. Had my nerves frayed to the point of hallucination? Damn it, Li Ding-dang, what are you dawdling about over there? Have you found anything? The hefty figure behind me called out. Wait, hold on, I replied, ignoring him. The more I pondered the earlier incident, the more unsettling it became. My insatiable curiosity compelled me to seek clarity. Otherwise, sleep would elude me that night. I crouched low and crawled past the rocks to the location from whence the voices emanated. Just as I was about to rise, I stumbled, nearly falling to the ground. The surface was strangely slick, coated as if with wax. In that moment, I disregarded conserving battery life and hastily adjusted my flashlight to its brightest setting. As I inhaled sharply, the reason for my slip became evident. There lay a large pool of congealed plasma, and my hands, having pressed against it, were now stained a deep crimson, the metallic scent of blood faintly wafting up to my nostrils. Gazing at the thick layer of plasma on the ground, I was suddenly struck by a chilling sight: two tiny footprints. They pressed into the blood, as if two children had walked this way. The memory of the whispered conversation I had heard earlier sent a shiver racing down my spine. Had someone been living here all along? At that moment, the flashlight flickered erratically before dimming suddenly. The battery was already running low, and having cranked it to maximum brightness, it was only a matter of minutes before it succumbed. Terrified, I crouched down and shook the flashlight vigorously. If it failed now, I would surely be left in the dark. Alas, after a few feeble flickers, it extinguished, no amount of shaking reviving it. A profound dread enveloped me, an unsettling sensation that I was being watched. In darkness, human senses heighten, a phenomenon often referred to in scientific circles as the sixth sense. My hands trembled uncontrollably, the feeling of being observed intensifying. I pressed the flashlight switch desperately, but my trembling caused it to slip from my grasp and crash to the ground. Suddenly, I heard a soft sound emanating from my left ear, reminiscent of a babbling infant unable to articulate words. A jolt of fear coursed through me. Instinctively, I attempted to shift to the right, but inadvertently stepped on the flashlight. With a crack, The bulb flared to life, illuminating a visage of blood-red terror before me. Chapter 34. The one behind the rocks. I let out a blood-curdling scream before losing consciousness. It was the first time I had ever been so utterly terrified that I fainted, and no one could truly comprehend the sheer horror of such a moment. When the lights flickered on, a bloodied face loomed less than 10 centimeters from my nose. I was oblivious to how long I had been unconscious. It felt as though I had merely drifted into a deep slumber. Upon reopening my eyes, I discovered the corpulent figure of my friend. His expression grotesque as he seemed to be shouting at me. I weakly waved my hand, but he rushed over, his face lighting up with joy at my awakening. He leaned close and began speaking loudly, yet I could discern not a single word. Sensing my frail condition, he patted my back vigorously and intermittently administered chest compressions. After what felt like an eternity, the intense discomfort within me began to dissipate, and I gradually became able to comprehend his words. "Are you deaf now?" I quipped. "Hey, Li Dingyang, you've lost your mind. Can you not say something nice?" He retorted, irritation evident in his tone. Enraged, I kicked him squarely in his ample behind. "Ah, you can hear me?" he exclaimed, a hint of surprise in his voice, just as Wang Yuanchao approached and patted my shoulder. "What transpired earlier?" I inquired, furrowing my brow at the rotund figure. The moment I posed the question, Lao Jin and Chen Tua both fixed their gazes upon me, leaving me bewildered. "Weren't you the one who ventured into that pile of rocks alone?" Chen Tua began. "Once inside, the beam of your flashlight extinguished, and we sensed something was amiss. When we rushed over, we found you had already fainted, and—" Chen Tua hesitated, his words trailing off as if weighing the wisdom of continuing. "And what?" I urged impatiently. His ensuing revelation sent chills cascading down my spine. I finally understood the reason behind the chubby man's exuberance upon seeing me wave. I had indeed danced perilously close to the gates of the underworld. Fortunately, Lao Chen has a weak heart and carries emergency medication. Otherwise, "You might have already been reporting to the King of Hell," the corpulent one added, his voice tinged with lingering dread. "By the way, did you notice anything beside me when you entered?" I suddenly recalled the bloodied visage I had last seen. Based on my deductions, it must have belonged to a corpse, given the unmistakable livor mortis adorning its face. Of course, this was merely conjecture, for I had also heard a faint, eerie sound resembling a whisper. "I was just about to ask you what on earth frightened you so profoundly. When we arrived, there was nothing beside you, and that spot could hardly conceal anything else," he remarked, shaking his head. "What? Nothing? That's impossible." His assertion nearly sent me leaping from my seat. I recounted my prior encounters in vivid detail to the group. Suddenly, a terrifying thought crossed my mind. Perhaps the face I beheld was not that of a corpse, but rather that of a living person. After all, a lifeless body could not sprout wings and take flight, could it? Yet, when I recalled that visage marred by blood and decomposition, I found it utterly impossible to associate it with any semblance of life. "My dear child, the manner in which you fainted resembles the very soul that perished within this tomb years ago. Have you, perhaps, meddled with something that ought to remain undisturbed?" Old Jean suddenly chuckled, his gaze chilling as it bore into me. "Am I truly so greedy? Just moments ago, I was the one who prevented Fatty from seizing the golden silk burial garment," I retorted, my frustration evident. "They will not relent. They will pursue you relentlessly until your demise. The treasures here are not to be trifled with. To take them is to invite death." Old Jean stared at me with unwavering intensity, as if searching for deceit in my words. His scrutiny sent an unsettling chill through me. Upon reflection, I realized I had indeed not touched anything within this tomb, not even when I reached for that gilded garment, ensuring I wore gloves for protection. "Get away with your superstitions. We are in the 21st century. This is a scientific society. If you keep prattling on about such nonsense, I shall strike you." Fatty interjected, pushing Old Jean aside. "Jingdang, you cannot be serious. Are you truly seeing ghosts? The corpse you speak of has eluded our sight. There are merely 2 burial passages, devoid of any hiding spots," Fatty remarked. "Enough of this chatter. What discoveries have you made outside?" I inquired, shaking my head, unwilling to delve further into the topic. The more we spoke of it, the more our hearts raced in trepidation, serving no practical purpose. Yet, I noticed that after my question, both Fatty and Chun Tuzi wore expressions of grave concern. "What are you two playing at? Speak up. Has something gone awry outside?" My heart raced as I pressed for answers. "This is a dead end," Chun Tuzi uttered, his tone grave. "That cannot be," I exclaimed in disbelief. "We had traversed countless traps and mechanisms to reach this point, narrowly escaping death in the Chinsong passage. If this were indeed a dead end, Why had Li Si set so many lethal traps along the way? When you fainted, we took the liberty of surveying the area. Aside from the now-blocked Chinsong passage, there are no other exits. Fatty's expression soured. They too had initially deemed it impossible, yet after a thorough search, they were met with a maddening realization. This place was indeed a dead end. Do not panic. Perhaps there are hidden mechanisms here. Let us search more thoroughly, I suggested. My brow furrowed as a significant thought suddenly crossed my mind. If this truly was a deadlock, then fourth sister should still be here. Indeed, Brother Yuan Chao. Quickly see if you can trace fourth sister's footsteps. Fatty urged Wang Yuan Chao. Alas, I cannot find anything. The ground is too chaotic. It is possible that he realized I was pursuing him and deliberately obliterated his tracks. Wang Yuan Chao replied, his brow knitted in concentration. At present, we can only search separately. Once we discover any suspicious areas, we must immediately inform the others. I addressed Chun Tuozi and the others. Regardless, we can only wager that there is a hidden passage here. Otherwise, we would truly be trapped. As the scope of our search expanded, my heart gradually grew colder. To my astonishment, during the second search, we still found nothing. Suddenly, just as I began to feel disheartened, I heard Wang Yuanshao shout loudly, drawing his pistol and aiming it at a shadowy corner. To my bewilderment, a figure slowly emerged from behind the rocks. Chapter 35. The fourth young lady takes action. The fourth young lady. I drew a sharp breath, realizing that she had been lurking right beneath our noses for such an extended period, completely undetected. I had scoured that very spot at least 3 times, yet found nothing. This implies that as I moved, she had been shadowing me, maintaining her position concealed from my sight, without making a single sound. This alone reveals the terrifying prowess of this individual. A sense of unease washed over me. Had the fourth young lady intended to strike, I would have surely met my demise several times over. The stout man, seeing the fourth young lady, was visibly agitated, his hand stealthily reaching for the pistol concealed behind him. To be frank, his appearance would incite envy even among women. Make your move. The stout man signaled to Wang Yuanshao, and in a swift motion, drew his pistol, aiming it squarely at the fourth young lady's head. In that instant, a deafening gunshot echoed through the crypt, followed closely by Wang Yuanshao's shot. Bang! Then, all I could hear was the stout man's anguished wail, akin to that of a slaughtered pig, as the fourth young lady vanished like a specter, only to reappear suddenly before him. With a swift motion, she drew a metal ruler from her waist pouch, and, with a resounding clash, sent the stout man's pistol flying. Before the stout man could comprehend the situation, her slender fingers tightened around his neck, lifting him effortlessly. The sharp tip of the ruler pressed against his Adam's apple, and she turned her head slightly to fix her gaze upon me. The stout man, now utterly petrified, raised his hands in surrender, pleading loudly, "Spare me, brother. Let us talk this over. Why did you shoot?" The fourth young lady inquired, her grip on the ruler steady, despite having only 4 fingers on that hand, betraying no tremor. With the slightest exertion, the razor-sharp tip could pierce through the stout man's throat. Consequently, none of us dared to make a move. Wang Yuanshao sighed and lowered his pistol. His earlier shot had aimed at the fourth young lady, but she had evaded it like a wraith, promptly subduing the stout man. Gazing into the fourth young lady's icy stare, I too felt a surge of anger. Why did you shoot? Are you not aware of the implications? There exists no animosity between us. Back in the Whistle Village, we aided you in locating the tomb of Li Si. So why did you set a trap for us on the Chunsong Road, intending to bring us harm? The fourth young lady tilted her head slightly, contemplating in silence for a considerable time before releasing the stout man, stating, "It was not me. Not you? Whose footprints could they possibly be?" The stout man, feeling embarrassed, could not refrain from mocking her, but upon catching her gaze, he immediately scuttled away in fright. It is no wonder the stout man was so cowardly. The fourth young lady's skills were simply too formidable. Had that ruler plunged a few centimeters deeper, the stout man would have been a corpse. "What are your intentions now?" I inquired. Even with the fourth young lady having released the stout man, we remained on high alert. This individual was too inscrutable. We were utterly at a loss as to what lay in her thoughts. Previously, during our time in Shatsi village, it was he who urged us to draw blood from that centipede coffin, nearly triggering a transformation of the dead. Now, his reappearance from this dead end raises considerable apprehension. Fourth sister gazed at me and spoke earnestly. Although I remained uncertain of the true meaning behind her words of helping us, her seriousness was undeniable. "Do you know where this place is?" Chinta Ozi inquired, intent on avoiding conflict with fourth sister if at all possible. "This is a tea-honored burial," she replied calmly. That seems improbable. Tianren burials are a significant taboo in feng shui from the Warring States period. Shinto-Ozi exclaimed, astonished. What is a Tianren burial? The fatty, unfamiliar with the term, looked perplexed. A Tianren burial refers to a tomb within a tomb. It is said that during the Ming dynasty, a feng shui master in Nanjing identified a dragon vein and hastily relocated his ancestral grave there, hoping to attain wealth and promotion. Instead, his family faced continuous calamities, and he himself fell gravely ill, ultimately succumbing to his ailment the following year. It was later discovered that beneath the dragon vein lay an ancient tomb dating back centuries, and the so-called dragon vein had already been claimed. According to ancient wisdom, this is known as pressing the dragon's head to suppress the fortune. I explained to the fatty. To put it simply, every ancient tomb harbors malevolent energy. Placing your ancestors' remains atop such malevolence, even in a purportedly auspicious location, will lead to familial ruin and separation. The fatty remained bewildered, and I was reluctant to elaborate further, as comprehending these principles often takes years of dedicated study in feng shui. Observe my iron ruler, fourth sister said, twirling it gracefully in her right hand before extending it toward me. This was the first opportunity one had to closely examine fourth sister's weapon. The iron ruler measured approximately 30 centimeters in length, only slightly longer than a paratrooper's knife. Despite its 3 sharp prongs, wielding it as a weapon seemed exceedingly perilous. No wonder Chun-Tuozi had previously remarked that those who relied on knives and guns were of the lower echelon, while those who dared to use an iron ruler were truly exceptional masters. Yet at that moment, I could not tell if it was my imagination or reality. But through the beam of my flashlight, I discerned a faint, ethereal blue glow emanating from the surface of the iron ruler. The radiance was so subtle that had we not been in such a pitch-black environment, I might have overlooked it entirely. Is there a presence of corpse energy here? Shinto-Ozi remarked gravely, observing the iron ruler. Indeed, it is an overwhelming presence. Otherwise, my corpse-suppressing ruler would not emit a blue light, fourth sister replied indifferently. I scrutinized this ominous weapon, baffled by the material from which it was crafted, capable of detecting the existence of corpse energy. It was no wonder it had become a treasured relic among generations of tomb raiders. The area lay desolate, devoid of coffins, leading me to suspect that the corpse energy likely emanated from beneath our feet. The Tianren burial is almost certainly the case, fourth sister indicated toward the ground. Then why do you remain here? Why not descend alone? I questioned her with a hint of suspicion, my vigilance toward this individual unwavering. The corpse measuring stick emitted a blue light, marking the second time I had witnessed such a phenomenon. The first occurrence was within an ancient tomb devoid of a gravestone in the Xiangxi region. The fourth girl raised her head and spoke. What lay within that ancient tomb? I inquired, noticing that the fourth girl had paused, leaving her tale unfinished. Chapter 36, Eating candy. Are you suggesting that there lies a blood corpse below? The rotund man was instantly startled. It is well known that no matter how skilled a local sorcerer may be, they all harbor a profound fear of encountering such a creature. This is a legendary zongzi that has attained a sinister form. The process of creating a blood corpse is exceedingly intricate. First, one must find an individual wronged by fate. Then proceed to skin this person alive, ensuring their blood flows profusely until death. Just before the final breath, one must obstruct their throat with ashes from plants. Thus, the deceased is left with a mouthful of resentment, unable to swallow or spit it out, which accumulates over time, gradually transforming into a formidable zongzi imbued with vengeful energy. Typically, such a zongzi is more savage than wild beasts, attacking indiscriminately, relentless until death, making it no wonder that the fourth girl sustained injuries. I am uncertain. Whatever lies below may be even more fearsome than a blood corpse, the fourth girl remarked coolly. I cannot manage this alone. Her gaze fixed upon us. The implication was unmistakable. She intended for us to join her in this endeavor. At this juncture, regardless of whether the footprint in the Chinsong path was a trap she had laid, we had no choice but to collaborate with her. Her tone suggested she had discovered the passage to the tomb within a tomb. Don't make it sound so appealing. Aren't we merely a few sacrificial pawns away? The rotund man scoffed. When we encounter a zongzi, you'll just kick me out as a meat shield. That seems about right. Should danger arise, your chances of escape will be greater. The fourth girl nodded in agreement. Can you not engage in conversation more tactfully? I genuinely wished to find a place to bang my head against a wall, I thought. Aware that the fourth girl spoke the truth, I still could not fathom why she could not be a tad more diplomatic. Her emotional intelligence appeared to be non-existent. Let us sit down and have a bite to eat. Once we descend, we may not have a moment's respite, the fourth girl suggested as she settled on the ground. emptying the contents of her bag. Upon seeing the items scattered across the ground, I finally exhaled in relief. There was an ample supply of compressed biscuits and bottled water. The fourth girl had come well prepared, with sufficient food and drink to replenish us. The rotund man wasted no time. Seizing a piece of spicy beef jerky and beginning to chew, I sipped my bottled water, nibbling on the compressed biscuits, and cast a glance at the fourth girl beside me. To be honest, this was my first opportunity to observe her up close. Suddenly, I was reminded of the animated character Rukawa Kid from Slam Dunk. Her face seemed perpetually devoid of a smile, bearing an icy demeanor akin to the grim reaper of the underworld, indifferent to everything around her, judging solely by her expression. I would never believe that the fourth girl was merely in her early 20s. The fourth girl retrieved a small iron box from her bosom and pinched something from it to pop into her mouth. My keen eyes discerned that the box was filled with loose white rabbit cream candies, leaving me in a state of bemusement. This individual actually enjoyed sweets. What left me even more speechless was watching her suck on her index finger after finishing, seemingly intent on savoring every last morsel of sugar. It seemed that the fourth miss had noticed my gaze, as she abruptly turned her head, startling me greatly. Ahem, we have already searched this place once. Not to mention the tomb passage, we couldn't even find any traps. How are we supposed to descend into this tomb within a tomb? I feigned curiosity and inquired. Firstly, the tomb above serves as a mere illusion, intended to eliminate all grave robbers who dare to enter here. The fourth miss explained after popping another large white rabbit milk candy into her mouth. Indeed, the endless staircase adorned with mirrors and the white-haired corpse within the suspended coffin could easily wipe out a team of 100 tomb raiders, Chinto Ozi remarked quietly. Without my corpse-sealing ruler, I would likely have struggled to reach this place. Furthermore, even if I had managed to enter, I would have presumed it to be a dead end. Given the meticulous arrangements made by the tomb's master, this passage must have been excavated from below. After finishing her sentence, the fourth miss retrieved a diminutive golden Luoyang shovel from her pack and gently tapped the ground with its head. She moved about, tapping several times in various spots, until suddenly she halted, marking a spot on the ground with the Luoyang shovel. I said, "Comrade, do not pretend as if you are truly finding the mechanism with just a couple of taps." The fatty looked on, his face filled with skepticism. The fourth miss completely disregarded the fatty's doubts. She raised the Luoyang shovel high and forcefully plunged it into the ground, shattering the hard surface beneath. Next, she drew an iron ruler from her waist pouch and, gripping it with her hand reversed, thrust it downward. The iron tip pierced the ground as effortlessly as if it were tofu, sinking into the earth with a swish. I gasped in astonishment. No wonder Chinto Ozi claimed that this tool was the prized possession of the tomb robbers general. Its sharpness is akin to the legendary blades of ancient lore that could slice through iron like mud or cut a hair with a breath, I mused. The fatty swallowed hard, well aware that just moments ago, that very iron ruler had been poised at his throat. Before long, the fourth miss had bored a small hole into the ground with the iron ruler. She then inserted the steel pipe connected to the Luoyang shovel into the hole and pressed down forcefully. Immediately, we heard a crisp cracking sound. At that moment, the section of earth previously marked by the fourth miss suddenly sank over 2 meters, revealing a passageway. An indescribable, pungent odor wafted from the newly exposed tunnel, reeking strongly of acetic acid. Indeed, it was a tomb within a tomb. What lay buried below? Today, the truth would finally be unveiled. Old Jean was filled with excitement, shouting as he saw the fourth miss leap down first, prompting him to follow into the passage. Clink. As Chinto Ozi and old Jean descended, Wang Yuanchao suddenly called out to me. Huh? I looked at Wang Yuanchao, puzzled. Be cautious of that fourth Mississippi. If it comes to a confrontation, I would certainly not stand a chance against her. Did you notice how she effortlessly lifted the fatty, who weighs over 200 pounds, with just one hand? This person is truly terrifying, Wang Yuanchao said with a wry smile, seemingly concerned and offering me a warning. Having said that, he followed the stout man into the passage. And I, clutching my bundle, was about to descend. Suddenly, a chill coursed through my body, a sensation strikingly familiar. A wave of trepidation washed over me, and instinctively, I glanced around. In the faint, nebulous glow of the flashlight, a long shadow was cast at my feet. Less than 20 meters away, 2 diminutive figures stood there. Chapter 37. The Faceless Children. The 2 diminutive figures appeared to be a boy and a girl, both around 8 or 9 years old, clad in crimson garments that enveloped them entirely, giving the impression that they were swathed in red cloth from head to toe. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, I discerned that their faces were, in fact, painted. They bore stark white visages, devoid of any discernible features. The eyes, nose, and mouth were all rendered in vivid red cinnabar. I vow I had never encountered anything so bizarre. I had not even heard of such a phenomenon. The girl on the left clutched a blood-soaked corpse in her grasp, as if she were toting a rag doll. A wave of weakness washed over me, nearly causing me to collapse onto the ground. The corpse, with its ghastly countenance, was the very same bloodied face I had witnessed earlier. I had convinced myself that it was merely a figment of my imagination born from anxiety, considering the vast emptiness of the surroundings, which seemed incapable of concealing a body. Yet now, I realized that my previous experiences were not mere illusions, but rather stark realities. I felt as if I had been frozen in place. My mind consumed solely by the instinct to flee, yet my feet remained obstinately rooted to the ground. Those few seconds stretched into what felt like an eternity of torment until the voice of my companion, the portly man, calling my name and the beam of light streaming through the open passage, finally drew the children's attention. The girl cradled the corpse like a doll and then began to skip away. Ding dang, why are you dawdling? Are you planning to stay here and marry that white-haired zombie? The portly man remarked with irritation. Instantly jolted from my stupor, I realized that the terrifying children had vanished without a trace. In a state of panic, I hurried into the passage, my clothes drenched in sweat. Upon entering the passage, I discovered it to be a stone staircase spiraling downward. The incline was exceedingly steep, compelling my body to descend almost vertically. After enduring what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the ground after what must have been over 10 minutes. The portly man jumped down behind me and, upon seeing my pallor, inquired, "Ding dang, what on earth is wrong with you? You are drenched in sweat. Have you been possessed?" Even now, my heart raced uncontrollably. The previous scene had been far too frightening. Despite the passage of time, the images of the faceless children and the doll they clutched lingered vividly in my mind. I feared I would be tormented by nightmares in the nights to come. I slapped my face vigorously, startling the portly man, who approached to check my forehead. I brushed his hand away and recounted the harrowing incident to the group. "Painted faces? 2 children?" The portly man exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ding dang, are you feverish? You should rest. I told you before, this place cannot conceal anyone. If there were, we would have discovered them by now." His eyes bulged in astonishment as he reached out again to touch my forehead. At that moment, I noticed a subtle change in the expression of fourth sister. She seemed to possess some knowledge of the matter. Although Chintuzi could not articulate the origins of these beings, he appeared somewhat unsettled by my account. "Old Shin, do you truly comprehend the situation?" Thaddy exclaimed, his voice laced with frustration. "You've left me with goosebumps." Old Jin's mood fluctuated unpredictably, hinting at his inner turmoil. "Old Jin, regarding those who perished in your team years ago, do you think their deaths were inexplicable? Perhaps even some succumbed out of fright? Could it be that they encountered these 2 faceless children?" I inquired anxiously. The memory of my first encounter with the 2 children still haunted me. Old Jin's eyes widened, and a chilling smirk curled at the corners of his mouth, leaving me bewildered. "What are you doing, Old Jin?" I asked, perplexed. As we passed the chamber of funerary offerings, Old Jin queried, "Did you take anything from within?" "How many times must I reiterate? I did not take a single item," I replied, exasperated. "Let us hope that is indeed the case. I assure you, those who have taken offerings from this place met with dire fates." Old Jin's expression turned oddly suspicious, as if he doubted my words. "Regardless, if the entity you witness can traverse this ancient tomb with such ease, it must be a formidable adversary. Perhaps it is even more challenging than the white-haired corpse within the coffin," Shun Tuozi remarked, furrowing his brow, the pain from his severed arm causing a flicker of discomfort across his face. Shu Fourthmiss suddenly interjected, leaning against the wall, her body slightly inclined as if she had heard something. Her demeanor instilled a sense of urgency within us. "Something feels amiss. Remain vigilant," she whispered softly. Fatty and I exchanged glances, sensing the strangeness of the situation. Fourthmiss spoke in a hushed tone, as if wary of eavesdroppers. Her peculiar behavior unsettled me, prompting me to shine my flashlight around, yet the stillness surrounding us suggested all was quiet. Surveying my surroundings, I noted that this area appeared far cleaner than the previous chamber. Even after millennia, it bore no signs of decay. We continued along the winding, rugged path, which alternated between narrow and wide, disorienting us with its twists. After traversing several meters and rounding a bend, our view suddenly expanded. Before us loomed an enigmatic bronze door. The door was peculiar, resembling a colossal goat's head, its surface a deep green hue, forged from a single block of copper or towering 3 to 4 stories high. I gasped in astonishment. Has the metallurgy of the Warring States period reached such heights? To forge an entire massive block of copper is significantly more challenging than smaller pieces, let alone casting it into the shape of a goat's head. This door must weigh several tons. How could Li Si have transported this monumental bronze door here? Did he construct a furnace on-site to smelt it? Chen Tuozi and the others were equally taken aback. He hurried forward, observing the colossal door with a fervor that bordered on madness. The surface of the grand entrance was adorned with remarkably vivid bas-reliefs. As I cast a glance at those carvings, they struck me as strangely familiar. Were those not the very torture scenes we had encountered earlier? Here, they were depicted with even greater intensity. Indeed, Li Si was a true perfectionist. Such individuals are essential to revolutionary endeavors. The stout man exclaimed with dramatic flair beside me. Get lost, I retorted, for my mind was too preoccupied to entertain him. I illuminated the intricacies of the bas-reliefs with my flashlight, hoping to uncover something novel. The mere thought of being closer to the Qingyang Zun my grandfather had spoken of filled me with an irresistible thrill. Chapter 38. The novice's death. The enigma left by this tomb is exceedingly profound. Beyond my desire to inherit my grandfather's legacy, I am now deeply intrigued by the treasures that Li Si may have concealed within this sepulchre. The bas-reliefs on this colossal bronze door are far more lifelike than those previously observed on the floor. The expressions of the figures depicted are strikingly vivid, and merely gazing upon them sends a chill down my spine. These carvings resemble a restricted American horror film. Strange. Chen Tuozi suddenly furrowed his brow. What is it? I inquired with curiosity. There are numerous depictions of torture in these bas-reliefs, drawn and quartered, bone extraction. These were infamous punishments during the Warring States period. But look here. Chen Tuozi pointed to a section of the door where a bas-relief depicted a person bound tightly, with a hole drilled into their skull, surrounded by numerous insect-like creatures swirling above. This is called brain erosion. It was a punishment exclusive to the reign of King Zhou of Shang, and it has not been employed since the Shang and Zhou dynasties. This form of torture involved drilling a hole into the living victim's skull and applying honey to entice insects and ants to enter and devour the brain. If the victim died during the procedure, the executor would suffer the same fate. Chen Tuozi's expression grew grave as he gestured toward the depictions of brain erosion, continuing. This punishment is far too horrific, even more so than death by 1,000 cuts. The victims could distinctly hear the sounds of insects consuming their brain matter, along with the various illusions following the destruction of their minds. Ultimately, due to its extreme cruelty and the difficulty in finding enforcers, this method faded into the annals of history. Having never encountered such a concept before, I felt my scalp prickle as I listened to Chen Tuozi narrate, juxtaposing his words with the realistic bas-reliefs before us. In this place, ding dang, what do you see? Chen Tuozi pointed to another bas-relief on the bronze door. There, a figure adorned with a headscarf sat cross-legged on a mat, a bloody katana lodged in their mouth. Is this a representation of the samurai culture from the East? I suddenly grasped Chen Tuozi's implication. Rubbing his chin, Chen Tuozi mused, what on earth is going on here? Why are there so many disparate forms of punishment? The brain erosion from the era of King Zhou of Shang is scarcely known, even among renowned archaeologists. As for the Eastern culture, it is situated far overseas. Why would it be depicted on this bronze door? I too felt a sense of disarray. The pottery, the golden silk burial garments, and the scattered iron armor from the tomb above all belonged to the authentic style of the Qin dynasty, coupled with previous information. It strongly suggested that this tomb likely belonged to Li Si. Yet, how did Li Si acquire knowledge of these bizarre tortures? Chen Tuozi quietly pondered, what if Li Si, much like Cao Cao, secretly nurtured a group of tomb raiders, unearthing various historical relics? It would not be unusual. The plump man remained unconvinced. Chen Tuozi appeared to be somewhat fatigued, trembling as he sat on the ground, gasping for breath. I noticed that his complexion and lips were strikingly pale. Old Chen, are you all right? I hurried over to touch Chen Tuozi's forehead, only to find it alarmingly hot. This was dire. His wound had indeed become infected. With a high fever gripping him, our situation had worsened, especially since we had previously lost our medical kit. My expression darkened. Wound infections can easily deteriorate, and the presence of bacteria within the tomb could exacerbate it further. If left untreated, it could very well cost Chen Tuozi his life. While he was not in immediate danger, I resolved to press on, determined to uncover the secrets of this tomb, even at the risk of my own life. Surprisingly, Chen Tuozi smiled and offered us words of comfort. Suddenly, a voice echoed through the air. Recognizing that cold, detached tone, I knew instantly who it belonged to. Fourth Miss stood in a daze by the side of the bronze door. As I approached, I was thrilled to see many tadpole-like characters inscribed there. I quickly called over Fatty to direct the flashlight towards them. Seeing the discovery, Chun Tuozi struggled to join us. Fatty, adjust the flashlight to its brightest setting. These characters are too small. It's impossible to discern their meaning in the dark, I urged, suppressing my excitement. Quick, let us find out where that Qingyang Zun is located. Once we gather what we need, we're leaving this eerie place, Fatty replied, his mood dampened, seemingly reluctant to part with the previous invaluable artifacts. These characters aren't encrypted, Chun Tuozi keenly observed. Ding dang. Hurry, translate them, and see what that scoundrelly sea left behind. Upon hearing that the characters were not encrypted, Fatty's interest peaked. Those who enter this door shall face calamity. Those who enter this door shall be haunted by malevolent spirits. Those who enter this door shall suffer eternally. The Qin army guards this place. Violators shall be executed. The searing flames shall consume every person who enters, turning them to ash. Return, O souls. The mighty Qin warriors shall slay all invading foes. Each phrase was laden with a malevolent curse. The more I read, the more my heart raced, until I could scarcely bear to continue. Could it be that Li Si has set many traps within this tomb? Fatty asked, his face etched with unease. The presence of these ominous inscriptions on the door did not bode well for us. In ancient times, many tomb owners erected such warning tablets to deter grave robbers. And indeed, such deadly traps often awaited within. Is this a warning to us not to cross this threshold? I murmured, gazing at the massive bronze door. A wave of profound unease washing over me. The intricate reliefs spanning various dynasties on the bronze door, coupled with the relentless curses, indicated that the mystery of this tomb was far more complex than we had anticipated. Perhaps what we had witnessed thus far was merely the tip of the iceberg. Sister Four circled the enormous ram's head door, remaining silent as she did so. In a few moments, she climbed to the area of the ram's nose and tugged at the copper ring above. With a resounding boom, the entire door split open neatly down the middle. Without hesitation, Sister Four stepped inside. Come on, we've come this far. We can't possibly turn back now, the plump man sighed. I nodded in agreement. He was right. And at this point, even if we wished to retreat, we could no longer find a way back. Wait, just as I was about to step through the bronze door, old Jean suddenly grasped my arm. His hand was clammy with cold sweat, as if it had just emerged from icy water. Chapter 39. He is Chao Siji, are you all right, old Jean? I exclaimed, sensing something amiss in his demeanor as I hastily withdrew my hand from his grasp. This man is harboring a significant issue. Old Jean lowered his voice, his gaze fixed intently on the figure of the fourth young lady within the bronze door. What madness are you spouting, you old fool? Speak clearly, Fatty retorted, irritated by his cryptic behavior. Old Jin's complexion was ashen, and I noticed a slight tremor coursing through his body, betraying an inexplicable fear. That person is not the fourth young lady at all. He is Chao Siji. He is indeed Chao Siji. Old Jin's words momentarily bewildered me, leaving me perplexed as to their meaning. His mannerisms, his gait, even his penchant for sweets mirrored those of Chao Siji exactly. Moreover, aside from being slightly more refined than Chao Siji, he possessed the rare diamond-shaped ears. This individual is unequivocally Chao Siji. He is not the son of Chao Siji. Old Jin's voice grew increasingly frantic, his body quaking. It became apparent that he harbored a profound fear of Chao Siji. The mere mention of the name sent him into a frenzy. Old Jin, have you lost your wits? I asked incredulously. When you descended into this tomb, it was in 1980. 20 years have elapsed, and you've transformed into a disheveled old man. Could it be that Chao Siji has turned into some supernatural entity, somehow growing younger and becoming a delicate beauty? I warn you, you old codger. If you continue to babble nonsense, I shall represent socialism and have you executed. Fatty fumed, gripping old Jin's collar. They must have encountered something significant, which is why they instructed us to leave with the porcelain while they ventured deeper into the tomb alone. They spoke incessantly of that great secret. I overheard it all through the listening device. They must have discovered something. Otherwise, Chao Siji would not have transformed in this manner. I have uncovered his secret, and he will kill me. Old Jin's emotions suddenly spiraled into a state of hysteria. Come in, walk with me, he urged. I observed that old Jin was indeed trembling, a manifestation of genuine terror that could not be feigned. What transpired during that excavation commanded by my grandfather to instill such dread in old Jin toward Chao Siji? After a moment's hesitation, I nodded and stepped inside. Wang Yuanchao likely remained close to me out of caution regarding the fourth young lady, while Fatty trailed behind old Jin. The fourth young lady moved forward, her expression inscrutable. As I regarded her composed demeanor, an inexplicable pang of anxiety struck me. Were she not an experienced and learned individual? One might feel a modicum of apprehension when entering such a grand tomb. Yet, throughout the experience, the fourth young lady remained eerily calm. Not even the transformation of the corpse within the centipede coffin elicited a flicker of concern upon her brow. Could it be that this person truly is Chao Siji? An absurd thought suddenly crossed my mind. Years ago, old Jean stealthily concealed a listening device in my grandfather's backpack. He must have overheard something significant. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been incessantly exclaiming about some grand secret. I resolved that when the opportunity arose, I would engage old Jean in a thorough conversation to extract the truths he harbored. As we progressed, I occasionally observed the fourth young lady. Her alabaster skin and youthful features were undoubtedly beyond the reach of mere cosmetics. I promptly dismissed my earlier absurd notions. No matter how similar one may appear, surely no one in this world grows increasingly youthful with age, akin to the Tian Shan maiden from demigods and semi-devils. Have you noticed that the ground beneath us has grown increasingly soft? This place cannot be waterlogged, can it? The corpulent man remarked from behind. My attention had been solely fixated on the fourth young lady, but upon the hefty man's prompt, I glanced down to discover shallow footprints left in our wake. Could this be a swamp? I furrowed my brow and mused that if that were the case, we would be in serious trouble. No, there is underground water present. This is not a swamp. Wang Yuanchao dug a small hole in the ground with his paratrooper knife, and after examining it closely, he signaled for us to proceed. Wang Yuanchao, having participated in the counteroffensive against Vietnam, was well-versed in mountainous warfare and familiar with the terrain. Hearing his reassurances lifted my spirits. We continued onward, the landscape appearing to slope downward. The soft mud began to consume one of my shoes and gradually engulfed my ankle. Soon, as we advanced further, the mire rose nearly to our knees. Brother Yuanchao, if we go any further, we might be buried alive. The corpulent man exclaimed loudly. Not at all. The depth of this mud cannot exceed 1.5 meters. At worst, it will reach your neck, Wang Yuanchao replied, shaking his head. His unwavering certainty eased my concerns, and I pressed onward. However, the sticky mud made movement exceedingly difficult. After traversing merely 30 meters, we found ourselves immobilized. Damn. I intended to lift my foot, but in my impatience, I stepped forward before completely freeing it from the mud, causing my shoe to slip off entirely. I felt a wave of despair wash over me. Who knows how many microorganisms lurked in this mire? Now, barefoot in the mud. I hoped those creatures would spare me and refrain from crawling onto my skin. I felt utterly exhausted, devoid of strength, and I had lost track of when the other shoe had disappeared. My socks were in tatters, and I was practically trudging barefoot through the muck. If we manage to traverse another 30 meters along this muddy path, we shall be free. Wang Yuanchao's keen eyes spotted the exit not far ahead. Suddenly, as I stepped forward once more, I felt as though I had trodden upon something soft, startling me greatly. I hurriedly attempted to withdraw my foot, but it was already ensnared. The more I struggled, the more firmly the mud clung to my foot. Beneath my feet, an object suddenly quivered, and the tremor was felt by my other foot as well. Everyone, be cautious. There is someone in the mud, I exclaimed, my heart racing with terror. The entity I had stepped upon was undoubtedly a soft, human-like form, and most alarmingly, it was undoubtedly still alive. Good heavens, had I inadvertently stepped on it? Could it possibly be a Zongzi? I realized I had trodden upon a hand. The rotund fellow's face turned a sickly shade of green as he tremulously shouted, "Quick! Let us retreat to the open ground ahead. Hurry!" My words came out in a disjointed rush. The unknown is often the most terrifying at that moment. The writhing entity beneath the mud was a complete mystery. If, as the plump man suggested, we had indeed stepped upon a Zongzi, it would surely make for an extraordinary tale. Chapter 40. The mouse nest. I trudged desperately towards the shore. Beneath the silt, it was highly likely that a multitude of corpses lay hidden. Oh, I am bleeding. I am bleeding. The hefty man drew his pistol, aiming to fire into the mud. However, I merely heard a click as the pistol was snatched away by the fourth girl. With deft precision, she swiftly unloaded all the bullets before tossing the gun back to him. "That is not your blood," she stated coolly. "What?" The hefty man prodded his plump calf, only to realize that the blood was not his own. Goodness! What on earth lies beneath? The blood is still warm. At this moment, he spoke in a trembling voice, as the scene before us was undeniably bizarre. If there were indeed corpses, how could so much blood be spilling forth? I felt as though I were walking on a bed of needles through the muddy terrain. Aside from the fourth girl and Wang Yuanchao, old Jean appeared remarkably composed, showing no signs of panic whatsoever. I found myself at the forefront, wishing fervently for wings to soar across to the other side. For each step I took was an agonizing ordeal. Suddenly, as my foot sank into the mire, it seemed I had stepped on something. I felt a furry object brush against my foot. Had this been solid ground, I would have leapt 3 feet in fright. Instead, I could only extract my foot slowly. Upon lifting it, I discovered that it was now smeared with gruesome, vivid blood, resembling the hefty man's. The crimson hue was strikingly bright, far from the dull shade of deceased blood. No wonder the hefty man had panicked so. Had it not been for the fourth girl's warning, I might have been even more terrified than he was. Instinctively, I wiped my toes with my hand. Though there was no pain or itch, I felt compelled to verify. Just then, I felt a cold hand suddenly grasp my other foot. Instantly, a chill swept through my body, as if a venomous snake had slithered up my pant leg. What terrified me further was the realization that the hand gripping me began to move, seemingly struggling to crawl upward. I dared not move, fearing to draw the attention of this entity. The hand continued to inch upwards, showing no intention of releasing its grip. The area it touched felt icy, sending shivers down my spine. Yet, I could only suppress my fear, striving to remain silent. There is a saying in ancient tombs, do not move when danger approaches. If that corpse intended to attack, I would stand no chance of escape. My best course of action was to remain still, not to attract its attention. Hey, ding-dang. Why are you slowing down? Hurry up, let us get out of this cursed place, urged the hefty man from behind me. I remained utterly motionless, my attention diverted from the words of the rotund man, as I observed the surface of the muddy ground begin to quiver and swell. Something was about to emerge. My heart raced furiously, and I found myself in a state of extreme tension, struggling even to breathe. The bulge on the muddy surface became increasingly pronounced, and suddenly, a large patch of mud sank down, prompting me to instinctively dodge aside. A head broke through the muck, caked in filth. Yet I could still discern from its outline that it belonged to a man in his 30s. At that moment, his pitch-black eyes fixated on me with an unyielding stare. My mind exploded with panic. If my temperature could be measured, I would surely have registered a significant drop. Those pupils lacked focus, utterly devoid of the essence of life. A moment later, the man's face contorted, as if he were enduring some form of agony. Perhaps it was a mere illusion. But I could have sworn that his features shifted instantaneously. Subsequently, 2 streams of crimson flowed from his eyes. I could no longer contain myself, unleashing a series of howls, the nature of which bewildered even me. Had I not encountered a plethora of bizarre occurrences since entering the tomb? I might have been completely paralyzed by fear at that moment. Chan Tuozi, witnessing this spectacle, also let out a scream, which surprisingly alleviated some of my terror. The expressions of these corpses were peculiar. The one closest to me bore a semblance of a smile, its mouth twitching, while others, their abdomens ruptured beneath our feet, began to surface. There were at least 20 or 30 of these bodies, and they appeared almost alive, crawling toward us from the mud. Particularly alarming was the corpse before me, its eyes nearly bulging out, its face lined with wrinkled, decrepit skin, reaching out toward me with a ghastly roar. Ding-dang. Crouched down. Wang Yuanchao's voice rang out from behind me, and without a moment's hesitation, I sank into the muddy ground. Bang. Simultaneously, a bloodied hole appeared in the forehead of the corpse that had lunged at me as Wang Yuanchao decisively fired his weapon. The body froze in place, blood and brain matter gushing from the wound, resembling a living being who had just been shot in the head. Were these entities truly dead or alive? Chen Tuozi seemed to share my thoughts, his voice trembling slightly as he inquired, were we not witnessing these corpses rising from the mud with our own eyes? We might have genuinely believed them to be a throng of living beings. I clenched my teeth and retreated cautiously, my gaze fixed on the bullet-riddled corpse. Its lips moved, as if attempting to articulate something. The scene was profoundly eerie. A corpse with a blown-off head was seemingly engaged in self-dialogue. Even after my encounters with this unsettling group of corpses, I still felt an unsettling chill coursing through me. Suddenly, I sensed something amiss. The corpse did not appear to be speaking, but rather seemed to be reacting to something prodding its gums, eliciting such motions. Gradually, my curiosity began to triumph over my fear. I meticulously observed the lifeless bodies surrounding me. There was no doubt they were not among the living. I discerned that the movements exhibited by these cadavers were beyond the capabilities of any ordinary human. It felt as though something sinister was concealed beneath their skin. As I pondered this unsettling thought, the forehead of one bullet-riddled corpse suddenly erupted, releasing a dark, fluffy mass that swiftly lunged toward me. Startled, I instinctively swatted the creature aside. To my astonishment, it turned out to be an enormous rat, its size approximately 3-fold that of an average rodent. Strikingly, it was completely hairless on its back, while its underbelly was covered in a dense coat of fur, presenting an exceedingly bizarre sight. The rat's eyes were beady and blood-red, reminiscent of a rabbit's gaze. After being knocked into the muddy ground, it appeared agitated, scuttling about while its crimson eyes remained fixated on me, as if poised to attack at any moment. Could it be that these corpses had become a nest for rats? The rotund figure approached, eyes wide with disbelief. In that moment, I noticed 2 or 3 more rats emerging from the eye sockets of the bodies. It finally dawned on me why those corpses had been writhing and displaying such grotesque expressions. Their innards were likely devoured, leaving mere shells for the rats to inhabit. When the rats within them began to squirm collectively, it created the illusion that the corpses themselves were crawling. Chapter 41. The nether rat. As I conversed with the stout man, a heart-wrenching scream suddenly pierced the air behind us. Turning my head, I was horrified to see old Jin's back ablaze for reasons unknown, a brilliant ball of white light enveloping him. A pungent odor of charred flesh wafted from his body as he desperately attempted to extinguish the flames with his hands, but to little avail. "Quick! Help him!" I shouted, hastily moving to assist. "Don't thrash about. Roll in the mud, and the fire will be snuffed out," Wang Yuanzhao yelled. At that moment, old Jin finally comprehended the urgency of the situation. He toppled backward, and a sizzling sound erupted from his back, akin to meat sizzling on a hot grill, eliciting a horrific wail from him. "This is a nether rat!" Chen Tuozi exclaimed, his face paling in terror. Before he could finish his sentence, a rat squeaked and lunged toward old Jin. In his state of shock, old Jin was utterly defenseless as the creature sank its teeth into his neck. To our horror, a burst of white flames erupted from his head. More rats surged towards old Jin, as if mere contact with them ignited a violent conflagration. Listening to old Jin's agonizing cries, my mind went blank, and my body froze, unable to react to the searing heat that forbade our approach. Within mere seconds, old Jin's body was reduced to charred remains, the acrid scent permeating the air around us. Everyone, remain still. These are nether rats. Their eyes are like those of frogs, perceiving only moving objects. The moment we stir, we are doomed, Chen Tuozi warned, his body rigid as he fixated on the swarm of nether rats scuttling in the mud. "Old Shin, what exactly are these nether rats? Enlighten us," I whispered, my body trembling at the mere thought of attracting their attention. Just moments ago, old Jin's fate had unfolded before us, and even the usually boisterous Si Gunyang was rendered speechless. In this murky place, our feet were ensnared in the mud, rendering escape from the rats utterly impossible. These creatures are said to exist only within ancient tombs, as I once heard from an elder, with sufficient decaying flesh. They could thrive for 2 to 3 centuries. Moreover, due to their consumption of copious amounts of carrion, they accumulate flammable chemical elements in the water sacs on their backs, which would explode upon contact. Damn it, Li Si raised these beasts in his tomb, leaving us no chance of survival. Chen Tuozi concluded, his frustration boiling over into curses. "What do we do now?" The stout man stammered, his face a mask of disbelief. Around us, at least 30 to 40 nether rats prowled, and we dared not make any sudden movements. Otherwise, we would be overwhelmed, and even with fire extinguishers on our backs, we would be incinerated. Recalling the moment when I had just used my hand to prod that ghostly rat, a wave of dread washed over me. Thankfully, I had not disturbed the rat's water sac. Otherwise, my hand would have been akin to a braised pig's trotter. "Old Shun, are these creatures particularly keen-eyed?" I inquired softly. "They are either blind or deaf. Otherwise, our voices would have certainly attracted their attention." Chintua slightly raised his voice as if testing the rat's reaction. It appeared that this was indeed the case. An idea sparked within me. If this were true, we might have a chance to escape. I cautiously lifted my foot, making the slightest movement, and fixed my gaze on the rats. They continued to meander about, seemingly oblivious to my presence. A surge of hope coursed through me as I gradually raised my foot a bit higher. "Don't move, damn it." Fatty's urgent voice suddenly pierced my ear. "Kid, whatever you do, don't move," Chintua cautioned. The 2 ghostly rats halted not far from me, scuttling around my feet. My heart raced as I stared at them, fearing that their water sacs might brush against my leg. One rat scurried between my legs, its soft body brushing against my trousers. At that moment, I felt an urgent need to relieve myself, almost succumbing to panic. This sensation was ineffable, as if a hand grenade with its pin pulled were rolling beside me, and I had no idea when it would detonate. After 3 or 4 agonizing minutes, my raised leg began to numb. The 2 ghostly rats continued their leisurely promenade around me, showing no signs of haste. "Can't you think of a way? My leg is about to give out," I lamented. "Could we shoot them?" Wang Yuanshao asked with a furrowed brow. No, these rats are essentially mobile powder kegs, unless you wish to meet your demise. Qin Tua exclaimed, taken aback, quickly dissuading the idea. Then what do you propose we do? Just now, Ding Dong's movement was already minimal, yet those rats still detected it. We can't even dare to take a step, Fatty said, his face a mask of despair. The mud beneath us, soaked by water, felt extremely cold. Each second, it siphoned away considerable warmth from our bodies. Prolonged exposure to this mire would spell our doom. Have you noticed that the ghostly rats that were once clustered together are beginning to disperse? Wang Yuanshao observed gravely. Previously, nearly 90% of the rats had been drawn away by the commotion caused by old Jean's antics. However, with old Jean's charred remains now smoldering, the rats began to scatter. My face turned ashen. The area was not vast, and with so many rats roaming freely, the likelihood of them colliding with us was alarmingly high. 4 or 5 rats scurried around us, their crimson eyes darting about curiously, seemingly searching for something. The few of us present hardly dared to breathe, haunted by the horrific demise of old Jean. We were far too terrified to tempt the wrath of the flames. Fortunately, after a few moments, the 4 or 5 spectral mice scurried away once more. Goodness, just now, one of those rodents brushed past my foot. The portly fellow was drenched in sweat, looking utterly spent. Look at you, what a pitiful sight you are, I chided, seizing the opportunity to tease him. As he often spouts nonsense. Look ahead, that fellow is in serious trouble, Wang Yuanshao interrupted my banter. We all held our breath, hoping that the 4th miss could navigate this perilous situation. However, her fortune seemed to be lacking, for in no time, 2 spectral mice squeaked loudly and charged towards her. Clash. The 4th miss hesitated no longer. Her hands swiftly rummaged through the backpack at her waist, and 2 iron rulers materialized in her grasp. Before I could fathom her next move, one of the spectral mice was skewered by one of the rulers. Suddenly, a brilliant white flame erupted from the forked section of the ruler. Chapter 42. The rescue of the 4th young lady, even though I had encountered it once before. An unsettling chill still coursed through me. How much incendiary oil was stored within the body of the ethereal rat? Even metal could ignite upon contact. If it were to burn upon bone, it would likely turn to ash. Hissus. The movements of the 4th young lady immediately drew the attention of all the ethereal rats. The surrounding creatures, as if invigorated by a stimulant, emitted sounds akin to a serpent flicking its tongue, and then they surged wildly toward her. A throng of 30 or 40 massive rats lunged in her direction. I had never witnessed such a scene of rodents attacking a human. 2 iron rulers seemed to possess an uncanny precision as they plunged into the heads of 2 ethereal rats. The 4th young lady then swept her weapon, sending the 2 rats that had charged toward her sprawling. Her carnage did not instill the slightest fear in the remaining ethereal rats. On the contrary, they became even more frenzied. One ethereal rat sprang off the ground like a cat, aiming to bite her face. However, she delivered a swift vertical strike, cleaving it in 2. It appeared that the chemical substance within its body came into contact with the air, and the rat's carcass erupted in a brilliant flash of white light. The 4th young lady hastily raised her left arm to shield her face. Meanwhile, it seemed as if an additional pair of eyes had sprouted on the back of her head with a flick of her right hand. She incapacitated another rat that had attempted to ambush her. For a brief span of 10 seconds, the fatty and I were rendered speechless. Finally grasping what Wang Yuanzhao had meant by a true expert, the scene before us resembled a martial arts film. Were I in her position, I would have been knocked out in mere seconds. Though she was formidable, her situation was precarious, had it not been for the muddy terrain. Perhaps she would have had a chance. Wang Yuanzhao shook his head. At this moment, the cacophony of battle had attracted nearly all the rats in the muddy ground. The ground was teeming with rats, all trailing their bare tails as they charged toward the 4th young lady. No matter how agile one might be, evading this onslaught was virtually impossible. Furthermore, her feet were ensnared in the muck, making even the slightest movement a challenge. If even one ethereal rat were to make contact, it would likely result in a gruesome fate. There was no room for exceptions. This person is an enemy, not a friend, from the beginning. They have been leading us by the nose. Their demise would indeed be a blessing, Chen Taozi remarked, squinting his eyes. What a pity, such remarkable skill wasted. Wang Yuanzhao sighed. I let out a soft sigh, feeling a twinge of sympathy. If it were not for his actions regarding Chen Songdao, we would have had no grievances between us. Given his prowess, if we could lure a portion of the ethereal rats toward us, could we perhaps save him? I hesitated before inquiring. If we could attract around 10 rats, he should be able to handle it. However, in doing so, we would be placing ourselves in danger. After all, we do not possess his exceptional skills. Wang Yuanzhao replied somberly. I interjected, Ding dang, do not lose your mind. This fellow has no ties to us. If you dare attempt to save him, don't blame me for being harsh. The fatty was startled by my outburst. I was merely asking, why do you have so much to say? I retorted impatiently. At this moment, the fourth young lady found herself in a precarious situation. A spectral rat had leapt onto her back, igniting a large plume of white flames from her white sharkskin jacket. My heart sank. It was all over. With a fierce thrust of her iron ruler, she impaled one of the spectral rats, and then swiftly discarded her jacket, which had engulfed two more of the creatures, turning them into fiery orbs. The acrid scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. Around her, the number of spectral rats was increasing, yet her expression remained inscrutable, as if she anticipated that we would not come to her aid. These spectral rats are as ferocious as starving wolf cubs. Even without the flames, they are formidable adversaries, muttered the plump fellow. I nodded in agreement. These rodents could leap over a meter with a single kick of their hind legs, and despite their size, they moved with remarkable agility. In a moment of inattention, another spectral rat darted forth, leaving a deep gash under her ribs. With a swift motion, she pinched the creature's head between her fingers, crushing it to death. What is wrong with this fellow? Does he enjoy inflicting pain upon himself? The plump man stammered. It was then that I noticed the fourth young lady's bare upper body, revealing skin as pure as snow and as soft as satin, marred by numerous scars that crisscrossed her torso. The sight was harrowing, a ghastly testament to the tribulations she had endured. Even Wang Yuanzhao was taken aback. A pang of empathy struck me. I began to understand why this person, seemingly my age, exhibited such indifference. Who was she, and what past haunted her? We ought to assist her. We too needed to traverse this treacherous terrain, and her survival might grant us a chance. Seeing her near the brink of exhaustion, I steeled myself and resolved to act. Without hesitation, I waved my hand towards the mass of spectral rats, hoping to divert their attention. Careful. Don't make too much noise. We don't want to attract all the rats, warned Wang Yuanzhao, frowning as he brandished his paratrooper knife. His gaze fixed on the swarm. A few of the spectral rats, intrigued by my movement, abandoned the fourth young lady and charged towards me. My heart raced. These creatures surged forward with the speed of young wolfhounds. Instinctively, I reached for my pistol, preparing to fire. Don't shoot. It will explode, Chen Tuzi shouted in terror, prompting me to hastily switch to my dagger. As two spectral rats approached my feet, I drew my knife, aiming to strike one, but to my surprise, the creature halted abruptly, causing me to miss. I was drenched in sweat. These beasts were far more formidable than I had anticipated. While the fourth young lady dispatched them with the ease of slicing vegetables, I struggled to even touch one. Fortunately, both the hefty fellow and Wang Yuanzhao were near me. Each of them managed to eliminate two of the creatures, thus averting my peril. However, as our side had already commenced battle, the wave of spectral mice encircling the fourth mist began to charge towards us. Do not strike the hairless area on their backs. If that part is breached, it will detonate, the fourth mist coldly cautioned us. Chapter 43. The Great Escape. The four of us managed to contend with the 7 or 8 spectral mice, though Fatty was startled when one of them scratched the inner thigh, turning his face a ghastly shade of green. We lowered our centers of gravity, standing back to back. Whenever a spectral mouse approached, we aimed for its head, ensuring they did not ascend our bodies. Seeing us in a flurry, Wang Yuanzhao shouted loudly. After dispatching 2 spectral mice, we finally felt a modicum of relief. In truth, with the knowledge of these mice's traits and Wang Yuanzhao's leadership, our fear was tempered by the realization that we were more safe than endangered. After a vigorous scuffle, Wang Yuanzhao plunged his paratrooper knife into the head of the last surviving spectral mouse. On the other side, Fourth Sister concluded her battle even more swiftly, surrounded by at least 20 dead mice, a feat incomparable to our own. With the detestable spectral mice eliminated, we could finally traverse the muddy terrain without concern. However, as we passed by Fourth Sister, she suddenly opened her eyes and grasped my arm. Her expression was one of confusion, seemingly struggling to comprehend our recent actions. You owe us nothing. It was our collective effort that vanquished these spectral mice, I said earnestly, gazing into her eyes. For reasons unknown. She appeared childlike in her innocence and gratitude towards our assistance. Yet, I refrained from seeking praise, for I felt that such self-aggrandizement would tarnish my integrity. Upon reflection, had Fourth Sister not single-handedly eliminated the majority of the spectral mice, our survival would have been improbable. Let us ascend to the shore. Fatty's legs have been submerged for far too long and are nearly frozen, Fatty stammered, shivering. We had lingered in the muddy terrain for nearly an hour, and our body temperatures were plummeting. A few minutes later, we finally extricated ourselves from the mire. Upon reaching solid ground, I felt utterly drained, too exhausted to even observe my surroundings, collapsing onto the ground. My mind was shrouded in darkness, akin to the sensation of being deprived of sleep for 2 consecutive days. The existence of these spectral mice had nearly transformed this place into a dead end. Were it not for Fourth Sister, the adept tomb raider, we, mere novices, would have been utterly incapable of confronting these creatures. Each item within the Li Si tomb could be fatal, and the origin of these spectral mice remained a mystery, seemingly bred in this muddy expanse. Even a fully equipped tomb raiding team would face annihilation against such an onslaught. Chintuozi coughed a few times, his face pale as he spoke. I, too, felt somewhat numb. According to Chintuozi's earlier assertions, upon reaching the main tomb, we should have encountered no further traps or mechanisms. Yet it was evident that we were profoundly mistaken, an error of significant proportions. The bronze door outside had already issued a grave warning, and the reality matched the foreboding inscription. As soon as we stepped into this place, we were met with the terror of the spectral mice. It was my first encounter with such a treacherous tomb, where the traps were rare even in imperial mausoleums. Chintuozi sighed. Old Chen, can you hold on? I inquired. Perhaps you should lie down and rest for a while. Your complexion is quite poor, I remarked, observing his pallor. In truth, Chintuozi was gravely injured, and with the wound infected, it was remarkable that he had managed to remain upright thus far. I won't die just yet. I fear that if I sleep, I may never awaken, he replied, coughing violently, his skin taking on a bluish hue. I nodded, recognizing that we had no access to medicine and little recourse. This tomb concealed a monumental secret, a secret that, if revealed, could implicate Li Si and his entire lineage, which explained the elaborate traps he devised. He even went so far as to eliminate all the craftsmen, soldiers, and even his wife of decades who had aided in the tomb's construction. Suddenly, Fourth Miss spoke up, as if she had studied this place extensively, her words piercingly insightful. What secret was she concealing? I mused to myself, having previously deduced from scattered clues within the tomb what Li Si sought to hide. However, with each new trap that emerged, a growing dread enveloped me regarding this secret. What could it be that compelled Li Si to act with such caution, even entombing his wife in a suspended coffin to ensure her eternal silence? I suspected that the annihilation of Li Si's family was orchestrated by him as well. Historical records indicate that he was executed by the order of the second emperor of Qin, along with the destruction of his entire clan, occurring at a time when Qin Shi Huang had just passed away. Li Si conspired with Zhao Gao to alter the will and crown the second emperor. Given how Li Si had vanquished rivals since the late Warring States period, leading Qin to dominance, he was undoubtedly a figure of immense cunning. Did he not realize that his actions would eventually lead to his own demise at the hands of the second emperor, akin to the fate of a hunted rabbit? Unless, of course, there existed a possibility that he had orchestrated this fate intentionally. Perhaps he intended to cloak his demise in obscurity, leading him to this very place. Yet, it seemed he remained anxious, as he had designed this inner tomb during his lifetime to safeguard the secret. Chintuozi pondered aloud. Had we not genuinely arrived at Li Si's tomb, he might not have dared to entertain such historical transgressions. Silence. Wang Yuanchao suddenly changed countenance. Our vigilance towards him had been unwavering, and at his command, our discussions ceased abruptly. I noticed the floor beneath me emitting faint cracking sounds, gradually fracturing with several fine lines. My heart raced. Could it be an earthquake? Around us, the flooring began to show similar subtle fissures. The stout man pressed a paratrooper knife against a crack and pried, unexpectedly discovering that the stone beneath had been eroded away, allowing him to lift a substantial slab effortlessly. As the stone was displaced, a multitude of crimson eyes gleamed at us, watching intently. This is a den of infernal rodents. Run. My soul felt as if it had been electrified, propelling me into a frenzied dash down the corridor. Chintuozi and the others were not far behind, particularly the stout figure of the hefty man, who, with surprising agility, surged ahead of me. Some sections of the floor shattered under our weight, and countless specters of the underworld leaped into the air, descending upon us with a ravenous fervor. The scene resembled a chaotic eruption of fish breaching the surface during a draining of the pond, yet now, the fish had been replaced by a swarm of rats. Fortunately, the path beneath us was merely a winding trail, devoid of any forks, allowing us to sprint without a second thought. Ahead lay a door. We must hurry inside. Wang Yuanjia bellowed. Wait. The iron ruler wielded by the fourth sister remained motionless, positioned firmly against Wang Yuanjiao's chest. Chapter 44. Deep within the iron chains, the spectral rodents did not pursue us, as if they were fearful of something. The sheer density of the rodent swarm rendered our faces pale with dread. The number of these phantoms had swelled to an absurd extent, one atop another. No amount of assistance from the four sisters could possibly save us. Aren't these creatures supposed to ignite upon contact with their backs? It is perplexing how they have not incinerated each other in such close quarters, the stout fellow pondered. The water sacs on their backs must be controllable. They likely release flammable substances only when confronted by an enemy, I surmised. If that is the case, should we not treat them to a few bullets? Then we could feast upon a roasted rodent banquet. The stout fellow suddenly proposed a rather foolish idea. Keep your distance. If you seek death, do so on your own accord. Do you not realize we are within a tomb, with a great weight pressing down upon us? If an explosion were to collapse this tomb, we would all meet our end. I was incensed by the stout fellow's reckless suggestion, and after a moment's contemplation, I seized his handgun. God only knows how many souls have perished here to sustain such a multitude of spectral rodents. We halted before the door, while the surrounding phantoms dared not advance an inch. It was as if an invisible boundary lay before them, deterring the horde. I remarked, "Surely there is not a great Zongzi lurking within that door?" The stout fellow, unnerved, shone his flashlight into the entrance but found nothing amiss. The peculiar behavior of the spectral rodents left us feeling uneasy and indecisive. It is well known that animals possess a heightened sense of danger compared to humans. Often, prior to a catastrophe, one might observe ants relocating or frogs seeking refuge in trees, which serves as indirect evidence of this phenomenon. The spectral rodents exhibited signs of agitation, their hissing echoing incessantly, reminiscent of rainfall. Look, it seems a few of those spectral rodents are approaching, Chinda Ozi said anxiously. Upon closer inspection, I confirmed his observation. These phantoms might sense an impending danger, yet could not resist the allure of us as food. The once distinct boundary had begun to blur, with some of the rodents inching forward. Run. If they swarm us, we are doomed, Wang Yuanjia warned gravely. Let us proceed. I gritted my teeth. Even if a terrifying entity lay within, we had no other choice. We were trapped between a fierce predator and pursuing foes. As I squeezed through the door, a sense of oppression overcame me. The previous corridors and chambers had been grand and imposing, yet here, although the width remained unchanged, the height was a mere 2.5 meters. Stone stalactites jutted down from above. These formations did not appear to be naturally occurring. They bore the marks of human excavation, resembling uneven canine teeth. I glanced up and noted that these stalactites hung perilously close, less than 20 centimeters from my head. I tread cautiously, fearing that I might suffer a grievous injury from the sharp stalagmites. The sensation was profoundly unsettling. The floor beneath my feet crumbled at the slightest pressure, resembling parched earth scorched by the relentless sun over many years, fissured and cracked, with gaps between some tiles exceeding 10 centimeters. It felt as though this passage had once experienced a catastrophic earthquake. Suddenly, as I surveyed my surroundings, a sharp sound resonated from the ground, startling me profoundly. Wang Yuanchao immediately drew his pistol. However, the voice of the corpulent man soon followed. What on earth is this iron chain doing on the ground? Following his gaze, we discovered, indeed, in the far left corner, a chain as thick as an arm. Its head branched into several forks, firmly anchored to the surrounding rock walls, while the other end vanished into the darkness, extending infinitely out of sight. What purpose does this chain serve? I inquired, furrowing my brow. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Could it be related to the terror exhibited by the ghostly mice? What if something substantial is tied at the other end? Shall we pull it? Suggested the corpulent man. I glanced at Si Gunyang and Chen Taozi, noting their lack of opposition, and nodded in agreement as we lifted the chain together, pulling it towards us. Clang. Throughout the passage, the sound of metal scraping against the floor echoed melodiously. To our surprise, as we tugged on the chain, it moved with relative ease, suggesting that nothing was tethered at the other end. What is going on? The chain keeps extending. It seems endless. The corpulent man exclaimed, bewildered. Keep pulling quickly. Wang Yuanchao suddenly urged, his expression grave, as if he had made a significant discovery. Without hesitation, I exerted all my strength, pulling the chain with fervor. Suddenly, I caught a whiff of a faint yet pungent odor. Hey, your hand is bleeding, the corpulent man shouted beside me. I hurriedly looked at my hand, now smeared with dark red blood. Rubbing my palms together, I verified that I had not sustained any injuries, which somewhat alleviated my anxiety. This blood is from the chain. Wang Yuanchao pointed at the dark iron chain, squinting as he spoke. The surface of this chain is damp, and the blood has not dried. Furthermore, the stench of decay is overwhelming. Xigunyang interrupted Wang Yuanchao, drawing forth an iron ruler that shimmered with a brilliant blue light, visible even in the glow of our flashlights. I inhaled sharply, my heart racing. It was noteworthy that when we were above the tomb, the blue light emitted from Xigunyang's ruler had been nearly imperceptible, only discernible when the flashlight was extinguished. Now, in the presence of an illuminated flashlight, we can readily discern the alteration in the iron ruler, indicating that the aura of death here is significantly more intense than before. Chapter 45. The blood pit. It seems this journey has turned tumultuous, ultimately. I did not reach the end. Shintuzi's pallor was terrifying, and his words emerged feebly, reminiscent of a centenarian. With tears welling in my eyes, I offered him solace. Although I felt resentment when Shintuzi abandoned me on the steps, I have come to terms with it. Everyone descends into the tombs for the sake of wealth. As long as they do not stab you in the back, what more can one expect? The notion of shared life and death seems futile. Observing Shintuzi's demeanor now, I could not suppress a sense of heaviness in my heart. Damn it. Let us get to the point. You mentioned that those ghostly rats dared not approach. Could it be they are afraid of what lies beyond the door? Seeing the atmosphere grow tense, the rotund man hastily diverted the conversation. It is highly probable. Those ghostly rats feast on human flesh and possess an acute sensitivity to unclean entities. Undoubtedly, something formidable lurks here, and we can only hope to evade this calamity. Later, when they slaughtered the first chicken, it remained motionless, while the other chickens stared at them with wide eyes, creating a most eerie scene. After dispatching the chicken, the mother of the child dreamt that her son, in a state of decay, grasped her throat, questioning why she had killed him. Upon waking, she found a group of chickens standing at her bedside, gazing ominously. From that moment on, the household was driven to madness by fear. The consumption of human flesh by animals is an absolute taboo, accompanied by even more supernatural interpretations, though they lack credibility. After a brief respite, noticing that Shintuzi's complexion had improved slightly, we ventured deeper into the low passage. The sound of gravel crunching beneath our feet echoed ominously, lending an air of desolation, as if this place had languished in neglect for countless years. Occasionally, when we exerted ourselves too much, clouds of dust would rise. The deeper we went, the lower the passage became, and our sense of oppression intensified. The jagged rocks above our heads were now perilously close, no more than 10 centimeters from our skulls. Be cautious. I detect the scent of blood, Wang Yuanchao said, his brow furrowed. I nodded, gripping my paratrooper knife, bending low as I cautiously pressed forward. After turning a corner, upon grasping the scene before me, I felt an overwhelming urge to flee. Before us, the surroundings were enveloped in a ghastly crimson hue. Although the blood had long since dried, it was sufficient to instill terror. I adjusted the brightness of my flashlight and illuminated the depths of the passage. I discovered that both the walls and the floor were stained with pools of blood. This sight could only be described as horrific. What on earth transpired here? I asked, my voice trembling. Judging by the bloodstains on the walls, it is evident that many must have perished to render this passage of vivid crimson. Clanging. Do you think these bloodstains were left by your grandfather's group when they came here? Did not old Jean had assert that your grandfather and Chao Siji had acted independently? Perhaps they have already been here. The rotund man inquired. Who am I supposed to ask? I replied, my irritation palpable. As we approached the bloodstains, we examined them closely, only to discover that these marks were not merely smeared, but bore clear evidence of splattering, suggesting that a fierce battle had indeed transpired here. Could it have been an internal conflict triggered by an uneven distribution of spoils? Yet, the ferocity of the attacks seemed excessive. Chen Tuozi expressed his confusion. It is also possible that this place witnessed a massacre where the slain were not mere beasts, but humans, Wang Yuanchao gently remarked. A heavy silence enveloped us. In truth, I found Wang Yuanchao's assertion more credible. Those adventurous enough to venture into the tomb were likely individuals my grandfather had placed his trust in. Otherwise, they would not have ousted old Jean from the outset. Thus, the likelihood of an internal strife due to unequal shares was minimal. Observing the blood that splattered all around, saturating the entire passage, it seemed far more plausible that they encountered something here that led to such a horrific fate. A shiver coursed through me. The tomb was rife with an overwhelming sense of unknown terror. Setting aside the myriad of lethal traps, we had encountered a white-haired zombie upon entry, followed by 2 ghostly children and countless spectral rats. Frankly speaking, The sights and sounds of this expedition were pushing me to the brink of madness. The leading figure, fourth miss, pressed on without a second thought. I hesitated for a moment, glancing at the others, and then followed suit. This passage, stained with blood, had a thick layer of gore on the ground. Stepping upon it felt like my foot was ensnared in a sticky mire. How many lives must have been lost to create such a pool of blood? Moreover, these stains could not have been left for long, or else they would have long since eroded. What happened to the bodies of these individuals after their demise? How is it that we haven't seen a single bone? Could it be that they were devoured, leaving not even a fragment behind? The fatty murmured. I felt taut with tension, beads of sweat forming on my forehead. Despite the path being singular, I was gripped by an intense fear of encountering something that might turn us into part of this gruesome scene. The presence of so much fresh blood was surely indicative of some underlying cause. Yet, as we finally emerged from the sanguine corridor unscathed, I exhaled a sigh of relief. The bloodstains ahead had significantly diminished, yet my clothes were thoroughly soaked, a chilling sensation enveloping me. Suddenly, the iron chains on the ground emitted a sharp sound, as if something had tugged at them. This noise reverberated within the narrow passage, causing me to shudder involuntarily. Wang Yuanchao swiftly drew his firearm, while Fatty and I braced ourselves for confrontation. Only fourth miss remained remarkably composed, her gaze fixed upon the depths of darkness, her expression inscrutable. Fourth miss, have you discerned anything? I inquired softly. She shook her head, leaving me puzzled about her intentions, and continued onward. Following her, I felt a surge of irritation. Having now gained a preliminary understanding of the distinctive traits of the fourth miss, I realized that her aloof demeanor is not mere pretense. Rather, it is a reflection of her intrinsic character. Words hold little weight in this context, and the fact that she merely shakes her head is already a considerable concession. As we continued walking, the fourth miss abruptly halted. Upon touching the ground, I discovered that the bloodstains had not yet dried, appearing as though they had just been smeared moments ago. Chapter 46. They have arrived. The ground bore a conspicuous bloodstain dragged by the iron chain, as if it had been steeped in a vat of blood for 3 days and nights. The pungent, metallic odor made me instinctively cover my mouth, retching violently. What purpose does this iron chain serve? Chin to Ozzy's complexion was distinctly uneasy. This seemingly endless chain extended into the depths of darkness, the bloodstains upon it seemingly heralding that the path ahead was fraught with turmoil. These stains were alarmingly fresh. Everyone, be cautious. Wang Yuanchao extended his finger to wipe the viscous blood from the chain, his expression grave as he spoke. The blood already present in the passage had instilled a profound sense of unease within us. And now the emergence of fresh blood upon the chain rendered our path increasingly enigmatic. Clang, clang. Before we could decipher the situation, the chain stirred once more. This time, the source of the tremor seemed much closer, and I even witnessed the chain beside me shift backward slightly. Damn it, someone is pulling this chain, the portly man shouted. There is something following us from behind, Wang Yuanchao growled, swiftly chambering around in his pistol. A chill ran down my spine. Ever since we entered the bronze door, it was inconceivable that anyone could be trailing us. Clang, clang. Another crisp sound resonated, now alarmingly close. Wang Yuanchao's expression darkened as he pressed the flashlight beneath his pistol, aiming it steadfastly at the passage behind us. Eerie whispers. I lost track of time when suddenly, a familiar sound reached my ears. My expression changed dramatically. Was this not the very whispering I had heard earlier? Just as I opened my mouth to call out, 2 childreness figures abruptly materialized from the shadows. A boy and a girl clutched the iron chain, racing towards us in the beam of the flashlight, their movements disturbingly peculiar, each leap high and swift, landing only to leap again. Their faces, painted with vermilion, were haunting, and their crimson eyes seemed to fixate on us from every angle. It felt as though they possessed springs beneath their feet. Even Wang Yuanchao, upon encountering these eerily manifested children, could not suppress a slight tremor in his hand. At this moment, I finally comprehended that the whispers I had heard were no mere figment of my imagination. These 2 children were indeed incessantly conversing, their mouths seemingly muffled, producing hushed sounds akin to whispers. Do not fire. Everyone, stand against the wall and cover your noses. The fourth girl's expression shifted drastically. I had seldom witnessed such a change in her demeanor. Amidst my astonishment, I noticed the 2 ceremonial daggers at her waist emanating an intensely bright blue light. A chill gripped my heart. The deathly aura irradiating from these children surpassed that of the centipede coffin and the white-haired zombie by an immense margin. We hastily pressed ourselves against the leftmost wall, clearing the entire corridor to allow the 2 children to pass. These youngsters could leap nearly 2 meters at a time. their bodies seemingly weightless, landing silently and completely ignoring us. In scarcely 10 seconds, they had bounded from where we first spotted them to a distance of less than a few meters from us. The corpse dragged by the girl resembled a tattered sack, utterly deteriorated and grotesque, its lifeless eyes wide open in a haunting expression. It was only then that I realized the back of the head was entirely missing, as if a portion had been bitten away. Merely gazing at the body sent shivers down my spine. But what truly sent my heart racing was when the children suddenly halted as they reached our vicinity. They appeared to have sensed something, slowly turning their heads, their blood-red faces fixated upon me with an eerie intensity. My soul felt as if it were escaping, nearly dissipating into oblivion. In that moment, I almost lost control of my bladder, utterly bewildered as to why these ghostly children were drawn to me, while the heavy-set boy beside me emitted such a pungent odor. At that instant, a chilling scream pierced the air, emanating from deep within the throat, heavy with oppression. The faces of the two children contorted, their painted noses, mouths, and ears twisting grotesquely, and before I could comprehend the situation, they lunged toward me. One of the girl's hands landed on my shoulder, and I felt as though I had been struck by a speeding car, my shoulder going numb. My entire body was thrown uncontrollably backward, crashing against the wall. The other boy leaped in front of me, his gaze fixed on me with an unsettling frenzy. Moments later, one of his hands came crashing down toward my head. By then, I had lost all strength to flee, desperately shielding my head with my arms. "Get out of the way." The heavy-set boy charged forward, his weight and momentum crashing into the male child. To our astonishment, the boy merely staggered back a step before seizing the heavy-set boy's arm and effortlessly lifting him above his head, causing the heavy-set boy to scream in terror. Bang! 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 At that moment, Wang Yuanshao could no longer restrain himself and opened fire, 3 precise shots striking the boy's knee. The 54-style pistol, a standard weapon in China, possessed considerable power. Bullets could easily perforate flesh, yet now, when fired at the boy's knee, it felt akin to striking leather. The boy merely stumbled slightly, then slammed the heavy-set boy to the ground, leaping toward Wang Yuanshao. Bang! 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 Wang Yuanshao retreated step by step, the yellow, orange shell casing smoking as they fell at his feet. Bang! 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 Wang Yuanshao squinted, firing 4 consecutive shots aimed at the boy's left knee. As the young boy leaped to a spot less than a meter away, Wang Yuanshao advanced rather than retreating, unsheathing his paratrooper knife and plunging it forcefully into the boy's head. He then crouched down and executed a sliding kick aimed directly at the injured knee of the child. With a sharp crack, before I could revel in the moment, the boy staggered slightly, yet exhibited no further reaction. His other foot sprang off the ground and landed right in front of Wang Yuanshao. A suppressed roar erupted from his throat, echoing like a ferocious growl. Chapter 47. Fierce battle. Subsequently, Wang Yuanshao was seized by the collar with a single hand and flung across the room like a sack. The tremendous force capable of reducing a man to pulp. Fortunately, Wang Yuanshao possessed commendable physical prowess. He twisted his waist midair, colliding with the wall. Even so, the impact was severe, leaving him uncertain if he had sustained any fractures. He struggled several times but was unable to rise. What on earth is this creature? Possessing strength greater than that of a Zongzi. The stout man wore a look of despair. It was evident that he had lost all courage for battle. Among us, Wang Yuanshao's skills were unparalleled, having undergone military training. Had the stout man been in his place, his head would likely have been crushed to a pulp. Chen Tuozi retreated to the wall, calling out loudly. My eyes brightened as I noticed the boy preparing to launch another attack on Wang Yuanshao. I swiftly retrieved the pistol from behind me, aimed for the boy's knee, and unleashed a barrage of shots. Clink. Do you even know how to handle a gun? The bullets are bouncing around like they're meant for planes. The stout man exclaimed, snatching the pistol from my hands. However, when he pulled the trigger, it clicked empty. I had exhausted all the ammunition. Use a stick to strike its knee. I realized that if I didn't act swiftly, Wang Yuanshao would meet a dire fate. Seizing the steel rod used by Si Gunyang to connect the Luoyang shovel, I charged toward the boy. With a resounding bang, the rod struck the boy's knee solidly. A tremendous recoil surging through my palm. The boy's knee showed little reaction. Instead, my palm felt as though it might shatter. Then, I witnessed the boy roar. Releasing Wang Yuanshao and leaping towards me, I was instantly struck by a wave of terror, tossing the rod aside and fleeing for my life. Ding-ang, be careful. The stout man shouted frantically. Before I could comprehend, a heavy collision struck my back, sending me sprawling painfully to the ground, my face flushed with embarrassment. Behind me, the oppressive roar seemed to be less than 10 centimeters away. Get lost. The stout man seized a shovel, striking the boy's head. Before he could make his next move, the boy eerily turned his face towards him, a visage painted in cinnabar, resembling a malevolent spirit. Oh my God. The stout man, petrified, collapsed onto the ground, clutching his chest, seemingly gasping for breath. Clang, clang, clang. I heard hurried footsteps behind me. Unbeknownst to me, Wang Yuanchao had risen. He grasped a chain from the ground and swiftly wrapped it around the boy's neck, coiling it several times. The chain pulled the boy back, causing Wang Yuanchao to lose his balance and crash to the floor once more. With an agile flip, he sprang up, spitting out 2 bloodied teeth. Come help, old Chen. Wang Yuanchao shouted, his face smeared with blood. Chen Tuozi hesitated momentarily but ultimately rushed over to assist. At that moment, the stout fellow finally caught his breath and, alongside Wang Yuanchao, grasped the iron chain, preventing the boy from moving any further. The boy was trapped. And Wang Yuanchao suddenly seized a piece of steel rod from the ground, exerting all his strength to strike the base 3 or 4 times. Then, with a forceful kick, he shattered the boy's other leg. The boy's mobility relied solely on these 2 limbs, and now, with both knees broken, he could only lie on the ground, futilely clawing at the earth with his hands. Ding dang, don't move. Half of your shoulder is dislocated. Wang Yuanchao approached, his voice weary. He delivered a firm slap on my back, and before I could utter a sound, he forcefully twisted my right shoulder backward. I heard the ominous cracking of bones colliding, followed by a sharp, searing pain. However, my arm could finally move. The stout fellow grimaced in pain, lying on the ground, mumbling incoherently, unsure of where he was injured. Just that one boy nearly led to our total annihilation. At that moment, Fourth Miss was entangled with another girl clutching a corpse. Her movements appeared almost comical, resembling a dance of Tai Chi, yet we understood the perilous nature of the encounter. These 2 unknown children possessed strength comparable to that of a grizzly bear. I recalled a national selection of folk masters back in 1995, where various techniques dazzled the audience during the group rounds. Yet, in the finals, the combatants seemed to engage in a dance of Tai Chi, probing each other with a myriad of holds and pushes, employing every conceivable tactic. Only those well-versed in the art would recognize that at their level, sheer force could overcome myriad techniques. A seemingly humorous movement could instantaneously incapacitate a seasoned special forces operative. The struggle between Fourth Miss and the girl evoked this very sensation. Is this effeminate creature even human? The stout fellow muttered weakly. Indeed, it is extraordinarily formidable. Wang Yuanchao could not conceal his astonishment. We had risked our lives merely to incapacitate that boy, yet Fourth Miss single-handedly contended with one, engaging in a back-and-forth exchange without immediate concern. It was fortunate that we had rescued her. Otherwise, we would all be doomed now. I offered a bitter smile. At this juncture, Wang Yuanchao, the stout fellow, and I had nearly reached our limits. The stout fellow scarcely dared to breathe deeply. Wang Yuanchao had endured several blows, and my shoulder had only just been dislocated. As for Chen Tuozi, his condition was even worse. In our current state, we were hardly in a position to assist, let alone not become a burden. What on earth is this creature? It hardly resembles a zongzi. Its skin appears slightly glossy, strikingly similar to that of a living person. Having traveled extensively, I had never encountered anything like it. It felt utterly uncanny. These 2 vermilion children were far more terrifying than any mechanical trap. Chen Tuozi glanced at the struggling boy, a look of bewilderment crossing his face. This was my first close-up observation of the boy's appearance, and indeed, as Chen Tuozi had stated, he bore no resemblance to a processed zongzi. His skin did not resemble that of a corpse at all, particularly that terrifying vermilion face. If not for the absence of its features, obscured by white powder and red pigment, it might resemble an ordinary child. How on earth does Li Si possess such an extensive knowledge of these sinister arts? Not to mention the appearance of the white-haired corpse, as per Ding Dong's grandfather's assertions. This place should also harbor the black malevolence, a veritable grave of dire misfortune. Yet, here we are, foolishly contemplating a leap into its depths. The portly man sighed heavily. Chapter 48. Listen to me, Li Chen Tuozi possesses a profound understanding of ancient history. Yet I was taken aback when he drew a comparison between Li Si and Wu Zixu. It is essential to recognize that the paramount theory of tomb construction, imitate heaven and follow earth, was proposed by Wu Zixu himself. During his tenure as a general, he personally commanded troops to assist King Wu in erecting what was then the largest ancient tomb. Merely based on this, one can discern the magnitude of Wu Zixu's capabilities. Noticing our rapt attention, Chen Tuozi gestured with his hand, indicating a staggering figure, 10 million. I gasped in astonishment. In dollars, he added. However, upon reflection, it seemed nothing more than a fanciful dream. Unless an army were to invade, I truly doubted anyone could abscond with these two young souls. I shook my head. For reasons unbeknownst to me, my initial monetary motivation had waned, leaving me utterly disinterested in the funerary treasures within the tomb. What secrets lay concealed behind the myriad mechanisms Li Si had installed in this tomb? Was that secret hidden at the end of this passage? A wave of fear washed over me, eliciting an unsettling chill. Suddenly, I noticed the pallor of the S face, which startled me greatly. I feared he might be unwell again. Are you all right? How do you feel? I inquired as I approached him. However, I found him pointing a trembling finger at something behind me. Curiosity compelled me to turn around. In the dimly lit corridor, a female corpse, covered in white hair, crawled towards us like a spider. Was this not the same white-haired zombie we had encountered before? My legs trembled uncontrollably, and I momentarily forgot how this ghastly figure had come to be here. In truth, I would rather confront those two deceased children than provoke this white-haired specter. It resembled a character from a Japanese horror film. Its hair veiled its face, and when those two obsidian eyes fixed upon me, all I felt was sheer terror. Wang Yuanchao and the others leapt to their feet, their eyes locked on the white-haired zombie. My knowledge of this creature stemmed from the incident on the endless staircase, where it had bitten off Chintuozi's arm. Yet, gazing at its crimson maw and ghostly tresses, I felt an overwhelming sense of dread. Chintuozi's face was ashen, his eyes wide with fear, nearly on the verge of fleeing. Let us go. Damn it, we cannot contend with this thing. When we opened fire with AK-47s, we couldn't even pierce its skin. What can we possibly use now with hardly any bullets left in our handguns? Exclaimed in terror as the corpse, its face obscured by white hair, crawled along the wall towards us. It is worth noting that an AK-47, an assault rifle, possesses 3 to 4 times the firepower of a handgun, and if such penetrating power could not harm the white-haired zombie, I was at a loss as to what could. There's no escape. This creature is faster than a wolf. I managed a bitter smile, recalling the speed of the white-haired zombie. On the endless staircase, even after we had walked for 10 minutes, it had managed to catch up with us. What hope did we have here? Clang, clang, clang. Wang Yuanchao gritted his teeth and stood up, dragging a spade with him, seemingly prepared to fight to the death. Let us do this. I seized the iron rod with all my might and struck it against the head of the white-haired zombie. A resounding clang echoed, reminiscent of a fierce clash between metals. Yet, the rod was swiftly grasped by the creature, and in the next moment, it was bent slightly, as if yielding to its strength. The white-haired zombie appeared momentarily perplexed, but then discarded the deformed rod with disdain. We stood frozen, our souls seemingly left behind, as we examined the rod's label. It was crafted with German precision, a testament to its resilience, capable of withstanding the pressure of a bulldozer. Yet, in the hands of this white-haired fiend, it had been effortlessly warped. I trembled uncontrollably. The flicker of courage I had mustered dissipated into thin air. The creature crawled to within 2 meters of us, pausing, its blood-red maw suddenly gaping wide, as if thrilled by the discovery of such abundant prey. Upon closer inspection, I realized its monstrous jaw stretched grotesquely to the base of its ears, illuminating the absurdity of its size. Let us go. The voice of the fourth sister pierced through my thoughts, startling me. What about the girl with the vermilion mark? We must leave. If you linger here, you shall all perish. The fourth sister's commanding voice rang with urgency, instilling fear. We should flee. He is right. Remaining here serves no purpose, Chintuzi exclaimed in a panic. We hurriedly retreated into the passage behind the fourth sister, though she showed no inclination to depart. The white-haired zombie suddenly shrieked and lunged towards us with terrifying speed, akin to a mutated white spider. The fourth sister deftly hooked her finger and extracted the iron ruler embedded in the girl's head. The 2 rulers crossed in a defensive stance against the onslaught of the zombie. With a swift motion, the fourth sister was propelled backward by an overwhelming force, sliding several meters across the ground, leaving a shallow trace in her wake. The sight was harrowing. In that fleeting moment of impact, I glimpsed the scars on her pale skin and the grotesquely contorted bone beneath her shoulder. I clenched my fists tightly, stifling my tears, hoping desperately for her safety. Even Wang Yuanchao wore an expression of shock. Before the fourth sister could catch her breath, the girl on the ground sprang up, attempting to bite her neck. The fourth sister raised her right hand, barely managing to block the girl's jaws with the iron ruler. Let us go, ding-dang. If we had an assault rifle, we might stand a chance, but remaining here only burdens us. Wang Yuanchao shook his head, acknowledging the grim reality. I understood his sentiment, even unscathed. He would scarcely last a few moments against the white-haired zombie, let alone in our current state. Yet, as I looked at the bare-chested silhouette ahead, standing resolutely in the corridor, wielding two iron rulers in a defensive stance against the two menacing creatures, my heart blurred with tears. I truly felt that to abandon him would be a disservice. He genuinely regarded us as friends. Chapter 49. Healing this delicate fellow must possess ample confidence to act thus. We should hasten our escape. Once we are safe, given his skills, departing should pose no challenge for him, and we owe him our lives, the rotund man remarked. His words clearly altered the atmosphere towards the fourth young lady significantly. Let us go. I forcefully suppressed the sorrow within, gritting my teeth as I spoke. We sprinted with all our might through the dimly lit passageway, running and walking for a full half-hour until Chin-to-Ozi could endure no longer, prompting us to pause. Estimating the distance, we had covered nearly 1,000 meters. We collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The earlier events had rendered the mood in our group notably somber. And astonishingly, not a single person uttered a word. Surely he will be fine. After a prolonged silence, I was the first to break it. Wang Yuanchao nodded, then shook his head, his demeanor tinged with pessimism. With the fourth young lady's prowess, if she were to confront a solitary youth or face that white-haired zombie alone, it should not pose a significant challenge. However, tackling both of those malevolent beings simultaneously is simply beyond human capability. To be frank, I now deeply regret having come here. An overwhelming sense of remorse enveloping me. The death of old Jean too, while emotionally acceptable as he was never truly one of us, pales in comparison to the thought of the fourth young lady facing two fiends alone to ensure our escape. If she were to perish because of this, I would carry the burden of guilt for a lifetime. It feels akin to betraying a comrade on the battlefield, fleeing to safety while they fight valiantly against the odds. Wang Yuanchao's expression was impassive, yet I knew he, too, was suffering in silence. We seemed to have lost the will to move forward until faint footsteps echoed through the passage. Who goes there? The rotund man asked loudly. I jumped in alarm, my heart racing as I shone the flashlight down the corridor. A chilling unease settled in my chest. Could it be that the fourth young lady had truly met her end? Those seconds felt longer than a day, my palms slick with sweat. At last, when a blood-soaked young man emerged into view, my anxiety transformed into a surge of elation. Well done, my delicate friend, to escape under such circumstances. Fat uncle must commend you on behalf of Chairman Mao. I dashed toward the fourth young lady alongside the rotund man, who laughed heartily, disregarding familiarity as he threw an arm around her shoulders. I moved to support her from the other side. In that moment, I noticed the horrific wounds marring the fourth young lady's shoulders and several areas on her back, crimson blood oozing from the gashes, rendering her appearance ghastly. She furrowed her brow, seemingly unaccustomed to our exuberance, yet we paid little heed. Such a stalwart ally must be embraced, especially one so loyal. A rare smile graced Wang Yuanchao's face as he nodded in gratitude towards the fourth young lady. As I helped her sit down, I tore a piece of cloth, tending to her wounds with gentle care. Once all the bloodstains were cleared away, I took a sharp breath. The wound appeared to have been brutally inflicted, as the edges were jagged and uneven, measuring a depth of at least 7 or 8 centimeters. I could almost glimpse the bone beneath. It was easy to imagine the excruciating pain the fourth young lady must be experiencing. I cautiously blew on the wound, attempting to dislodge the sand that surrounded it. To be honest, I felt pain myself as I did so, yet the fourth young lady sat quietly on the ground, her porcelain face devoid of any expression. I truly could not fathom what she had endured. After tending to the wound and lacking any bandages, I tore off a strip of cloth to bind her injury, hoping to stem the bleeding. What about the item? The fourth young lady suddenly inquired in a cold tone. What item? I replied, utterly bewildered. The earth products you touched here, whatever they are on you, she continued. No, we didn't take any of those burial items, not even one, I said. Frowning, I noticed a hint of anger on her face, and recalling the suspicion in old Jin's eyes, I suddenly felt uncertain. You didn't take them? The fourth young lady seized my arm, tapping on the pockets of my clothes, before extracting a palm-sized jade carving in the shape of a tiger. She glared at me, her expression seemingly irate. I swear I didn't take it. How could this piece appear on me? I was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend how this jade carving had come to be in my possession. You foolish, fat man. Didn't I tell you not to take those burial items? My frustration nearly reached a boiling point. The fat man chuckled sheepishly, clearly at fault. Do you realize you almost caused her death? The fourth young lady said with a dispassionate tone. Hearing her words, I suddenly had an epiphany. So that was why old Jean had warned us repeatedly that everything here was cursed and should never be taken. Remember when we were at that tomb above? And I nearly died of fright? I had mentioned seeing two ghostly children, yet you all dismissed me. It wasn't merely bad luck. It was this jade carving that was at play. Can't you, you foolish fat man, behave yourself for once? I erupted in anger, lamenting my continuous misfortunes and wishing I could strangle the fat man. What nonsense! According to your theory, if the burial items summoned these entities, then let me ask you two comrades this. First, how did the white-haired zombie enter the tomb below? Second, old Jean claimed his nephew died in the woods outside Whistle Village after taking pottery. Could these items possibly follow him out of the tomb? Thirdly, this jade carving is colorless and tasteless. What could have lured those children and the white-haired zombie to pursue us? If you can provide a logical explanation, I shall admit my fault and behave like a good grandson from now on. If not, spare me your scorn. The fat man remained skeptical. After some contemplation, I realized that perhaps the fat man did have a point. The fourth young lady seized the jade carving and forcefully smashed it onto the ground, startling all of us. Particularly the chubby one, whose face contorted in distress as he exclaimed that millions had vanished. What on earth is this? However, when Wang Yuanshao directed his flashlight toward the shattered jade, I beheld a writhing mass resembling hair on the ground. The fourth young lady, with an impassive expression, picked it up and displayed it in her palm for us to see. My scalp prickled in alarm. That mass of hair was, in fact, a collection of worms, each the thickness of a strand of hair. Upon closer inspection, these creatures writhed frantically in her grasp, and I even witnessed several leap several centimeters into the air before disappearing from sight. I was taken aback, a wave of goosebumps surging over my body. Consequently, I hastily retreated 3 or 4 steps, fearful that these entities might spring onto me. What in the world is this? The chubby one was equally dumbfounded. At this moment, it was clear to everyone that this jade carving harbored something sinister. Chapter 50. Lice. This creature is known as lice, the insects that emerge after a corpse has decayed. It is said that in the Miao region, shamans utilize curved knives to extract these lice from the bodies. And once the corpses are transformed into zongzi, they instinctively seek out the lice's whereabouts. Shamans take delight in using lice to harm others. Their method involves placing these insects into the water that an enemy drinks. Once ingested, the victim can expect the zongzi to come knocking, ready to eviscerate them. I have finally grasped why those who take the burial treasures from this tomb meet their demise. Li Si must have opened a portal on these antiques to breed lice. The moment you seize these treasures, the lice will take the opportunity to burrow into your body, rendering you a living target. Discarding the antiques would prove futile. Chen Tuozi exclaimed in shock. Are you saying that within this jade carving, in addition to the lice from the 2 young children and the white-haired zombie, there might be other insects? Will these creatures perpetually pursue me? I was nearly overwhelmed by faintness upon hearing Chen Tuozi's words. Indeed, lice are a closely guarded secret of the shamans from the Miao region. I only stumbled upon some information after encountering a Miao businessman. Given the current situation, it stands to reason that all the antiques within the tomb have been infested with lice. This aligns perfectly with what old Jean said earlier, Chen Tuozi elucidated. You damned rotund fool, a harbinger of misfortune. I seethed, glaring at the silent, overweight man standing nearby. Fourth sister tossed the clump of hair to the ground and coldly regarded the fat man. Whether it be the grave above or the one below, there are innumerable mechanisms and passageways. Apart from the route we descended, many shortcuts remain unknown to us. Perhaps the white-haired zombie descended through one of those. These beings differ from humans. They are impervious to illusions. As long as they ascertain the location of the lice, they can track you down. Furthermore, in order to safeguard his secret, Li Si undoubtedly left countless swift passageways within this tomb. Even if someone manages to escape, they cannot evade the relentless pursuit of these creatures. Fourth sister squinted, her voice laced with foreboding. Listening to her words sent shivers down our spines. Was it not the very situation that befell those who perished in the grove outside Shutzi village, as old Jean had mentioned? Perhaps old Jean had implemented protective measures that fortuitously spared him from the lice. I had dealt with the white-haired zombie and the Inyang children. Yet this was merely the beginning. The entities Li Si had arranged within this tomb would forever regard you as their target. Fourth sister fixed her gaze upon me. I can only curse my own foolishness for having chosen such an unreliable companion as the fat man. Oh, targeting Ding Yang. The fat man nodded fervently, and my face flushed with rage at his words. Moreover, it is conceivable that we all could fall victim. The lice possess remarkable agility and might very well crawl onto us, leaving no one able to escape. I noticed that fourth sister's expression towards the fat man was somewhat peculiar. The ability of the fourth lady to maintain her composure in the face of the white-haired zombie and the yin-yang boy, only to reveal a flicker of anger, speaks volumes about the remarkable character of our portly companion, a true gem of the 21st century. Let us proceed. One can only hope that Li Si will refrain from conjuring any more of these dubious contrivances. Chen Tuzi's expression mirrored our discomfort. With a broken arm, he found himself further ensnared by the blunders of the fat man, nearly provoking a heart attack. Now, even if we manage to escape the tomb, we must remain vigilant against the possibility of being pursued by vengeful Zongzi. Fortunately, despite the incidents we faced, the attack of the spectral mice, and the recent encounters with the white-haired zombie and yin-yang boy, I sense that the chasm between our team and the fourth lady has significantly narrowed. While we cannot yet claim friendship, our previous mutual wariness has transformed remarkably. At the very least, we no longer need to fret over the potential for treachery lurking behind our backs. Observing the fourth lady's slightly pouting lips, as if she could balance two oil bottles, I found her unexpectedly endearing. Her demeanor belies a heart that is anything but indifferent. We ventured forward for nearly 200 meters, and at last, the monotonous passage unveiled something new. On either side of the corridor, more than 20 doors stood in symmetrical alignment, all sealed by heavy stones. We approached and attempted to push one aside, but it remained immovable. The sheer weight of the stone rendered our efforts futile. The fat man stepped forward, trying each door in succession, only to discover that none could be opened. The fourth lady tapped the stone blocking the entrance with her fingers and, after a moment, remarked softly, "There are no mechanisms beneath the stone. This is a dead end, and brute force is our only recourse. What on earth shall we do?" "There may be countless treasures hidden behind these doors," the fat man exclaimed, but upon noticing our grave expressions, he quickly feigned activity, pushing and knocking at random. I, too, felt a profound sense of conflict. The information we had gleaned about this tomb was scant. If we wished to uncover its secrets, we could not afford to overlook a single clue. Perhaps one of these doors concealed the coveted Xingyang Zun, and to abandon our search would be to squander our efforts. Just then, a faint sound reached my ears, seemingly emanating from one of the doors. Startled, I glanced towards my companions. The fourth lady and Wang Yuanchao appeared to have heard it as well. Wang made a gesture for silence, pressing his ear against the wall. We waited in tense anticipation for what felt like an eternity, only to hear another faint sound. It was indeed coming from that very door. Wang furrowed his brow and pointed. There is something in there. What manner of creature could be lurking within? Perhaps we ought to disregard the treasures inside and press onward. The fat man suggested, his complexion paling. My heart raced with trepidation. Whatever the source of that sound, it attested to the disquietude behind the doors. Having just emerged from a life-or-death struggle, we were in no condition to face another. Should a Zongzi truly materialize, our current state would surely spell our doom. Thud, thud. As we spoke, a few faint sounds emanated from the stone doors, suggesting that 4 or 5 of them had already stirred. I felt the portly fellow was correct. Regardless of whether these doors could be opened, the potential risks were too significant. After a moment's hesitation, I expressed my concerns. We could not afford any further complications in our current state. Even the formidable fourth young lady bore considerable injuries. Should another confrontation arise, she might not endure it. I must take a look. You should leave first, she said softly, her brow unclouded by fear. Yet, I understood that once such a person resolved to proceed, no amount of persuasion would sway her. In earlier times, such words might have provoked discontent among us, even leading to suspicions of her wanting to hoard the treasures for herself. However, given her previous sacrifice to shield us from the malevolent spirits, such thoughts now seemed utterly unfounded. I harbored a nagging suspicion that her intentions were not solely to claim the burial artifacts, but rather to unveil the secrets concealed within this tomb. This mystery must hold immense significance for her. Even in her wounded state, she would not overlook any potential leads. What words are these? If one must go, we shall all depart together. If one must stay, we shall remain united. The portly fellow is not one to forget kindness, he declared, offering a rare moment of agreeable sentiment. In my view, shifting the stones blocking the doors was not an insurmountable task. Finding a leverage point could easily dislodge them. It's quite simple, Wang Yuanchao interjected. Isn't it true that you possess 2 iron rulers? They seem sturdy enough for prying the stones apart, suggested the portly fellow. No, those are my weapons, the fourth young lady replied, her irritation palpable. What then? We are bereft of any useful tools, the portly fellow retorted, sensing her displeasure and refraining from pressing for the rulers. Is the steel rod we left behind still here? I suddenly recalled the bent rod I had encountered with the white-haired zombie and posed the question to her. I did not pay attention, but it should be around. She replied, furrowing her brow. Moreover, we are currently empty-handed, and we do not know what lies ahead. These tools could prove vital in dire moments. At that moment, he, along with Wang Yuanchao and Chen Taozi, were in a rather precarious state. Allowing them to rest a while longer would be prudent. Upon returning to our previous location, the portly fellow and I were horrified to discover the ground was uneven, as if it had borne witness to a brutal skirmish. Blood splatter adorned the walls, presumably that of the fourth young lady. The white-haired zombie lay sprawled on the ground, its head nowhere to be found, leaving only a twitching body behind. By heavens, how ferocious! I had assumed the fourth young lady merely escaped, yet it seems she truly vanquished the white-haired zombie. The portly fellow and I stood in utter astonishment. Chapter 51. The Eye of the Demon. To be frank, the physical strength and speed of this white-haired zombie have transcended the limits of humanity. Even Wang Yuanchao, a professional soldier, appears as a mere child in its presence. I was genuinely astonished that fourth sister could vanquish this white-haired zombie. However, she sustained severe injuries in the process, all due to the foolish antics of you rotund fool, I exclaimed in frustration. Oh, but what of that pair of young ones, a boy and a girl? Where have they gone? The fat man diverted the topic. Noticing my stern expression, he felt a tinge of embarrassment. Alas, I truly did not believe in such sinister phenomena. Who would have thought I would fall victim to it? This time, I admit my fault. I only acted out of goodwill, fearing you might venture out without funds to repay your debts and end up butchered by a gang of ruffians. The rotund man chuckled awkwardly. In truth, that pair of Inyang children is even more enigmatic than the white-haired zombie. Even old Chintuzi, a relic of the past, is oblivious to their origins. The thought of those children furrowed my brow. Indeed, those entities were lifelike when I had touched one. Its skin was warm. Had I not stumbled and nearly lost consciousness, I would have surely been terrified out of my wits. Upon mentioning the Inyang children, the fat man sprang up as if his posterior were aflame, his flesh quivering in agitation, as if he still felt the tremors of fear. How could this be possible? My eyes widened in disbelief, instinctively thinking the fat man was merely spinning tales. I assure you, I do not deceive at critical moments. At that time, I genuinely thought someone had placed a hand on my shoulder. It was truly bizarre. Could it be that these Inyang children are indeed living beings? The fat man said, still shaken. After concluding my conversation with him, my mind felt a chaotic whirlwind. Even the centipede coffin and the white-haired zombie we encountered earlier were at least identifiable as Zhongzi. However, this pair of Inyang children, in both appearance and other characteristics, seemed to belong to an entirely different civilization. I had never heard any tales concerning them. The unknown often harbors the greatest terror. Reflecting upon the monumental secrets concealed within the tomb of Li Si, my heart began to race. Could these two children be linked to the secrets that this tomb seeks to protect? Fourth sister sat cross-legged, her eyes tightly shut, resembling a small monk in meditation. Be cautious. It took great effort to staunch the bleeding. Do not let your wounds reopen. I couldn't help but express my concern. I'm fine. Fourth sister replied tersely. Sissified. Fat Master has a question for you. Where have those two children gone? The rotund man inquired with curiosity. You didn't see them? Fourth sister raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised. No, we only encountered the white-haired zombie in the tomb. The Inyang children were nowhere to be found, I quickly replied. I have already severed the girl in two. Fourth sister uttered a statement that left us astonished. If that is indeed the case, where could those two children possibly have fled? The young boy, previously afflicted with a broken leg by the crowd, should theoretically be incapable of fleeing. Yet, these two children vanished as if they were specters, evaporating into thin air. A sense of unease gnawed at my heart, for I had already been marked by the lice. Their disappearance posed a latent threat to me. Without further ado, I suggested that we investigate what secrets lay concealed behind these doors, hoping to uncover any clues. Otherwise, we would be akin to headless flies, aimlessly wandering. I let out a bitter smile. In truth, I believe this tomb was an intricate assembly of mechanisms, each one designed to safeguard the ultimate core secret. A secret that might lead to our ruin. However, at this juncture, retreat was no longer an option. We could only forge ahead into the abyss. Insert the steel pipe into the crevice beneath the stone and apply force to the left, Wang Yuanchao advised after a careful observation, pointing to a specific spot. Together, we exerted pressure on the steel rod. The stone trembled slightly, but remained immovable. Brother Yuan Chao, this approach is futile. The weight of this stone far exceeds our own. Likely weighing over 1,000 pounds, the hefty man gasped, squatting on the ground. Do not rush. If this does not work, we shall try another point. There must be an optimal leverage point, Wang Yuanchao insisted, his gaze fixed intently on the stone. After a brief respite, the hefty man and I resumed our attempts at the second point Wang Yuanchao had designated. On the count of 3, let us apply our strength together, shall we? This is our decisive moment. If it fails, we may have to abandon these doors, I cautioned. Wang Yuanchao signaled for us to follow his lead, ensuring that the ailing fourth sister and Qin Tuozi would not exert themselves. 1, 2, 3. With our combined effort, the colossal stone finally shifted slightly, revealing a gap the size of a fist. Excitement surged within me. I was well acquainted with such mechanisms. Once a stone blocking a door begins to shift, subsequent movements become considerably easier. Indeed, on our second attempt, we pried open a substantial opening and pushed the door ajar. A faint yet peculiar odor wafted forth from within, reminiscent of aged rice wine, causing a prickling sensation upon entering my nostrils. I quickly held my breath and covered my nose, aware that if it were toxic gas, even after all these years, it could still pose a grave danger. We all stepped back cautiously, wary of any potential traps that might spring from behind the stone door. Armed with a flashlight, I shone the light into the darkness beyond the stone portal, revealing approximately 7 or 8 corpses clad in armor. The design of their armor bore a striking resemblance to that of the Qin dynasty guards who had been collectively slain within the tomb above. These are the dead warriors. Tasked with sealing the stone door, Qin Tuozi remarked with a furrowed brow. Such mechanisms, involving massive stones, typically require an internal and external collaboration to achieve perfect sealing. The armored corpses on the ground were likely soldiers who willingly sealed the door in their time. What are those dark objects over there? The light was dim, yet I could vaguely discern a cluster of dark silhouettes in the corner of the room. These objects bore a resemblance to wine barrels. And could the aroma of alcohol we had previously detected emanate from them? The stout man craned his neck, speaking with a hint of uncertainty. However, the fourth miss strode boldly inside, seemingly unperturbed. We exchanged glances, reluctantly mustering the courage to follow her lead. Unlike her, I lacked such audacity. I crouched low as I entered, ready to react at the slightest hint of a trap. The eerie atmosphere of this tomb had rendered me hypervigilant, my nerves taut like a drawn bowstring. Fortunately, no such peril materialized. I activated my emergency light and scanned the tomb chamber, only to discover that it was an extraordinarily opulent crypt. The floor and ceiling were polished to a high sheen, while the rock walls were adorned with intricate carvings. To the left, a magnificent dragon was depicted. To the right, a resplendent phoenix, embodying the auspicious symbolism of ancient dragon and phoenix harmony. Although no treasures had yet come to light, the craftsmanship required to create such a tomb was undoubtedly monumental. My gaze quickly fell upon the barrels the stout man had mentioned. Upon closer inspection, I realized that these ceramic vessels, positioned against the wall, resembled modern square bathtubs, albeit on a much smaller scale. Their exteriors were a muted yellow, embellished with faint paintings. What struck me as peculiar were the motifs, which resembled human eyes. I observed this eerie pattern across 3 vessels in succession. The eyes, curved and seemingly playful, evoked an unsettling semblance of a smile. After a prolonged stare, it felt as though those eyes might spring to life, compelling me to hastily divert my gaze to other parts of the chamber, unwilling to linger on these uncanny ceramic jars. Chapter 52. The porcelain jar. Old Chun, have you made any discoveries? I inquired as I approached Qin Tuozi. The carvings are indeed a testament to the craftsmanship of the Qin dynasty. However, the dragon and phoenix motifs on the wall appear rather peculiar. The connotation of dragon and phoenix bringing prosperity should have originated from the spring and autumn period. After Emperor Qin Shi Huang ascended the throne, he nearly eradicated spring and autumn culture and unified the script and customs. How could such a phrase appear here? If discovered, it would lead to execution. Qin Tuozi expressed his confusion. We had previously noted this anomaly. Certain burial artifacts and carvings within this tomb do not belong to the Qin dynasty, and some even bear traces of Eastern culture, which are difficult to rationalize. Suddenly, a faint sound echoed throughout the chamber. In an instant, it felt as though we had been struck by electricity, for the sound was identical to what we had just heard outside the door. It emanated from the jar. The plump man stumbled back, nearly falling as he retreated to the entrance. Qin Tuozi and I hastily followed suit, whatever was contained within that jar. The fact that it could still produce sound was a foreboding sign. Wang Yuanchao, wielding a steel rod, approached the porcelain jar and gently tapped it. We fixated on the jar, yet aside from the dull thuds of his knocks, no other sounds emerged. Wang struck the jar a few more times, but still, there were no additional noises. Had it not been for the clarity with which everyone previously heard the sound, one might have believed it to be a figment of imagination. We exchanged glances, uncertain of how to proceed. It was evident that something resided within the porcelain jar to produce such a sound. But the pressing question remained, should we open it? Given our prior encounters with the Enyang boy and the white-haired zombie, none dared to make a hasty judgment. In our current state, should this jar conceal a terrifying creature? Could we withstand it? You all step back, for young lady suddenly declared. I muttered in frustration. Shouldn't we reconsider? There's something amiss with this jar. The eyes depicted upon it seemed to signify a seal. Some tribes before the spring and autumn period regarded eyes as totems. Previously, Fatty had acquired a rather sinister jade pendant in Panjiayuan, engraved with numerous eyeballs. I found it too eerie to accept, only to later learn it was a corrupt jade, and the purchaser's family perished entirely. Surely, something is sealed within. Fatty suddenly yelled, as if recalling this detail. You all should leave. I am fine. Go. For a young lady shook her head. I felt a surge of annoyance at her recklessness. She seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of fear. It appeared she held an obsession with this tomb, unwilling to forsake any clue, even at the cost of her life. Turning to see that we had retreated beyond the stone door, she drew a metal ruler from her waist and struck downwards. With a resounding ping, the porcelain jar was instantly cleaved in two. A pungent odor suddenly permeated the air. An aroma so indescribable that it elicited immediate retching from me, while the portly fellow beside me expelled the remnants of his earlier meal. Was this the foot-washing water preserved for millennia, or perhaps a manifestation of athlete's foot? The rotund man was utterly disoriented by the nausea. Fortunately, apart from that acrid scent, there seemed to be no immediate peril. A large pool of viscous green liquid lay upon the ground, accompanied by a substantial mass of an indeterminate dark substance. Wang Yuanchao prodded it with a steel rod, which sank into the viscous black matter without any discernible reaction. What on earth was this dark mass? The portly man queried, his face a canvas of confusion. How could such an enigmatic porcelain jar contain something so peculiar? It defied all logic, especially since we had distinctly heard sounds emanating from within. There must surely be more to it. Unwilling to accept the mystery, I seized the steel rod from Wang Yuanchao and jabbed at the dark mass several times, which resembled a lump of clay. We exchanged bewildered glances. Having studied it for a while, yet remained oblivious to the purpose of this substance within the jar. In a fit of determination, I suggested we smash the other jars to uncover the source of the sound. Surely, among the 10 or so jars, one must contain something extraordinary. Clenching my teeth, emboldened by the absence of immediate danger from the first jar, we meticulously shattered each one. To our astonishment, every single jar contained the same dark matter. These substances were utterly bizarre, resembling a large clump of dung-like clay, and despite our scrutiny, we were at a complete loss. These stone chambers, situated beyond the bronze door and the swarm of spectral mice, clearly concealed something of utmost significance, yet here we stood, empty-handed. It felt akin to finally succeeding in a grueling interview only to discover the company was merely seeking custodial staff. What had caused that noise earlier? Was it perhaps the work of a spirit? The portly man pondered, his expression a mixture of bewilderment and concern. The ground was composed of polished stone slabs, and the surrounding area was desolate. It was implausible for any other entity to have interacted with the jars under our very noses. Or could it be that the sounds had originated from this clay? The fourth maiden picked up a handful of the clay, seemingly unfazed by the potential toxicity, and stood in contemplation, lost in thought. Let us explore other stone chambers. Perhaps we might uncover a clue, I suggested, furrowing my brow, as we had thoroughly scoured this location and should not have overlooked any leads. We had even smashed open every jar yet still found nothing of value. The fourth maiden nodded in agreement, and we proceeded to the next stone chamber, mimicking our previous approach to pry open the colossal stone barrier. What struck me as exceedingly peculiar was that the two newly accessed chambers were nearly identical. The patterns on the ground mirrored each other, featuring dragons and phoenixes in harmonious symmetry, with the porcelain jars placed centrally, a perfect replication. Could it possibly contain that dark, murky soil? The stout man inquired, gently tapping the ceramic urns with a stick, a note of confusion in his voice. Do not be careless, exercise caution. A sense of foreboding crept over me, for I felt certain that these urns concealed something sinister, though we had yet to discern its nature. Everyone stepped back, reverting to our previous strategy. Wang Yuanchao nodded. signaling us to withdraw to the stone door before he pinched his nose and lifted the lids of the urns. Indeed, the odor emanating from these urns was strikingly reminiscent of foul, unwashed feet. Armed with a flashlight, I approached, illuminating the green water within the urns. At that moment, the beam of light was thwarted by the surface of the water, which rippled gently. It was utterly identical. This was truly bizarre. Was Li Si playing a prank on us? The stout man leaned closer, only to be met with profound disappointment upon glimpsing the green water. Should we empty the contents of these urns? Chun Tuozi's tone was laced with hesitation. The peculiar odor of the water was disconcerting, and he wondered if his stomach could endure another encounter. Wait. A sudden realization struck me as I recalled the earlier observations of the urns. My spine tingled with alarm. There was life within this vessel. Otherwise, how could the water's surface ripple? There is something inside, I exclaimed, pointing emphatically at the urn that was undulating with waves. Chapter 53. The music of murder. The rotund man seized a steel rod and hastily retreated a few steps. Wang Yuanchao approached and kicked the vat, then bellowed towards the surface of the water. Fortunately, we were relieved to find that no monstrous entity suddenly emerged from within. This green water is undoubtedly meant to nurture something, akin to the nether rodents, Qin Tuozai remarked gravely, given the thud-thud-thud we had previously heard. It was evident that these vats were far from tranquil. Qin's speculation held considerable merit. Damn it, shall we not press onward and disregard these decrepit vats? I can't shake this unsettling feeling. It seems an ominous portent, the rotund man declared. Get lost. Were you not afraid when you handled the jade carving? Go on. Stir the water with the rod and see if anything surfaces. I was incensed by his words, unable to refrain from unleashing a torrent of curses. I would rather die than undertake this task. The rotund man's flesh quivered, nearly prompting him to storm out. Step back. I can handle any situation that arises, I asserted. Anticipating that the fourth young lady had no intention of consulting us, we stood by, ready to assist should danger present itself. Rotund man, shine your flashlight over there, I directed. The fourth young lady then toppled the porcelain vat, causing the green water to surge forth and spread across the ground. Our frustration mounted. The vat contained no black clay, only a puddle of green liquid. I was now entirely convinced that Li Si had crafted these stone caverns as a mere diversion, leading tomb raiders to squander their time here. The rotund man nodded in agreement. I shared his sentiments of inexplicable vexation. This tomb seemed to defy conventional logic. It was as if Li Si's psyche was inscrutable to any rational being. Normally, such stone chambers would be strategically positioned behind meticulously constructed defenses, surely concealing something of great significance. Yet here we were, having exerted ourselves to unseal 2 stone chambers, only to find nothing of consequence. Wang Yuanchao shoved another porcelain vat, releasing more green water, and the outcome was identical. Absolutely nothing inside. Qin Tuozai offered a wry smile. Biting my teeth in frustration, I felt an overwhelming sense of discontent. We had toiled to reach this point, discovering these stone chambers, yet we were to depart without a single clue. However, when I opened the third porcelain vat and found it equally barren, I could only surrender with a bitter smile. Let us not hastily open the next stone chamber. Instead, let us use the flashlight to illuminate the crevices in the stone and assess the situation within. If the walls still depict dragons and phoenixes, it may also be empty. If other patterns are present, we can then proceed to move it, Chun Tuozai suggested thoughtfully, having encountered 2 consecutive empty chambers. If the next one also bore the same dragon and phoenix motif, our efforts in prying it open would likely prove futile. Fortunately, the edges of these massive stones bore small gaps, allowing us to discern, albeit faintly, what lay behind the stone door. This is yet another instance of the dragon and phoenix presenting auspiciousness. I shall not enter this stone chamber. The rotund man crouched by the crevice, gazing for an extended period, sighing in despair. After inspecting several stone chambers, they remained identical. At this juncture, we were utterly flabbergasted. If we were to investigate each of the 20-odd chambers one by one, it would likely take us no less than a day or 2 to complete the task. Let us examine the last few chambers. If they are all the same, we shall proceed forward, Qin Tuozi remarked, furrowing his brow. I tapped my head, urging myself to calm down and see if I could deduce something. First and foremost, from whence originated the sounds we had previously heard. The sounds undeniably emanated from within the stone chambers, yet each chamber was desolate, with the only potential source of noise being the ceramic jars, which contained nothing but foul, stagnant water. Or perhaps these jars were merely a ruse, a diversion orchestrated by Li Si to divert our attention entirely to them. while other concealed compartments lay hidden within the chambers. However, we had thoroughly searched before. Such compartments should not exist. Alternatively, could it be possible that we were collectively experiencing auditory hallucinations? At this moment, my head throbbed with a cacophony of chaotic thoughts. Ding-dang, come here quickly. This stone chamber seems somewhat different. Suddenly, the rotund man's voice rang out with excitement from not far away. Instantly, I felt a surge of vitality and was about to dash over. Yet, at the moment I lifted my foot, I heard an exceedingly faint sound. This sound was much softer than the earlier thumping we had detected, and it was particularly sharp and high-pitched. I felt as though I had plunged into an icy abyss. Yet the thrill of uncovering a clue momentarily quelled my fear. My feet alighted gently on the ground, cautious not to disturb the source of that sound. I then cupped my hands over my ears, striving to better discern the direction of the sound. To my surprise, this time the sound did not dissipate, but continued. The volume was so minuscule that, had it not been for the walls surrounding us, amplifying the sound infinitely, I might have never heard it. For some inexplicable reason, I felt a sense of familiarity with this sound. I followed the sound step by step to the second stone chamber, and upon entering, I discovered that the sound had indeed grown considerably louder, seemingly originating from the very ceramic jar we had previously overturned. These jars were indeed suspicious. At this moment, a wave of fear washed over me, and I contemplated exiting to summon the rotund man and the others. However, after a moment's hesitation, I suppressed this impulse, fearing I might disturb whatever lay beneath the jar. Hiss, 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 hiss. It sounded akin to an ancient Chinese folk song. Why label it as anti-human? Because it was far from music. Pleasant melodies can soothe the body and spirit. Yet this cacophony had the opposite effect, inducing restlessness and mental turmoil. The forum classified it as the music of murder. From that point onward, Qinju vanished without a trace. Chapter 54. The Strange Tales of Qinju. I had previously broached this topic with several antique dealers, who speculated that Qin Shi Huang, the founder of the first feudal dynasty in history, forbade any rebellious thoughts to exist. This led to the infamous book burning and the burying of Confucian scholars, all in the name of unifying thought. However, the people of the Six Kingdoms, annihilated by the Qin dynasty, nostalgically longed for their homeland, frequently singing songs of Chu and Zhao. To quell any potential insurrection from these individuals, Qin Shi Huang commissioned musicians to refine Qinju, transforming it into a folk song that spread widely among the Six Kingdoms. Those who listened to Qinju were left disheartened and despondent, naturally quelling any rebellious sentiments. This phenomenon could explain why, even after the death of Qin Shi Huang, no one dared to rebel against the colossal Qin dynasty. Nevertheless, it is evident that significant issues arose in the transmission of Qinju, leading historical texts to omit any mention of it. I find this hypothesis quite plausible. Compared to swords and blades, psychological manipulation can often be far more terrifying, much like the purveyors of modern-day pyramid schemes, who can brainwash ordinary individuals into becoming unscrupulous characters who would betray their own parents. One can only imagine the sheer horror of a tune capable of indoctrinating the Six Kingdoms. However, I never anticipated that Qinju would manifest within the tomb of Li Si. After only a brief moment of listening, I was overwhelmed with goosebumps. Beads of sweat forming densely on my forehead, and the sound became increasingly clear, unmistakably emanating from a porcelain jar. My heart sank. Was someone truly hiding within the jar, singing a folk song? Yet, we had thoroughly examined it before, finding nothing at all. Who could be behind this? As I listened to the eerie strains of Qinju, my mind felt as if it were frozen. The sensation was bizarre, akin to being possessed, unable to move a single finger despite my desire to break free. In an instant, my face flushed crimson. Finally, I let out a loud shout, drowning out the haunting melody of Qinju, and regained my ability to move. Summoning my courage, I directed my flashlight into the porcelain jar and leaned in closely to inspect it. At that moment, comprehension dawned upon me. No wonder we had found nothing earlier. The inner wall of the jar was inexplicably affixed with a complete human skin, its visage staring directly at me. What sent chills down my spine was the sight of numerous slender copper rods protruding from the human skin, creating the illusion of a large hedgehog nestled within the jar when viewed through the water. As I fixated on that grotesque face, I was unsure if it was a trick of the light, but I could have sworn I saw the corners of the human skin's mouth curl into a sinister smile, transforming that wrinkled visage, soaked in greenish water, into something even more ghastly and terrifying. I stood a mere half-meter away from the human skin plastered against the wall of the jar, staring directly into its face. The chilling smile driving me to the brink of madness. Just then, my friends entered, patting me on the shoulder. I jumped violently, landing abruptly on the ground. My friend looked at me, bewildered, and asked, "Ding dang, what on earth is wrong with you?" Moments ago, a ghostly wail echoed, prompting Master Fat to hasten. Convinced that a rice dumpling had been encountered. Lowering his head to inspect the human skin, he was taken aback. He and Wang Yuanchao attempted to extract the skin with steel rods, yet after considerable effort, their endeavor yielded little success. The skin clung to the jar as if it were a suction cup, rendering it impossible to remove. "This is perplexing," Fat remarked. Together, they inverted the porcelain jar. Yet the skin remained steadfastly trapped. "I shall take over," the fourth young lady gently declared, drawing a metal ruler from her waist. She swiftly plunged it into the water and deftly scooped beneath the skin, effortlessly extracting the entire piece. My gaze fixated on the ruler in her hand, and noting its surface devoid of a blue glow, I felt a semblance of relief, as it indicated the absence of corpse energy. Could this human skin have gained sentience? "It is affixed to the porcelain jar. Were it not for Ding Dong's cunning, we might never have discovered it," Fat exclaimed animatedly. The skin was laid flat on the ground, and it became evident that it was not merely a simple remnant. Its thickness measured approximately 6 or 7 centimeters, with the surface resembling the gnarled texture of ancient tree roots, suggesting that some skeletal structure lay hidden within for support. The internal organs, although preserved, had shriveled into thin sheets after millennia of immersion. Strangely, this human skin seemed to have endured a harrowing fate, riddled with numerous small copper rods that pierced it from head to toe, creating a grotesque resemblance to a porcupine. As I scrutinized the skin before me, it became apparent that it exhibited no signs of vitality, and when the fourth young lady extracted it, there was no trace of corpse energy. I recounted the events concerning Qinju to the group, and Chintaozi gazed at me, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Ding dang, surely you jest? This is exceedingly bizarre." Fat echoed, equally skeptical. "How could I mishear? I was right beside the jar, listening intently," I asserted resolutely. Chintaozi seemed to possess some knowledge regarding Qinju, and his expression darkened. If it were mere background noise, it could be dismissed as an auditory hallucination, but the emergence of Qinju signified something far more sinister. Wang Yuanchao seized a steel rod and shattered the entire porcelain jar, revealing only fragments and green water. This implied that the source of the haunting folk song lay in the human skin before us. "Perhaps we should investigate the other jars," Chintaozi suggested. Wang Yuanchao nodded and proceeded to break another porcelain jar, causing the green water to flood the stone chamber. The inner wall of this jar, too, clung to a piece of human skin, which bore even more horrific signs of torment. It was ensnared with an intricate web of copper wires, deeply embedded into the desiccated flesh. Additionally, dozens of copper coins traversed from the skin's back to its chest, as if it were ensconced within a copper net. The sight suggested that the deceased had endured unspeakable suffering in life. In the vicinity of the fourth lady, a particularly pristine piece of human skin emerged, devoid of the bizarre instruments of torture that adorned the previous two. However, as I approached, I was astounded to discover that this skin was embedded with over 100 needles, as fine as cow hair. When I extracted one of the needles, I was shocked to find it measured a staggering 20 centimeters in length. These individuals had been subjected to inhumane torment in life. Why, after death, were they flayed and immersed in these porcelain jars? Is this a fate that condemns them to eternal suffering? Their plight is even more harrowing than that of the infamous Lady Chia. The rotund man gazed at the human skins and remarked, "Lady Chia must be considered one of the most unfortunate concubines in Chinese history. She was youthful and beautiful, adept at captivating men, completely enchanting the elderly Emperor Liu Bang. Yet, she fell victim to the jealousy of Empress L, who scornfully exclaimed, 'You little vixen dare to overshadow the rightful wife?' As a result, Lady Chia had her limbs severed and was transformed into a human puppet, her ears deafened by smoke, left to languish in a pigsty until death. Now, it appears that the fates of these skins are even more tragic than that of Lady Chia." Finally, as I recalled the eerie grin that adorned the mouth of the human skin, an unbelievable revelation struck me. These souls were still alive. What we heard as Qinju was, in fact, their song. I exclaimed loudly, "Don't spout nonsense, if this thing could sing." "Even I could be as renowned as Jackie Chung," the rotund man retorted, prodding the skin with a steel rod, his expression one of disbelief. "Please, hold your tongues for a moment," suddenly interjected the fourth lady, squinting as if deep in thought. We all turned to look at her, silenced, hesitant to utter another word. Chapter 55. The Song of the Fourth Young Lady. Lower your breathing. The fourth young lady furrowed her brow and commanded. I subtly restrained my breath while covering my mouth. The stone chamber was enveloped in an eerie silence as we exchanged wide-eyed glances. However, after 3 or 4 minutes, there remained not a whisper within the chamber. The fourth young lady gestured for us to maintain silence, her right hand suddenly gripping her throat with force. Observing closely, I discerned the intensity of her grasp, for I could hear her throat emit a distinct crack sound. Her peculiar behavior stirred an inexplicable unease within me. I could not fathom her intentions. The delicate contours of her face twisted in apparent discomfort as she exerted such pressure on her throat. Yet, almost immediately, a faint sound emerged from her lips. Hissing. Hissing. I felt as though I had been jolted by an electric shock, nearly leaping in surprise. For the sound was almost identical to what I had previously heard. The fourth young lady was familiar with the Qinju, and she had even memorized its melodies, skillfully manipulating her throat to mimic the ancient instrument's resonant tones. The flesh on the rotund man's face quivered momentarily. The fourth young lady's voice seemed to press an invisible button, causing each of us to hear the haunting echoes of the Qinju reverberating through the stone chamber. The sound resembled a tape recorder malfunctioning, intermingled with the eerie scratch of a brush against glass. Together with the bizarre folk melody, it created an unsettling auditory experience. In that instant, all 20 porcelain jars within the chamber began to emit this disconcerting sound. A profound discomfort enveloped my mind, akin to the torment of enduring several sleepless nights compounded by relentless work. I attempted to shake my head to remain alert, yet the dreadful sensation returned. I found myself once again unable to control my own body. The expressions on the faces of my companions mirrored my distress. Shintua, drenched in sweat, appeared as pale as a sheet of paper. The Qinju was undeniably a mental torment for us. Suddenly, a thunderous crash interrupted the haunting melody. A porcelain jar shattered upon the ground, disrupting the Qinju's accompaniment. I gasped for air, desperately reaching for my water flask to alleviate my discomfort. But it offered no relief. Goosebumps prickled my skin as if I were enduring an icy shower in the depths of winter, the chilling sensation relentless. I leaned against the wall and retched, the contents of my stomach turning black. Whether bile or something else, I could not tell. Only after expelling it did I feel a modicum of relief. Shintua fared even worse. He had nearly succumbed to unconsciousness, with Wang Yuanzhao pressing on his philtrum to revive him. Meanwhile, the rotund man, despite his pallid complexion, seemed comparatively unscathed. What in the world is that sound? It feels like a summoning of spirits. My head is about to split apart. He gritted through clenched teeth. I explained with a bitter smile. This is known as Qinju, an ancient folk song that can torment one's spirit. The feeling it evokes is more unbearable than consuming excrement. I have endured it twice already. What was I saying earlier? You refused to believe it, and now you have just experienced it firsthand. The stout fellow, rarely one to engage in banter with me, seemed to be too exhausted to continue. He pushed the 2 pieces of human skin into the corner with a steel rod before leaning against the wall to rest. Yuan Chao, is Chinta Ozi all right? I turned to inquire of Wang Yuanzhao. It's hard to say. He already had one arm severed, and now his mind seems to be failing him. Wang Yuanzhao shook his head in response. The fourth mist circled around the porcelain jars, seemingly reciting some incantation as if counting. Suddenly, he strode towards the stone door with intent, as if he had made a discovery. However, I felt utterly drained, devoid of the energy to accompany him on an exploration. After resting for nearly an hour, I finally regained my strength. Chen Tuozi also stirred, though his face appeared sallow, which caused me some concern. Fatty, didn't you mention discovering an unusual stone chamber? Pray, enlighten us, I asked with a furrowed brow. Fatty seemed to have forgotten the earlier conversation. Scratching his head in confusion, the stone chambers here were arranged symmetrically, except for the last one, which was uniquely isolated. Moreover, we noted significant differences in the final stone chamber. It was considerably larger, and the walls bore no dragon or phoenix motifs. Let us venture into that chamber. I am certain we shall uncover remarkable findings. Shinda Ozi exclaimed, panting heavily. Ah yes, that matter. Fatty finally recalled. Stay away with your hindsight. I could not suppress my irritation at Fatty's interjection. Then let us go out and investigate. It seems the fourth miss made some observations earlier. Old Shin, can you manage? I inquired, my brow still knitted in concern. Of course I can endure. I, Chen Tuozi, have traversed Panjiayuan for many years. If I were to fall in such a grand tomb, it would be a fitting end. However, I beseech you all, as a favor for our acquaintance. Should I meet my demise, please take my remains outside and construct a burial mound for me. Otherwise, I shall haunt you as a ghost, Chun Tuozi said, gazing at us with a somewhat dazed expression. His words sent a chill down my spine, as if he sensed his time was running short. We emerged from the crevice of the stone door, and at that moment, the fourth miss awaited us outside, though his complexion appeared quite pallid. Fourth miss, have you made any discoveries? I asked. To my astonishment, the fourth miss had sung the Qinju earlier, indicating his deep knowledge of the entire history of the Qin dynasty, having studied this vocal technique long ago, which allowed him to produce such sounds through throat control. The fourth miss shook his head in silence. Why do the human skins in these jars emit sounds? Could it be true, as Ding Dang suggested, that they are alive? Fatty could not help but exclaim. Shin Tuozi took over the conversation, furrowing his brow as he said, moreover, there is more to it than that. Do you not recall the thudding sound we heard outside the first stone chamber? In the end, when we smashed the porcelain jar, we discovered nothing but a pool of dark, viscous clay. Are you suggesting that this black clay might also possess life? Is that why it struck the jar, producing the thudding noise? I was taken aback, pondering how quick-witted Shin Tuozi was. Could it truly be? That substance resembled a grotesque creature. Fatty had even taken the liberty to poke it with a stick, yet it remained utterly unresponsive. Fatty shook his head vigorously, deeming Chun Tuozi's assertion utterly absurd. Regardless of the cause, we could be certain that whatever resided within that porcelain jar was far from ordinary. My heart raced as the eerie melodies of Qin folk songs echoed in the desolate stone chamber, accompanied by the large vat brimming with emerald water. Perhaps this was the secret that Li Si had been concealing all along. We were likely only a step away from unraveling this mystery. Chapter 56. The Yin-Yang child hurry and open the final stone chamber. Time waits for no one, Shin Tuozi gently urged. I nodded and approached, leaning over the gap to take a closer look. Illuminated by the beam of my flashlight, I realized this stone chamber was indeed quite distinct. Upon careful observation, I noted that the ceramic jars within were twice the size of those we had encountered previously, and the space was considerably more expansive. Beneath the stone door, there was a small opening. A child of 4 or 5 could easily pass through, but our frames could only wait outside. Let us move, I exclaimed, grasping the steel rod, addressing fourth girl and Wang Yuanchao. This time, opening the stone door was far more arduous than we had anticipated. The stone blocking it was incredibly heavy. We exerted our utmost strength, nearly bending the steel rod, just to push the door open a fraction, barely allowing us to squeeze through. Once we entered the stone chamber, our gazes immediately fell upon the enormous ceramic jars. I cautioned, fourth girl, please do not act recklessly this time. These jars surely contain something. If trouble arises, the gap is so narrow that we might escape only 1 or 2 at most. The plump fellow appeared tense, fearing that fourth girl's reckless nature might provoke a disaster. I gently tapped on the ceramic jars, finding nothing amiss. Yet I felt an irresistible urge to lift the lid. However, gazing at the colossal jars filled me with unease. I glanced at fourth girl and noticed his furrowed brows. He was not approaching the jars, but rather searching the surroundings for something. Let us examine the stone chamber first. It is markedly different and may conceal some clues, I suggested. Reflecting on our earlier experience, I recalled that the previous chamber had instantly conveyed a sense of stepping into a wealthy household, with polished walls and ceilings. Yet here, the ambience felt casual. The ceiling was composed of brown rock, appearing rather grimy. It seems there are carvings on the wall. Ding dang. Could you bring the flashlight closer? The plump fellow exclaimed beside me. Is that so? I replied, puzzled, for I had seen no carvings before. Upon closer inspection, I still found nothing. You must be seeing things, you chubby fool. There truly are. The carvings are just extremely faint, difficult to discern. However, it is undoubtedly a painting. Fat Master has loved snake gall since childhood, and his eyesight is certainly sharper than yours. The plump fellow asserted confidently. Wang Yuanchao, having overheard our exchange, approached us. These are very subtle traces. They could also be naturally occurring scratches, he remarked, running his hand along the wall. I sighed. If this place bore a painting, it would be a tremendous loss. Perhaps it was a crucial clue. Unlike reliefs, such carvings would gradually erode over time until they vanished entirely. The design of this tomb was astonishingly meticulous, preserving each element so impeccably. Otherwise, after millennia, even the faintest trace of the painting would likely have disappeared. I gazed at the wall for an extended period, yet the details remained elusive. Turning to the rotund figure beside me, I inquired, isn't your vision rather sharp? Could you discern what is depicted up there? The markings were exceedingly faint, resembling the silhouette of several ships. There appeared to be numerous figures. Could it be that this is a representation of the Opium War? The rotund man muttered to himself. Ships? A sudden realization struck me. Yet the term Opium War almost left me choking. The absence of erudition is truly alarming. Meanwhile, Chintuzi seemed to have made a discovery of his own. Beckoning me to join him, I hurried over, only to find that the two porcelain jars at the back had inexplicably developed two gaping holes, their emerald contents completely drained. Might there still be something concealed within? I decided to investigate. Sensing no imminent danger from the jar, I cautiously lifted the lid and directed my flashlight inside. Is this jar empty? I pondered aloud, inspecting the walls thoroughly, yet I found no traces of human skin. The jar had a large breach, and the floor bore no remnants of the emerald liquid, suggesting it had been broken for quite some time, with even the spilled liquid having long since evaporated. Could these all be mere empty jars? Chintuzi squinted thoughtfully. From our exploration of the preceding stone chambers, we had uncovered certain patterns. For instance, in the first chamber, 20 jars contained a dark, viscous clay, while the second chamber housed 20 jars filled with pieces of human skin. Might this final chamber also adhere to the established pattern, being entirely devoid of contents? Yet, what significance would that hold? Do you suppose the items once contained within the jars simply escaped? After all, there's a gap in the door through which they could easily slip away, the rotund man speculated. For reasons unknown, I felt an inexplicable connection among these objects, my mind swirling with conjectures that remained just out of reach. Sister C, have you made any discoveries? Chintuzi inquired of the first to enter. Sister C. None whatsoever. There are no remnants of any written records here, she replied, her voice a rare utterance. Li Si is remarkably tight-lipped. How could he leave no trace of historical significance? Have you noticed how scant the information within this tomb is? Aside from the reliefs upon the floor, the grave marker of Li Si's wife, and that bronze door, virtually nothing else remains. There is no record of the tomb's occupant or even their history. It felt as though we were navigating through a series of challenges. Aside from a few burial items, we had emerged with nothing of consequence. I had never encountered such an ancient tomb before, the rotund man suddenly remarked, his expression tinged with a hint of dread. What secret could compel Li Si to guard it so meticulously, even in death, fearing the dire consequences of its revelation? Chintuzi contemplated thoughtfully. We exchanged glances, both feeling an unsettling chill in our chests. Was it possible that my grandfather's obsession was tied to the secrets of this place? Was the so-called Qingyang Zun merely a vessel for these mysteries? Let us examine the other jars. I hesitated for a moment before stating that it had become evident we could derive no information from this place. Our last hope rested solely upon these porcelain jars. The fourth sister nodded in agreement and approached the furthest jar, preparing to overturn it. Wang Yuanchao seized a steel rod and struck the base of the jar with great force. A resounding ping echoed. And I found it peculiar that only a small amount of green liquid spilled forth from the jar, even less than that of the smaller jar we had encountered earlier. A sense of unease washed over me. Could it be that the seal was not tight and the green liquid had evaporated? Suddenly, with a loud thud, as the green liquid flowed out, a child tumbled from the jar. The child's face, devoid of features, bore a grotesque grin, sending a chill down my spine. It was the Yingyang boy. 2 shattered porcelain jars and the boy contained within. There were a total of 15 stone chambers, each housing 20 jars. The vessel the stout man had observed in his sketch. In an instant, I was gripped by a cold shiver, as all the previously entangled mysteries began to unravel. The mural on the wall depicted the tale of Su Fu, who, under the command of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, embarked on a journey with 300 young boys and girls to seek the elixir of immortality. Within these 300 jars lay the remains of the 300 youths. I shouted in horror, my back bristling with cold sweat. I suddenly comprehended the intentions of Li Si. Chapter 57. Su Fu Chintuozi's body trembled violently. Being well-versed in history, how could he not comprehend my meaning? Moreover, Su Fu bore 2 prominent identities. One as a favored courtier of Emperor Qin Shi Huang, the imperial alchemist of the Qin Palace, and the other as a master of feng shui. I surmised that Su Fu possessed a third identity, that of a leader of a tomb-raiding gang, having excavated numerous ancient tombs from the Shang and Zhou dynasties, which explained his extensive knowledge of long-lost tortures. Chintuozi's voice quivered, seemingly incredulous even to himself. During the waning years of the Qin dynasty, as Emperor Qin Shi Huang languished in illness and yearned desperately for life, he sought every conceivable means to attain immortality. Thus, during that era, Taoists and alchemists were held in high regard. Any Taoist of notable repute would be bestowed with titles and riches by the emperor, often surpassing the status of many court officials. Yet, despite the continuous arrival of Taoists, the emperor's malady showed no signs of abating. At this critical juncture, a figure emerged, none other than the illustrious Su Fu of history. Su Fu presented a prescription that immediately alleviated the emperor's condition and proposed that he construct ships to set sail, claiming that on the distant islands of the sea, there indeed existed elixirs of immortality. It is worth noting that Su Fu's voyage holds considerable significance in the annals of the Qin dynasty. However, in retrospect, the matter appears far more complex than it initially seemed. Shun Tuozi's face was a portrait of horror. The conclusions we had drawn were profoundly terrifying, extending into numerous implications. This Li Si possessed remarkable audacity, daring to deceive Qin Shi Huang. Truly, the boldness of man begets great consequence. No wonder the old man dared not leave any records within his tomb, resorting to the extermination of all craftsmen, guards, and maidservants, even turning his wife into a white-haired Zongzi. Should this information be disclosed, it would not merely result in the annihilation of his family. It could lead to his eternal infamy. The stout man listened, dumbfounded. I felt a chill enveloping me, suddenly recalling a most dreadful thought, the sounds we previously heard, along with the eerie chants resonating from the stone chamber. Could they have been emitted by someone? Moreover, the iron ruler wielded by the fourth sister had not emitted its azure glow. Did this imply that the source of the sound remained alive? As I spiraled into these unsettling musings, an odd noise abruptly filled the stone chamber. My entire being felt as if struck by lightning. This sound was all too familiar. The whispers produced by the Yin-Yang boy. However, this time the sound was considerably louder, akin to the cicadas of summer. The child who had rolled out of the ceramic jar had, at some point, propped himself half upright, his face marked with red cinnabars slowly turning toward me, his neck cracking ominously. At that moment, despair washed over me. We had previously suffered at the hands of the Yin-Yang boy, in a confrontation involving several of us against a single child. We had resorted to steel rods and firearms merely to incapacitate the creature. Now, armed with only a fragment of steel and a military shovel, facing this entity felt akin to courting death. Unbeknownst to me, the fourth sister had already placed her delicate fingers upon the iron ruler at her waist, seemingly poised for an imminent strike. What perplexes me is that this enigmatic child of Yin and Yang did not lunge directly at me. Instead, it sat there, straining its voice to emit a constant stream of hushed whispers. It appeared somewhat adorably daft. Alas, its intention was to awaken the other slumbering children. The pair of Yin and Yang children we encountered previously had escaped from those two shattered porcelain jars, and it is likely that these jars contained more of them. We must flee. Shinta Ozi's complexion suddenly shifted dramatically. These jars may very well house numerous Yin and Yang children. Should we unleash dozens of them? Even an adult brown bear would be torn to shreds in an instant. The mere thought of being surrounded by dormant Yin and Yang children rendered my legs weak. Trembling as if afflicted by polio. Fourth sister, we must leave. Remaining here is tantamount to awaiting death. I implored. Even though fourth sister is formidable, I harbored doubts about her survival against a multitude of Yin and Yang children. We cannot escape. Once they emerge, it would take mere minutes for them to catch us. Fourth sister softly remarked. Her words compelled us to halt, our feelings akin to discovering a jar of water in the desert, only to find it laced with deadly poison. It seemed that unless we eradicated these Yin and Yang children, our departure would be impossible. We had previously witnessed their strength. A hefty individual weighing nearly 200 pounds had been effortlessly flung aside by one of them. If all of these entities were unleashed, breaching the stone door would be a matter of moments. Suddenly, fourth sister extended two fingers and thrust them forcefully toward the child's Adam's apple. This was a technique reminiscent of ancient tomb raiders, a double finger probe, as unyielding as steel. When executed skillfully, the fingers could be more formidable than a bullet. However, even though fourth sister's fingers pierced the child's throat, it could not halt the eerie sounds emanating from it. Thud, thud, thud. The surrounding porcelain jars began to emit a dull resonance, akin to someone knocking at the door, mirroring the sounds we had previously heard outside the stone door. Ultimately, the very scenario we had most feared had come to pass. Chapter 58. The elixir of immortality. Suddenly, a porcelain jar shattered with a resounding crash. Green liquid flowed from the fissures of the jar, causing it to tremble violently. Simultaneously, the Yin-Yang boy seated on the ground emitted a muffled cry before lunging towards the nearest fourth maiden. She swiftly sidestepped, seizing the boy by the neck and forcefully pinning him to the ground. This act required all of her strength, and the boy fell face first, akin to an eagle capturing its prey. However, this minor injury seemed to have no effect on him, as he thrashed wildly in her grip. In that moment, another shattering sound echoed, and the next jar broke. A boy rolled out amidst the green liquid, raising his head and emitting a deep growl towards the fourth maiden. Strangely, as this sound resonated, I sensed the other porcelain jars around us becoming increasingly agitated, rhythmically pounding against their walls. At this juncture, Wang Yuanchao and the hefty fellow rushed in to assist, brandishing steel rods in an attempt to shatter the kneecap of the Yin-Yang boy. Much like our previous encounter with the male child, Wang raised his rod and struck down, yet it yielded no results. Bang! The Yin-Yang boy writhed violently on the ground, suddenly leaping over a meter high before hurling the hefty fellow aside. Fortunately, the fourth maiden reacted swiftly, clamping down with her right hand and pinning the boy once more. Goodness, how has this creature grown more ferocious? The hefty fellow rolled on the ground in agony, groaning in pain. Wait, there seemed to be something amiss with this group of Yin-Yang boys. Compared to the pair we encountered earlier, their movements were markedly sluggish, and logically, given their formidable strength, they should have easily kicked the jars apart, yet they remained trapped within for an extended period. The hefty fellow's words sparked a realization in my mind. I felt as though I had stumbled upon the answer, yet it needed just one final nudge. I voiced my thoughts in a rush, hoping that Chen Tuzi and the others could help illuminate the answer. Chen Tuzi's eyes lit up as he pointed towards a pool of green liquid on the ground and shouted. I hurried over to lift the lid of a porcelain jar. As the fourth maiden effortlessly hoisted the boy and tossed him into the green liquid, we held our breath, fixated on the jar, as the surface of the water rippled with large waves before swiftly calming. Subsequently, the other two boys were also thrown into a different jar, and as the whispers of cicadas gradually diminished, the entire stone chamber fell into tranquility. The banging against the jar subsided significantly, now only occasionally punctuated by a solitary thud. I leaned against the wall, feeling utterly drained, and remarked, the pair of Yin-Yang boys we encountered earlier likely escaped only after the jars cracked, releasing them from the elixir's suppression. Indeed, that was a harrowing experience. If it were not for Ding Dong's cleverness, we would have perished here today, panted the rotund man. Have you noticed that the 300 young boys and girls we previously speculated about are still alive, albeit in an entirely different manner? Chen Tua's face was as pale as death, trembling violently. Do you recall the moment we opened the first stone chamber and heard the ominous knocking sounds? That was not merely a figment of our imagination. Those dark, clay-like entities might indeed possess life. After all, if they were Zongzi, the iron ruler of the fourth miss would have reacted. I find myself at a loss for emotions, fear, dread, or exhilaration. If the porcelain jars contain the 300 young boys and girls chronicled in history, then they have persisted for at least 2 millennia. What sustains their existence? Merely contemplating this is utterly horrifying. What on earth is this? Even entities reduced to clay-like forms can retain life? Are the human skins in the second stone chamber also alive? The rotund man's complexion darkened, evidently shaken. These 300 young boys and girls could very well be the secret Li Si endeavored to conceal, the secret to eternal life. Perhaps when Su Fu returned from Yingzhou with the 300 young boys and girls, he truly discovered the elixir of immortality, or perhaps they had already consumed it, resulting in a mutation of their bodies due to the longevity potion. After abducting these individuals, Li Si initiated a series of experiments to unravel the mysteries inherent in them. The first stone chamber was meant to char these beings, while the second subjected them to various tortures. It is likely that subsequent chambers continued to devise means of ending the lives of these young boys and girls. Li Si's relentless pursuit of the secret to longevity would necessitate such experimentation. I shared my thoughts with everyone. Upon hearing my words, even the usually composed Wang Yuanchao was rendered speechless, as this scenario transcended the comprehension of most individuals. Ultimately, Li Si concluded that even when these young boys and girls were reduced to ashes, they would not perish. This is not longevity, it is unmistakably monstrous. The rotund man shuddered involuntarily. What horrors did Su Fu encounter at sea to cause such terrifying mutations in these 300 young boys and girls? A chill gripped my heart. Suddenly, a resounding crash erupted from the surrounding porcelain jars, abruptly interrupting my thoughts. We all jumped in fright, only to breathe a sigh of relief upon confirming the jars remained intact. I believe we should leave forthwith. I feel utterly uneasy lingering among these ghostly children. The rotund man stammered. I nodded in agreement. It appears we are not in immediate danger, and the sooner we depart this cursed place, the better. We gradually squeezed through the crevice of the stone door, and the oppressive atmosphere began to lift considerably. Chen Tuozai spoke weakly. My heart skipped a beat as I noticed the occasional flicker of distraction in Chen Tuozi's gaze. He was clearly forcing himself to speak. Old Chen, perhaps you should sit down and rest for a moment. It would be best if you refrained from talking. I expressed my concern. There must be secrets yet to uncover about the 300 young boys and girls. Chen Tuozi insisted on articulating his thoughts. I quickly interjected, indeed. Old Chen, you must hold on. The main event is still ahead of us. The portly man and I assisted Chen Tuozi to his feet, then continued onward. We resolved not to enter the remaining stone chamber. Firstly, we were utterly exhausted, and secondly, it seemed unnecessary since we had already discerned the contents of the porcelain jar. Why do I get the feeling that entering that stone chamber only led to more questions? The portly man remarked, shaking his head beside me. Isn't that rather obvious? The matter of Su Fu and the 300 young boys and girls hinges entirely on our conjecture. If we are mistaken, it would indeed be comical, I replied. Nonetheless, the likelihood of that was minimal, as the young boys and girls, the boat depicted in the mural, and the historical timeline all corresponded perfectly. I gazed ahead and noticed that fourth sister had been walking silently, lost in her thoughts. Chapter 59. Corpse marks, if I am not mistaken. What my grandfather has been desperately searching for all these years is not the Qingyang Zun, but rather the secret of these 300 boys and girls. Yet, how have these ghostly children survived for over 2 millennia? An inexplicable dread washed over me. The world is rife with those yearning for immortality. But such aspirations are not but a beautiful illusion. Otherwise, why have none of the most powerful emperors succeeded? We continued onward, with a singular passageway ahead of us, compelling us to press forward. Wang Yuanchao and the fourth lady forged the path ahead, while the fatty and I supported Chen Tuzi from behind. Hey, old Tuzi, are you all right? Why are you bleeding so profusely? Fatty exclaimed suddenly. I had been lost in thought, neglecting to observe Chen Tuzi until now. A quick glance revealed his appearance was quite ghastly. 2 streams of crimson tears had trickled down from the corners of his eyes. I hastily checked his temperature, only to find his body chillingly cold, and he showed little reaction when Fatty called out to him. This is dire. Old Chun can scarcely hold on. I was consumed with anxiety. The wound from his severed arm was far too severe. Although the bleeding had been staunched, infection was likely, given the multitude of lethal bacteria within the ancient tomb. Wang Yuanchao sighed heavily. The bandage on Chun Tuzi's shoulder was already soaked with blood. A gentle squeeze would yield a torrent. Indeed, losing such a volume of blood would incapacitate any normal individual, let alone the frail Chen Tuzi. Typically, when a wound becomes infected, a fever ensues, followed by a drastic drop in body temperature. At this moment, Chen Tuzi's skin felt like ice. I quickly lowered Chen Tuzi to the ground, applying firm pressure to his philtrum. I was at a loss for my emotions throughout our journey. Chen Tuzi had been a mentor of sorts, and witnessing his current state weighed heavily on my heart. Suddenly, I noticed a large patch of deep purple markings on Chen Tuzi's neck. Corpse marks. My breath caught in my throat, and my hand instinctively halted its pressure on Chen Tuzi's philtrum. Why would corpse marks appear on Chen Tuzi's body? It is known that such markings only manifest after death, when the blood ceases to circulate, leading to the formation of these deep purple patterns on the skin. Even if there remains a single breath, the body would not display corpse marks. Moreover, just 5 minutes prior, we had been conversing with Chen Tuzi. Even if he were to perish in that time, the marks would not appear so swiftly. Without thinking, I began to pull aside Chen Tuzi's outer garment, but he suddenly coughed violently, expelling several mouthfuls of thick phlegm. I am fine, just keep moving, he said, his voice muffled. Damn it, old Chen, you must hold on. We are nearing the end of our exploration in this tomb. Once we emerge, you can set up a table in Panjiayuan. The experiences of these past few days will provide you with tales to tell for a lifetime. Fatty wiped away his tears and moved to assist Chen Tuzi. No worries. I can walk on my own. Chen Tuzi struggled to free himself from Fatty's grasp, limping forward with great difficulty. For reasons unknown, I suddenly recalled the image of Chen Tuozi with blood trickling from the corner of his eye, which sent a chill racing down my spine. What could possibly be afflicting Chen Tuozi's body, and why had Livermore disappeared? I longed to confront him directly to clarify the matter, yet after much hesitation, I resolved to observe the situation quietly for the time being. Perhaps those large patches of deep purple were not signs of livor mortis, but rather birthmarks? Suddenly, the iron chain on the ground trembled violently. Lost in my thoughts, I was startled by the clattering of the chain beneath my feet, nearly crying out in fright. Someone ahead was tugging at the chain. It had evidently been pulled inward moments ago. Wang Yuanchao squinted and remarked, "Keep moving. Don't stop." The fourth maiden abruptly quickened her pace. We hurried to keep up, for now, even if we faced a mountain of blades or a sea of flames ahead. We had to press on. Just as we were hastening along, the flashlight flickered and dimmed, plunging the path into darkness, barely allowing us to discern our surroundings. "This isn't good. The bulb must have been on for too long and can't handle it," Fatty exclaimed, holding a flashlight whose filament still glowed but seemed on the verge of breaking. "Let us turn it off and allow the bulb to cool down," I urged. Now, with only 2 flashlights remaining, if we encountered further issues, we would have no choice but to venture blindly into the jaws of danger. Fatty switched off his flashlight, leaving only Wang Yuanchao with one, albeit set to the lowest brightness, which barely illuminated our way ahead. Fortunately, after exiting the stone chamber, the journey had been uneventful. "Look at the chain on the ground," Wang Yuanchao suddenly called out from the front. I crouched down to examine the thick iron chain, which was covered in moisture and felt icy to the touch. Strange. Could this tomb be leaking? Why is the chain so wet? I voiced my confusion. The further we proceeded, the more water stains appeared along the chain, resembling a small drainage ditch, which was quite peculiar. Yet, we were already deep underground. If there were leaks, this tomb could not have remained intact until now. An unsettling feeling crept over me. Were there's an anomaly, there's invariably something amiss. The water stains on this chain must have adhered for a specific reason. Suddenly, I thought I heard someone murmuring. Turning my head, I discovered it was Chen Tuozi. "What are you saying, old Chen?" "I can't hear you," I inquired. Chen Tuozi, standing a few meters away with his back to us, appeared agitated, shifting his body restlessly. Sensing something was off, I hurried over and overheard a faint conversation. "Do they think I'm of no use and wish to abandon me? If that's the case, I shall strike first and eliminate them one by one, then soak them in the potion." Ha 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 at that moment. Chen Tuozi covered his mouth with his hand, speaking to the air like a madman, his words accompanied by a grotesque grin. I was instantly startled. Indeed, Chen the hunchback was not right. Previously, I had noticed the livor mortis on his neck, which I had mistaken for a birthmark. Now it appeared that Chen had been in trouble for quite some time. Beneath his eyes, blood streamed from his nostrils, and he resembled a vengeful spirit, sending chills down my spine as I fled forward. "Fatty, hurry, hurry, old Chen has gone mad," shouting that he wants to kill us. I gasped as I reached Fatty and Wang Yuanchao. "Ding dang, are you not terrified? Do you really believe the nonsense old Chen spouts in his fevered state? With his missing limbs, he could not possibly harm us. A single blow from Fatty would easily bring him down." Upon hearing my words, Fatty, initially alarmed by my demeanor, scoffed in disbelief. "No, I saw the livor mortis on old Chen's neck. He is not alive." As I witnessed Chen the hunchback, drenched in blood, approaching us, I could no longer contain myself and desperately gestured to Fatty. Chapter 60. The melancholic male deity. Is it true? "Brother Yuanchao, let us go and take a look." The portly fellow was equally startled, casting a glance at Wang Yuanchao before they both lunged forward, forcefully pinning Chen Tuozi down to examine his neck closely. "What are you doing?" Chen Tuozi exclaimed, irritated as he swatted away the hands of the portly fellow. With a hint of annoyance, the portly fellow retorted, "Ding dang. Are you overly anxious? Old Chen doesn't have a single mole on his neck, let alone any signs of livor mortis." How could that be? I was taken aback. What I had previously seen as unmistakable signs of livor mortis had inexplicably vanished. A glance at Wang Yuanchao, who nodded in agreement, sent a chill through my heart. Not far from me, Chen Tuozi was leisurely wiping the blood from his face. Upon noticing my unwavering gaze, he smiled and nodded at me. Could it be that I truly misjudged? I fixated intently on Chen Tuozi's neck, and Wang Yuanchao illuminated it with his flashlight. The smooth expanse confirmed the portly fellow's assertion. There was indeed no trace of livor mortis. Wang Yuanchao approached and patted my shoulder, a silent acknowledgement of his concern for my mental state. It was only natural for them to worry, as I was the least experienced among us. Setting aside the formidable fourth sister of the tomb-raiding world, the portly fellow had delved into graves, while Wang Yuanchao emerged from the chaos of gunfire. "Let us take a moment to rest," Wang Yuanchao suggested gently. I chose to sit next to Chen Tuozi, who had his eyes slightly squinted, resting with heavy breaths. "Old Chen, are you all right?" I inquired. He opened his eyes to cast a peculiar glance at me, yet he remained silent. A shiver coursed through me as I returned his gaze, as if I were ensnared by a venomous serpent. This sensation felt profoundly wrong. I could not discern what was amiss, nor could I articulate my concerns about Chun Tezi to the portly fellow and the others. The bizarre disappearance of the livor mortis, coupled with his earlier murmurs to the air, instilled in me a deep sense of dread, as though Chun Tezi had become a different person altogether. His behavior was not merely erratic. It felt as though a new soul had taken residence within him, which sent a wave of chilling terror through me. When did Chun Tezi begin to exhibit such oddities? After all, we had deliberated the origins of the Yingyang children within the stone chamber. I racked my brain in confusion, fixating on Chun Tezi, who seemed utterly oblivious, even exchanging casual words with the portly fellow. His demeanor only heightened my sense of fear. I was left wondering if my nerves had become excessively taut after exiting the stone chamber, or if Chun Tezi was merely adept at masquerading his true self. Truth be told, as a staunch atheist, I would rather believe I had lost my sanity. The thought of livor mortis appearing on a living person was beyond my comprehension and defied all logic. After hastily consuming some compressed biscuits to replenish our energy, we promptly set out once more. Though the Yingyang children within the stone chamber remain submerged in their potion, they linger like a thorn in our throats. Once these entities escape, it would almost certainly seal our fate. As we press onward, the traces of water upon the ground become increasingly apparent, with stones on either side succumbing to decay from prolonged exposure. Surely this tomb is not linked to the sea. Otherwise, how could such a deluge arise? The plump man wore a puzzled expression. I too found it quite perplexing. Typically, to preserve an ancient tomb over millennia, waterproofing measures are of paramount importance. Take, for instance, Emperor Daoguang of the Qing dynasty, who applied over 50 coats of lacquer to prevent his tomb from leaking. Logically, a grand tomb such as this should not harbor such extensive water accumulation. Observe the water stains on the ground. They seem to suggest a distinction between high tide and low tide. Otherwise, there would not be mere stains without any standing water. I furrowed my brow as I spoke. Could it truly be as the plump man suggested, that ahead lies ACI, allowing seawater to surge in during high tide? Suddenly, a low hum resonated from ahead, startling us. The sound resembled that emitted by sonar, though faint. Its frequency was so high that I could feel my ears vibrating in response. Following this, the iron chains began to rattle violently, as if pulled by an immense force. What in the world is that sound? The plump man exclaimed, visibly shaken. It resembles a cry from some creature. It appears that our path ahead is fraught with danger. So everyone should tread carefully, Wang Yuanzhao advised with a wry smile. Any creature capable of producing such a sound is unlikely to be docile, despite our trepidation. We had no choice but to forge ahead. Gradually, the ground beneath our feet became increasingly treacherous, yielding beneath our weight and leaving deep imprints of our shoes. After nearly 20 minutes of relentless progression, we finally beheld the source of the water stains. At the end of the passage lay a vast lake. The surface shimmered a deep blue, reminiscent of a finely cut sapphire. As we approached, we noticed ripples dancing across the water, suggesting a wealth of microorganisms resided within. Otherwise, this subterranean lake would likely be lifeless. I dipped my hand into the water, discovering it to be surprisingly clear and quite pristine. This must be fresh water. Look how transparent it is, devoid of any foul odor, I remarked to the plump man and the others. This is a favorable situation. At least we need not worry about contracting mysterious skin ailments after a dip in the lake. It seems there is a path on the opposite side, though the light is too dim to discern it clearly. The plump man adjusted his flashlight to its brightest setting, squinting intently before uncertainly stating his observation. However, we must first swim across this lake, which is no small feat. It would likely take over 10 minutes to traverse. Wang Yuanyao frowned. Casting a deliberate glance at Chun Tezi, I too felt a sense of dread. With Chun Tezi severely injured and fatigued, swimming was simply out of the question. Moreover, there was not a single piece of wood in sight, rendering us incapable of crafting a boat. We could only rely on our own strength to swim across. You all go ahead, don't worry about me. Chun Tezi spoke with a tone of indifference, evoking a sense of desolation akin to a soul bereft of hope. Old Tezi, for heaven's sake, don't portray us as ungrateful wretches. We are a team, has T America proclaimed. No one left behind? Fatty insisted, determined to carry him across. However, his wound could not be exposed to water, necessitating that he remain above the surface, a task that would exhaust us far too quickly to reach the opposite shore. Wang Yuanzhao shook his head in disapproval. While we deliberated on how to transport Chun Tezi, Si Gunyang stood by the lakeside, her gaze fixed intently on the water's surface, lost in contemplation. She resembled a melancholic hero from a romance novel. "Gunyang, have you discerned something?" I inquired as I approached her. With her eyes slightly narrowed, she replied, "Look at the 10 o'clock direction, approximately 30 meters ahead." I followed her. And due to the dim lighting, it took me quite some time to notice the unusual agitation of the water in that area. Suppressing my burgeoning curiosity, I continued to observe, and after a few minutes, a series of faint sounds emerged from that spot. It appeared as though the water was boiling, releasing a multitude of bubbles. "There's a colossal creature lurking beneath the lake," I exclaimed, my face drained of color. The bubbles that had just surfaced were at least the size of a football. What sort of behemoth must exist below to generate such large bubbles? The sounds we had previously heard were likely produced by it. Gunyang whispered. Chapter 61. The water monster. Reflecting on our earlier discussions about how to swim across, a chill ran down my spine. Given the nature of the tomb's master, it was certain that a merciless creature lurked in the lake. When the others heard the commotion, they hurried over, and upon my brief explanation, both Fatty and Wang Yuanchao's expressions transformed in an instant. It is worth noting that water is far more perilous than land. Should we encounter danger, we would be as helpless as meat on a chopping block, unable to escape. Suddenly, the lake trembled violently, as if a bomb had detonated beneath its surface. To our horror, the water surged upward by 30 to 40 centimeters, spilling over like a tidal wave rushing towards us, instantly drenching us to the skin. What monstrous entity resides in this lake, obstructing our passage? I cursed the ancestors of Li Si. Fatty, soaked through, unleashed a torrent of expletives. The beast beneath was undoubtedly colossal. A single breath could churn an entire body of water. Furthermore, it must be capable of traversing land, or else we wouldn't have encountered moisture in the tomb passage previously. I furrowed my brow in contemplation. In such circumstances, swimming to the opposite shore seemed as futile as searching for excrement in a cesspit with a lantern. Have you noticed that the iron chain has remained submerged at the lake's bottom? Perhaps its purpose is to restrain the creature beneath, preventing it from wreaking havoc? Fatty tugged at the chain beneath his feet. This chain, thicker than an arm, had been discovered upon our descent into the tomb, with its end seemingly anchored somewhere in the lake. Continuing, Fatty proposed that we unite our efforts to extract whatever lay beneath the lake, at least on solid ground. We could flee if need be. Well, how sudden your enlightenment. You deserve commendation this time, I exclaimed, my eyes lighting up at his suggestion, which was undoubtedly our best course of action at present. Without hesitation, we retreated approximately 50 meters for safety. Fatty found a sturdy rock and wrapped the chain around it several times to secure it. We then gripped the chain and began to pull together, akin to a tug of war. To our surprise, the chain came free with relative ease, as if we were unraveling yarn. I found it peculiar, given our collective strength. The far end of the chain did not seem to be tethered to anything substantial. Before long, we had extracted a considerable length of chain, piling it beneath our feet like a small mountain. 5 minutes later, my arms felt numb, yet the situation remained unchanged. The chain continued to yield effortlessly. This implied that the chain extended far beyond what we had drawn forth. I can't go on. Let us take a breather. Fatty needs to rest his bones, he exclaimed, plopping down onto the ground and gasping for air. Wang Yuanchao and I secured the chain before finally sitting down to recuperate. I grimaced and rubbed my aching shoulders. The weight of the iron chain was substantial. Although it was easy to pull, the continuous strain on my arms was considerable. Why does this chain seem endless? We must have pulled at least 300 or 400 meters by now. I found it rather peculiar. What purpose does this iron chain serve? If it were truly meant to restrain a creature lurking at the bottom of the lake, we wouldn't be able to tug it so effortlessly. If it were merely ornamental, the cost would indeed be excessive. After much deliberation, we reached no conclusion, and the suggestion from the stout fellow had to be abandoned. The entity in the lake might be in a perpetual slumber, otherwise it could not possibly have survived for so long. The sound we heard earlier was likely its snores. The fourth sister, after speaking, picked up a stone and hurled it forcefully towards the spot where bubbles emerged on the water's surface. We were all startled, and when the stone splashed into the water without any significant disturbance, our hearts gradually settled. The fourth sister squinted, bent down, and found a larger stone to throw again. With a resounding thud, a greater wave broke the surface, yet the depths remained eerily silent. Aside from the occasional emergence of large bubbles, the entire lake was remarkably tranquil. The splashes we made while swimming were, in fact, less pronounced than the commotion caused by the stone. I thought it wouldn't be too much trouble to swim across. But one crucial point remained. If there truly was a water monster beneath, it would undoubtedly be highly sensitive to the scent of blood. At this thought, the fourth sister cast a glance at Chen Tuozi, her meaning unmistakable. What? Do you wish to abandon old Chen? The stout fellow, noticing her expression, felt somewhat displeased. The fourth sister squinted but remained silent. Sensing the tension in the air, I quickly interjected, mitigating the scent of blood can be quite manageable. We can wrap the wound with several layers of bandage and ensure it doesn't come into contact with the water. That should suffice, right? Yes. We can support him on either side, and Chen Tuozi, you must paddle with all your might. We should be able to make it across. However, this will be quite taxing, so be prepared to switch roles at any moment, Wang Yuanzhao remarked thoughtfully. Wang Yuanzhao meticulously analyzed the potential dangers and devised several contingency plans. Meanwhile, the stout fellow and I cautiously bandaged Chen Tuozi's wound. We knew that if there was indeed a monster lurking beneath the lake, letting even a drop of blood into the water would be tantamount to signing our own death warrants. Large carnivorous fish residing in water are known for their acute sense of smell. For instance, a single drop of blood in the ocean could attract sharks from hundreds of meters away. After some contemplation, I decided to shed my outer garments, leaving only my base layer. Otherwise, the soaked jacket would weigh me down like a lead weight. Moreover, even if we made it across, the garments would take time to dry. I might as well discard them, as the current temperature was still bearable. Just hold on a bit longer, old Chen. We can't be too far from the exit. I hesitated before urging him gently. Chen Tuozi flashed me a grin, and for some reason, I suddenly found his smile to be eerily sinister. Everything was prepared, and Wang Yuanzhao, wielding a steel rod, was the first to plunge into the water. Wait for a moment. I will dive to the bottom of the lake to see if there is anything down there, he instructed us. I fixated on the water's surface, fearful that a monstrous creature might emerge at any second. Thankfully, such a scenario did not unfold. After a brief interval, Wang Yuanzhao resurfaced, taking a deep breath as he remarked, "The lake is quite deep, and it is too dark below to see anything. However, I believe we can swim across without issue." The fourth sister shed her outer garment, revealing her porcelain-white torso adorned with 8 captivating abdominal muscles, yet her body bore frightening scars. She secured her tactical waist pouch, which contained iron measuring rods, and then dove head first into the lake. Gritting my teeth, I followed suit, and Wang Yuanzhao swam over to assist me in supporting Chen Tuozi, who rested his left hand on Wang Yuanzhao's back. I wrapped my right arm around Chen Tuozi's waist, ensuring he could stay afloat. While I managed reasonably well, Wang Yuanzhao appeared to be straining as he bore the entirety of Chen Tuozi's weight. Nevertheless, it was reassuring to see that Wang Yuanzhao was an excellent swimmer. Although it was somewhat arduous, he still managed to paddle effectively. Chapter 62. The Behemoth of the North Sea as we traversed the dark expanse of the lake. A chilling sensation enveloped my feet, as if they were submerged in icy water. Beneath the murky surface lurked what felt like a gaping maw, ready to engulf me whole at any moment. Each of us was taut with anxiety, longing to reach the opposite shore in a single breath. Fortunately, our journey proceeded relatively smoothly. We took turns swimming, and within 7 or 8 minutes, we had covered nearly half the distance, the far bank gradually coming into view. However, during one of the exchanges, the rotund man accidentally dropped the flashlight into the water while assisting Chun. The beam of light penetrated the depths, and a flurry of bubbles erupted from the lake's bottom. Suddenly, I felt the water beneath me shift, my body plunging downwards by several centimeters. A wave of dread washed over me. Aside from the scent of blood, the light could very well provoke the monster lurking below. The portly man's face turned ashen with fear. Before we could comprehend the situation, the light from the lake's depths abruptly vanished. Fourth sister surfaced, handing the flashlight to the rotund man, her expression cold as she urged, "Hurry." At that moment, no one dared to inquire what she had seen. I could only discern that her face was pale. We propelled ourselves with all our might towards the shore, knowing that safety awaited us there. Panting heavily, I glimpsed a ghastly smile etched across Chen's face, his skin devoid of color, resembling a figure on the brink of madness. What unsettled me most was the sight of large, dark patches on his neck, a morbid reflection of death. Even on his face, I noticed a faint discoloration. "Chen, what are you doing? This is bad." "Yuanzhao, watch him closely." My heart raced, a sense of foreboding swelling within me. Chen opened his mouth wide, his arms ensnaring Wang Yuanzhao's neck, attempting to submerge him. "Ha, I will take you all down with me." Chen cackled. Yet Wang Yuanzhao, a professional soldier, was not one to be easily subdued. With a swift motion, he extricated himself from Chen's grasp, Now, Chun was fully immersed in the water in mere moments. His face had transformed, covered in deep purple patches reminiscent of decay. He bore no resemblance to the Chun we knew. Instead, he appeared like a corpse that had lain in the depths for days. He screamed in agony, clawing at his own skin, blood oozing from his face. I trembled uncontrollably. The metallic scent of blood permeating the air. Even I could detect it, let alone the creature lurking below. Chun, as if possessed, howled at us. "Let us all perish here together. Die with me. Hurry." Fourth Sister S face betrayed her fear for the first time. It became evident that she was not merely stoic. We exchanged glances, and even Fourth Sister S terror suggested that the situation had spiraled beyond our control. At that moment, we ceased to concern ourselves with Chun, frantically paddling towards the shore. The reasons behind Chun's transformation were of little consequence. Survival was our singular focus. However, we had barely swum 4 or 5 meters when the water's surface around us seemed to boil. Countless bubbles erupted nearby, causing the entire lake to tremble. I was drenched in sweat. At that moment, not only were bubbles surging forth in abundance, but the lake water around us also exhibited violent undercurrents. I struggled to maintain control of my body, terrified of being swept away by the surging waters. We clasped our hands tightly together, resolute in not being dragged to the lake's depths. Being submerged would spell our doom. Wang Yuanchao shouted loudly. His swimming skills were commendable, unlike my own, which were utterly chaotic. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he leaped over and grasped my shoulder, stabilizing my body. After a moment's hesitation, Si Gunyang also took my hand, preventing us from being scattered by the undercurrents. Just then, Chin Tuozi's anguished cries abruptly ceased. An iron chain suddenly appeared around his neck, and at the chain's end was a massive, deep blue tentacle that coiled around Chin Tuozi's head like a constrictor snake. Crack! A sharp sound erupted as his head burst open like a watermelon, brain matter splattering onto my face. The headless corpse of Chin Tuozi was instantly dragged into the lake's depths by the tentacle. Peering beneath the water, I thought, what in the world is this? The fat man exclaimed, his voice laced with unmistakable terror. Beneath us, the lake bed illuminated with a ghostly white glow that resembled the will-o'-the-wisps drifting through a graveyard. Surrounding that eerie light was a colossal head slowly rising. Its surface appeared flayed, covered in sinews and blue patterns, resembling a human skull, with a diameter of about 5 to 6 meters. As I gazed down, my eyes locked onto its ghastly, pale orbs, and I felt my body weaken, nearly succumbing to cramping and sinking. Flanking the blue giant's head were 8 enormous, deep blue tentacles resembling those of a spider, each adorned with countless iron chains. Under the phosphorescent glow, these chains formed an intricate underwater labyrinth, a sight both magnificent and terrifying. These chains were evidently used to restrain the monstrous tentacles. Observing the dense tangle of chains, I finally comprehended why our previous efforts yielded no results. The chains twisted and intertwined, their total length easily spanning thousands of meters. Even if we pulled for another hour or two, we would scarcely make progress. Then, the blue giant's gaping, blood-red maw opened wide, and a torrent of bubbles the size of footballs erupted from its mouth. A chill ran down my spine as I noticed that its blood-red mouth was lined with barbed spines, its teeth as sharp as those of a shark. Chin Tuozi's corpse was mercilessly shredded by the giant mouth, instantly staining a vast expanse of lake water crimson. Si Gunyang spoke softly. "What is this Wai Qing? Does it possess any weaknesses?" I quickly inquired. "The appetite of Yuqiang is remarkably astounding, akin to that of a dinosaur. After enduring several alterations in river courses, sightings of Yuqiang have become exceedingly rare in China. How did it manage to survive within this secluded ancient tomb?" At this point, Cece expressed her profound bewilderment. Chapter 63. A desperate battle. I found myself perplexed as to how such a colossal aquatic monster could survive within the confines of a tomb. However, it soon became evident how naive my thoughts were. Beneath the lake's surface, a pair of ghastly pale eyes darted around, and before I could fully comprehend the situation, a tentacle, accompanied by the sound of clanking chains, lashed toward me like a whip. "Be careful." Wang Yuanchao abruptly shoved me aside. In an instant, a tremendous splash erupted less than half a meter from where I stood. The water surged upward to a height of 3 or 4 meters, and the force of the wave crashing against my back felt akin to an adult delivering a powerful punch. I desperately kicked against the water, terrified of being struck by the tentacle. Judging by the colossal splash it had created, if that tentacle were to hit me, my skull would undoubtedly shatter on the spot. With fervent strokes, I gazed at the immense shadow lurking below, scarcely daring to blink for fear of missing those serpent-like tentacles. In such a perilous situation, even the slightest lapse in vigilance could lead to a grave fate. "Behind you," the plump man shouted at me, his eyes wide with terror. No sooner had he spoken than I felt as though I had been blasted by a high-pressure hose. My body flipped in the water, and I instantly lost my balance. I gulped down a significant amount of lake water, feeling it fill my lungs, the sensation akin to a pressure building to the brink of explosion. With a sudden crash, it felt as if I had been thrown into a washing machine, my dazed form colliding with a rock. My forehead made a jarring contact with the stone, and an overwhelming medley of bitter and sour flavors flooded my mouth, leaving me momentarily stunned. A frigid tentacle wrapped around my calf, slithering upward like a serpent, coiling around me several times. At that moment, I was devoid of any strength to be afraid, resigned to my fate. Even when confronting smaller, more agile prey, it merely needed to stir the water vigorously, treating me with the same indifference, before feasting on its disoriented victims. "Hold onto the rock. Do not let it drag you down," the plump man shouted, having somehow swum to my side. A chilling sound of cracking bones echoed through the water. His arm hung at an unnatural angle, the paratrooper's knife having slipped into the depths below. Tears streamed down his face. The agony of having his bones shattered was beyond what most could endure. "You must hold on, you fool," I thought, my eyes wide with alarm as I clutched onto him, determined to prevent the undertow from claiming him. Wang Yuanchao swam towards us, wielding a steel rod that he brought down forcefully upon the tentacle's surface. The tentacle, previously pierced by the plump man's knife, was severed instantly. "Yuanchao, do not engage the tentacle," I shouted desperately. Yet, Wang Yuanchao had already struck it down, a blatant provocation of wrath. A sense of foreboding washed over me. Buzz, buzz. Suddenly, an array of roars erupted from beneath the water, and I felt my body being propelled upwards, as if the very lake itself was surging around me. Gripping tightly to the arm of the hefty individual beside me, I feared he would be swept away. Given my current dislocated state, losing him would surely spell disaster. Curiosity compelled me to glance down, and I was instantly struck with alarm. It was no wonder that this creature's howls could raise the entire lake. The high-frequency sounds it emitted were weaponized in their own right. Two tentacles, entwined with iron chains, emerged from the lake's depths, their deep blue forms resembling massive whips as they lashed towards Wang Yuanzhao, one after the other. Their speed was astonishing. I barely caught sight of two fleeting shadows. A resounding clang of metal reverberated in my ears as Wang Yuanzhao, reacting with remarkable swiftness, positioned a steel rod defensively above his head. The tentacle struck with tremendous force against the rod, bending it alarmingly. Blood streamed from Wang Yuanzhao's hands as he was violently dragged beneath the lake, creating a spectacular splash. Despair flooded my mind. This creature ruled the depths. Regardless of whether Wang Yuanzhao was gravely injured or not, survival beneath the surface seemed impossible. The dynamics of water were incomparably different from those on land. Even a moment above the surface was not a guarantee of safety. I clenched my teeth, fixating on Wang Yuanzhao's descending form, while several deep blue tentacles reached out, eager to seize their prey. At that moment, a delicate visage surfaced from the depths. Fourth Sister deftly grasped Wang Yuanzhao's collar and propelled him upward. "Fourth Sister, please be safe," I silently implored, clenching my fists. In that instant, all hope rested on this young woman. "Get the others to shore first." Fourth Sister emerged from the water, then unceremoniously deposited the unconscious Wang Yuanzhao beside me. Her tone remained as usual, yet an inexplicable sadness seemed to linger in her voice. Suddenly, a tentacle, sharp as a sword, lunged towards us with terrifying speed. I barely had time to shut my eyes, unable to fathom what calamity awaited. Would that tentacle pierce my body? Or would it ensnare me, turning me into a meal for the monster? With a sickening sound, as if puncturing flesh, two iron rulers struck the tentacle, pinning it immobile. I opened my eyes to find that the azure appendage loomed just half a meter from my head. Had Fourth Sister not intervened in time, I would likely have suffered a gaping wound the size of a bowl in my chest. "Let us go," Fourth Sister urged softly, her hands parting to cross the gleaming iron rulers before her. The tentacle was severed, its lifeless form collapsing onto the water's surface. When it brushed against my foot, the damp warmth sent chills racing down my spine. Chapter 64. The Great Confrontation. A deafening roar erupted from the depths of the lake once more. The tremors this time far more violent than before. "Fatty! Fatty!" I bellowed, clutching the unconscious Wang Yuanchao, desperately calling out for my companion. When he was tossed aside earlier, I failed to grasp his arm, and now, submerged in water, I frantically searched for any sign of him. Damn, this pain is unbearable. Suddenly, Fatty S' head broke the surface, his face contorted in agony, teeth gritted as if they might shatter. His arm had dislocated earlier. And after being tossed about in the water, I marveled at his resilience to remain conscious despite the torment. We had been violently swept away by a sudden current, drawing perilously close to the shore. After exerting every ounce of strength to swim for 3 or 4 minutes, we finally reached land. I checked Wang Yuanchao's pulse. Though it was weak, he appeared to be stable. I turned to Fatty and said urgently, "He cannot move." Fatty's expression darkened as he had been keenly observing the battle above the lake. "Why are there 4 more tentacles?" I shouted in disbelief. The situation had become dire. It appeared that the blue tentacles were encircling the fourth sister, enveloping her like petals and cutting off all avenues of escape. "Be careful, fourth sister," I called out anxiously. "Shut up. You'll distract her," Fatty snapped. "First, wake Wang Yuanchao, then let him set my bones. If this continues, my hand will be ruined." His hand twisted at a grotesque angle, a sight both alarming and pitiable. I nodded, pinching Wang Yuanchao's acupoint. He seemed gravely injured. His complexion a disturbing shade of purple, indicating severe internal trauma. After a considerable effort, I finally managed to rouse him. He appeared dazed but quickly regained his footing. Not bothering to inquire about what had transpired. "Brother Yuanchao, hurry and help Fatty with his arm. It feels as though it will snap," Fatty urged as soon as he saw Wang Yuanchao awake. With a furrowed brow, Wang Yuanchao approached to examine Fatty's arm closely. Just as Fatty trembled with dread, Wang Yuanchao suddenly twisted, grasping the dislocated joint and securing it with a cloth strip. Fatty froze for a moment before emitting a scream that echoed like a slaughtered pig. Buzz, buzz, buzz. At that instant, 3 tremendous roars reverberated from the lake's depths, the high-frequency sound palpable even from the shore. The fourth sister floated motionless on the water's surface. A tentacle lunged toward her, but with a flash of silver, a bloodied segment plummeted into the depths. With her left hand inverted, holding an iron ruler, and another clenched in her teeth, she seized a tentacle with her right hand, springing forth from the water with the grace of an elegant acrobat. Immediately, the fourth young lady expressionlessly released the tentacle she had grasped. With a swift motion of the iron ruler, the tentacle was cleaved in 2. We were left utterly dumbfounded as those numerous tentacles continued their relentless assaults. Yet to no avail. Instead, the fourth young lady severed 7 or 8 of them. One tentacle stealthily emerged from the lake's depths, attempting to ensnare the fourth young lady's ankle. At the last moment, however, she executed a butterfly kick, trapping the tentacle, which was then once again sliced by the iron ruler. Truly, I must commend the fourth young lady for her audacity, with all her limbs severed. I wondered how this great water beast could still act so brazenly. The portly fellow harbored some grievances. "Something felt amiss, did you notice?" The tentacles that the fourth young lady had severed were approximately 3 to 4 meters in length, yet these remaining tentacles showed no signs of shortening. Wang Yuanchao furrowed his brow and remarked, "This is troubling. The fourth young lady has exerted herself to the utmost, and if her stamina wanes any further, we shall be left to await our doom." Wang Yuanchao sighed. "Can we not go assist her?" I inquired anxiously. "How could we help? We lack even a single proper weapon. If we entered the water, we would only become a burden to the fourth young lady," Wang Yuanchao replied, surprisingly self-deprecating. The young man battling in the water exuded an aura of almost divine prowess. Even seasoned warriors, who had endured the ravages of war, would struggle to find equals. He emitted a series of piercing sound waves, and then all 14 tentacles stood upright, as if forming a wall, before descending upon the fourth young lady in a torrential assault. How is this creature so intelligent? Could it have attained sentience? The portly fellow and I felt an immediate surge of anxiety. Wang Yuanchao's expression darkened. Previously, the fourth young lady had been able to evade with her uncanny agility. But now, the space for evasion was nearly non-existent. There was no alternative but to withstand the onslaught of those tentacles. With a thunderous crash, I felt a sharp pain in my eardrums as the tentacles struck the water's surface, sending waves crashing down upon us like a torrential downpour. The fourth young lady crossed her 2 iron rulers, barely managing to block the blow, yet blood unmistakably trickled from the corner of her mouth. Then, her entire form plunged into the water like a cannonball. "What is she trying to do?" the portly fellow exclaimed nervously. In that moment, the fourth young lady's body submerged without attempting to surface. Instead, she propelled herself deeper into the heart of the lake. This is madness. She intends to directly annihilate the water monster's essence. Wang Yuanchao bellowed in a low voice. Chapter 65. The charm of that kiss. Could he possibly be insane? The resistance underwater is significantly greater than that above the surface, I exclaimed anxiously. Anyone who knows how to swim understands that the deeper one goes, the resistance increases geometrically. At a certain depth, the overwhelming resistance can immobilize you completely, making even the slightest movement of a finger exceedingly difficult, let alone any significant motion. As I watched the fourth lady plunge into the water, the tendrils on the lake's surface darted downward like harpoons, one of them even sweeping perilously close to her. My heart lurched, but fortunately she managed to evade it just in time, though her garment was torn as if struck. In the next moment, she regained her composure. Another blue tendril approached, but she exhaled a series of bubbles and wielded a metal ruler against it, severing the tentacle effortlessly in the face of her sharp weapon. This individual is truly formidable. What kind of extreme training must she have undergone to cultivate such terrifying combat prowess? Have you noticed? Just moments ago, it appeared as though she encountered no resistance in the water, dodging effortlessly, breathing, and even possessing the strength to sever a monster's appendage, Wang Yuanchao exclaimed, his voice betraying his astonishment for the first time. He had always regarded the fourth lady with admiration, yet he had drastically underestimated her capabilities. We stood there, awestruck, as if we were watching a Hollywood blockbuster. Buzz. Amidst the countless bubbles, I witnessed the fourth lady with her eyes closed, two metal rulers breaking through the surface, remarkably bracing for the impact. It is essential to realize that the vortex created by such a high decibel sound possesses enough power to overturn a small boat, rivaling that of an explosion. We three watched the scene at the lake's bottom with bated breath, as the fourth lady was forcefully pushed back several meters by the vortex. At that moment, a wave of fear washed over me, terrified that she might suddenly collapse. This strike seemed to inflict no harm upon her. As the nearby tendrils transformed into severed pieces, a shrill cry erupted from the depths of the lake. An overwhelming sense of fear arose, uncontrollable, akin to the sensation of facing a tiger alone. Each time she secured her grip, she withdrew. However, after the fourth lady submerged, she did not resurface. I could hardly think straight. I hastily dove into the water to pull her up, noticing that she seemed to have lost consciousness. I brought her ashore, gazing at the unconscious beauty before us, and we exchanged glances, each of us feeling as though we had awoken from a dream. All of this was the handiwork of this young woman. The fourth lady trembled, her form suggesting sheer exhaustion. Something is amiss. Ding Dang, quickly assist her in regulating her breathing. Look at her face. It has turned a ghastly shade, and her breaths are becoming increasingly labored. It seems she has been poisoned, the portly man exclaimed loudly. I was startled and immediately pressed down on her chest with urgency. Her exposed torso was icy cold, devoid of any warmth, and her pallor was alarmingly dark. We were utterly baffled by the situation. Was it poisoning, an injury, or perhaps even asphyxiation? After pressing for a considerable time, there remained no sign of awakening from the young lady, and my heart sank heavily. I disregarded any sense of embarrassment and cradled her face, kissing her gently. I tirelessly administered artificial respiration, yearning for her to open her eyes, while the stout man and Wang Yuanchao stood frozen in shock. Yet, all my efforts proved futile. Her body remained chillingly cold, as if it were signaling a dreadful truth to us. None of us spoke. Standing before this individual who had been but a fleeting encounter for us, we still knew neither his name nor his purpose. However, throughout our journey, we had gradually forged a bond of friendship. On that muddy path, he was besieged by the spectral rats, and we had lent him a helping hand. Subsequently, he had risked his life to repay us twice. Once, in the tomb passage, he stood bravely against the white-haired zombie and the yin-yang boy. Now, he lay lifeless. A sudden urge to weep surged within me. How could this man be so foolish? In that moment of peril, our assistance stemmed from self-interest. Yet he had shown us such unwavering kindness. His cold demeanor, coupled with the haunting scars upon his body, seemed to whisper the harrowing tales of his past sufferings. I could hardly fathom the complexity of his character. I struck my head in frustration, cradling it in my arms, overwhelmed by a profound sorrow that rendered my tears unstoppable. Although he and I exchanged scarcely a handful of words, he felt more like a companion, even a brother, compared to the likes of old Jean and Chin to Ozzy. Chapter 66. Black Nails Bang. Wang Yuanchao forcefully pushed me aside, striking the heart of the fourth young lady. He remained silent, mechanically repeating this action time and again. However, in the face of death, our efforts seemed utterly insignificant. The fourth young lady's heartbeat showed no signs of revival. She lay on the ground, as if in a deep slumber, Yuan Shao, don't stop. I'll continue with mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. Let us see if it has any effect. In my desperation, I thought perhaps if she had drowned, a dual approach might offer a glimmer of hope. I pinched her nose shut, inhaled deeply, and exhaled into her mouth. Time passed, and finally, Wang Yuanchao spoke in a low voice. Ding dang, it's no use, it's too late. I sat on the ground in a daze, lost in my thoughts. Look at her effeminate fingernails. Suddenly, the stout man paused, as if he had discovered something peculiar, and shouted to us. I quickly turned to see that the nails of the fourth young lady's 9 fingers had turned completely black, as if stained. I pinched one of her nails, but the dark pigment stubbornly remained. Moreover, each finger bore a distinct black line, resembling veins connecting to the nail beds. I hastily grasped her wrist, and we soon realized that these black veins extended from her nails, winding up her arms, ultimately converging at her heart, a sight that was truly alarming. What struck me as most bizarre was that these black lines seemed almost alive, pulsing gently within her body. Wang Yuanchao furrowed his brow and said, "The fourth young lady is unconscious. These black veins are likely the cause. Should we consider releasing the toxic blood?" There were no fatal injuries on her, and the only conceivable cause was asphyxiation. Yet, the strange phenomena occurring within her body sparked a flicker of hope in me. With determination, I resolved to use my knife to cut open the fourth young lady's veins. She had lost all vital signs, and bleeding her was the only option left. Just as I drew the knife, the stout man's hand seized mine, his expression somewhat odd. Ding dang, don't take action. I shrugged off his grip and retorted. If you don't intend to act, do you have a better solution? She has no heartbeat or pulse, and her body is icy cold. Are we just going to sit here and watch her die? Calm down. Can Fatty really harm her? He replied, seemingly unfazed. Do you know the background of Chao Si? At that moment, the stout man appeared more relaxed. Spare me the suspense, I urged. This fellow's surname is Chao, which holds special significance in the tomb raiding community. No one knows his master, only that he is missing a finger. He is the only living Feiqiu Zonglingjiang. When he first emerged, it was as if he appeared out of nowhere, devouring several formidable tombs in the northern sect within a week. As long as he descends into the tomb, success is inevitable. His exquisite skills have gradually won the admiration of tomb raiders from all corners of the land. The stout man spoke slowly, his gaze towards the fourth miss becoming increasingly peculiar. Observing his demeanor, I sensed that he must have some insider knowledge and chose not to interrupt his discourse. Chao Siji, like a dragon whose head is elusive, has many tomb raiders seeking to partner with him for a significant venture. Yet they can never locate him unless he chooses to appear himself. Moreover, he never takes the burial goods from the tombs he explores, opting instead to take only documents and rubbings. The people of Panjiayuan speculate that Chao Siji is under a curse, perpetually searching for a means to lift it. What curse? I inquired hastily. Once he exerts himself too much, all 8 of his fingernails turn black, a deadly poison attacking his heart. After the age of 25, Chao Siji's health deteriorated, resembling a consumptive wretch, occasionally coughing up blood. Such accounts come from those who have delved alongside him, and they are unlikely to be erroneous. After the stout man finished speaking, he fixed his gaze on the fourth Mississippi. Can such an illness be hereditary? If that were the case, does it imply that the fourth miss is unharmed? I asked, my heart racing. The stout man nodded in silence. It turned out he had been concealing his abilities, only truly unleashing them at the water monster. Wang Yuanchao appeared somewhat incredulous. Time passed, and the dark hue on the fourth miss's nails gradually faded. Slowly, she opened her eyes, gazing vacantly at her surroundings. She then squatted on the ground, opening an iron box and quickly stuffing 2 large white rabbit milk candies into her mouth. Fourth miss, are you all right? I approached her anxiously. After a moment's hesitation, I couldn't resist touching her forehead, which was slick with fine beads of sweat yet remained chillingly cold. We must leave, the fourth miss suddenly said in a frigid tone. What? I was momentarily taken aback. There are mechanisms at the bottom of the lake. I killed the lake deity. This place will soon collapse. The pallor drained from the fourth miss's face as she uttered those words, seemingly exhausting all her strength. My scalp prickled. It was only then I noticed that above us, the air was thick with swirling white dust. Good heavens, has a fissure appeared? The stout man was equally startled. We hastily supported the fourth miss and hurried forward. Wang Yuanchao cleared the path ahead. Fortunately, the flashlight was waterproof and still functioning, sparing us from utter disaster. We treaded carefully. The stout man's arm was dislocated, and Wang Yuanchao had likely sustained serious internal injuries from being dragged beneath the lake's surface by that tentacle, his condition akin to that of a car accident victim. The once formidable fourth miss now struggled to walk. Should any further danger arise, it would fall upon me to bear the brunt alone, a clearly unrealistic prospect. At this moment, the riverbank resembled a delicate rain of sand, with the shoo-shoo-shoo sound gradually amplifying. How much longer will it hold, fourth sister? The plump man inquired anxiously. It's hard to say, but certainly no more than 3 hours. There exists a support point at the lake's bottom, which serves as the main beam of the entire tomb. Those iron chains were not solely intended to bind the water monster. A portion was also employed to leverage the creature's weight to stabilize the support. Now that the monster has perished, the support is bound to collapse. Fourth sister suddenly freed our hands, as if regaining some strength. Could it be that Li Si has truly lost his mind? He is burying his own lair. The plump man was taken aback. Chapter 67. The road to heaven. The words of the plump man ignited a flurry of thoughts within me. Clenching my fists, I declared, if the main beam of this tomb lies within the lake, we must be nearing the end. Perhaps the Qingyang Zun is just ahead. Along with all the secrets concerning Li Si. At that moment, I was suddenly gripped by an unsettling tremor. To speak of it plainly, should we truly uncover these secrets? Merely presenting them to the state would elevate us to the status of burgeoning stars in the archaeological realm, ensuring a lifetime free from financial woes, not to mention the alternative avenues we could explore. Even Wang Yuanchao could not suppress a flicker of excitement on his face. Ultimately, we had fought our way here for the sake of wealth. With riches in hand, I could repay my debts. The plump man could become a prosperous entrepreneur, and Wang Yuanchao could seek treatment for his wife's illness. Our lifelong aspirations would be realized. However, at that moment, the fourth sister suddenly crouched down, her palms pressing against the ground, gasping for air. Can you still hold on? I asked, furrowing my brow in concern. She nodded, coughed lightly, and resumed her place at the front of the line, though her steps were noticeably unsteady. I observed that the dark blood beneath her nails had nearly dissipated. It seemed this dark fluid was the key to suppressing her powers. Yet, as the fourth sister chose not to mention this matter, I could only quell my curiosity and silently follow behind. The water pooling on the ground gradually receded, and we distanced ourselves from the previous lake. At this moment, all I could perceive was a vast expanse of white. The beam of my flashlight seemed unable to penetrate the dense dust. What filled me with profound unease was the increased density of the particles in the air, indicating that the risk of a collapse was growing ever more severe. Did you hear any strange sounds? Wang Yuanchao suddenly inquired. Brother Yuanchao, you heard it too? I had initially thought I was mistaken. The sound was eerie, akin to insects chattering. The plump man expressed his confusion. That sound is distinctly different from the noise of sand falling. I too have heard it. Despite our trepidation, our pace quickened, almost breaking into a run. The paths on either side began to narrow, resembling a knife thrusting obliquely. In such a terrain, should the tomb collapse, we would undoubtedly find ourselves ensnared. After a few minutes of hurried movement, I sensed something was amiss. At the edge of our vision, a crimson glow emerged. Upon closer inspection, I was horrified to discover that it was a multitude of grotesquely fierce eyes. These eyes emitted an ominous red gleam, reminiscent of a beast's pupils, strikingly conspicuous amid the swirling sands. As we cautiously approached, our field of vision widened, revealing that the red eyes were indeed scattered throughout our surroundings. Surely this cannot be a swarm of bats? If they all launched an assault on us simultaneously, the plump man would be devoured in an instant. The plump man's face turned an ominous shade. The numbers were indeed somewhat exaggerated. Blood-red eyes appeared almost everywhere we could see. Although the air was too murky for a clear view, this only intensified our sense of oppressive dread. It couldn't possibly be bats. They could not survive underground for such an extended period. Wang Yuanchao shook his head. Do you remember the eyes painted on the porcelain jars? Suddenly, fourth sister spoke up. I remarked how familiar these things seemed, as if I had encountered them before. Yes, precisely this, the fatty exclaimed, slapping his thigh. An overwhelming sensation of being watched by a beast enveloped me. Many of the colorful paintings adorning the surface of those porcelain jars depicted these ambiguous, curved eyes that seemed to smile mockingly. I had previously discussed with Chen Taozi, considering them a form of totem. It now appeared that these eyes were not merely totems but represented a real and ferocious creature. At this moment, my mood was gravely serious. Based on my understanding of Li Si, he was undoubtedly a meticulous and ruthless individual. Even in dire situations, he would not hesitate to set additional traps to deal a final blow. The endless staircase, the white-haired zombie, Chen Songdao. The yin-yang boy, these entities could kill anyone who dared to trespass in the tomb 100 times. If a colossal secret lay ahead, those red eyes might be far more terrifying than anything we had previously encountered. No, my grandfather seemed to have mentioned something about it. Suddenly, I recalled the tales my grandfather had shared, particularly about the red eyes on the Qingyang Zun. I had always thought this was a figment of his imagination. Yet the scene now vividly unfolded before me. Suddenly, a stone slab crashed down above us, raising a cloud of dust that compelled me to cough violently. We must move forward. We can talk later. This place is about to collapse, Wang Yuanchao shouted. He directed the flashlight to a spot on the rock wall where, at some point, a fissure as thick as a finger had appeared. We could distinctly feel the ground shudder beneath our feet, reminiscent of the tremors preceding an earthquake. Our previously slowed pace hastened again, akin to a hawk pursuing its prey. How were these places even carved out? Such grand undertakings would be challenging even for modern technology. The fatty panted heavily in agreement, nodding. An ancient tomb of this scale surpassed even some royal mausoleums, hinting at the immense effort involved. Be cautious, there's a cliff ahead. At that moment, Wang Yuanchao abruptly increased the flashlight's brightness. We cautiously followed him into a small opening at the end of the path, revealing a straight passageway over 3 meters wide. On either side, unfathomable cliffs loomed, while the connecting passage was comprised of terrifying, tiered steps. The reason this staircase evokes terror is that it is constructed from slabs of stone stacked upon one another, with a gap of nearly 1 meter between each pair of stepping stones, beneath which lies an unfathomable abyss. Goodness! Not only would it be daunting to ascend step by step, even a mere glance induces dizziness. At the summit of this staircase, there exists a vast platform, supported by 4 imposing stone pillars. I find myself utterly at a loss for words to describe this design, other than to express my astonishment. Could this truly be the work of ancient hands? The stout man stammered in disbelief. Both Wang Yuanchao and I were rendered speechless. We were situated deep underground, far from the heights of mountains. How could such a magnificent feat of engineering have been accomplished? Chapter 68. The slug. Initially, Li Si needed to excavate this area, removing all the soil before erecting the colossal stone pillars and steps required to create this magnificent edifice that transcends time. The blood-red eyes we had previously encountered were affixed to the cliffs flanking the passageway. Now, illuminated by our flashlights, we discerned that these entities were, in fact, enormous. Milky white worms. Their appearance was somewhat endearing, plump and soft, adorned with 2 antennae, resembling a mollusk stripped of its shell. The antennae of these creatures writhed continuously upon the cliffs, producing a cacophony of sounds that defied description. Suddenly, a worm plummeted onto the passageway before us. Its head bobbed momentarily, and those bulging, blood-red eyes fixed upon us before it began to crawl in our direction. As it moved, a sizzling sound accompanied it, and a faint yellow mist began to rise from the ground it traversed. Beware of these worms, their bodies are corrosive, Wang Yuanchao cautioned, wielding his flashlight. Boom! At that instant, the entire space reverberated with a thunderous noise, and the passageway beneath our feet trembled violently. I lost my footing and nearly plummeted into the abyss. But fortunately, Wang Yuanchao reacted swiftly and grasped my arm just in time. Quickly, ascend to that stone platform. The walls are fracturing all around. This place is on the verge of collapse. In mere moments, the ground behind us shook multiple times, and the rotund man pulled me along, calling out to Wang Yuanchao and the 4th girl. At this juncture, it seemed our voices had attracted the attention of the worms, for dozens more began to descend into the passageway ahead of us. Each of these creatures was as large as a fist. Their translucent, milky white bodies squirmed incessantly, presenting a truly repulsive sight. We dashed forward, yet the worms pursued us relentlessly, with more dropping from the cliffs above, as if they had locked on to our presence. This is dire. Those blasted worms appear to have fixated on us. Why do they resemble slugs so closely? I can only hope they are herbivorous. My flesh is anything but appetizing, the rotund man muttered. Upon his mention, I realized that these worms were indeed an enlarged version of slugs, a creature I had frequently encountered in my rural childhood. Moreover, the patterns on their bodies were far more pronounced than those of ordinary slugs, amplifying their grotesque appearance. This was undeniably a tactic of a swarm. At this moment, the 4 of us were crammed into the passageway, flanked by steep chasms on either side, and blocked ahead by the advancing worms, leaving us with no avenue of escape. Suddenly, one of the worms sprang into the air, aiming directly for my face. I was utterly unprepared for such nimbleness from this plump caterpillar. In a moment of sheer instinct, I grasped the worm, suppressing my nausea. Instantly, a viscous liquid erupted from the crushed body of the worm, and a sharp pain shot through my hand. "Quick, shake it off. I warned you these worms are corrosive," Wang Yuanzhao shouted anxiously. I forcefully hurled the insect away, only to be taken aback as it unexpectedly twisted in midair and lunged back at me, landing on my arm. It opened its toothy maw and sank its fangs into my flesh. In an instant, a chunk of my skin was torn asunder. I angrily flung the creature to the ground and crushed its head beneath my foot. "Ding dang, are you all right?" the hefty fellow inquired, having just cast off another insect that had latched onto him. My arm burned with excruciating pain, and blood continued to flow freely. "I'm fine. Let us go." I gritted through clenched teeth. No matter how severe the injury, we could not afford to pause for bandaging. The rumbling behind us was growing increasingly thunderous, suggesting the tomb was beginning to collapse in earnest. We seemed trapped in this corridor, with an abyss below and swarms of these insects surrounding us. Even upon reaching the stone platform, I was at a loss as to where to flee next. "Wait, don't run yet. Look at the ground," the hefty fellow exclaimed, his face a mask of anxiety. Curiosity piqued. I glanced down and was horrified to see the insect I had just crushed still writhing. Gradually, its severed head detached from its body, leaving behind a viscous, glistening form. Then, to my utter dread, a pair of blood red eyes sprouted from that slimy body, and the seemingly lifeless creature revived, burying its head in the goo that coated the ground. These insects, much like earthworms, could regenerate even when severed. We would surely perish here. My scalp prickled with terror. I had initially contemplated a desperate fight to whittle down the swarm, but this turn of events extinguished any flicker of combativeness within me. "Oh, Li Si, that cursed scoundrel!" the hefty fellow cried out in agony as an insect crawled up his calf, its corrosive slime searing his skin and drawing tears from his eyes. In a sudden movement, the creature lunged toward his groin. The hefty fellow yelped in fright, clamping his legs together as if he were a wronged bride, fearful of losing his manhood. Fortunately, fourth sister rushed over, deftly pinching the insect between her fingers before casting it aside. Bang, 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 bang. In no time, dozens more insects descended upon us, densely carpeting the corridor, some even piled atop one another, sending shivers down my spine. The thought of these creatures gnawing at my flesh while I was still alive filled me with a profound urge to leap into the abyss and end it all. "Close your eyes," fourth sister suddenly commanded. "What?" the hefty fellow shouted. "If you wish to survive, close your eyes and do not gaze into their red eyes. Nor attack them," she instructed softly. Trembling, I obeyed, shutting my eyes against the onslaught of grotesque insects rushing toward us. It was an agonizing few seconds, imagining countless repulsive creatures bearing down on me while I stood rooted in place, eyes tightly shut. Were it not for the command of the fourth young lady, I would likely not have paid this any heed at all. Surrounding me was a cacophony of sounds produced by writhing insects, and I could even feel the frigid touch of their movements against my calves. The most disconcerting sensation, however, was the realization that an insect was crawling up from the arch of my foot towards my neck, lingering with a repulsive persistence. A shiver coursed down my spine. These creatures possessed remarkably sharp mandibles, having just bitten off a piece of my flesh with ease. Should they sink their teeth into my neck, I knew I would be beyond salvation. I clenched my fists tightly, forcibly suppressing the urge to shake off the insect. In such a moment, I could only choose to place my trust in the fourth young lady. Chapter 69, Blood-Eroding Divine Worm. The persistent thudding resonated in our ears, and we were oblivious to the multitude of insects that had settled upon the corridor. None of us dared to utter a word. "Fourth sister, could we perhaps engage in a conversation? Fatty is on the verge of suffocation," the plump fellow whispered cautiously. "Certainly, as long as we refrain from gazing into the eyes of these insects," fourth sister replied in a monotone voice. "What precisely are these insects? Why are there so many of them? Do they not require sustenance?" Fatty inquired. "These creatures are known as blood-eroding divine worms, revered by the Ji clan of the Dongyi tribe during ancient times. They feed on copper, iron, metal, and stone, possessing an extraordinary vitality. Their lifespan is seemingly endless. Upon aging, they simply divide to create new beings, a process akin to rebirth. However, they do possess a vulnerability. They are mortally afraid of sunlight. The slightest exposure to it renders them oozing and lifeless, which explains why they dwell in the shadows of ancient tombs, making them a little-known entity," fourth sister elucidated. "The Dongyi tribe? So these worms are indeed the totem of the Dongyi tribe?" I was astounded. Fourth sister's words struck me like a thunderclap. The Dongyi tribe holds a prominent place in Chinese history, having nurtured nearly half of the Huaxia civilization. Notable leaders such as Tai Hao, Qiyu, and Daiyu emerged from this lineage. They revered totems such as dragons, phoenixes, and the sun, symbols believed to bestow protection and strength upon them. Now, one of the totemic creatures of the Ji clan had manifested before us, leaving me utterly astonished. This tribe's totem signifies malevolence, devouring, and immortality, fourth sister remarked coldly. A chill ran down my spine as I asked, "What shall we do now?" "Let us ascend the stone platform first," fourth sister whispered. "How do we manage that? Can we at least open our eyes a fraction?" Fatty queried, his eyes naturally small. "Is it possible for me to merely squint?" "If you open your eyes and lock gazes with these blood-eroding divine worms, they will launch an attack, relentless until death," fourth sister cautioned. I was startled and quickly urged Fatty, "Do not act recklessly. There are no fewer than 800 of these worms. Opening your eyes would be tantamount to courting death. Then how on earth do we ascend the stone platform? Are we to leap like children skipping rope?" Fatty lamented. It is essential to note that the path to the stone platform consisted of a series of upward steps, each approximately a meter apart. If we failed to leap a full meter or lost our footing upon landing, we would plummet into an unfathomable abyss, our bodies forever lost. Suddenly, a thunderous rumble erupted beneath us, causing the corridor to sway violently, and I stumbled. In that instant, the air was filled with the sound of cracking stones. Judging by the cacophony, the corridor had developed numerous fissures of varying sizes. My complexion suddenly turned exceedingly pale. Just moments ago, we had been harboring hopes that the collapse of the tomb would not affect our current predicament, yet it now appeared that our optimism was misguided. Perhaps, in half an hour, everything would be engulfed beneath an unfathomable abyss. "Let us go. There may still be a chance," for sisters exclaimed. Upon her utterance, I was met with the sound of hurried footsteps. This fellow was genuinely intent on leaping up the stairs with his eyes closed. "The passageway is about to collapse. Just keep your eyes shut and jump forward. I will catch you," I heard myself say. Though I did not pause to ponder why four sisters possessed such unwavering confidence in our safety despite her closed eyes, my heart felt heavy, regardless of the circumstances. It seemed we could not escape the shackles of death. This isolated space represented a domain of demise. Even if we uncoveredly seized secrets, what difference would it make? We remained ensnared by the machinations of the deceased. I sprinted straight ahead, and then I heard four sisters shout, "Jump." In an instant, I sprang up like a rabbit. And with a resounding thud, when my feet firmly hit the ground, my anxious heart finally settled. However, the immense inertia propelled me forward. Fortunately, for sisters quickly grasped my collar. And under her guidance, the stout man and Wang Yuanzhao followed suit, leaping over as well. Subsequently, we mimicked her, playing a game of jump rope on the more than 10 steps. With each leap upward, I felt my heart constrict violently, and upon reaching the top of the stairs, I sensed a significant surge in my blood pressure. "You may open your eyes now," for sisters whispered. I eagerly complied, and upon doing so, I realized that I had indeed jumped up from the passageway. Gazing down into the unfathomable abyss below, I could not help but break into a cold sweat. Good heavens! Are we not dreaming? Did we truly leap with our eyes closed? Even if we had opened our eyes, the stout man would have surely soiled himself in fright. The stout man's voice trembled like a deflating balloon, his facial flesh compacted in terror. "You gluttonous fool, even at this moment, you find the time for jest? It is futile to have jumped. We are utterly trapped," I said with a bitter smile, feeling somewhat despondent. Only the stout man seemed devoid of any sense of urgency. Odd. Have you all noticed that these insects seem to avoid landing on the stone platform? Even when they do, they quickly scurry away, the stout man inquired, initially fearful that the insects would swarm us as before. To our surprise, upon opening our eyes, we could only spot a few scattered blood-corroding divine worms around the steps, with nary a single one on the stone platform. Perhaps there is something on this stone platform that instills fear in these creatures, I remarked, furrowing my brow, then took up my flashlight and shook it vigorously. Noticing the bulb remained dim, I removed the batteries, rubbed them together in my hands for a moment, then reinserted them into the flashlight, which finally brightened slightly. As the flashlight illuminated the objects before us, an eerie silence enveloped our group. Before us stood meticulously arranged figurines of humans and horses, crafted with exquisite artistry. They were adorned with vibrant colors, resembling real people and horses, densely populating the stone platform. Terracotta warriors. This was undoubtedly another tomb of the Qin dynasty. Moreover, I felt that the quality of these warriors surpassed those unearthed by the state, both in craftsmanship and material, by a factor of tenfold. I approached, suppressing my astonishment, and spoke. Chapter 70. The emergence of the Qingyang Zun when the terracotta army was unearthed from the tomb of Emperor Qin, Shi Huang in Xi'an. It sent shockwaves throughout the world. Now, we have astonishingly discovered an upgraded version of these remarkable figures, and one can only imagine the exhilaration that envelopes us at this moment. The rotund fellow expressed a desire to see if he could move these statues, but despite his efforts, which left his face flushed, he could only manage to nudge one of the figures a few centimeters forward. If I could just haul one out of here, I would immediately replace my teeth with gold, he lamented. I retorted, stop with your fanciful musings and see if there are any other findings. My tone was less than amiable. The collapse of the burial chamber had not affected this stone platform, and my anxiety began to ease. What a discovery! This tomb is the most intricate one I have encountered throughout my life, the rotund man remarked with a touch of exasperation. Apart from speculating about Su Fu's quest for the elixir of immortality, we had virtually gleaned nothing. He absent-mindedly patted one of the figures, continuing. This stone platform is quite expansive. Even with over 100 terracotta warriors surrounding us, it appears rather desolate. I fixated on these statues. Their presence confirmed our previous conjectures. This ancient tomb, shrouded in mystery, undoubtedly belonged to Li Si. We proceeded forward. As we passed the terracotta figures, the fourth sister abruptly halted, squinting at something ahead. Before us stood two human figures, each bound by a thick iron chain at the waist, the chains extending into the rock above. Behind these figures, I beheld an object that stirred a whirlwind of emotions within me. It was a colossal bronze zune, approximately 3 meters in length, width, and height, perfectly square. What was particularly eerie was that at the 4 cardinal points of the zune's opening, a life-sized white jade ram's head was embedded. The jade emanated an otherworldly cold luminescence, causing the ram's heads to gleam ominously in the darkness. From a distance, the ram head sculpture nearest to me resembled the severed head of a deceased sheep hanging there. The entire bronze zune radiated an inexplicable chill, and even from afar, we felt goosebumps rising on our skin before we had approached it. Ding dang. Is this what your grandfather sought? The rotund man asked, his expression grim. I understood his apprehension. Even if we discovered this artifact, what could we possibly do with it? Were we to transport it to Uncle Ming in exchange for an inheritance? Given my grandfather's obsession with the Qingyang zune, it surely concealed some earth-shattering secret. We must investigate further. In this dire predicament, I found myself liberated from thoughts of high-interest loans. My only desire was to uncover the true secrets of this tomb. Why did my grandfather leave that will, urging future generations to seek the Qingyang zune? What was it about Li Si that compelled him to invest such vast resources into constructing this ancient tomb? What clandestine truths lay hidden within? As I took a step forward, my hand was abruptly grasped by the fourth sister. I gazed at him in bewilderment, while the fourth sister shook her head and pointed at the two figures. Black Sha? This is indeed Black Sha, Ding Ding exclaimed. Look at their necks. They have sprouted black hair. If we unwittingly approach them, we might find ourselves in grave danger. The plump man cried out in terror. A shiver ran through me. I knew that Black Sha were, in fact, black-haired corpses, just as formidable as their white-haired counterparts. However, contrary to my grandfather Li Weigu's descriptions, these two Black Sha were adorned in armor from the Qin dynasty, with thick black hair growing at the seams of their armor. What about their weapons? The plump man queried uneasily, noticing that both figures wielded bronze halberds, each nearly 2 meters long and looking exceedingly menacing. If they swing those at us, how shall we defend ourselves? At that moment, I felt the ground tremble beneath my feet, as if we were experiencing an earthquake of magnitude 7 or 8. Get down. Hold on tight, and don't fall off. Wang Yuanchao shouted loudly. The stone platform shook like a spring, and we clung desperately to the ground, feeling as though our very souls were about to be dislodged. Suddenly, another violent jolt threw me off balance. The entire stone platform tilted sharply, and we nearly tumbled off. Fortunately, we all managed to grasp one another tightly and quickly regained our footing. The stone pillars below are cracking. This platform may not hold much longer. Wang Yuanchao's voice was grave. Impossible. How could this happen? The fourth sister's face turned pale, her eyes flickering with an unfathomable fury that instantly shattered my previous impressions of her. Even when faced with the yin-yang boy and the white-haired corpse, she had remained unflinching. We exchanged glances, bewildered by the turmoil that had suddenly overwhelmed the fourth sister. What is happening? I gently inquired. I will intercept those two Black Sha. You must meticulously observe every detail of the Qingyang zune. Not a single word must be overlooked, she insisted, her expression peculiar, repeatedly urging us. Without waiting for a response, she strode purposefully toward the Qingyang zune. Hurry up, I said, furrowing my brow. Though I was uncertain of what she had discovered, her demeanor clearly indicated a significant revelation. The fourth sister moved swiftly, and just a few meters from the two figures, She abruptly drew two corpse-controlling rods from her back. Almost simultaneously, I heard the resounding sound of heavy chains being pulled. The two figures before us underwent a dramatic transformation. Their necks and arms sprouted black hair at a frenzied pace. Black Sha are acutely sensitive to human presence, and upon catching our scent, they began their ghastly transformation. A terrifying scream emanated from the helmet of a human effigy, accompanied by an overwhelmingly repugnant odor that wafted from its mouth. A stench so potent it nearly overwhelmed my senses. "Quick, cover your nose. This is the miasma of decay, more toxic than arsenic," I exclaimed in horror. It is crucial to understand that the intensity of the decay's stench can indicate the level of the zongzi. Some poorly preserved corpses, upon reanimation, resemble mere shells of their former selves. They can be subdued simply by covering their mouth and nose with black donkey hooves or glutinous rice paste. Conversely, those corpses that have been meticulously preserved, once they undergo transformation, herald a calamity. Chapter 71. The tale of the ancient corpse demon. Among the most legendary tales is the zombie incident in Nanchang, Sichuan. It is said that a construction team, while digging the foundation, inadvertently unearthed a coffin. Upon opening it, the foreman discovered a mummified corpse from the Qing dynasty, wrapped in bandages. Why was it identified as a Qing dynasty corpse? Because the body was adorned in a blue official robe, complete with a cap and feather, indicating it belonged to at least a fifth-rank official. At that time, an elderly bystander advised the foreman to hastily incinerate the corpse, but was thwarted by an arriving archaeological team who insisted on conducting scientific research. When the archaeologists cut the bandages, a noxious yellow miasma erupted from the ancient corpse's mouth. Those who inhaled it either went mad and began to bite others or succumbed to a horrid decay. From that moment forth, the excavated Qing dynasty corpse vanished. And in the rural areas of Nanchang, livestock such as chickens, ducks, and dogs were found drained of blood nightly, with occasional human victims as well, leaving behind gruesome scenes. Ultimately, this incident drew the attention of several seasoned tomb raiders. They set various traps, only to have them evaded by the ancient corpse. Consequently, they gathered every domestic animal in the village and slaughtered hundreds, the resulting stench of blood finally luring the corpse. In the end, those few venerable figures employed the binding ropes of mountain-moving practitioners, along with some militia, to barely capture and incinerate the ancient corpse. Eyewitnesses recounted a scene of sheer terror. The bullets were utterly ineffective against the ancient corpse, which possessed immense strength and remarkable speed. They nearly lost lives in the struggle to bind it. It took 3 days and nights of burning with lychee wood to finally eradicate the menace. This event was swiftly hushed up to prevent mass panic, with strict orders forbidding anyone from disclosing the truth. I recall once sharing drinks with a local from Nanchang who, inebriated, recounted the tale. Now, before us, stand two formidable black demons, even more powerful than the Qing dynasty corpse. The miasma they exude is overwhelmingly potent, and even with my nose pinched shut, I feel a wave of dizziness. Suddenly, I heard a peculiar sound, and as I turned towards it, I was nearly paralyzed with fear. At that moment, a rusted bronze halberd, over 2 meters long, was raised high by the black demon. The sheer size of the weapon sending chills down my spine. I then felt as though I was struck by cannon fire, accompanied by a loud crash. Chunks of debris rained down upon my face, causing tears to spring from my eyes. Upon looking down, I was horrified to see that the bronze halberd had smashed the ground near me into a large pit. Good heavens! I was astounded. This was a heavy weapon used by the Qing army, designed to combat enemy chariots, weighing at least 100 pounds. Yet the black demon wielded it as if it were a mere toy. The fat man, howling in terror, turned and fled. With a sudden fierce shout, Fourth Sister reversed her grip on 2 iron rulers and charged towards the black demon. In the dim light, my eyes could scarcely perceive the movements of the dark fiend. I sensed a tremor in the air, followed by the sharp clinking of chains, and then a colossal bronze spear swept fiercely towards Fourth Miss. It was evident that a direct hit would be catastrophic. Even a mere brush would likely cause her insides to spill forth. Whoosh! A resounding sound of shoes scraping against the ground rang out as Fourth Miss leaned forward, narrowly evading the bronze spear, harnessing the momentum from her run. She glided towards the 2 dark fiends with increasing speed, her body maintaining the poised stance of an ancient swordsman drawing his blade. With a sudden motion, she drew forth an iron ruler, akin to wielding a ferocious weapon, and struck one of the dark fiends squarely on its helmet. Bang! The sound pierced my ears, resonating loudly, and I caught a fleeting glimpse of sparks erupting where the iron ruler met the helmet. Clang, clang, clang. The chains binding the 2 dark fiends instantaneously tightened. and the leading fiend was unceremoniously toppled to the ground by fourth Mrs. Ruler. Gasping for breath, the other dark fiend swung its bronze spear down upon her with lightning speed. The weapon whistled through the air, a testament to the tremendous force behind the blow. "Oh no, I can't evade this," Wang Yuanzhao said gravely. Clang! In a flash of lightning and sparks, fourth Miss raised her arm, meeting the immense bronze spear with her 30-centimeter iron ruler. At that moment, it seemed as if the very bones of her body were being crushed and deformed by the overwhelming force. For such a bronze spear could shatter the dual-wheeled chariots of enemy states during the Qin dynasty's unification of the Six Kingdoms. Yet, she managed to resist this blow with sheer strength. The ground beneath her erupted in a cloud of dust as the spear struck, and from her position, countless spiderweb-like cracks radiated outward. "Did you not hear my words? I instructed you to look at the Qingyang Zun." Fourth Miss gritted her teeth, fixing her gaze upon me with intensity. Truth be told, she seemed a stranger to me at that moment. Previously, she had exuded an unyielding composure. Yet ever since encountering the Qingyang Zun, her emotions had spiraled out of control. "All right," I nodded repeatedly, feeling trapped with no way forward or back. I could not fathom why fourth Miss was so insistent that I see the Qingyang Zun. However, at this juncture, I could think of nothing else. Ignoring the pleas of the stout man and Wang Yuanzhao, I resolved to pursue my own choice, even if I could not escape. I yearned to uncover the secrets within the Qingyang Zun before my inevitable demise. Yet, before I could venture far, the dark fiend that fourth Miss had struck down rose once more, its helmeted head suddenly swiveling towards me. And then the bronze spear came crashing down upon me with overwhelming force. I felt as if half of my soul had vanished in an instant. In such a life-or-death moment, many find themselves paralyzed by fear. Ding-dang, you foolishly stood there, indulging in your meal. At the critical moment, the hefty fellow forcefully shoved me aside, causing me to tumble in a disoriented state, my bronze spear slipping from my grasp and crashing to the ground with a thunderous sound that left both the hefty fellow and me pale with fear. The rotund man had initially fallen at an awkward angle, his face contorted in agony. However, the sheer terror instilled by the dark menace seemed to eclipse his pain. We both scrambled to our feet and dashed towards the direction of the Qingyang Zun. Chapter 72. The ram's head, a resounding boom echoed through the air once more. And without needing to look, I knew that another bronze spear had been hurled our way. The blade of the spear grazed past my scalp, striking the ground ahead and creating a sizable crater. A paralyzing fear enveloped every inch of my skin as I clutched my head tightly. Only after a lengthy moment did I confirm that my skull remained intact. He is buying us time, but I fear he cannot endure for much longer. Look at him. Wang Yuanzhao's brow was furrowed, filled with concern. At this moment, the clothing of the fourth sister had already been torn in battle, revealing her evenly toned, snow-white muscles, along with the terrifying scars on her back. Yet, it was not these features that captured our attention, rather. It was the sight of the dark veins protruding from her arms, each one like a shadowy serpent, and the blackened nails on her fingers, as if the dark blood coursed from her fingertips to her heart. Our expressions turned grave, for this was not the first time we had witnessed such a sight. No, I cannot afford to squander the time that fourth sister has purchased with her life. With this thought, I sprinted madly towards the bronze ram. The others hesitated for a moment, but then followed in my wake. In our current state, the three of us could offer no assistance to fourth sister. Moreover, her intention was for us to uncover the secrets of the bronze ram. At last, I stood before the towering bronze vessel, which loomed over 3 meters high, making me, an adult, feel rather diminutive. My body trembled involuntarily. This was the object my grandfather had longed for over decades? The jade ram's head emanated a faint chill, and its eyes seemed to follow us from every angle. A sudden constriction gripped my chest as my heart began to pound violently. The ram's head appeared to be moving. When I glanced over moments ago, I noticed its eyes tracking our movements. Could it possibly be a living ram? An absurd thought surged within me. Ding-ang, be cautious. I can't shake the feeling that this thing is ominous. The stout man approached, patting my shoulder, while his hand rummaged behind him until he produced a combat knife. Have you lost your mind? I exclaimed, rolling on the ground to narrowly evade his strike. He lunged at me with lightning speed, landing heavily on my abdomen, nearly knocking the breath from me with his 200-pound frame. Gripping my neck with a fierce expression, he snarled, Ding-dang, don't blame Fatty for being ruthless. The treasures here are far too valuable. The more people there are, the less there is to go around. My vision began to blur as blood rushed to my eyes. My neck was constricted, depriving me of oxygen. I looked up at him in disbelief. What in the world was happening? How could he still entertain such a horrifying thought? However, gazing at the avaricious expression on his face sent a chill through my bones. Indeed, money could drive a person to madness. With a roar, I delivered a fierce kick to his dislocated arm, eliciting a pained howl from him. As the hand that gripped my throat loosened slightly, I seized the opportunity to break free and scrambled to my feet. Die! The rotund figure had completely succumbed to madness, brandishing a paratrooper knife and lunging towards me with the ferocity of a desperate gambler at the end of his rope. I was utterly unable to evade his assault, and he collided with me, sending me crashing to the ground, followed by a vicious stab aimed at my abdomen. In a fit of rage, I clutched the fat man's neck, exerting every ounce of strength to constrict him. However, I soon felt my clothes tighten as if I were being hoisted like a chick and unceremoniously tossed onto the Qingyang Zun, leaving me dazed and disoriented. What are you doing? Ding dang. I heard Wang Yuanchao's voice as I rubbed my eyes in confusion. This wretched fat man intended to kill me. It was a treacherous betrayal. Seeing him sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling back in his head, ignited a fire within me, and I grabbed a flashlight, preparing to continue my assault. Yet, after taking a few steps, an odd sensation washed over me, prompting me to check my abdomen, where I discovered there was not a single wound. I was taken aback. Yuanchao, what on earth just happened? I inquired. You were staring at that white jade goat head for an extended period, completely unresponsive. When the fat man tapped your shoulder, you went berserk. Are you all right? Wang Yuanchao remarked, his brow furrowed in confusion. Unable to fathom why I would turn against someone with whom I seemed to have such a close relationship. Don't look at that white jade goat head. It can bewitch the mind. I distinctly saw the fat man stabbing me. A shiver ran down my spine as I gazed at the chilling white jade goat head, suddenly finding it immensely terrifying. Yet, when I turned back to see the fat man's tongue protruding grotesquely, I couldn't help but feel a wave of embarrassment. Are you all right, fat man? I offered a brief explanation, insisting it was entirely accidental. I poked his belly, feeling somewhat sheepish. The fat man pointed a finger at me, utterly speechless. At that moment, fourth sister, covered in blood, staggered towards us before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Quick, take note of the items on the Qingyang Zun. Her appearance was ghastly. A deep gash marred her once pristine forehead, and half her face was smeared with blood. Seeing fourth sister in such a state, I dared not delay and scrutinized the Qingyang Zun with utmost diligence. Indeed, it bore an intricate design. The first image depicted a nautical map. Ding dang, look. This illustration showcases the grandeur of Su Fu's voyage, with great ships, Qin Shi Huang himself seeing him off, and 300 young boys and girls. The fat man, momentarily forgetting his previous grievances, approached to comment. Chapter 73. Grandfather in the Coffin. It seems that these 300 young boys and girls are indeed the secret that Li Si wishes to conceal. Yet, what compels Li Si to deceive Emperor Qin Shi Huang while detaining Su Fu along with the 300 youths? I furrowed my brow, studying the illustrations on the Qingyang Zun in search of further clues. The previous encounter with the Yinyang youths is still vivid in my mind. They appeared almost alive, and when I first encountered them, it felt as though I could hear their whispers. Moreover, their bodies were not as cold as corpses. Rather, they radiated a warmth akin to that of a living person. They seemed immortal, enduring various tortures, their bodies pierced by copper rods, yet still exhibiting signs of life. These enigmas have long troubled me, defying explanation, and surely, all the answers lie within this Qingyang Zun. As I continued to examine the illustrations depicting Su Fu's maritime journey, I found myself perplexed by the subsequent images. It appeared that Su Fu and his companions had reached a destination, pausing to rest, when suddenly calamity struck the fleet. Something was attacking the crew, with numerous depictions of young boys and girls being dismembered. Yet, astonishingly, in the final image, the fleet emerged unscathed from a massive gate. What manner of absurdity is depicted here? Both the rotund man and I were utterly baffled. These illustrations seemed to be haphazardly inscribed, devoid of any logical coherence. Forget about that for now. You, my portly companion, go check the other end to see if there are any additional inscriptions or writings, I urged. He nodded in agreement, and I resumed my scrutiny. Before long, he called out to me, "Ding dang, come quickly and see what this carving is." I hurried over, and beneath the illustrations on his side, there were raised reliefs, square and orderly in arrangement. I remarked, "I truly do not comprehend this. It is quite strange. If you can't decipher it, then stop analyzing it. Are you expecting to see flowers?" He retorted, somewhat exasperated. At that moment, a spark of inspiration struck me. Indeed, these reliefs may very well be characters. They might simply be inscribed so densely that we cannot discern them, although we do not understand the script. As long as we can make a rubbing, we can surely seek an expert to translate it outside. I continued, Fatty, I know you brought rubbing paper. Let us get to work swiftly. Are you certain these are characters? I only brought one sheet. Once it's used, it will be gone. Despite his skepticism, he produced a waterproof pouch from his clothing and, extracting a sheet of white paper, pressed it firmly against the reliefs. Miraculously, after a moment, rows of blue squares began to appear on the paper. This is one of the essential tools for treasure hunting, rubbing paper, which, after modification, proves exceptionally convenient in our endeavors. Just as he prepared to lift the paper, I was startled by a tremendous roar. The entire stone platform suddenly tilted downward at a sharp angle, the immense force of gravity compelling me to lie down and stabilize my form. Almost simultaneously, the ground erupted with a myriad of cracks. This place is on the verge of collapse. Wang Yuanchao sighed, seated on the ground, lost in his thoughts. The expression on the stout man's face was one of utter despair, while Tuaji, in a flurry of agitation, glanced around anxiously. I managed a bitter smile as I took down Tuaji, hoping to locate fourth sister, only to discover she had vanished, perhaps having fallen directly from the stone platform. The angle of the platform's descent became increasingly pronounced, as chunks of the steps plummeted into the abyss below. At this rate, the entire structure would collapse within moments. I felt an overwhelming sense of regret for the stout man and Yuanchao. If it weren't for me, they would not have reached this dire juncture. I was at a loss for my own feelings. The human psyche is most intricate and serene in the face of impending death. Strangely, I felt no fear at that moment. The cacophony of the platform's ruin seemed to diminish significantly. Clang! Just as I awaited my demise in silence, a sharp, resonant sound pierced my ears. The ground beneath the Qingyang Zun had fractured, and the three-legged vessel could no longer maintain its balance, crashing heavily to the earth. The lid, sealed atop, was forced open slightly, aligning perfectly with my position. A sudden wave of trepidation washed over me, as if I were being scrutinized by a beast. I gazed intently at the Qingyang Zun, only to discern a faint glimmer emanating from within the lid, reminiscent of an eye's reflection. Could there be something concealed within this vessel? Perhaps it harbored even more enigmatic secrets, which we had no time to investigate before. Now, it presented an opportune moment. I crouched low and crawled toward the Qingyang Zun, finally managing to halt before it with great difficulty. I attempted to lift the lid, and upon exerting a slight force, it wobbled precariously. Thus, I summoned all my strength and forcefully flung the lid open. The scene that unfolded before me rendered me utterly speechless. Panic, fear, and doubt enveloped me like ominous clouds as I fixated on the sight before me, frozen in place. Concealed within the Qingyang Zun was, astonishingly, a coffin. At that moment, my grandfather, Li Weigua, lay peacefully within, his eyes seemingly ajar, clad in a white cotton tunic stained with blood. Why? Why was my grandfather here? If he is indeed my grandfather, then who has been living with me for the past 20 years? Boom. The entire stone platform shattered into pieces, and the sudden catastrophe left me no time to further behold the coffin. I felt my body spinning uncontrollably, then plummeting alongside countless fragments of stone. I lost all sense of how many times I turned in the air. It felt as though a century had passed until I crashed into the water, the lake surging violently into my mouth and nose, and I finally lost consciousness. I seemed to have embarked on an exceedingly lengthy dream, with the visage of my grandfather etched in my mind. He summoned me to his abode, and before my very eyes, tore off his own face, revealing a grotesque countenance beneath. Subsequently, I beheld my grandfather within the tomb of Li Si, desperately calling out to me from the azure goat vessel, imploring me to rescue him. These bizarre musings morphed into a series of nightmares that persisted until I finally awoke. Upon opening my eyes, I discovered myself ensconced in a hospital room, my arm adorned with a multitude of intravenous tubes. As I endeavored to sit up, an excruciating pain ripped through my chest. Do not move. You have fractured 4 ribs, and your internal organs have sustained severe injuries. How could a young person be so careless? Remarked a middle-aged nurse nearby. Excuse me, who brought me to the hospital? I inquired, my mind swirling with questions. The moment I uttered the words, a grimace contorted my brow in agony. Refrain from speaking. You are still in the intensive care unit. We shall converse once your condition improves, the nurse replied, checking the 4 bag before departing without a further word, leaving me in a state of bewilderment. Upon reflection, I found it improbable, after all. Their physical condition was worse than mine at the time. Moreover, the tomb of Li Si was a confined underground space. How did we manage to escape? A plethora of colossal questions loomed in my mind, and before I could ponder further, A profound drowsiness enveloped me, leading me back to slumber. This time, I slept for an entire day, and when I finally awakened, an unexpected figure stood beside me. Volume 2, The Ghost Hall of the Yellow River, Chapter 74, Uncle Ming, Uncle Ming? I was taken aback, unsure why this person appeared in the hospital. Could it be that he brought me here? Uncle Ming adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and gazed at me in silence. Did you bring me to the hospital? I asked, furrowing my brow. He shook his head gently and remarked, I am truly surprised that you managed to escape from that ancient tomb. Could you share with me the details of your experience within? A peculiar feeling washed over me. It seemed as though Uncle Ming was acutely aware of our every action. He also recognized the terror that tomb harbored, yet he had refrained from mentioning it prior, even guiding me to the map left by my grandfather. Clearly intending for me to enter the tomb. Uncle Ming, I was unable to retrieve the Qingyang Zun. I said with a bitter smile. Even though I had not brought it out, the impressions on the rubbing were sufficient to attest that you found the Qingyang Zun. Relate to me everything you encountered inside. And be thorough. If nothing is amiss, I can visit the notary tomorrow and officially transfer your grandfather's estate to you. Uncle Ming said with a faint smile. For some reason, I felt a chill run through me. I sensed a hint of impatience in Uncle Ming's gaze. At that moment, even my dull mind understood that his interest in the Qingyang Zun was merely a facade. What he truly desired was undoubtedly something else. Something of far greater value than my grandfather's inheritance. I paused for a moment, then recounted the events within the tomb to Uncle Ming from beginning to end. My account was 8 parts truth, 2 parts fabrication, and I refrained from mentioning the sight of my grandfather's corpse in the Qingyang Zun. Uncle Ming sat beside me, fixated on my words, not interjecting with questions until I had finished my tale. Is there anything else? He inquired, still wearing that gentle smile. I steeled myself and replied, That's all. There should be no omissions. Very well, it seems all is in order. Tomorrow, you will sign at the notary's office. Congratulations on inheriting the entire estate of Mr. Luoyang. Uncle Ming rose and extended his hand to me. I stood there, momentarily dazed, and shook his hand. Having previously worried that he might make things difficult for me, I had not anticipated such ease. By the way, what did you see in the Qingyang Zun? Uncle Ming suddenly turned back, half stepping out of the ward. Huh? I stammered, and he nodded and smiled at me before departing. I felt a wave of cold wash over me. It was as if he had discerned my thoughts. I chastised myself for not remaining more composed. His last question was clearly a test. Reflecting on that strange smile of his, I couldn't shake the feeling that he knew far more than I did. Especially since he had ventured into the tomb 2 decades prior. My mind was in disarray. If this were merely a matter of inheritance, then it should have concluded. Could this possibly be connected to the inheritance affair? A chilling possibility suddenly crossed my mind. The existence of Luoyang undoubtedly serves a specific purpose. From being deceived when I opened my store to descending into the grave for a fortune of millions, could all of this be orchestrated by this individual? I am tormented, as these events intertwine like a tangled web, and I find myself at the heart of this chaos. Suddenly, the door to the hospital room swung open, startling me. There stood Wang Yuanchao, clad in his faded military uniform, bearing some wounds on his face, yet appearing in far better spirits than I. Yuanchao, come in. I exclaimed with unrestrained joy, for I had a multitude of questions clamoring for answers. Wang Yuanchao entered and began to pace the room. Before I could finish my sentence, he interrupted, placing his hand beneath the edge of my bed as if brushing away dust. First, rest well. We can discuss everything tomorrow. He spoke to a metal object in his palm, wrapping it in a towel and placing it in the restroom before closing the door and gesturing for me to speak. What on earth is that? I gasped in shock. A listening device, placed here by the individual who just entered. Let us keep our conversation brief, Wang Yuanchao said. His brow furrowed with unease. How did we escape? Was it Uncle Ming who saved us? My anxiety intensified. Underneath that stone platform lies a deep pool of water. After you and the fatty lost consciousness, I managed to grab hold of you both. At the bottom of the pool, there was an artificially carved opening. We entered through that passage and were swept into a nearby lake. However, we were soon discovered by a group of individuals. Ding dang, you must exercise caution. That group consists of mercenaries, including former members of the U.S. Navy SEALs and Russia's Alpha Group. Their backgrounds are formidable, so it's best to avoid any conflict with them. Wang Yuanchao warned gravely. What about the 4th young lady? I recalled the young man, my heart racing with concern. He is missing. He was not seen at the bottom of the pool. At that time, I was preoccupied with both of you and didn't have the strength to search for him. However, given his skills, the likelihood of him being in peril is minimal. Wang Yuanchao replied quietly. After a moment of hesitation, he pulled a piece of paper from his pocket and handed it to me. I secretly made a copy of this rubbing. They were unaware. I murmured as I accepted the paper, the fog in my mind lifting slightly. I suddenly felt a connection between Uncle Ming's ease in sending me away and the document we had obtained from the Qingyang Zone. I recalled asking Uncle Ming how he could distinguish between the genuine and the counterfeit should I find the Qingyang Zone. At that time, he had cryptically told me that he would know at a glance. Let us not speak for now. If the room remains silent for too long, he will grow suspicious. After Wang Yuanchao uttered this warning, he shushed me and reattached the listening device beneath my bed. By the way, Yuanchao, what about the fatty? I find it rather peculiar that I have yet to encounter a corpulent individual. Are you able to walk now? If so, please accompany me. Wang Yuanchao's expression appeared somewhat unusual. I nodded in agreement and followed him to another room within the hospital. Upon seeing the sign on the door, my heart sank. It read ICU, Intensive Care Unit in bold letters. Peering through the glass, I beheld the figure of the overweight man, his body entangled with numerous tubes, utterly motionless, suggesting a dire situation. Is he all right? How could this be? A lump formed in my throat. Chapter 75, The Tomb Raider. Fortuitously, we both plunged directly into the waterhole. But due to his considerable weight, the fat man submerged deeply. The doctor informed us that he was suffering from intracranial hemorrhage and exhibited weak vital signs. He had already undergone one surgery, but the hospital refused to perform a second operation without payment. Wang Yuanchao's voice was somewhat somber, clearly reflecting his distress. As we journeyed together, our bond had evolved beyond mere mutual benefit. We shared a camaraderie forged through perilous experiences. Witnessing the fat man's plight weighed heavily on him as well. Did the doctor mention how much the surgery would cost? I inquired, taking a deep breath. 100,000. And the subsequent nursing fees will also amount to a significant sum. Moreover, the risk of surgical failure is quite substantial. After all, they are operating on his brain. If it goes awry, the fat man would be no better than a fool. The doctor's recommendation is to forego treatment, Wang Yuanchao replied. My expression fluctuated between hope and despair. I could only pray that Uncle Ming was truthful. Without that inheritance, not only would I face the wrath of loan sharks, but the fat man's life would also be at stake. Hospitals are not charitable organizations, and their willingness to save the fat man was already a testament to their benevolence. Wang Yuanchao nodded, cautioning me to be careful before squatting outside to smoke. During this venture into the tomb, I observed a commendable trait in him, his reticence. Perhaps this was why I found him to be a reliable companion. Surprisingly, the process unfolded with unexpected efficiency. Within 2 hours, all the tedious formalities were completed. Subsequently, a lawyer handed me a plethora of documents, including property deeds and bank books. I glanced briefly. Indeed, there were numerous zeros on the bank book. Mr. Li Ding Dang, for the property transfer, you will need to visit the law firm once more. We have completed our part. You only need to sign, the lawyer said with a beaming smile, his face radiating envy. It is worth noting that such sums are unattainable for the average person, who would need to labor tirelessly for 3 lifetimes to amass such wealth. Sitting in the chair, my mind was still reeling. Had I truly become a millionaire? The adage about avoiding usury rang true. After exiting, I hurried straight to the hospital, paid the surgical fee, and urged them to expedite the fat man's operation. Only after accomplishing these tasks did I let out a long sigh of relief. That night, Wang Yuanchao and I stood on the hospital rooftop smoking. I handed him a bank book containing 300,000. Yuanchao, the password is 6 zeros. Wang Yuanchao paused, glancing at the numbers on the bank book before returning it to me. You don't need this much. What we previously agreed upon is sufficient. Take it, brother. This is hard-earned through risk to your life. In a few days, I will arrange for 60,000 to be sent to Chun Tuozi's wife as a gesture of solace. In truth, this sum was not excessive. Once life is lost, even 100 million would be of no use. I did not dwell on the meaning behind his faint smile. Wang Yuanchao, whose injuries were not severe, completed his discharge formalities the following day. I, however, chose to remain at the hospital to keep the fat man company. Observing his current state, I felt a chill of despondency wash over me. During this expedition into the tomb, we narrowly escaped from perilous situations on several occasions, had fortune not favored us. It is likely that none of us would have emerged alive. Even so, the plump fellow sustained severe injuries, and Chun Tuozi was lost to us. Previously, I may have harbored some notions regarding the secrets of the Li Si tomb, but upon learning of the plump man's condition, all my thoughts were extinguished. Human life surpasses all. I no longer wish to wade into these murky waters. A week later, My health had largely improved, and after undergoing surgery, the plump man's life was deemed secure. However, according to the doctor, he still needed careful recuperation, lest he succumb to cognitive impairment. In the second week, an elderly couple visited the hospital, claiming to be the plump man's adoptive parents. I was hesitant to ascertain their authenticity, fearing they might be seeking to extort us. Fortunately, the plump man had awakened, and with a look of complex emotion, he nodded at me, which eased my concerns. Suddenly, he remarked, "Don't worry. Can my hometown rival the city's? What if there are residual effects that the doctors cannot diagnose?" His words alarmed me. It seemed he was reluctant to divulge something, and I felt it inappropriate to press him further. "All right, Ding Yang, you are my dear brother, the guiding light of socialism. I shall come to support you in your old age," he proclaimed, his eyes shining with enthusiasm as he swiftly snatched away the bank card. His demeanor far from that of a person suffering from cognitive decline. After bidding farewell to the plump man, my life returned to a semblance of tranquility. For the subsequent 6 months, I continued to manage my antique shop in Wuhan, occasionally earning a modest profit. Having learned from past experiences, I no longer dared to accept high-priced treasures. I believed my life would persist in this fashion, devoid of any further entanglements with tomb raiding. However, one day, an unexpected visitor disrupted this tranquility. "Zhang Sanpao, what brings you here?" I asked. "I've told you countless times. I am only engaged in small-scale business and do not deal in large items." I regarded the man before me, who sported a distinctive mustache, with a degree of wariness. A late-night knock surely hinted at trouble. Zhang Sanpao is a seasoned tomb raider, having maintained a business relationship with my grandfather during his tenure as an antiquities dealer. After my grandfather's passing, he had visited my shop on a few occasions to unload stolen goods. Typically, he brought fresh finds from tombs, which were quite valuable. My grandfather had once told me that Zhang Sanpao possessed an exceedingly arrogant disposition and was known for his ruthless nature. Few dared to collaborate with him. Yet, he was undeniably skilled, rumored to descend from a lineage of authentic tomb raiders, adorned with a charm symbolizing his craft, and he had procured many fine goods. Zhang Sanpao was notorious for his predatory business practices, having unknowingly trafficked countless restless spirits through his wares. My grandfather, motivated solely by profit, had engaged in dealings with him. After my grandfather's death, Zhang Sanpao had seldom made an appearance. As I pushed the door open to usher him out, I was taken aback by the sheer terror etched across his high cheekboned face. He forced his way into the shop, weeping, "Little boss, I am not offering high prices for this fresh find. I will sell it to you at a bargain." "I refuse. Your demeanor suggests that you are being pursued. I cannot fathom whom I may have inadvertently entangled in this predicament. Should they take possession of your belongings, their ire may very well be redirected towards me, thus jeopardizing my establishment." I expressed my concerns. In the realm of antiquities, the gravest misstep is to be associated with any form of bloodshed. Such a stain cannot be cleansed, even by immersing oneself in the Yellow River. Would you kindly take a moment to examine it? I assure you, once you do, a delightful surprise awaits. Without further ado, he thrust a cloth-wrapped, rigid object into my hands. Chapter 76. The vanished skull. Suddenly, an unusual sound emanated from outside the shop, causing Zhang Sanpao's expression to shift dramatically. "Leave the items here," he exclaimed, before swiftly fleeing into the night, vaulting over the fence with the agility of a monkey, and disappearing into the shadows. Startled, I hurriedly shut the door, fearing the potential calamity that might ensue. I carelessly tossed the object onto the bed and brewed myself a cup of tea, my mind swirling with confusion. What heinous act had Zhang Sanpao committed to warrant such a pursuit? Moreover, why had he deemed it fit to leave this perilous item in my establishment? My frustration simmered within me. How many individuals daring enough to delve into tomb raiding are truly virtuous? Should trouble come knocking, I resolved to relinquish the item at the first opportunity. Yet, even after extinguishing the lights and waiting for what felt like an eternity, the exterior remained eerily quiet. Thoughts of the enigmatic bundle wrapped in tattered cloth on the bed gnawed at my conscience, robbing me of any inclination to slumber. Eventually, I could no longer resist the temptation to examine the parcel, cautiously unwrapping it. A mere glance sent shivers coursing through me. To my astonishment, it was half of a decayed human skull, with a thin layer of slightly damp earth atop it, clearly freshly unearthed. I illuminated the skull with my flashlight, scrutinizing it closely, only to find nothing concealed within, leaving me perplexed. The appearance of this object bore a striking resemblance to that of a modern human skull, seemingly devoid of any collectible value. Why, then, had Zhang Sanpao shrouded it in such mystery? A sinister thought crossed my mind. Could he be attempting to deceive me? After a moment's hesitation, I meticulously examined the skull once more, this time with utmost diligence, leaving no fissure uninspected, yet still yielded no revelations. My brow furrowed in confusion. Based on Zhang Sanpeio's demeanor, he appeared truthful, unless he were an Oscar-winning actor. But if that were the case, what secrets lay hidden within this skull? Donning gloves, I undertook a third examination of the skull. Its surface was stark white and smooth, offering little allure. I wedged the flashlight between my legs and held the skull up to the bulb for a closer look. Suddenly, my heart skipped a beat. I noticed some scratches within the skull. Using a magnifying glass, I transcribed a few of these markings onto paper. As I continued, an uncanny sensation washed over me, as if I had encountered these scratches before. Upon closer inspection, my visage paled as the source of that strange feeling crystallized in my mind. These markings were none other than the very inscriptions that I and the portly companion had taken rubbings of from the Qingyang Zun. My heart raced wildly as I stared at the shattered skull in my hands, my countenance oscillating between shades of green and black. 6 months had passed, a span neither too brief nor too lengthy, and I had gradually emerged from the shadows of the Li Si tomb, only to find myself entangled once more with this crypt. I had even consulted several archaeologists, all of whom asserted that such a phenomenon had never before graced the annals of Chinese history. The more enigmatic the text, the more terrifying the secrets it harbors. I concealed that skull beneath my bed, obscured by a heap of clutter. Throughout the night, I found myself unable to even close my eyes, gripped by an overwhelming anxiety that kept me from slumber. Was Zhang Sanpeio's appearance part of a conspiracy? What a coincidence it would be for the inscriptions from Li Si's tomb to manifest in his possession. I spent the entire night lost in such tumultuous thoughts, unaware of when I finally drifted off to sleep. The following day, I didn't rise until 3 in the afternoon. I forced myself to divert my attention away from the matter. Now, even with these clues, what difference did it make? Previously, I had been compelled by financial desperation to seek out the Qingyang Zun. Now, with millions still at my disposal, there was no need to take risks. Although I had resolved this in my heart, that night at 11, after closing my shop, I found myself succumbing to temptation, crawling beneath the bed to examine the skull once more. However, upon moving the clutter aside, I was struck dumb. Where had the skull vanished? Staring at the barren space beneath the bed, my mind struggled to comprehend. Instinctively, I began rummaging through the pile of debris, yet all I found were large storage boxes. Surely, the skull couldn't have rolled into one of those. It was impossible for it to simply disappear. I had been present in the shop all day. Surely it couldn't have flown away. I began to wonder if perhaps my memory had failed me, leading me to hide the skull elsewhere. I opened each box and scoured both the interior and exterior of the shop, yet the skull had seemingly vanished into thin air. A chill ran down my spine. Someone must have stealthily entered the shop while I slept and taken the skull. Could it be Zhang Sanpao? He was the first to come to mind. A man as agile as a mouse, as evidenced by his earlier evasive maneuvers. The disappearance of the skull was undoubtedly linked to him. An unsettling feeling brewed within me. He was no ordinary adversary. Even when my grandfather collaborated with him, caution was paramount, lest he be bitten. If he intended to ensnare me, a novice, it would be child's play for him. I wrestled with my thoughts for most of the day, unsure of how to proceed, ultimately deciding to disregard the matter. After all, that skull had originally been thrust upon me by Zhang Sanpao. Even if a confrontation arose, I would not be afraid. Then I spotted a small disc. Holding it, I felt a sense of bewilderment. This could not possibly be mine, for I had no penchant for watching street market films. This disc must have been intentionally left for me by Zhang Sanpao. Curiosity about its contents surged within me. Was he attempting to convey something? I rummaged through the room until I located a drive, inserted the disc, and connected it to my computer. Once opened, I discovered only a single video file. Nervously, I clicked on the icon. The video lasted a mere 3 minutes, the screen initially shrouded in darkness. I furrowed my brow and increased the volume, only to be met with a cacophony of static noise. Holding my breath, I fixated on the screen, unwilling to miss even a single moment. If this disc was intentionally left by Zhang Sanpao, then there must be a significant revelation ahead. At the 2.5-minute mark, several lines of electric currents indeed emerged in the center of the screen, and the image abruptly transformed, revealing a blurred figure. Chapter 77. The terrifying video. Upon witnessing the footage, my mind erupted in a cacophony of disbelief. At that moment, a chilling sensation coursed through my body, rendering my limbs icy cold. The figure captured within the frame was none other than my grandfather, seemingly traversing a dimly lit space. The angle of the shot was askew, partially obstructed, indicating that the individual behind the camera sought to conceal their presence from my grandfather, cleverly stowing the device within their pocket for surreptitious recording. My grandfather's countenance was etched with profound gravity as he moved through an obscure environment, surrounded by ephemeral wisps of crimson light that lent an eerie quality to the scene. Perhaps due to the distance and the layers of clothing, the audio was faint, prompting me to increase the volume to its maximum. At last, I discerned the cacophony of hurried footsteps and the ragged breaths of those trailing behind him, suggesting that a multitude followed in his wake. Suddenly, my gaze froze upon a disquieting revelation at the video's conclusion. A glimpse of a partially obscured, pallid face sent shivers down my spine. Yet, the procession remained eerily silent, as if they were all too familiar with the presence of this entity. As they advanced, I soon realized that it resembled a wax figure. Their pace was swift, the surroundings blurring past, and just as I believed the video had reached its conclusion, a horrific shriek erupted from the speakers, sending my water cup flying from my grasp. In the ensuing darkness, a cacophony of distressing noises resonated, cries for help intertwined with wails, punctuated by the sharp sound of gunfire, a dissonance that enveloped me. Even the spectral presence of Sadako from Ringu paled in comparison to this terror. In that fleeting moment, goosebumps erupted across my skin, and I broke into a cold sweat. Overwhelmed by the dreadful cacophony, I could not fathom the events of those final seconds. But the harrowing cries indicated that my grandfather and the others were undoubtedly in grave peril. The camera began to shake violently, and as clarity returned, I was confronted with a bloodied visage pressed against the screen. In the blink of an eye, the footage vanished into nothingness. That night, I replayed the video over 20 times, desperately searching for any vital clue concealed within. Yet, I gleaned nothing but dread from the revelation that the recording had been made 10 days prior. Absurdity washed over me. Was this a cruel jest? My grandfather had long since passed. I had personally overseen his cremation. Just a month ago, I had encountered his corpse at Qingyangzun, which had already left me in a state of bewilderment. Unable to shake the disquieting revelations, I rose early the following day and sought out a nearby audiovisual store. However, after consulting with the proprietors, my disquiet deepened. My mind felt on the verge of unraveling. My grandfather, who had shared my life for over a decade, alongside the body in the Lixi tomb, now a third version of him emerged in the video. How many grandfathers do I possess? I stumbled out of the store, lost in a haze, nearly colliding with vehicles multiple times along the way. However, ever since I turned 5, my memories of my grandfather have become increasingly hazy. Reflecting on this now, could it be a deliberate estrangement, a fear of uncovering some hidden truth? My breath quickens. This speculation seems highly plausible, and indeed, the most rational explanation. Yet, the corpse discovered in the tomb of Lixi and my grandfather in the video. What could their connection possibly be? No matter how hard I try to fathom it, I find myself utterly perplexed. The only certainty I possess is that my grandfather, Luoyang, is likely not deceased and is entangled in grave trouble. This disc appears to be a desperate plea for help from him. To be candid, the events that transpired in the tomb of Lixi have left me with lingering psychological scars. This inexplicably surfaced disc has detonated like a bomb, shattering my previously tranquil existence. I hardly slept a wink that night, and at the first light of dawn, I hailed a cab to seek out Uncle Ming. This matter now involves my grandfather, and I resolved to confront Uncle Ming. He must possess some insider knowledge. At that moment, a cleaning lady approached and said to me, "Young man, he has gone on a long trip. Do you have urgent business?" Her demeanor was somewhat cautious, as if she suspected me of being a thief. "Do you know where Uncle Ming has gone?" "I am his relative," I hastily inquired. Seeing that I was an acquaintance, her attitude softened slightly. "I really don't know where he went. In any case, if you are a relative of Ming, you should visit him more often. He is quite unfortunate. His mind is troubled, and he shouts every night. He also refuses to let me clean his room." The lady chattered on. "Has he left?" I had no time to entertain her ramblings. My thoughts immediately turned to the disc I had seen the day before. "When did Uncle Ming leave?" I asked, my anxiety mounting. "I haven't seen him for about a month," she responded, somewhat uncertain. It was highly probable that Uncle Ming was among the group depicted in the video, as the timeline corresponded perfectly. This indirectly confirmed that the disc had been intentionally delivered into my possession. Taking a deep breath, I resolved to commence my investigation forthwith. Whether for the sake of my grandfather or to unravel this enigma, I felt compelled to take action. After much deliberation at home, I ultimately decided to contact Wang Yuanzhao. Chapter 78, Zhang San Pao. After emerging from the hospital, I found that it had been quite some time since I last encountered Wang Yuanzhao. He seemed preoccupied with his wife's illness, frequently venturing out of town. Hello? A moment later, Wang Yuanzhao's deep voice resonated from the other end of the line. It's Yuanzhao. For some inexplicable reason, I held a profound trust in Wang Yuanzhao. I recounted all my troubles to him, revealing my suspicion that my grandfather might still be alive, and that I must uncover the truth. All right, I'll be there tonight. With that, Wang Yuanzhao ended the call. I sat in my chair, a bittersweet smile playing on my lips. His promptness made me feel somewhat embarrassed. I hadn't reached out to him in ages, only to call upon him when I was in need. Such a thought made me flush with shame. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, Wang Yuanzhao appeared at the entrance of my shop, clad in his familiar olive green military uniform, without even a single piece of luggage, looking much the same as ever. Yuanzhao, you've arrived quite swiftly. I embraced him warmly. Wang Yuanzhao rarely smiled, but today he managed a grin. How is the fatty doing? I pulled down the roll-up door of the shop and brewed a pot of fresh tea for us. Yuanzhao, how is your wife? I hesitated briefly before posing the question. Wang Yuanzhao's expression darkened. After a prolonged silence, he replied, stage for liver cancer. She held on for 3 months, but ultimately succumbed at last. I grasped the reason behind Wang Yuanzhao's urgent need for funds. His wife was suffering from an incurable disease. I found myself at a loss for words. Life and death are part of existence, and I could accept that, yet I loathed myself for not providing her with a few more days of happiness. Wang Yuanzhao lit a cigarette. What do you need me to do? He asked. Wang Yuanzhao furrowed his brow. Get to the point. I explained, it's rather perilous, and we need to collaborate with a man named Zhang Sanpao. He possesses a dubious character, is ruthless, and is a genuine treasure hunter. I feel uncertain about dealing with him. Do you require weapons? I can procure them. Wang Yuanzhao nodded. Not for now. I intend to converse with this individual first. Extract some clues from him, and I will need your protection. I contemplated for a moment. At present, I am empty-handed, aside from the contents of that disc. I possess nothing. Not a problem, Wang Yuanzhao assured me with a nod. Zhang Sanpao had always been active in Antique Street, frequently parting with a piece or two of rustic goods whenever he found himself short on funds. This Antique Street, at its core, resembled a small underworld, populated by individuals from all walks of life. Even though I refrained from delving into these murky dealings, I still had a grasp of who among them dealt in arms. Who were the charlatans, and who were the genuine merchants? I knew whom to approach in times of need. Having lived in the household of an antique dealer for 20 years, there were certain truths I had come to understand without needing guidance. Outsiders, however, would flounder about like headless flies, unable to find their way. Hence, the saying that a strong dragon cannot suppress a lowly snake. After enjoying a bowl of succulent meat dumplings with Wang Yuanzhao, we waited until nightfall to venture out. We arrived at a dimly lit alley, where I halted before a dilapidated refuse shed and called out a few times. Moments later, a filthy and emaciated young man emerged from within, and I frowned at the pungent scent of marijuana that clung to him. He impatiently inquired, "What do you want?" "I am searching for Zhang Sanpao." With a reward of 500, I replied, my brow furrowed in concentration. "I don't know," he retorted curtly. 1,000, and I assure you, my intention is merely to inquire about a matter, not to seek vengeance, I insisted. Noticing a flicker of hesitation on the young man's face, I sensed an opportunity. He was evidently fearful of Zhang Sanpao's potential retaliation, yet the allure of money had caught his interest. "Final offer, 5,000. This sum would suffice for you to hide away for a month, and I will never reveal that you provided the information." I continued to entice him. "Let us go," Wang Yuanzhao interjected, feigning impatience as he turned to leave. "Wait, I can tell you where Zhang Sanpao is, but it will cost me 10,000. Given Zhang Sanpao's temperament, if he discovers I have betrayed him, he will surely retaliate." The gaunt young man gritted his teeth. 5,000 is all I can offer. Not a penny more, and you bear no risk in this matter. I shook my head, resolute. At such a juncture, yielding would only invite further demands. "Fine. Show me the cash." I displayed 50 yuan bills before him, causing his eyes to light up, the previous despondency vanishing in an instant. He reached out to seize the money, but I smirked coldly. "First, the location. Don't think you can deceive me if I cannot find him." "You want to see a single dime. All right, it seems you possess some skill," he conceded. I handed him the money, and he greedily stuffed it into his pocket before hastily departing, as though fearing I might incite a violent altercation. Subsequently, Wang Yuanzhao and I made our way to the grocery store, where I feigned a desire to purchase some loose liquor to knock on the door. Just as the shopkeeper was unlocking it, Wang Yuanchao forcefully kicked the door open. The aroma of alcohol wafted through the room. And on the table lay 2 bowls and a pair of chopsticks, the meal still warm, yet the occupants had vanished. Not good, he has escaped. Wang Yuanchao exclaimed as he leapt through the window, startling the shopkeeper into a pallid state. Ding dang. Brother, what are you trying to do? The shopkeeper stammered. Fear etched across his face. At that moment, I had no time to address him, hurriedly following Wang Yuanchao in pursuit. They moved swiftly by the time I caught up. They had already covered over 100 meters. The 2 men were locked in a fierce struggle, Zhang Sanpao employing both hands and feet with brutal precision. Aiming for the eyes and throat, my heart raced in terror, fearing for Wang Yuanchao's safety. Zhang Sanpao, stop right this instant, I shouted, rushing forward to kick Zhang Sanpao in the rear. Li Ding Dang? Upon recognizing my face, Zhang Sanpao hesitated, finally relenting his assault. I nodded to Wang Yuanchao, who also released his grip on Zhang Sanpao's shoulder. Returning to the grocery store, Zhang Sanpao cut straight to the chase. I did not come here to engage in any underhanded dealings. I merely wished to inquire about something. From where did you acquire that disc? I asked, furrowing my brow. Disc? What disc? Zhang Sanpao's expression was one of bewilderment. Do not play the fool with me. I am referring to the disc beneath my bed. If it was not placed there by you, could it have been left by a ghost? The significance of this disc pertains to my grandfather's life and death. And upon hearing Zhang Sanpao's attempt to deny it, I felt a surge of anger. Do I, Zhang Sanpao, need to pretend ignorance before someone like you? He finally admitted. I confess, while you were asleep, I sneaked in and took the skull. I am currently laying low, and I have no time to leave you any disc. Zhang Sanpao's countenance darkened, as if he believed I was deliberately provoking him. My teeth ground together in frustration. I longed to hang this man up and subject him to severe interrogation. If he spoke the truth, the coincidences were indeed remarkable. The skull, marked with mysterious inscriptions, bore the same script as the rubbings we had obtained from Li Si's tomb. Moreover, who could have left that inexplicably appearing disc? Seeing that Zhang Sanpao stubbornly refused to acknowledge anything, I had no choice but to ask, then tell me, from where did you acquire this skull? Do you know its origins? A peculiar expression crossed his face. I do not know. Then there is nothing more to discuss. You are well aware of the rules of the Earth scholars. They sell their wares without inquiring into their provenance, Zhang Sanpao replied. I possess something akin to what you have. I suspect there is a considerable treasure behind it. If unearthed, it could sustain you for 8 lifetimes. Noticing Zhang Sanpao's skepticism, I promptly produced the rubbing I had tucked away, displaying it before him. Zhang Sanpao's entire body jolted, disbelief etched across his features. He then took a deep breath and fell silent, sitting back in his chair to smoke in contemplation. His demeanor puzzled me. It seems you have also noticed the inscriptions etched upon the skull. These characters have never appeared in Chinese history. If we could indeed uncover this treasure, even a few artifacts would be worth more than a gold mine. I seized the moment to press forward, knowing that for a man like Zhang Sanpao, immense temptation would surely yield results. Let me examine your rubbing closely. If it proves authentic, we shall collaborate. After a lengthy pause, Zhang Sanpao extinguished his cigarette. I handed him the paper, and he scrutinized the characters intently, dipping his fingers in a bit of alcohol and swiftly tracing the symbols on the table. As he traced, he muttered incantations that I could not comprehend. What? You can understand these characters? I asked, astonished. Chapter 79, The Tale of the Skeleton Demon. If I could comprehend these inscriptions, I would not have to toil as a mere rustic. I am only discerning the truth from falsehood, Zhang Sanpao remarked with irritation, hastily wiping the wine stains from the table. After a prolonged hesitation, he added, I am willing to collaborate with you, but you must recount the origins of this text in its entirety. Certainly, I nodded in agreement. Allow me to share the tale of how this skull came into my possession. The circumstances were rather sinister. A fisherman, while casting his net, retrieved this peculiar object. He claimed that as he pulled it from the water, the fish and shrimp within the net were thrashing about as if possessed, and the fish hawks at the bow of the boat were squawking as if mourning a death. Upon emptying the net, he discovered the skull. Coincidentally, I was foraging for local goods nearby, and the fisherman offered me the skull in exchange for a bit of drinking money. I am no archaeologist. I had no desire for such an ominous trinket, so I sent him away. But guess what happened? The very next morning, I awoke to find the skull quietly resting beside my pillow. As Zhang Sanpao recounted this, an involuntary shiver coursed through him. We listened intently, while the proprietor of the nearby sundry shop, Zhuzi, a distant relative of Zhang Sanpao, had pulled up a stool, captivated by the tale, and was munching on sunflower seeds. You see, in our line of work, we seek auspicious signs. I had discarded the skull, yet on the third day, I found it once more beside me as I slumbered. Zhang Sanpao lamented. Though I have plundered numerous tombs and taken lives, who wouldn't he feel unnerved by such occurrences? In a fit of anger, he hurled the skull to the ground, only to hear a loud crack as it shattered. Upon inspection, he realized that the other half of the skull had been crudely glued back together. I nodded, acknowledging that the human skull is the hardest part of the body. Prying it open is a formidable task, let alone shattering it completely. Then how did you end up being pursued, ultimately seeking refuge in my antique shop? I inquired, furrowing my brow. Do you know Ma Rulong? Zhang Sanpao suddenly countered. The most renowned elder in the tomb raiding community? I responded. Ma Rulong was indeed a figure of considerable repute, having descended into graves at the tender age of 13 and retiring at 50. His 30-plus years of expertise, coupled with ancestral knowledge, rendered him akin to a living encyclopedia in the realm of grave robbing. A mere glance from him could reveal the age, dynasty, and provenance of ordinary artifacts, earning him the moniker Golden Eye. Many sought his counsel, including individuals from the government who wished for his participation in archaeological teams, all of which he declined. My grandfather once spoke of Ma Rulong's illustrious name. He even visited him bearing gifts, yet at that time, my grandfather was in a rather unfortunate state and was ultimately denied entry. Indeed, that is the one. I believe he is the only one capable of unraveling the origins of this text. In order to glean further information, I meticulously transcribed 2 of the inscriptions from the skull for him. Is he familiar with these characters? I inquired. It is difficult to ascertain his exact recognition, yet he undoubtedly possesses knowledge of their essence. That old rascal has been intent on tricking me into revealing the entirety of the inscriptions for comparison. I insisted he first elucidate the origins of these characters. He spun tales for an eternity without uttering a single truth, and I was well aware of his intention to swindle me. His face flushed crimson with urgency as he repeatedly questioned me about the source of these characters, his demeanor suggesting he would have preferred to bind and torture me. Zhang Sanpao wore a countenance akin to a vulture. The more he displayed such anxiety, the more exhilarated I became. The fact that this old trickster was losing his composure indicated the inscriptions were indeed priceless national treasures. Subsequently, I had initially intended to linger a while longer to tantalize his curiosity, yet I soon discovered I was being followed. These pursuers were no innocuous beings. They had clearly tasted blood. Had I not sought refuge in your antique shop that night, I might have fallen victim to that old scoundrel. I had assumed Ma Rulong had turned over a new leaf after his retirement, but it appeared his heart was darker than mine. Let us pay a visit to Ma Rulong, I suggested. This old man would be a formidable adversary. We were hardly qualified to negotiate with him. The fact that these inscriptions could unsettle Ma Rulong implied their immense worth. What if the old man decided to sever ties? He had numerous disciples at his command, and if we ventured onto his territory, it would be as simple for him to crush us as it would be to squash an ant. Zhang Sanpao sighed heavily. I regarded Zhang Sanpao with a sense of caution. His thoughts were astutely calculated, and collaborating with him would require careful consideration. There is no need for concern. When the time comes, I will only bring half of the inscriptions from the skull and my own rubbings. If he is sincere about collaborating, we can discuss strategies together. Should he resort to violence, he will find no favorable outcome. I pondered for a moment, asserting that such a scenario was unlikely. As long as Ma Rulong was not deranged, he would surely opt for cooperation with us. Very well, time is of the essence. I shall purchase a train ticket immediately and head to Panjiayuan to find Ma Rulong, Zhang Sanpao declared hastily as he exited. Panjiayuan? I was taken aback. Wasn't he that where that rotund fellow was selling goods? I wondered whether he had resumed his former endeavors, yet it might prove beneficial. With him as our local guide, our efforts would be considerably streamlined. Half an hour later, I received a call from Zhang Sanpao, instructing me and Wang Yuanchao to prepare our packages for departure. We boarded the train to Beijing, and Zhang Sanpao, seemingly uneasy, even brought along Erjuzi. The latter appeared somewhat simple-minded but was remarkably robust, effortlessly carrying 2 bags of rice weighing 50 pounds each on his shoulders. In a physical confrontation, I suspected that even Wang Yuanchao would struggle against him. Upon alighting from the station, Zhang Sanpao and I agreed to reconvene the following day before parting ways. I wonder how the rotund fellow is faring now? Wang Yuanchao chuckled, recalling the merriment he had brought during our journey, despite his occasional unreliability. Let's first investigate the situation. If this individual has not yet recovered, We shall refrain from discussing any plans for action and instead simply mention a visit to Tiananmen Square in Beijing. I contemplated for a moment and then spoke. Chapter 80. Panjiayuan, given the gluttonous nature of my companion, who values money above all else. It was only natural for him to accompany us upon learning of a significant auction. As Wang Yuanchao and I conversed, we ventured into Panjiayuan. Though I was aware that this was the largest antique market in Beijing, I was nonetheless taken aback by the bustling atmosphere that greeted us even before 8 o'clock. The market was already alive with a cacophony of voices, with vendors eagerly awaiting customers and numerous patrons perusing the antiques. However, the attire of these guests was rather peculiar, with some even donning masks while selecting their treasures. What purpose do these masks serve? Wang Yuanchao, unfamiliar with this place, inquired with a hint of curiosity. I chuckled and explained, Panjiayuan is often referred to as the ghost market in Beijing. Those with a discerning eye can unearth remarkable finds here. Unlike the ostentatious vendors, these individuals tend to operate discreetly, wearing masks to avoid recognition. Our focus was primarily on the stalls selling ancient porcelain. I meticulously searched each booth, hoping to catch a glimpse of my rotund friend, for he had a particular affinity for porcelain, claiming it was the easiest to sell. He often boasted that a single sale to a foreigner could sustain him for 3 months. However, after half an hour of traversing the area and inspecting nearly every stall, I found no sign of him. Surely he isn't still nursing his wounds back home, I muttered to myself. Brothers, are you in search of fine wares? A hand suddenly rested on my shoulder, accompanied by an overly flattering tone. It was none other than the rotund figure himself. Enough of your antics, you glutton. Have you really resorted to soliciting your own kin? I retorted, somewhat exasperated. He paused, momentarily taken aback, as if feeling a tinge of guilt. Ah, I see you have previously purchased from me. You must know I have many treasures here. Come, let us take a closer look. He then casually draped an arm over my shoulder and began to lead me towards his stall. Wang Yuanchao and I exchanged bemused glances. It seemed he genuinely had not recognized us and was attempting to swindle us as unwitting patrons. I gestured towards my head, indicating that perhaps the lingering effects of our previous encounter had clouded his memory. To my surprise, his stall was positioned at the back entrance of Panjiayuan. While he had evidently ventured to the front to drum up business, his practiced demeanor suggested that this was not his first foray into such tactics. Brother, just the other day, I acquired a remarkable piece. Since fate has brought us together, allow me to enlighten you. He produced a bowl wrapped in newspaper from his booth, revealing it with an air of mystery. Observe the intricate designs and craftsmanship. Can you believe it? This is an authentic Tang Sankai porcelain. Yours for a mere 5,000 yuan. Alas, I only part with this family heirloom due to a dear friend's grave illness. Spare me your melodrama, you glutton. You're the one who is gravely ill. I erupted, infuriated by his nonchalant delivery, which seemed rehearsed to the point of absurdity. My anger flared, for it became apparent that misfortune had plagued me these past months, likely due to the curses of this shameless charlatan. Wait a moment, I just remembered. Aren't you Ding Dang and the Yanchao brothers? What brings you to Beijing? The hefty fellow suddenly widened his eyes and shouted at us. Never mind, given his current condition. Participating in the mission would be tantamount to courting death, I replied with a wry smile. Wang Yanchao nodded in agreement, while the hefty one stared at me with a face full of suspicion. What mission? Ding Dang, let me tell you. Don't even think about leaving me behind to seek fortune alone. Have you lost your mind? How can you expect to gain wealth in your state? You should focus on recuperating. I retorted. If I were truly deranged, would I be able to reach for the moon or catch turtles in the ocean? The hefty one exclaimed, then rummaged through a pile of assorted junk and pulled out a wooden box, presenting it to me. Upon opening the box, I discovered a deep green ring inside, its intricate patterns clearly visible, marred by a conspicuous white mark in one spot. Is this a ring from the Xiongnu during the late Qin dynasty? Such an artifact is only worthy of Xiongnu nobility, I remarked after a thorough examination. Indeed, I unearthed this ring a month ago. Alas, had it not been damaged, I would have struck gold. Now its value barely reaches a few tens of thousands, he grumbled. By the way, are you really fine? Do you remember our expedition to Li Si's tomb? This mission is fraught with peril. It's not a jest. I voiced my concerns. Of course, I remember. It's just that since my surgery, my mind occasionally falters, but everything else is perfectly normal. My physique is robust enough to fell a bull, he said, flexing in a rather comical manner, though the bulge of his belly was somewhat hard to ignore. Enough of this banter. Let us cut to the chase. You are aware of my grandfather's situation, and I now suspect he may still be alive. I recounted the events of the past 6 months to both the hefty one and Wang Yinxiao in detail. Ding dang. Are you implying that the inscriptions on the Qingyang Zun may lead to another grand tomb, and that your grandfather is there? The hefty one pondered, stroking his chin. What insights have you gleaned from an outsider's perspective? I inquired, unable to resist asking as I observed his contemplative expression. Firstly, why would your grandfather leave a doppelganger at home? Who was he trying to guard against? That is a question worth considering. Furthermore, why would an elderly man abandon his family to seek out an exceedingly perilous tomb? He mused. I lit a cigarette, sinking into contemplation. By the way, you have been in Beijing for quite some time. How much do you know about Ma Rulong? I asked, furrowing my brow. When it came to serious matters. The hefty one dropped his playful demeanor, rising to his feet. This individual is not to be underestimated. He was originally a ruthless tomb raider. I am unsure how he managed to rehabilitate his image, as he now operates in both the legitimate and illicit spheres. I believe he even held a lecture at Peking University recently. If he has set his sights on those inscriptions, the four of us might not suffice to contend with him. Well, what will be, will be. If fortune is not on our side, we shall uncover the truth on our journey tomorrow. I shook my head, realizing that there are only a few across the nation who could decipher these words. Without seeking out Ma Rulong, I truly wouldn't know whom to turn to. Zhang Sanpao and Ma Rulong are certainly not to be underestimated, the stout fellow remarked. If only Fourth Miss were here, we would undoubtedly feel much more confident. I sighed and said, in the tomb of Li Si, had it not been for Fourth Miss, we surely would not have been able to leave at all. At times, I find myself genuinely missing that cool young individual. Chapter 81. Yuan felt an unsettling sense of caution. He couldn't shake the feeling that the series of events surrounding Ding Dang were far too coincidental. Wang Yuanxiao shook his head, his expression grave. The emergence of Zhang Sanpao, along with the disc that had fallen in my shop, seemed absurdly coincidental even to an outsider like Wang Yuanxiao, let alone to me. It felt as though an unseen hand was orchestrating the unfolding of these events, leaving me without any options. After a brief exchange, we finally received a call from Zhang Sanpao. Let's meet at Panjiayuan at 6:30 tonight. I've already arranged the time with Ma Rulong, he said. All right, I replied. Upon our arrival at Panjiayuan, Zhang Sanpao had been waiting for quite some time. Noticing a rather portly man, his expression was noticeably displeased. I briefly introduced the man and stated that should we uncover any treasures, the division of spoils would remain unchanged, with the fat man's share being contributed by Wang Yuanxiao and me. Only then did Zhang Sanpao smile and shake the man's hand. Such a person would never concede an inch. I had no desire to argue with him. Under Zhang Sanpao's guidance, we ventured deep into Panjiayuan. Arriving at an elegantly antiquated Chinese villa, Zhang Sanpao approached and knocked on the door, which opened to reveal a plump old man with a benevolent demeanor. He glanced at the three of us and said with a hint of indifference, "Come in." Is this Ma Rulong? I whispered to Zhang Sanpao. As we entered, I noticed that the entire villa appeared devoid of servants, as if only Ma Rulong resided there. Zhang Sanpao nodded slightly, signaling me to remain silent. We followed Ma Rulong straight to his study, which was filled with rare and exquisite treasures. Some of the items took my breath away. This old man was indeed wealthy. Please, have a seat. Let us get straight to the point. I wish to purchase the writings you possess. Name your price, Ma Rulong said, settling into a grand chair with a chuckle. I'm not selling, but we can collaborate. I will provide half of the writings, and you will clarify their origins and meanings for us, he continued. I outright rejected the offer. This lead pertained to my grandfather's life and death. And how could that be measured in monetary terms? Then there is nothing to discuss. You may leave, Ma Rulong waved dismissively. Was this old man attempting to deceive us? I felt a chill at the sight of his smile. Was he planning a bold theft? You followed me earlier, didn't you? Was there a murderous intent behind that? Zhang Sanpao's teeth ground together audibly. Of course, I wouldn't kill you. However, you would be treated as grave robbers and imprisoned for 2 or 3 decades. You should be well aware of my influence, Ma Rulong stated, enunciating each word deliberately. This was clearly a threat. With his capabilities, he could indeed have us imprisoned. I noticed a hint of hesitation on Zhang Sanpao's face. His stance differed from mine, as he would likely accept a sum of 1 million. No. I could not allow Ma Rulong to continue pressuring us. I suddenly stepped forward, brandishing the copy in my hand before Ma Rulong, and ignited it with my lighter. This is the text you seek. Stop. Ma Rulong slammed his hand on the table, propelling himself over it to snatch the paper from my grasp. Wang Yuanxiao regarded Ma Rulong with caution. The skill he had just displayed was indeed impressive. With the paper in his possession, Ma Rulong's countenance darkened ominously. His frantic attempts to extinguish the flames contorting his features into a ghastly visage that sent shivers down my spine. Steeling myself, I declared, once again, I must insist on knowing the origin of this text, as well as the provenance of that skull. If you refuse to cooperate, you shall not obtain anything at all. At this moment, I was gambling, hoping that this text would stir Ma Rulong's interest. Ma Rulong furrowed his brow, scrutinizing me intently, seemingly trying to discern whether I was bluffing. His expression fluctuated between hope and despair, as if engaged in a fierce internal struggle. This text was undeniably linked to an ancient tomb I had long sought. After what felt like an eternity, Ma Rulong finally spoke. What dynasty does it belong to? Why have I never encountered it before? I asked eagerly. Ma Rulong chuckled softly. The capacity for destruction among our people is astounding. No matter how deeply a tomb is concealed, it can be plundered in the face of absolute violence. During the Three Kingdoms era, Cao Cao, as well as various warlords of the Republic era, organized armies to raid tombs, effortlessly leveling mountains and plains. If you are buried underground, they will unearth you even if they must dig 3 feet into the earth. The fact that this text has never appeared suggests that this tomb is not buried within the earth. I retorted, you old rogue, it can't be submerged underwater, can it? The stout man pondered for a while, convinced that Ma Rulong was merely spouting nonsense. Yet, I held a different view. Ma Rulong's words seemed to carry a deeper meaning, and I began to glean a faint understanding. Yes, it must be underwater. This is an unprecedented aquatic burial. Ma Rulong appeared as though he had been invigorated by a stimulant. Years ago, I had acquired a copper piece from a fisherman, inscribed with 4 characters of this script. And since then, I had been vigilant for related information. I compared it with the 10 most ancient scripts and ultimately discovered that the more archaic the script, the more it resembled this one, with oracle bone script being the closest. Hence, I named this script Yuan. Why call it Yuan? Zhang Sanpao inquired curiously. Having earned his place as a genuine tomb raider, yet finding Ma Rulong's narrative utterly fascinating. After a moment's hesitation, Zhang Sanpao produced a sheet of paper from his pocket and handed it to Ma Rulong. After you read it, you must translate it for us. If you dare to deceive us, then cooperation is off the table. I cautioned. At this moment, we resembled children engaged in a game of tangram. Each holding a piece of the puzzle. Without any single piece, the entire image would remain incomplete. Chapter 82. Do you summons the dragon when I, Ma Rulong, embarked on my journey? You were still in your infancy. Since we are to collaborate, let us do so with mutual respect and integrity. I shall not deceive you in the slightest. However, I noticed that Ma Rulong's expression grew increasingly grave, with an unmistakable zeal shimmering within. As I had anticipated, these inscriptions in my bronze tablet hail from a singular origin. Ma Rulong exclaimed with excitement. I shall not conceal it from you. The bronze tablet I previously acquired bears the secret to deciphering these inscriptions, enabling me to comprehend them to a considerable extent. The term Sanpao holds little significance, merely outlining how to conduct a water burial. Yet the characters brought forth by this young brother conceal a crucial clue. Ma Rulong addressed me, attempting to take a sip from his cup, only to inadvertently shatter it in his fervor. We had established a rule beforehand. Do not turn your back on me now. Upon hearing Ma Rulong's words, Zhang Sanpao appeared somewhat uneasy. In fact, there exists an unwritten rule within the realm of tomb raiding. The more effort one exerts, the greater the share of treasure one receives. Given that Zhang Sanpao's findings hold little value at present, should we expel him from our ranks? He would find himself utterly powerless. Fear not, I am not one of those individuals. I furrowed my brow as I spoke. From the very beginning, my pursuit of this clue was not motivated by greed. Mr. Ma, since this fragment of text is of paramount importance, please translate it for us. I inhaled deeply and urged Ma Rulong, my heart racing at his evident agitation. Do you summons the dragon? The yellow river leaves no trace between the 2 waters. The true dragon is sought. The meaning derived from these 16 characters pertains to the information regarding an ancient tomb. There should be an additional 16 characters that will indicate the precise location of this burial site. Ma Rulong elaborated. I widened my eyes, my expression a tapestry of intrigue. Meanwhile, Zhang Sanpao, likely more attuned to the nuances than I, trembled with anticipation. What true dragon? What false dragon? Old man, could you speak in simpler terms? I am not so well versed. The plump man interjected, feeling perplexed as Zhang Sanpao, and I grasped the implications. How dare one without knowledge step into my domain? Ma Rulong's countenance darkened, evidently displeased with the interruption. Stop blabbering, fatty. I hastily pulled the plump man aside and succinctly clarified the matter for him. Diyu Summons the Dragon recounts the tale of Diyu's water management. According to legend, in ancient times, the Central Plains were plagued by annual floods that devastated countless homes and crops. Tribal leaders appointed several capable individuals to manage the deluge, yet all met with dismal failure. When it was Diyu's turn, he adopted the strategy of channeling the floodwaters into the sea, ultimately achieving success. It is said that during Diyu's efforts, numerous true dragons descended to assist him in flattening the riverbeds with their tails, hence the proverb Diyu summons the dragon. The waters that Diyu tamed represent the present-day Yellow River. The phrase's commencement with Diyu summons the dragon indicates that this tomb must lie in proximity to the Yellow River, while the latter line suggests that this burial is ensconced within the dragon's lair of the Yellow River. After I finished speaking, the stout man stood there in a daze, seemingly taken aback by the proficiency I displayed. Furthermore, I perceived that this should be a water dragon's lair. Typically, a dragon's lair is represented by a mountain range. As long as the geomancer can pinpoint the dragon's head and conduct the burial there, the descendants of the deceased are destined for immense wealth and high office. However, according to the translation by Old Master Ma, someone had regarded the entire Yellow River as a dragon, marking its head. This, even if a pig were buried there, its descendants could become a heavenly marshal. At this moment, Zhang Sanpao added. Although Zhang Sanpao's assertion was somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless underscored the rarity of a water dragon's lair. After a moment's hesitation, I decided to share the remaining half of the text with Ma Rulong. Ma Rulong scrutinized it for a full hour before putting down his magnifying glass and reciting. Men have their feet, dragons have their tails, breaking the yin and yang, reaching from the earth to the heavens. Now it was my turn to be bewildered. These words all pertain to the concepts of geomancy and yin-yang philosophy. While I could still discuss history to some extent, I had no idea how to interpret these notions. Old Master Ma, do you have a map of China? The more detailed, the better, Zhang Sanpao suddenly remarked. I could tell from the expression on his face that he was onto something. This fellow was a genuine tomb raider, and matters of geomancy were second nature to him. Fortunately, we had not fallen out previously. Ma Rulong nodded and then unfurled a massive map across the table. As the map spread out, even the stout man's eyes lit up. Indeed, a wealthy individual. This hand-drawn map of China was exquisite. The mountains and rivers depicted were so vivid that even I, who typically had little interest in maps, found it almost three-dimensional. Zhang Sanpao quickly entered his element, pointing to a location on the map. Look, this entire stretch is the Yellow River. The dragon's tail represents the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River, specifically around Zhengzhou and Henan. The subsequent phrases were entirely descriptions of geomancy. Our task was to venture to the dragon's tail and identify the auspicious site that matched the description. It seemed Zhang Sanpao also recognized our predicament, as he meticulously explained everything to us. Isn't this nonsense? This incantation has been left behind for thousands of years. The Yellow River has undergone countless natural disasters over the years, and many areas have changed beyond recognition. How could we possibly locate that so-called auspicious site? The stout man looked utterly dumbfounded. You make a valid point, but it is not without its solutions. The ancient descriptions of geomancy often use mountains and rivers as clues. Although many years have passed, at least the mountains and rivers remain unchanged, Zhang Sanpao replied. At this juncture, it seemed everyone had an inkling of what lay ahead. The significance of these words was profound. If we could uncover the ancient tomb behind them, it would likely transform us all into millionaires instantaneously. I, Ma Rulong, have spoken and delivered the translations as they are, but apart from the five of you, I wish for no one else to know of this matter. Consider this a warning, Ma Rulong suddenly stated, his eyes gleaming with ferocity. Chapter 83. The Tomb Raider Alliance. The peculiar behavior exhibited by Ma Rulong startled us. He confined us within the villa and confiscated our mobile phones. I gestured to Wang Yuanchao and the plump man, signaling them to refrain from resisting. Zhang Sanpao hesitated momentarily but ultimately complied with Ma Rulong's directive. The house had ample rooms. We could simply choose one to rest in. After uttering these words, Ma Rulong hurriedly departed. Could it be that the old man, having secured what he sought, would turn against us? A wave of unease washed over me. Although I had spoken confidently earlier, we had now laid bare all our secrets. If Ma Rulong intended to act against us, we would undoubtedly meet our demise. Who could say for certain? The expressions on everyone's faces grew grim, particularly that of Zhang Sanpao's distant relative, the burly Heir Zhuzi, whose countenance suggested he was on the verge of tears. His naive demeanor almost made me chuckle, which alleviated some of my tension. We remained huddled in the study, reluctant to separate, and it was only after a considerable struggle against fatigue that I finally succumbed to sleep. The following day, the tantalizing aroma of food roused me from slumber. Upon opening my eyes, my tongue nearly slipped from my mouth in anticipation. There was succulent roast suckling pig, crispy spring rolls, and spicy prawns, among other delicacies, along with a large bottle of Mount liquor. The others were relishing their meal with gusto, and I found myself salivating. Disregarding the absence of brushing my teeth or washing my face, rolling up my sleeves to join them. After that hearty feast, a cup of tea, and we would be ready to set off. Ma Rulong entered, his expression somewhat grim, and announced, "So soon? Wasn't it agreed upon that we would wait 3 days?" Zhang Sanpao queried in confusion. "No more idle chatter. The fewer people who know about this operation, the better. You 5 are my elite team, and you shall adhere strictly to my arrangements. Rest assured, I, Ma Rulong, will not shortchange you. Once we locate the tomb, the spoils will be divided equally among us." After his proclamation, Ma Rulong hurriedly began to gather his belongings. We exchanged glances, and I felt as though my thoughts were tangled. To speak candidly, this endeavor is far from simple. Our clan has a long-standing edict. We must never enter such water dragon holes, for they are exceedingly sinister and may harbor unclean entities. If we cannot locate it, so be it. But should we truly fail, who can discern whether it is a blessing or a curse? Sighed Ma Sanpao. Having refrained from expelling him from our group, his attitude towards me had markedly improved. He continued to address me as little boss, just as before. What unclean entities? Do you truly believe in such superstitions? The plump man mumbled with his mouth full of meat. Just eat your meat, I retorted, rolling my eyes at him, while adding 2 large pieces of fat meat to his bowl. Furthermore, I sensed that Ma Rulong was certainly withholding information from us. His invitation to join him appeared to be a ruse to lead us into a trap. Zhang Sanpao is right, ultimately. We must look out for one another and ensure that the likes of Ma do not betray us. I believe Zhang Sanpao's concerns are not unfounded. This old man could have easily abandoned us to pursue his own interests. Even if he chose to involve us, he should not have been so generous. It is likely that the document he possesses contains perilous information that he expects us to risk our lives to uncover. The more I ponder this possibility, the more it aligns with the cunning nature of the old fox, Ma Rulong. Ding dang, do not overthink it. Regardless, we must proceed. When soldiers arrive, we shall meet them. When water comes, we shall bury it in earth, Wang Yuanchao consoled, sensing my anxiety. After finishing a cup of tea, Ma Rulong summoned us to depart punctually. At the entrance of the villa, a black business car of an unknown brand awaited us. As we climbed in, we noticed 2 middle-aged men already seated in the back. Upon our arrival, one of them, clad in a suit, flashed a broad smile, exuding a friendly demeanor. The other, a muscular man of somewhat exaggerated proportions, seemed oblivious to our presence, his arms crossed as he meditated with eyes closed. To my surprise, Ma Rulong's 2 personal bodyguards had also arrived. Allow me to introduce them. The robust one is Xiang Hu, a former underground boxing champion in Beijing. The other, who appears refined in his suit, should not be deceived by his exterior. His temper is as volatile as gunpowder, and he is nicknamed Madman, Zhang Sanpao announced without regard for the men standing nearby. Just call me Brother Feng, I replied. Recalling a time long past, who does not know that I have since taken to self-cultivation and have not lost my temper in years? The man in the suit, noticing my gaze, flashed another radiant smile. I sensed a hint of flamboyance in his demeanor and quickly pretended not to notice. Wait, weren't you the one who severely injured a vendor at Panjiayuan last month, breaking 3 sticks on the spot? It was you, the hefty fellow suddenly recalled, his complexion paling as he pointed at the suited man, trembling. Who told that fool to sell counterfeit goods to me? He brought the ridicule upon himself. But let us not dwell on such unpleasant matters. Let us smoke a cigarette, for we are all brothers. The suited man tore open a pack of Yushi cigarettes and began distributing them. Seeing the pallor on the hefty man's face unnerved me as well. If this carefree fellow was frightened, then this suited man must indeed be formidable. I hastily feigned disinterest, pretending to contemplate something else. Throughout the journey, aside from the man in the suit, who incessantly sought conversation, the atmosphere remained relatively quiet. The windows were tinted, obscuring our surroundings, and I had no idea where we were headed. However, the driver exhibited erratic behavior, making sudden turns and abrupt stops, causing me to feel as though the car might flip. Excuse me, could you drive a bit slower? We are not in a rush, I implored, my stomach beginning to churn. Nevertheless, the car's speed showed no signs of abating. If anything, it seemed to escalate, as if in defiance. After what felt like a half hour, the vehicle executed a 180-degree drift, nearly throwing me out. When the car finally came to a halt, I could no longer contain myself and flung open the door, retching violently. Although the others appeared somewhat unwell, they did not seem to suffer as terribly as I did. How utterly useless. Could a mere bit of motion induce such nausea? At that moment, a childish voice emerged from behind me. I turned to see a young girl standing before me. Her rebellious pink hair cropped short, her features as delicate as a porcelain doll. As I glanced downward, I noticed her snug denim attire, which was quite striking. I nearly lost my composure, such a youthful visage paired with a curvaceous figure. She embodied the essence of a nonconformist little girl. I struggled to suppress my impure thoughts and hastily diverted my gaze towards the others. It would be wise to avert my eyes, for a lingering look might lead to dire consequences. The girl flashed me an impudent gesture, shattering my impression of her sweetness. Who is she? Could she possibly be the one who was driving earlier? I inquired. As our conversation unfolded, I sensed an unusual tension in the atmosphere, particularly due to Ma Rulong's peculiar expression. Heh, little girl? She responded with a sweet smile, then fell silent. Allow me to introduce her. Her name is Catherine, and she will be accompanying us on this journey. Well, it seems the time has come. Let us prepare to board the train. Ma Rulong awkwardly introduced, appearing reluctant to divulge more about the girl's identity, before picking up his bag and heading towards the train station. Chapter 84. The murderous maniac. The girl let out a cold snort and followed behind. At that moment, the plump man excitedly tugged at my sleeve, exclaiming, "Ding-yang! What an extraordinary figure! A once-in-a-century marvel." He then inquired about the girl's origins. "I have no idea," I replied, shaking my head. To be honest, in the profession of tomb raiding, I had scarcely encountered any beauties, let alone a rare gem like her. Her sudden appearance left us all perplexed. Even Zhang Sanpao seemed momentarily taken aback before suggesting, "Perhaps she is the guide that Ma Rulong sought?" Upon arriving at the train station, Ma Rulong distributed the tickets to us. I, Erjuzi, the suited man, and Catherine were assigned to one carriage, while Ma Rulong, Xiang Hu, the plump man, Wang Yuanchao, and Zhang Sanpao occupied another. I couldn't help but furrow my brow at this arrangement. It was evident that Ma Rulong was wary of us, intentionally separating our group. However, given the circumstances, we had no choice. If a conflict arose, we would undoubtedly bear the brunt of it. I boarded the train and settled into a bunk, lazily lying down. Erjuzi and the suited man followed suit, unfamiliar with either of them. I saw no reason to waste breath on conversation and promptly closed my eyes to rest. We were entirely in the dark about Zhengzhou and had no idea how to locate the so-called Dragon's Tail. The train's bedding was surprisingly soft, and I soon drifted into a light slumber. I was roused from my reverie by a peal of laughter that rang like silver bells. The girl named Catherine was perched on the upper bunk opposite me, her legs casually crossed, engrossed in a comic book and laughing heartily. "Hey, uncle, don't peek at me." She suddenly glanced my way and remarked, then resumed her unrestrained laughter. That uncle made me feel a decade older, yet I suppressed my irritation and asked, "You must be Catherine, right? Pray tell, why are you accompanying us to Zhengzhou?" She replied, "Whatever you are doing, I shall do too, uncle. Just don't be scared and tremble behind me, huh?" With that, she removed her headphones, tossed her pink hair, and her large, round eyes gleamed with disdain. Very well. I wonder how long this little imp will remain so smug, I thought, my temper flaring. This girl exhibited a complete lack of manners, her every gesture dripping with contempt for me. I resolved to cease any further conversation. She was nothing more than a thorny rose, utterly impossible to engage with. The train journey from Beijing to Zhengzhou took 10 hours, and aside from the peculiar presence of Catherine, the trip was uneventful. During mealtime, I discovered that she had been engrossed in Slam Dunk, a comic that had recently gained immense popularity, captivating countless female students with its characters, Rukawa Kid and Sakuraji Hanamichi. However, I was not one to be swayed by fads, and I grew drowsy after merely flipping through a few pages. As the sun began to set, the train finally arrived in Zhengzhou. Ma Rulong led us through a maze of streets until we finally reached a modest residence. He seemed to have made prior arrangements. Pushing the door open and stepping inside, the interior of the humble dwelling was sparsely furnished, containing only an octagonal table, a few cups, and a thermos. The pampered elder, Ma Rulong, did not mind at all and proceeded to spread a map across the table, stating, "Let me offer you a word of caution. Zhengzhou is quite a unique place in China. It is a melting pot of all kinds of people. and the area near the Yellow River is dotted with countless ancient tombs. You never know how many treasure seekers are keeping an eye on this place. You might even encounter a few tomb raiders while purchasing a pack of cigarettes. Therefore, our operation must prioritize discretion above all else. I nodded in agreement. I had done some research on Zhengzhou before arriving. In ancient China, Zhengzhou thrived as a prosperous city, a burial site for many nobles and emperors. The renowned strategist Han Fizi and the great poets Du Fu and Bai Ji hailed from Zhengzhou. During the early years of the reform and opening up, Zhengzhou served as an underground market for artifacts, with unearthed relics spanning from the Warring States to the Ming and Qing dynasties, earning it the title of treasure trove among tomb raiders. Based on the inscriptions, it could be deduced that the location we sought lay in the middle and lower reaches of the Yellow River, which meant we would need to proceed down this road. Ma Rulong marked an arrow on the map. This area has yet to be developed by the government. It consists of riverbeds and mountains, becoming increasingly difficult to traverse. If we are to enter, we must be thoroughly prepared. Wang Yuanchao suddenly spoke in a grave tone. It seemed he was familiar with this place as well. Rest assured, I have considered all that you mentioned. Our first step should be to establish a base in Luoyang village and see if we can uncover any leads. Ma Rulong pointed to a blank spot on the map and inscribed the characters Luoyang village in red ink. I noticed that this unmarked area had no indications of railways or roads nearby, signifying it was a completely isolated village, truly remote. Such places are often cut off from the world, lacking even mobile phone signals. I had seen on television how villagers in impoverished mountain valleys had never experienced the outside world simply because they had no means to leave. Are you truly planning to go to this place? To my surprise, it was Wang Yuanchao who asked, his expression somewhat peculiar. Indeed, for it is most likely the location of the dragon's tail. And you should be aware that the deeper a tomb is hidden, the lower the chances of it being discovered by others. We will prepare all our weapons and supplies and venture in. The outcome shall be left to fate. Ma Rulong replied with a calm demeanor. I refuse to go to this cursed place. I have a wife and children to support at home. Erjuzai seemed frightened, making a hasty attempt to flee. Just then, the suit-clad man, who had maintained a smile throughout, lunged forward, lifted Erjuzai, and executed a swift throw, twisting his head to the side. A sickening crack echoed through the air, and Erjuzai's eyes widened in disbelief as he breathed his last. What the hell are you doing? I stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, scarcely able to believe that someone would dare to commit murder so brazenly in broad daylight. Zhang Sanpeio's face was a terrifying shade of gloom, his fist clenched tightly, exuding a predatory aura. This was the second time. I had previously warned him, yet he chose to disregard my counsel, leaving me to suffer the consequences of his folly. The man in the suit continued to laugh, as if he had merely sipped a glass of water moments ago. It seems that after years of renouncing my former life, no one considers me worthy of respect anymore. Drag the body away and dispose of it properly, Ma Rulong commanded with a wave of his hand. If such an incident occurs again, do not hold me accountable for my ruthless actions. His gaze sliced through each of us like a blade. At that moment, I was engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread, my body trembling uncontrollably. Who was this man? Did a human life hold so little value in his eyes? I fixed my gaze on Ma Rulong, truly torn between the decision to confront him or to ally with such a person, knowing that our collaboration would inevitably lead to our downfall. Chapter 85. Luoyang Village, a terrifying prelude alas. It was indeed Erjuzai who courted his own demise. A fact I reluctantly accepted. Zhang Sanpao sighed silently, ultimately yielding to the circumstances. Ma Rulong cast a glance at Zhang Sanpao, and then commanded the muscular man, Xiang Hu. Drag the body to a secluded spot, douse it in gasoline, and set it ablaze. Once our guide arrives, we shall depart. Seated in my chair, I observed the lifeless form of Erjuzai on the ground, a chilling sensation coursing through my veins. What repulsed me most was the girl named Catherine, who seemed utterly unfazed by the grim scene. Clutching a comic book and chewing gum, she even blew a few bubbles, her demeanor shockingly detached. What manner of twisted psyche did this girl possess? We lingered in the room for over 3 hours until a knock finally echoed at the door. Master Ma. The body has been disposed of, and everything is ready. We can set off now, Xiang Hu announced as he pushed the door open. Excellent. Ma Rulong nodded in satisfaction. By this time, it was already between 7 and 8 o'clock. We stepped outside to a flat area where 2 large off-road vehicles awaited us. Upon entering the vehicle, it roared to life, veering off into the mountains rather than following the road. What a fine machine. I marveled at the smoothness of the ride over such a bumpy dirt path. The rotund man shifted uncomfortably on his seat, his demeanor utterly unseemly. Heh. This is an imported American Hummer, used by the military in battle, worth a staggering $100,000. If this isn't good, then there isn't a decent vehicle to be found in all of China, remarked the man in a suit, affectionately draping his arm over the chubby man's shoulder. Don't touch me, you lunatic. The portly fellow, evidently startled, promptly shrugged off the suit-clad man's arm. The Hummer maintained a brisk pace, and soon we found ourselves in desolate surroundings with nothing but barren mountains and wild hills. The path we traversed was rough, evidently seldom traveled by vehicles. Are we truly heading to Luoyang village? Inquired the guide, his thick Hunan accent revealing him to be an older man. Isn't it Luoyang village? The chubby man responded, an edge of confusion in his voice. Luoyang village is what outsiders call it. We locals refer to it as Daiwang village. It is certainly not a peaceful place. You brave souls must be willing to risk your lives for fortune. The old man's voice was laden with a rich dialect, yet I could understand him well enough. Intrigued by his words, I pressed further. Why do you say that? Dai means death. This village has poor feng shui, said to lie directly beneath the tail of the Dragon Kings, which brings continuous misfortune. Those who seek wealth by racing horses in the vicinity are well aware of these tales, the old man explained. Is it true that in this village, the deceased must be buried wearing a mask, with their heads facing downward? Wang Yuanchao suddenly asked, his expression oddly peculiar. Ah, so you have visited our Daiwang village? The old man turned, astonished, as he regarded Wang Yuanchao. Old Wang, do enlighten us about the situation, the chubby man urged eagerly. Wang Yuanchao remarked with a bitter smile. During my time in the military, we were amidst a nationwide crackdown. Our small team of 8 once pursued a group of murderers through this very area. I must confess, this village is the most sinister I have ever encountered. Hearing Wang's words left me somewhat bewildered. Given his character, he should have been skeptical of such supernatural claims. Yet here, he was uttering such strange talk. As we commenced our search in the village, a funeral was underway at one of the homes. One of my comrades, fearing that the killers might be hiding in the coffin, pried it open on the spot, scattering the belongings within. That very night, he developed a high fever and incessantly claimed he could not look in the mirror, as he believed a long-haired woman in blue was following him. Ultimately, unable to bear the torment, he took his own life by jumping into a well. While we resided in the village, an elder warned us, saying that all the houses in Luoyang village faced east and west, except for one that faced north and south. He cautioned us never to enter that particular house. 3 of my comrades, dismissing such warnings, believed the murderers were hiding inside and ventured in. What happened next? The stout one asked nervously. All 3 comrades perished in Luoyang village, each in accidents. Wang Yuanchao spoke softly, sending chills down my spine. What kind of place is this village? Luoyang village is situated precisely at the tail of a dragon, which, from a feng shui perspective, is considered a place of significant yin energy. Should the villagers further disturb this balance, they are likely to encounter numerous malevolent occurrences. Zhang Sanpao suddenly interjected. As a tomb raider, he placed great importance on feng shui. The enduring legacy of feng shui in China is not without reason. For instance, the white-haired Zongzi and the underworld rats we encountered in Li Si's tomb are phenomena that can only emerge under specific climatic and geographical conditions. However, those unversed in such matters often exaggerate their significance. This suggests that Luoyang village may indeed harbor sinister traits. Suddenly, a burst of laughter startled me amidst our tense atmosphere. Catherine, clutching a slam dunk comic, was laughing heartily, nearly rolling off her seat. We were left speechless, the previous tension dissipating entirely. Despite the laughter, I silently thought, be careful not to frighten yourself into seeking your mother. I found Ma Rulong to be rather foolish for bringing along a pink-haired girl with such a nonchalant demeanor on this perilous expedition. Her journey seemed solely dedicated to music and comics. Was she merely meant to serve as cannon fodder? As we progressed, the terrain grew increasingly treacherous. The Humvee navigated narrow and wide passages, at times leaning at a perilous 45-degree angle. My entire body pressed against Catherine, and despite my efforts to distance myself, the stout man's weight of over 200 pounds bore down on me. I felt as though my face was about to be buried in Catherine's bosom, but fortunately, as the vehicle turned sharply, it dropped hard, averting any further escalation of the situation. As soon as we landed, everything before us transformed dramatically. It felt as though we had emerged through a narrow door, and upon crossing, we were greeted by an expansive emptiness, devoid of even a single mountain in sight. All that remained was the haunting sound of the wind whistling around us. The atmosphere resembled that of a desolate wasteland. Continuing onward, I lost track of time until suddenly. The vehicle was jolted by an unseen force, causing us all to lurch. On the rear windshield, several distinct streaks of blood were visible. Almost immediately, we were startled by a series of scratching sounds, as though something were clawing at the car door. What in the world is happening? The portly companion's face turned ashen. Perhaps we have encountered a ferocious beast from the mountains. It would be wise to accelerate, for anything that could appear here would not be easily dealt with. Wang Yuanxiao remarked, his brow furrowed in concern. Although the Hummer was not particularly swift, it surpassed the speed of an ordinary sedan. What kind of beast could keep pace with us? My expression darkened. It had barely begun, and already we faced such bizarre occurrences. Chapter 86. The Earth Goddess Fortunately. As the speed of the vehicle increased, the sound of nails scraping against the car door vanished. Blood. Simultaneously. It seemed as though an old woman's face flashed briefly in the rearview mirror, her mouth protruding a vivid red tongue approximately 30 centimeters long, an unsettling sight indeed. Although it was merely a fleeting moment, I had been intently gazing into the rearview mirror, and the clarity of that vision sent chills cascading down my spine. Ding dang. Did you just see an old lady in a bright red dress pass by the car? The plump man's teeth chattered audibly as he trembled and nudged me with his elbow. Upon hearing his words, a wave of terror washed over me. The vehicle was speeding. How could an old woman catch up? I felt as if I had plunged into an icy abyss, a profound chill permeating my entire being. Could it be that there truly existed something unclean in Luoyang village? My mind raced with wild thoughts. It's the Earth Goddess. The Earth Goddess has come. Quick. Offer tribute. Otherwise, none of us will escape. The guide, his voice trembling, clutched Ma Yulong's arm in fear. Tribute? Ma Yulong's subsequent actions confirmed my suspicions. He picked up the intercom and commanded, "Throw someone out." I widened my eyes and exclaimed, "But that's one of your men." Ma Yulong's brutality once again shattered my understanding. Although we were unfamiliar with that unfortunate soul, his actions felt utterly inhumane. "What? If not him, shall I throw you out?" Ma Yulong retorted. "You brought those men just to use them in this manner?" Wang Yuanxiao asked coldly. "If it weren't for the ever-watchful, smiling man in a suit beside us, and the inscrutable Catherine, I would have genuinely wanted to confront Ma Yulong right then. Otherwise, at this rate, I feared I would soon become a pawn to be cast aside. Shut off the engine. The Earth Goddess is wreaking havoc in this area. If we don't satiate her hunger, we're all doomed. As long as the Earth Goddess is well fed, she will cease her pursuit of us," the guide advised. His expression still reflecting lingering dread. "Brother Yuanxiao, didn't you visit Luoyang village before? What exactly is this Earth Goddess?" The plump man straightened up, his face tense with anxiety. At that moment, a loud thud echoed as something struck the roof of the Hummer, followed by a series of gurgling sounds. A bloodied head rolled down in front of the windshield, half of it gnawed away, the left eye socket hollow and dark. The lifeless gray visage staring directly into the vehicle. The guide let out a piercing scream, paralyzed with fear. "There's someone ahead," the plump man suddenly shouted. I looked towards the roadside ahead and saw an elderly woman with graying hair. As the vehicle approached, I glanced over, nearly succumbing to terror at her appearance. Her face appeared as though it had been doused in sulfuric acid, utterly disfigured, the skin resembling that of a toad, riddled with unsightly bumps. She draped herself in an oversized crimson robe, stained with mottled blood, presenting a ghastly sight. Were it not for her unwavering gaze fixed upon us, I could scarcely believe she was human. Ma Yulong slammed on the accelerator, the Hummer roaring past, leaving that figure far behind. It was all over. The elderly guide sighed heavily in front, prompting the portly man to inquire, was that wretched creature just now also a land deity? Indeed, the old man stammered. How in this day and age can land deities be mass-produced? She looked just like a living person. Could she possibly be a mountain dweller? The portly man wondered aloud. Suddenly, with a jolt, the Hummer seemed to collide with something, the front wheels becoming ensnared, causing the vehicle to lose its balance and spin wildly. Had it not been for Ma Yulong's adept driving, we would surely have overturned. Then, I perceived the sound of leather tearing, and before the window, a spray of blood splattered across half the glass. A feeble, anguished scream erupted ahead. The shock of that sudden cry sent chills down my spine. "Help! Help me!" My complexion turned ashen. We had struck someone. "Quick, get out and assist." This time, it seemed we had indeed hit a person. I feared I had misheard the sound, yet a glance at the portly man and the others confirmed they too had heard it. Forget everything else. Keep throwing offerings. Do not let the land deity grasp the wheels, or we are doomed. The elderly guide exclaimed fervently. "Shunzi, you go take a look." The suited man instructed one of his subordinates. Before the man could respond, the suited man abruptly flung open the car door and kicked him out. Almost as the door slammed shut, a piercing scream echoed from outside the vehicle. Through the rearview mirror, we saw Shunzi being dragged away the moment he exited, unaware of the torment that awaited him. The Hummer roared back to life, the front wheels miraculously rolling once more. Every time we encounter a land deity, we must offer a tribute. If we face another 17 or 18, the portly man trailed off. The implication was clear. Should we continue to offer tributes, it would soon be our turn. These entities were not easily dealt with. They moved with the swiftness of a cheetah, and their numbers were unknown. We could only hope that the tributes we brought would suffice to ensure our safety and allow us to reach Luoyang village unscathed. The suited man wore a smile, as if the individual he had just kicked out were not human at all. The expressions on my face, along with those of the portly man and Wang Yuanchao, were grave. This man was so brazen, likely armed with some weapon, and if we did not cooperate, we would undoubtedly be turned into Swiss cheese. Nonsense. Even a spirit turns on, couldn't flee this quickly. There is definitely something amiss here, I scolded the elderly guide. Chapter 87, A Heavy Counterattack. Little Gotsi. Do not disrespect the Earth Lady. The old guide cast a deep, penetrating gaze upon me, hushing softly. His serious demeanor instilled an unsettling fear within me. The individuals clad in crimson attire along the road were shrouded in mystery. Why were they referred to as the Earth Lady? The image of the old woman I glimpsed in the rearview mirror haunted my thoughts, sending chills down my spine. After Luoyang disposed of another subordinate, an eerie calm enveloped the surroundings, interrupted only by the haunting howls of the wind. We remained tense, fixated on the view outside the windows, fearful of encountering anything further peculiar. Stop looking. The Earth Lady has had her fill, and we are safe now, the old guide reassured, patting his chest. Yet, I remained perplexed. Were the Earth Ladies human or spectral beings? My disdain for the old man lingered, primarily due to his insistence on Luoyang casting out the offerings. In these remote mountains, the villagers' beliefs were deeply entrenched, making their faith in spirits and deities somewhat understandable. At this moment, I could only bide my time, hoping to extract something of value from his lips. The Earth Ladies are the souls of villagers who have perished each year. They rise from their graves in unrest, seeking the lives of the living. If they are not satiated, they shall demand more. Did you see the crimson garments they wore? Those are burial shrouds. What else could they be seeking? The old guide declared gravely. To be candid, I found myself somewhat perturbed by the old man's words. Could it be that these figures in red were indeed the deceased? It seemed implausible. The notion of the dead rising was not so straightforward. I had encountered numerous apparitions, yet never had I witnessed one that could outrun a vehicle. Zhang Sanpao furrowed his brow, sensing a disquieting anomaly. Yuan Chao, weren't you here once to capture a murderer? Have you heard any rumors regarding the Earth Ladies? The stout man inquired of Wang Yuan Chao. Soldiers are forbidden from spreading rumors, yet this region has indeed seen its share of incidents. Wang Yuan Chao paused, as if recollecting something significant. Then speak quickly, do not keep us in suspense. The stout man urged impatiently. Wang Yuan Chao's brow furrowed slightly as he began. At that time, our instructor surmised that this area, due to its sparse population, had become a haven for numerous bandits post-establishment. These individuals may have lurked in secluded villages, driven by hatred to hunt anyone they encountered. This was our conclusion, but considering what we just witnessed with that figure in red, it clearly does not hold. If they were human, how could they possibly keep pace with a car? Wang Yuan Chao shook his head in disbelief. Suddenly, the Hummer screeched to an abrupt halt, its tires hissing against the ground. My body was propelled forward, crashing violently into Catherine, who was engrossed in her comic book. My hands inadvertently grasped her chest. While the sensation was rather pleasant, my mind was too bewildered by the sudden stop to dwell on it. Catherine gazed at me with her large eyes, her silence imbued with an intensity that could have extinguished my life dozens of times over. Uncle, I shall remember this, she remarked, flashing a radiant smile that revealed her pearly white teeth. For reasons unknown, an ominous premonition washed over me, yet before I could ponder further, the guide in the front row exclaimed loudly, There was no gaping chasm on this path before. Before us lay an immense fissure, over 10 meters wide, the flashlight's beam failing to penetrate its depths, which I estimated to be at least several dozen meters deep. Fortunately, Luoyang braked swiftly. Had we plummeted into that abyss, we would have met a certain demise. It appeared we would have to trek on foot to Luoyang village. Zhang Sanpao forced a bitter smile, his expression darkening. This won't do. Although those land spirits may be satiated for now, If they were to pursue us again without the protection of our vehicle, we would be doomed. What kind of guide are you? Did you intentionally lead us into a dead end? Surely there must be a way to circumvent this. The stout man seized the guide by the collar, his face contorted with menace as he tightened his grip around the guide's throat. There is no way to circumvent this. The old man gasped, his complexion turning crimson as he struggled for breath. These fissures stretch endlessly. We would run out of fuel before finding a detour. Enough, fatty. Stop your theatrics. Even if you were to choke him to death, it would serve no purpose, I interjected, pulling him away. Ma Rulong cast a gloomy gaze at the chasm. His initial plan to pursue leads to unknowingly with our convoy now thwarted at the very first destination. Just then, another Hummer arrived, and Ma Rulong abruptly turned to the man in the suit, gesturing for him to unload all equipment. We'll proceed to Luoyang village on foot. Have you lost your mind? You've witnessed the ferocity of those land spirits. Venturing out like this is tantamount to courting death. Zhang Sanpao could not restrain himself from exclaiming. Crack! The suited man kicked open the Hummer's trunk, retrieving a black shotgun, his demeanor deceptively harmless as he smiled. I felt as though my mind had short-circuited, frozen in disbelief. The trunk of another Hummer was brimming with an array of weaponry, Desert Eagles, sniper rifles, AK-47s, light machine guns, and even rocket launchers. There was even an entire box of grenades, practically a miniature arsenal. Wang Yuanchao could not resist approaching. Picking up an SVD sniper rifle, trembling slightly as he inspected the scope, inhaling deeply as if to quell his excitement. As a former reconnaissance soldier, he was most familiar with sniper rifles, and after so long since the Vietnam War, the feel of a genuine firearm stirred an overwhelming nostalgia within him. It seems you are quite skilled as well, but this weapon cannot be entrusted to you just yet. Everyone, gather around and unload. The man in the suit, with an air of flamboyance, produced a compact mirror, preening and practicing various smiles, seemingly intent on discerning which expression suited him best. If I previously harbored any uncertainty regarding the influence of Ma Rulong, I now possess a profound understanding of the extent of his formidable power. Certain items in China are unequivocally taboo, such as grenades and sniper rifles, which, regardless of one's wealth or authority, remain largely inaccessible. Yet, astonishingly, these very arms now lie piled like a small mountain in Ma Rulong's possession. The contrast between these weapons and those we encountered at the tomb of Li Si is akin to that between children's toys and sophisticated artillery. One by one, we retrieved several travel duffels from the vehicle, and upon opening them, we were greeted by an array of tools, steel claws, cold fireworks, emergency glow sticks, and a variety of both short and long firearms. I had never before witnessed such a comprehensive collection of tomb-raiding equipment, much of which I could not even name. Well, with these firearms and ammunition at our disposal, we could laugh for as long as we desired, couldn't we? Those landladies had best keep their distance, should they approach. I would swiftly send them to the heavens with a few well-aimed shots. As the suited man spoke, he gestured with his right hand, mimicking a gun aimed at his own temple. However, before we proceed, you must don this. He shifted the conversation, producing a series of metallic rings from his travel bag. What on earth are these? The portly man inquired with curiosity. Chapter 88. The old lady behind the remote-controlled bomb sent from America, though not laden with a significant quantity of explosives, was certainly capable of severing a foot. Otherwise, what chaos might ensue? The chubby man approached. After the suited man spoke, he smiled and beckoned the rotund figure closer. Don't wear it. What if this device is faulty and detonates? The flesh on the chubby man's face quivered slightly as he contemplated fleeing. Bang! The resounding gunshot startled us all. Come here. I do not wish to repeat myself, the suited man said with a smile, though this time the shotgun was aimed not at the sky, but directly at the chubby man's head. I'll handle it. I was genuinely apprehensive that this madman might pull the trigger, so I hurried over, took a metallic ring, and affixed it around my ankle, which appeared to bear a combination lock. Wang Yuanchao, the chubby man, and Zhang Sanpao also donned this contraption. The expressions on our faces were grave. We had anticipated that Ma Rulong harbored ill intentions, yet we did not expect him to be so overt. Earlier in the vehicle, 3 of his subordinates had already perished, and at this rate, we might be next. The others seemed to be affiliated with Ma Rulong, the suited man, and Xiang Hu. Catherine, meanwhile, donned headphones, seemingly oblivious to the preceding events. 2 more hooks were fired, and 3 hemp ropes formed a makeshift passage. Chubby man, you go first, the suited man gestured, seemingly intending to use the rotund figure as a test for the safety of this path. Be cautious, "Don't look down," I whispered to him. "Fear not. I was the best at climbing ropes in my youth," the chubby man assured me with a reassuring glance as he inverted his body onto the ropes, securing his feet around them, and began to inch forward. The distance of over 10 meters, which would typically be traversed in mere seconds, now loomed before us like an insurmountable chasm. I watched the chubby man intently, terrified of any misstep. Following him, Ma Rulong and the others crossed in succession. After Wang Yuanxiao and Zhang Sanpao made it across, only Catherine and I remained. She looked at me with a smile. "If you're scared, perhaps you should let me go first. Just hurry up and cross. Stop chatting," I retorted, though I felt a twinge of fear. It was imperative not to show it at that moment. "All right then, I shall go first, but don't soil your trousers," Catherine teased, tossing her pink short hair before making an unexpected move. She began to sway as she walked across the rope, as if traversing a tightrope. When she reached the midpoint, the rope shook violently, and I nearly gasped aloud, but fortunately she managed to stabilize herself and swiftly reached the other side. My racing heart finally began to calm. Although this girl was aligned with Ma Rulong, I still wished her no harm. My feelings towards her were difficult to articulate. Ma Rulong was treacherous and cruel, whereas Catherine embodied the essence of a rebellious girl who had yet to mature. In certain respects, she bore a resemblance to Si Gunyang, cold and unfeeling. Previously, when the man in the suit was killing the second pillar, she was surprisingly engrossed in a comic, laughing heartily, which left me utterly perplexed by this girl. "Kid, first bring over the package. It has buckles on it. Just push it along the hemp rope," the man in the suit shouted from across. These items consisted of 6 enormous travel bags, not to mention the firearms. This time, what Ma Rulong had brought weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. After sliding those items over, I began to climb across the rope. Having never engaged in such an endeavor before, my speed resembled that of a snail. As I neared the opposite side, my legs began to tremble from exertion, as if they were on the verge of cramping. "Ding-ang, first hold onto the rope with your hands, keep your legs straight, and wait 10 seconds before climbing again. Otherwise, you'll cramp up." Wang Yuanxiao was the first to notice something amiss and shouted a warning. In that moment, fear took a back seat. I relaxed my legs, allowing my entire body to dangle vertically from the rope. The rope was already at a slight incline, and with my weight, I found myself gazing downwards at the inky blackness below at a nearly 45-degree angle. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over me, accompanied by an overwhelming urge to urinate. This was pure terror. I tightly shut my eyes. If a mirror had been present, I would have seen that my face had drained of all color. "Ding-dang, don't panic. Slowly open your eyes and hook your feet onto the rope," the plump man urged loudly, trying to bolster my spirits, fearing that I might lose my resolve and lack the strength to climb back. I inhaled deeply through my nose and mouth, then abruptly opened my eyes. With a forceful effort, I engaged my waist and hooked my feet onto the rope. Success. Yet, just as I began to feel a sense of relief, I noticed an elderly woman standing beneath the crevice, staring intently at me. Her skin was so wrinkled it resembled crumpled paper, and when she opened her mouth, a long, thin, crimson tongue flicked out. A chill ran down my spine as I realized this old woman was the very monster we had glimpsed in the rearview mirror earlier. Strangely, this woman, appearing to be in her 60s or 70s, had a belly that protruded as if she were pregnant, resembling an expectant mother. In that instant, I felt as if my entire back had frozen, nearly dripping with fear. I was akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, ensnared in a wolf's den. Hee! A series of chilling sounds emanated from the old woman's mouth, causing my body to tremble uncontrollably on the rope. Wang Yuanxiao shouted in alarm. Then, I sensed something land on the rope. The 3 hemp ropes jolted violently before beginning to sway rhythmically. "Don't run." The old woman's high-pitched voice echoed behind me, sending my spirit into a panic as I exerted every ounce of strength to climb towards the opposite side. "Hee, I've caught you." The utterly discordant sound swiftly approached me, and I felt a frigid hand grasp my ankle, exerting an immense force as if it intended to rend me in twain. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed around me, nearly deafening me. Yet, the icy hand relinquished its grip, and seizing the moment, I finally crawled the last 3 meters. The muzzle of Wang Yuanxiao's sniper rifle still emitted a faint wisp of smoke, indicating that he had just saved me. Exhausted, I collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though every ounce of strength had been drained from my body. Impressive, my brother. To use a sniper rifle at such close range and achieve such quick aim. "You must be a master," mused the man in the suit, a contemplative smile gracing his lips. "You old fool, do you realize you nearly got Ding-ang killed just now?" The stout man exclaimed as he shoved the guide to the ground, raising his fist to strike, only to be intercepted by Xiang Hu. We can't fight. We can't fight. If we harm the landlady, we're finished. Why would I want to earn this wretched money? The old man sat dazedly on the ground, suddenly bursting into tears. Chapter 89. The suit-clad man. Enough with the lamentations. If you don't cease this wailing, I'll make sure your mother won't recognize you. The hefty man cursed vehemently. My complexion turned ashen. The thought that this guide nearly led us to our demise ignited within me a fierce desire to dismember him. However, I suppressed this unbridled anger and turned to Wang Yuanshao, inquiring, Yuanshao, what precisely was that creature? Did you manage to discern its nature? It resembled a human, yet possessed the agility of a beast. That old woman leapt 4 or 5 meters in an instant, nimbly traversing the ropes like a cat. And caught up to you in no time, Wang Yuanshao replied, furrowing his brow. Did you notice that this creature was the same red-clad elderly woman who initially pursued our vehicle? Upon voicing my thoughts, I glanced at the hefty man and the others, seeking confirmation of my perception. Indeed, it is her. This creature has followed us for over 10,000 meters? I inhaled sharply, pondering the true nature of this monstrosity. Even a cheetah would be gasping for breath after such a pursuit. This implies we cannot shake off the landlady. The suit-clad man gradually retracted his smile, a rare glimmer of caution gracing his countenance. Given the prowess exhibited by these landladies, their speed is astonishing, coupled with an exceptional attack power. Otherwise, our off-road vehicle would not have been rocked so violently. Under these circumstances, should they close in on us, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Select weapons that suit your abilities, but do not entertain any ulterior motives. Otherwise, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. Truth be told, I have a fondness for you lot. Do not compel me to resort to violence, the suit-clad man declared with a smile. His grin sent a chill down my spine. This man was utterly deranged, and judging by his skills, he surpassed even Wang Yuanshao. What role did he play alongside Ma Rulong? Furthermore, the muscular man, Xiang Hu, had yet to display any prowess. The prospect of resisting with our bedraggled band filled me with despair. We were akin to caged white mice at their mercy, awaiting our demise at their whim. Clink. These 2 firearms are suited for you. Take them, the hefty man said, interrupting my spiraling thoughts as he handed me 2 Desert Eagles. He wielded a shotgun himself and stuffed some ammunition into his pocket. Why not choose that flashy light machine gun with your strength? A sweeping barrage would send all manner of fiends to meet their maker, I suggested to him. Nonsense. Machine guns are far from efficient. Their accuracy is abysmal. The muzzle rises with every shot, rendering them ineffective, he retorted. Wang Yuanshao selected a sniper rifle along with a handgun. Armed with these weapons, our confidence soared considerably. We shouldered enormous travel bags weighing 50 to 60 pounds, which felt burdensome. Uncle, can you manage? You're acting as if the weight will be the end of you, if you can't handle it. Should I carry it for you? I gritted my teeth and exclaimed, dream on. I did not come here to be a laborer. Catherine, with a mischievous smile, bounced away, her demeanor reminiscent of a carefree wanderer, leaving me utterly speechless. I turned to Ding Dang and remarked, do you think this little woman is Marilong's mistress? Damn it. She's here for a wild encounter. The plump fellow beside me whispered. Wang Yuanshao approached and patted the fat man's shoulder, cautioning, don't speak recklessly. This girl is not to be underestimated. There was a hint of hesitation in Wang Yuanshao's expression, a sign that he too struggled to decipher Catherine's true nature. She traversed the rope with the nonchalance of a rebellious adolescent, an audacity that even the most composed among us, like Wang Yuanshao, would never dare to imitate. I found myself perplexed. Was it ignorance or sheer audacity? Shaking my head, I dispelled the chaotic thoughts and pressed onward. Suddenly, a woman's voice emerged from the depths of the crevice, imbued with an indescribable despair and heart-wrenching cries that sent shivers down my spine. The old landlady has been slain. Now the others come seeking vengeance. The guide, an elderly man, screamed, trembling uncontrollably as he prostrated himself before the fissure, his forehead bleeding from repeated blows against the ground, muttering phrases like wrongs have their heads, debts have their owners. Run, by the sound of it. There are still many landladies. The plump fellow's face drained of color, as if he wished to discard the heavy burden he carried. Why does that cry sound so human? I pondered aloud, my hair standing on end at the eerie resemblance of the sound to that of a living being. Had I not recently witnessed the events unfold? I would have believed Wang Yuanshao had accidentally killed someone. We continued onward, while Xiang Hu forcibly dragged the trembling guide along behind us. Hurry, hurry. If the landladies catch up, it will mean death. The old man stuttered, crawling in a manner reminiscent of a soul pursued by vengeful spirits. His terror was contagious. and we found ourselves tensing in response. After approximately half an hour, the terrain ahead began to rise. We approached a dividing point. We were to ascend the mountain. Wang Yuanchao took out a night vision binocular and, after a moment of scrutiny, furrowed his brow. Indeed, once we cross this mountain, we will reach Luoyang village, he confirmed. The guide seemed quite familiar with the area, gesturing towards the left path. Now we're heading up the mountain? What a joke. Those landladies are surely still on our tails. Going up now would be akin to courting death. The plump fellow protested vehemently. I too frowned. Contemplating the speed of the landladies, they could not possibly catch up with us. Given the late hour, we would have to wait until tomorrow morning to ascend. For what difference would a few hours make? I spoke gently. Guide, what is your take on this? Ma Yulong inquired, his brow knitted in concern. Landladies, like humans, need their rest. They emerge to hunt during the day. We must move quickly. The expression on the old guide's face was one of irritation. He suddenly pointed at Wang Yuanchao and exclaimed, if the landlord's wife was killed by Gotzi, then let Gotzi consume her, and there will be no further issues. I was infuriated by his words and instinctively kicked him in the stomach. Ma Rulong nodded, and the man in the suit promptly approached us. I swiftly drew my Desert Eagle and aimed it at him. The suited man regarded us with a smirk that was almost mocking. I advise you against such actions. Before you pull the trigger, your feet will be shattered. Boom. He proclaimed with a flourish. Cease your empty threats. Even if you were to blow me to bits, I would still manage to inflict 100 transparent holes in you first, the hefty man declared with a menacing expression as he brandished his shotgun. And what about you? Ma Rulong seemed oblivious to the tense standoff, suddenly glancing at Zhang Sanpao. Zhang Sanpao appeared conflicted, but ultimately gritted his teeth and said, I owe the young boss a favor. I will side with them. If you dare, go ahead and kill me too. Oh dear, what a touching scene. The man in the suit whistled, his smile still radiating warmth. A wave of intense unease surged within me. At that moment, I could hardly move. Fixated on the man in the suit. The ease he exhibited was anything but feigned. Under such circumstances, with my Desert Eagle and Wang Yuanchao's weapon aimed at him, there was no justification for his nonchalance unless. Chapter 90, Strange Tales of the Possessed Demon. Wait. Put down the gun. I shouted fervently, placing my Desert Eagle on the ground. The stout man paused, bewildered by my unexpected action, and after a moment's hesitation, he reluctantly lowered his shotgun. Ma Rulong, do you truly trust this guide? 3 lives have already been lost at his behest, yet we remain pursued by the landlady. At this rate, before we even reach Wang village, we shall all be devoured, let alone find the water dragon cave. I remarked. The man in the suit chuckled at my words. Interesting. Why don't you offer a suggestion? Spare us your irrelevant chatter. Just the fact that you pointed a gun at me earlier has sealed your fate, but I've been focusing on self-cultivation lately. So I'll give you a minute to explain. The guide merely offers sacrifices. This method is ineffective now. We must seek alternative solutions rather than sending more lives to their demise. I exclaimed, my brow furrowed in distress, drenched in cold sweat, fearful that this lunatic might pull the trigger at any moment. From what I observed, although these entities were swift, a single bullet could turn them into a mass of flesh. I estimated that the Desert Eagle would likely pierce through them. Let us find a broader mountain path to ensure we can deal with the landlady effectively, Wang Yuanchao suggested. Ma Leoi, what do you think? The man in the suit inquired of Ma Rulong, the switch-like object in his hand causing my heart to race with dread, fearing for my legs. Let us ascend the mountain now, Ma Rulong replied after a brief contemplation, waving his hand at the man in the suit. I breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed I had wagered correctly, as Ma Rulong was also unwilling to halt our journey. The moonlight was abundant, illuminating our surroundings. At the suit man's signal, Wang Yuanchao and Zhang Sanpao took the lead, while the stout man and I followed behind. Had I known, I would not have sought out this old fox. Now look, we have all become cannon fodder. The stout man grumbled, his teeth clenched in frustration, wishing to strangle Ma Rulong immediately. Goodness. It's no wonder the villages here lie in ruin. With these monsters around, who but the fortunate can escape? I can't fathom where these landladies emerge from. He lamented, shaking his head. All right. Why so fierce? We remained tense as we pressed onward, yet to our surprise, as we ascended, there was no sign of the landladies. The mountain path was eerily tranquil, occasionally interrupted by wild beasts darting through the woods, but overall, our progress was remarkably smooth. Guide, are these landladies not active in the woods? I inquired of the old guide, my apprehension mounting. After all, we were the most vulnerable and any misstep could lead to casualties. My grip on the Desert Eagle tightened, as if it might spring a leak. They are everywhere. When it is displeased, it will emerge to devour the living. At this hour, the land goddesses are likely resting in slumber. The guide, an elderly man, explained earnestly. I can now assert with certainty that this fellow is a relic from the feudal era of the 1960s or 70s. His speech is straightforward. And I cannot fathom where Luoyang unearthed such a gem. How much longer until we reach the summit? I am utterly exhausted. Fatty gasped after trudging for nearly half an hour. I, too, was drenched in sweat, feeling as though my stamina had been entirely sapped. If we continued like this and encountered a land goddess, we would lack even the strength to draw our weapons. It's still quite a way. We probably have another hour to go. Hurry, or the land goddesses will be out to feast on us at dawn. The guide urged anxiously. Let us take a brief respite. My legs are on the verge of cramping. I placed my pack on the ground and crouched down, desperately gasping for air. TCH, uncle. You're utterly useless. I could reach the summit in one breath carrying all this, Catherine cheerfully remarked, chewing her gum. Why don't you give it a try? I shot her a glare, finding it peculiar how effortlessly this girl, with her ample bosom, traversed the path. It's not as if I haven't carried anything before. Catherine shook her head dismissively. Little girl, don't boast. With those spindly arms and legs of yours, you'd be crushed under the weight, Fatty teased, aiming to provoke her. Believe it or not, I couldn't care less, Catherine retorted with a huff, seemingly displeased by Fatty's tone. After replenishing my hydration, while my legs continued to tremble, Luoyang was already urging us to resume our journey. Seize this moment of safety and hasten to leave. We can rest at Luoyang village. He insisted. Easy for you to say, you're not shouldering anything. It's Fatty here who bears the burden of hundreds of pounds. Fatty grumbled. As I bore the weight of the pack, my legs felt like jelly, and I could only silently pray that the land goddesses would not make an appearance. Fatty, what did the land goddess you saw earlier look like? I softly inquired, seeking to divert the conversation. Speaking of which, I found it rather peculiar. That elderly woman appeared to be a living human. Were she to appear on the street, I would have never suspected her of being a monster, perhaps merely unattractive. Could it be that the villagers of Luoyang have been possessed, transforming into such a ghastly semblance? Fatty expressed his astonishment, though the notion of possession seems ludicrous. I have indeed witnessed it firsthand. When I was 6, my uncle took me to visit our ancestral home, where there existed a forbidden area in the mountains. My uncle, a hunter who never believed in the supernatural, grew bored during his days in the village and secretly ventured into the mountains to hunt. Days passed without a sight of him. When he finally returned, his demeanor had entirely shifted, as if another soul had inhabited his body. I still vividly recall the ferocious glint in his eyes as he descended from the mountain. The younger one is, the more adept one becomes at recognizing kin. A newborn, cradled in its mother's arms, will not weep, and therein lies the essence of familiarity. At that time, my uncle proclaimed himself to be the rebel leader Li Zicheng. Despite being in the prime of his life, he could not be restrained by 7 or 8 robust men. Even a hemp rope as thick as a finger was effortlessly torn asunder by him. This incident remains vividly etched in my memory, serving as a shadow from my childhood. Chapter 91. Midnight Anxiety. My uncle was originally an ordinary hunter, yet after being possessed, his strength multiplied exponentially, resembling an enraged brown bear. A testament to the potency of such malevolence. If it truly is possession, there may be something in the vicinity exuding heavy negative energy, which could have led so many villagers to succumb to it together. Didn't we bring black dog blood before? Next time, we could try pouring it directly over the land's mistress. The malevolent aura of the black dog blood should be sufficient to ward them off. Zhang Sanpao echoed my thoughts, leading the way ahead. This time, Luoyang had prepared extensively, not only equipping us with remarkably advanced weaponry, but also traditional items such as glutinous rice, black donkey hooves, and black dog blood, all meant to combat the zongzi. Each of us poured a small bag of black dog blood into the plastic barrels, and the moment the blood was released, a pungent odor almost made me retch. This black dog must be quite fierce. Otherwise, the blood wouldn't smell so foul. Zhang Sanpao praised the black dog blood, for in the eyes of a tomb raider, the more ferocious the blood, the more effective it is against these vile entities. We continued our ascent up the mountain, feeling somewhat fortified by the presence of the black dog blood, allowing me to relax my grip on my handgun. By the time we reached the summit, it was already around 4 or 5 in the morning. Although the surroundings remained enveloped in darkness, the sky was beginning to show signs of dawn. At this hour, one would typically be in the deepest slumber, yet having persevered thus far, fatigue was overwhelming us. Even Luoyang could not conceal the weariness etched on his face. Let us take a break, I can't walk any further, I declared, dropping my pack to the ground and rubbing my stiff shoulders. I then lay down on my bag, succumbing to sleep without realizing when it happened. Shortly after, I felt a jolt as someone kicked me awake. The man in the suit said, "Kid, it's your turn to stand guard. You've been asleep for an hour." Reluctantly, I rose, my head still clouded. Wang Yuanchao nodded at me from the side, tossing me a water bottle. After taking a sip of the icy water, I felt somewhat revitalized. "Yuanchao, why don't you take a nap?" I suggested, noticing the evident fatigue on his face. It seemed he slept all night. "All right, call me if anything happens," he replied, nodding before finding a spot to rest. I sat beside the campfire to warm myself, occasionally peering through the night vision goggles to observe our surroundings. The area remained shrouded in darkness, with the wind howling like a banshee. The sound fluctuated in intensity. Under normal circumstances, it might have been unsettling. But now it felt almost like a lullaby, soothing me into a slumber. My head drooped lower, and I was unaware of when the wind's wailing began to subside. Suddenly, a ghostly, mournful wail echoed from the depths of the woods. In my drowsy state, I initially failed to register it. But upon realizing that it was the cry of a child, it felt as though a bucket of ice water had been poured over me, instantly jolting me awake. My ears perked up, and I sat still, intently listening to the sounds around me. "Mother, we need to drink." The softly spoken words seemed to emanate from the nearby woods. A shiver ran down my spine as I instinctively reached for my gun. The forest was intermittently filled with indistinct conversations, leaving me utterly bewildered, as if a household resided within the trees, occasionally pierced by the sounds of weeping. My first thought was, could it be those land spirits? Yet, the more I listened, the more I sensed something was amiss. Would land spirits actually speak? Although the late hour was perplexing, one could never be certain about the mysteries of the mountains. I inhaled sharply and, without a moment's hesitation, hurled the black dog blood I had kept by my side. Ah! A chilling scream pierced the air, followed by a frantic dash down the mountain. The commotion was considerable, prompting Wang Yuanchao to spring to his feet, while the others quickly opened their eyes. "Grab your weapons, there is trouble," I called out, my voice trembling. Seeing the rotund man still blissfully asleep with his bundle, I rushed over and kicked him vigorously until he finally stirred awake. "Ding-ang, be cautious." Wang Yuanchao's voice suddenly pierced my ears. I then heard a rush of wind by my side, a foul scent invading my nostrils. And it felt as if I had been struck, landing heavily atop the plump man's belly. Then came a series of gunshots, bang, 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 accompanied by a rustling sound. When I turned my head, the land spirit clad in a bright red morning outfit had already vanished deep into the woods. How could it move faster than a wolf cub? Damn it. The man in the suit had lost his smile. He had fired 3 shots. Yet none had struck the land spirit. "Use the black dog blood. They fear it," I urged anxiously. However, our supply of black dog blood was limited. Each of us had only poured out a small pouch, and it would surely be too late to use it now. Before I could finish my sentence, a rustling sound came from above. "There is something up there too. Madman, you and Xiang who keep watch," Ma Rulong shouted loudly. The land spirit had come for vengeance. "Feed it the brat, but you wouldn't listen to me." The old guide trembled, unable to articulate his fear, as he desperately bowed to the ground, his body shaking uncontrollably. Soon, anguish cries and wails echoed from all directions, identical to the sounds I had heard before. What in the world were these beings? Human or ghost? The plump man's face paled slightly. These voices resembled those of ordinary people. Were these land spirits truly the risen dead from the graves? Though it seemed unbelievable, I found myself at a loss for words to describe these creatures clad in bright red mourning garb, with faces and voices akin to humans, perhaps. As the plump man suggested, they were indeed possessed. Suddenly, a faint rustling from the grass caught my attention, and a red figure darted forth from the underbrush. Meanwhile, a gunshot rang out beside me. Wang Yuanchao swiftly raised his sniper rifle and accurately transformed the creature's head into a mass of pulpy flesh. Chapter 92. The encirclement. Before I could even express my astonishment, a bone-chilling scream echoed above me once more. An elderly woman, her face etched with deep wrinkles, descended from the branches above like a monkey, lunging directly at me. A wave of terror washed over me. This landlady appeared to be a living being, and now, confronted face to face, I trembled and found myself unable to pull the trigger. "Snap out of it," the stout man exclaimed, forcefully pushing me aside. He aimed his weapon at the old woman and fired several shots, yet to my astonishment, none of them found their mark. The landlady rolled on the ground momentarily before vanishing into the underbrush, leaving behind a large pool of blood. I distinctly observed that when the stout man raised his pistol, the landlady's body contorted in an otherworldly manner. Otherwise, those shots would have surely pierced her skull. Focus your aim, I urged. These creatures can dodge bullets. At this rate, we will exhaust our ammunition. While changing his magazine, the stout man cautioned those around us. Suddenly, dozens of landladies clad in red funeral garments erupted from the nearby grass, crouching like beasts and howling at us. Before we could fire a shot, another 7 or 8 landladies emerged from the shadows. Then, I heard a rustling sound above us. This is dire. These landladies have been trailing us, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The stout man realized with a start. My own expression mirrored his horror. Despite our careful ascent up the mountain, we had failed to notice their cunning presence. We had now unwittingly plunged into their encirclement. Hee-hee-lee. Wagwa. A chilling shiver coursed through me as a muffled voice broke through the dense branches above, calling out my grandfather's name. It felt as if I had encountered a lunatic on the street who somehow recognized me. A wave of dread washed over me. These red-clad creatures were driving me to the brink of madness. Everyone, smear black dog blood on your faces. It works against them, Zhang Sanpao shouted. He applied a bit of the foul substance to his forehead and then charged towards the landladies, who recoiled in fear. Witnessing the effectiveness, the stout man and I hastily followed suit, smearing the black dog blood on our foreheads. Instantly, a putrid odor permeated the air. La 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 la. I turned to see, to my utter frustration, Catherine still listening to music, occasionally humming along. In a moment of exasperation, I smeared my bloodied hands across her face. You nasty uncle. Why are you putting that on my face? How disgusting. Catherine shrieked. Enough noise. It seems there are more of them, Marulong remarked, his expression fraught with anxiety. The footsteps around us grew increasingly dense, and above us, the rustling leaves sounded incessantly, reminiscent of a relentless downpour. What unnerved us the most was the intermittent murmur of voices nearly driving us to the brink of madness. The earth spirits crawled restlessly in place, occasionally roaring in our direction, exuding an air of wild frenzy. The pungent scent of dog-s blood was beginning to dissipate, signaling that these entities were preparing to attack. Zhang Sanpao's countenance turned ashen. The number of earth spirits had swelled to a staggering count, with at least 20 visible and many more concealed within the branches overhead. These creatures circled us, occasionally rising to speak with us. A few of them even appeared to dance, twisting their bodies and grinning grotesquely in our direction. We felt as though we had been ensnared within a lunatic asylum, surrounded by a throng of deranged individuals. The words they uttered were garbled, with only a few tones discernible. Overhead, the namely Wagwa echoed from the towering tree. Suddenly, a crimson shadow lunged towards us, but before it could advance, Wang Yuanchao's sniper rifle discharged, obliterating it. Wang wielded a Soviet-era SVD sniper rifle, renowned for its precision and lethality. Extensively utilized by the PLA scouts during the latter phase of the Sino-Vietnamese conflict, rendering him remarkably adept with it. It could be said that if this rifle struck a person in the chest, that individual would essentially resign to their fate, as the wound would be as large as a bowl, with blood gushing uncontrollably. 3 earth spirits descended from the treetops, and one kicked me, leaving half of my shoulder numb. Before I could massage the pain away, a putrid odor wafted near my neck, as a ghastly old woman opened her mouth, poised to bite down on my throat. Get away. The hefty man charged forward, colliding with the earth spirit and sending it sprawling. He offered no chance for it to recover. After sitting down heavily, he seized a nearby stone and struck its head with ferocity, brain splattering forth. The sight churned my stomach, and after a moment's struggle, I could no longer suppress my urge to retch. Had it been a wild beast, I might have remained indifferent. But the undeniable humanity of the creature made the hefty man's actions profoundly shocking to me. Bang! Wang Yuanchao dispatched another earth spirit with a shot. He had now taken down 3 of them. Do not kill the earth spirits, retribution will come. The old guide rushed over, gripping Wang's hand tightly to prevent him from firing again. Above, 2 more earth spirits dangled down, lunging at Wang, who was nearly immobilized by the guide's embrace. Realizing the peril Wang was in, I raised my Desert Eagle and fired a few erratic shots, scaring the 2 spirits away. Though the recoil of the pistol left me disoriented, I lifted Wang Yuanchao, who drew his pistol and fired 4 or 5 shots at the land spirits, finally shattering one of their legs, while another frantically leaped into the underbrush. These demonic entities moved with astonishing speed. If this continued, our defenses would surely crumble. Marulong's 2 subordinates, drenched in sweat, struggled to load their bullets, and upon witnessing the swarm of land spirits charging at us like wild beasts, they cried out in terror. Damn it, shout louder. Perhaps we can scare these brutes away. The hefty man cursed, infuriated by the howling chaos around him. The gunfire erupted in a cacophony, yet the lifeless bodies of the land spirits remained few upon the ground, while many more approached from all directions, swinging through the trees above us like monkeys. Chapter 93. The charge of the front line. These creatures seemed endless, relentlessly assaulting us from all directions, akin to a pack of wolves, crashing against our defenses in wave after wave. Had it not been for our formidable equipment, our line would have surely been torn asunder in an instant. At this moment, I finally comprehended why the old guide was so terrified that he prostrated himself. It was no pretense. The vengeance of these land spirits was utterly frenzied. Moreover, their intelligence surpassed that of ordinary beasts by a considerable margin. They stealthily trailed us up the mountain and, once we were in deep slumber, launched a sudden attack. Their assault did not come from a single direction, rather. It was a coordinated ambush from all sides, as if a great general were orchestrating their movements. Rustle, rustle. 3 or 4 more land spirits descended from the trees, one of which lunged directly at Wang Yuanzhao, its tremendous force toppling him to the ground. Wang desperately clutched the land spirit's neck, preventing it from sinking its teeth into his throat. The 2 subordinates of Ma Rulong were already in disarray. One of them, in a panic, fired his AK-47 wildly, only to fall prey to a land spirit lurking in the shadows. The creature seized him, yanking sharply at one of his legs, ripping open half of his abdomen, spilling blood and entrails onto the ground. The land spirit savored a mouthful of intestines, its expression one of grotesque delight. The sight of its blood-soaked enjoyment sent shivers down my spine. The unfortunate subordinate, still clinging to life, lay on the ground with wide-open eyes, choking in agony. His cries a torment to my ears, akin to the sound of someone slurping bubble tea. Zhang Sanpao appeared unable to endure the scene, firing 2 shots that mercifully ended the man's suffering. "Watch your back," the stout man bellowed. "Li, Weigua, ha ha ha, never cross water, never touch ice." Hee. A strange sound erupted behind me, and before I could react, I was jolted off balance, falling to the ground. Then, a cold, serpentine body pressed against me. At that moment, I knew without looking that every hair on my body was standing on end, summoning all my strength. I twisted my body to shake off the land spirit clinging to my back, only to have its teeth clatter against the stone. Yet, in such dire circumstances, I could scarcely think of the pain in my jaw. I spat blood furiously and lunged forward, intent on grasping the creature's neck. To my dismay, it proved as agile as a rat, evading my grasp with a swift movement, although I managed to tear away its large, red burial garment. What I beheld next nearly caused me to faint. A furry tail and 2 robust legs emerged before me. Beneath the land spirit's crimson attire lay a body resembling that of an animal. Aside from its head and neck, it was entirely the form of an oversized wolf. Most striking were its stout legs, which undoubtedly explained its ability to keep pace with an off-road vehicle. What in the name of all that is sacred is this monstrosity? My mind was utterly bewildered. We had long pondered why these crimson mourning garments appeared so swollen, resembling the shape of pregnancy, only to discover that they concealed a tail. Before I could unravel this mystery, 3 or 4 land spirits descended upon us, shattering our defenses. Alarmingly, these land spirits had climbed into the trees, necessitating the vigilance of 2 skilled fighters, lest we all meet our doom. "We are utterly unable to fend off their onslaught," the hefty man exclaimed. At that moment, I felt a searing bite on my arm, blood gushing forth, and with every ounce of strength I could muster, I kicked the land spirit away. Before I could catch my breath, 2 more land spirits had locked their gaze upon me. The sight of that green, gnarled visage under the moonlight sent shivers down my spine. Everyone was embroiled in a brutal brawl, leaving no time to rescue me. Suddenly, a barrage of gunfire erupted in front of me, and I felt a gust of wind sweep past my feet. A series of bullets transformed one of the land spirits into a mere sieve. "Ding Dang, come over and help me steady the machine gun," Wang Yuanzhao shouted, as his light machine gun unleashed a torrent of flames. This round of fire felled 3 or 4 land spirits. In the face of such overwhelming numbers, a single light machine gun proved more crucial than all of us combined. In the blink of an eye, 3 or 4 land spirits were dispatched, and I rushed over to support the gun's mount. Seeing the effectiveness of our efforts, the hefty man and others gathered around, forming a crossfire position. "Everyone, gather here and stay alert. Assist me when I reload," Wang Yuanzhao bellowed. The man in the suit, with a smile, wielded an M4 assault rifle equipped with a scope, striking true with each shot. 2 skilled fighters deftly engaged the land spirits pouring in from all directions, while others cautiously aimed their weapons upward, wary of any land spirits descending from the trees. After a relentless volley of 3 or 4 bursts, our defenses finally solidified, clinging tightly to the mount. The immense recoil nearly shattered my wrist. At last, the land spirits ceased their assault, and I lay on the ground, nearly exhausted. This was nothing short of a battle. Even the hefty man could barely lift his hands, drenched in sweat and grimacing as he rubbed his aching arm. The Desert Eagle boasted formidable firepower. Yet its recoil was equally fearsome, hindering us against these agile land spirits, akin to whelps. What manner of monstrosity is this? We had expended a third of our ammunition, having slain over 20 land spirits. If they refused to retreat, I feared we might not endure. Zhang Sanpao gasped for breath, wiped the sweat from his brow, and turned over one of the fallen land spirits. Curiosity piqued, I approached to examine this so-called land spirit up close. The visage of this creature is undeniably genuine. Yet its lower half is entirely akin to that of a beast, reminiscent of a savage. Zhang Sanpao, wielding a dagger, severed a piece of its fur and scrutinized it for some time before proclaiming, "The savage is indeed human, but this entity has transcended the bounds of humanity." I furrowed my brow and remarked, "When they assail us, they do so entirely on all fours. The tail trailing behind serves to maintain their balance during their swift movements." Wang Yuanzhao approached the corpse of the land spirit, his countenance darkening as he uttered, "This creature is, without a doubt, real." Chapter 94. The half-orcs in the days of yore. During times of conflict, I once heard my old squad leader mention the existence of a peculiar breed known as half-orcs, a hybrid born from the union of humans and beasts. Such entities have been reported across various regions of the nation, with a notable prevalence in the remote mountains of the northeast, while they are seldom encountered in the south. Therefore, I had never associated them with the notion of half-orcs. Wang Yuanzhao remarked, "What?" Upon hearing Wang Yuanzhao's words, I felt as though my entire worldview was on the verge of disintegration. The concept of lineage has been deeply ingrained throughout history, yet what happens when a village finds itself devoid of women? These individuals would resort to seeking out wild beasts for mating, subsequently domesticating them until they bore offspring resembling humans. Wang Yuanzhao sighed. I had indeed heard whispers of such occurrences. Similar events transpire within the animal kingdom. In my hometown, there were instances of villagers being fatally attacked by wild wolves. At that time, a group of scientists arrived, promising to alleviate our wolf problem, allegedly administering a poison that solely targeted female wolves. The rotund man interjected, recounting what he had heard, and expressed his astonishment at the connection to the landlady. Eventually, the wolf population did diminish, yet one fateful night, a pack of 40 to 50 male wolves launched a coordinated assault on the village, abducting 3 or 4 women. Years later, villagers stumbled upon these women in a cave, where they discovered a litter of creatures that bore an uncanny resemblance to wolves, suckling at their bosoms. These women had been reduced to mere vessels for the wolf pack's reproduction. Villagers recounted that these wolf cubs could even articulate human speech, nearly sending them into a state of terror. This landlady possesses an exceptionally high intellect, evidently lacking any natural enemies. She reigns supreme in this domain, which explains the prolific nature of her offspring. I remarked, the recollection of our previous encounters with these landladies, even while driving an off-road vehicle, filled me with dread. Had it not been for Ma Rulong's meticulous preparations this time, would we have been condemned to serve as breeding stallions for these matriarchs? The vibrant red morning attire they donned was likely a ploy to divert our attention, leading us to perceive them as malevolent spirits, Wang Yuanzhao whispered. At last, I comprehended the enigmatic utterances I had encountered previously. They were likely deliberate attempts by these landladies to instill fear in us. However, my thoughts remained disordered, for amidst the cacophony, I distinctly recalled the name Li Weigua. If these landladies could speak, mimicking human language as parrots do, it implied they had indeed overheard similar phrases. This meant that my grandfather and his companions had ventured here. Before I could delve deeper into this revelation, Ma Rulong's voice interrupted me. We must descend the mountain quickly. Once these landladies regroup, we will be in dire straits. Are you mad? We're utterly exhausted. Descending now would be tantamount to seeking death. The rotund man retorted, clearly dissatisfied with Ma Rulong's commands. Need I assist you in your descent? A man in a suit approached, radiating warmth as he smiled at the rotund man. Enough of this chatter. Let us descend, I urged, nudging the rotund man forward. A bomb tethered to my ankle instilled an overwhelming sense of suffocation within me. I must find a chance to escape. Otherwise, this predicament is untenable, I mused silently. As I descended the mountain, I trudged forward, gritting my teeth, nearly tumbling down the path on several occasions. Fortunately, those landladies seemed intimidated by our formidable firepower, refraining from launching further assaults. Our descent hastened significantly, and soon we emerged from the mountain's embrace. "Is this the renowned Luoyang village?" I inquired of the guide, an elderly man. "Not quite. Luoyang village lies deeper within," he replied, shaking his head and continuing to lead the way. "In this accursed place," I pondered, who could possibly navigate? The stout fellow stared in disbelief. If not for the guide, we could have wandered here for months and still be lost. After traversing for over an hour, we finally arrived at Luoyang village. Hesitantly, I stepped through the entrance, only to discover that despite its enigmatic aura, Luoyang village was far less intimidating than I had envisioned. Elderly inhabitants sat on earthen mounds, puffing on dry tobacco, while children chased each other playfully. Aside from a palpable poverty, it resembled any ordinary mountain village. A few curious children observed our group from a distance, only to flee upon receiving a glare from the stout man. Thankfully, these are people and not a horde of landladies. Otherwise, given my striking good looks, nicknamed Little Aaron Kwok, I might be whisked away by one of them, he jested, clutching his chest in mock dismay. I couldn't help but chuckle at his antics. Even in such dire straits, he remained irreverently humorous. "Uncle Fatty, you are quite the comedian. Aaron Kwok? You look nothing like him." I laughed heartily, nearly losing my composure. Catherine pointed at the stout man, her laughter ringing out joyously, her short pink hair adding to her charm. My gaze inadvertently drifted to her ample bosom, leaving me momentarily dizzy, pondering how she had developed so voluptuously. I quickly averted my eyes to avoid an embarrassing situation. Yet, I found myself admiring her bravery during the recent attack by the landladies. She displayed no signs of fear. Instead, she cheerfully perched on a rock, listening to music and chewing gum, even snapping her fingers while Wang Yuanchao wielded a machine gun. Such audacity surely explained her presence here. Her true identity remained a mystery. "Guide, do you know anyone from Luoyang village? We should inquire," Ma Rulong suggested to the old man. "Oh dear, I am not from Luoyang village. If you wish to ask, you must do so yourself," the old man exclaimed in alarm, waving his hands as if in fear of the village's inhabitants. I sensed something amiss. Luoyang village bore a formidable reputation. Even Wang Yuanchao had heard of it. Were there perhaps any taboos here? "Yuanchao, did you not come here previously to apprehend a murderer? Do you know the village chief or any officials?" I queried. "We are utterly unfamiliar with this village. It would be prudent to have a local guide to avoid unnecessary detours," I concluded. "The villagers here possess rather reclusive personalities, although they never refuse visitors. They also harbor an aversion to engaging with outsiders. During our time there, we hardly exchanged more than a few words with them," Wang Yuanchao remarked with a wry smile. "You too, go and ask for directions." At that moment, Ma Rulong furrowed his brow and beckoned to me and the stout man.